Chapter 2201. He also received information about the location of the hexagram from Hell. It's said that a powerful dragon clan once roamed here, named Black Prison King, which puzzled Levi a bit. He had absolutely no connection with that dragon clan and even took the time to visit Hell's 8th lair. He found no trace of the dragon clan there, it seemed they had left, and he had no idea where they went. Witch's family. At the dinner party to thank Levi. The cat witch personally brought a glass of wine to toast, her chest rising and falling, her face slightly flushed, and she smiled. "Thank you, Dusk Palace Master, for saving us. We are extremely grateful," Levi said. "You're welcome. After all, I was once an external wizard for the witch's family, and here I met a distinguished person like Madame Triss." Upon hearing this, the old witch suddenly sighed. "I sensed that you were extraordinary at the time, but due to the ancestors' mandate from the first witch, we dared not set a precedent by recruiting a wizard. Otherwise, with your talent, Sir Levi, we would certainly have extended an olive branch," Levi said. "Ha ha ha, I understand." He had never intended to join top wizard organizations. Being an external wizard was enough, as he was only close to Triss. A beautiful girl in a floral dress landed in front of Levi. It was the immortal Banyan Dragon Lady, Yggdrasila. "Little Levi, no, now I shouldn't call you that. Sir Levi, long time no see." Levi smiled and said. "Long time no see, madam." He recalled the first time he met the pure-blooded dragon clan, the immortal Banyan Dragon, and was utterly shocked. Nowadays, he can interact as equals, after all, he has killed level 8 demons. In terms of power, he was already not inferior to the immortal Banyan Dragon. However, the immortal Banyan Dragon did seem larger than before. In the beginning, she was just a little girl, now she's a maiden, and has developed. It's clear that the immortal Banyan Dragon has the power to transform, but usually, she doesn't care to take human form. The immortal Banyan Dragon said. "Is that 100 Flowers girl still busy?" Levi said. "Yes." He thought of the 100 Flowers matter and took the opportunity to chat with the immortal Banyan Dragon, talking for a long time. During the banquet, many charming primordial soul witches continuously came to toast to Levi, some being bold and open, daringly startling with their words. "I'm the Fox Witch. Does Sir Levi lack a companion?" The old witch chased away these vibrant and charming primordial soul witches, leaving only the immortal Banyan Dragon and Levi. The old witch asked. "Levi, you mentioned wanting to trade with us, feel free to propose. You have done us a favor, and as long as it is within our means, we will try our best to satisfy." Levi looked at the immortal Banyan Dragon and said. "I wish to trade some bloodline essence with Yggdrasila, but of course, only under the premise that it does not affect her health and growth, and I will offer appropriate compensation." This matter was indeed related to the witch's family, so he did not discuss it privately with the immortal Banyan Dragon to avoid any misunderstandings. The old witch smiled wryly and said. "Regarding this matter, I really can't be the decision maker. You should discuss it with Yggdrasila directly, our witch's family won't interfere." After speaking, she consciously left the place. Yggdrasila asked. "Is this for Elena's night breathing technique cultivation?" Levi said. "Yes, I have some dragon scale fruit here, all of good quality, which not only can compensate your deficit but also can promote improvement." Yggdrasila paused and said. "You actually have such good things, it seems quite a few dragon clan are being raised on the ancient dragon continent." Levi smiled slightly. Yggdrasila continued to ask. "I don't know much about knights. I've always had a doubt in my mind. If a knight continues to grow stronger and eventually approaches the realm of the bloodline source, for example, reaches level 8, does he then need to kill the bloodline source existing to advance to level 9? Levi was surprised, not expecting the immortal Banyan Dragon to ask this. He said. "Does the madam need me to speak the truth?" The immortal Banyan Dragon seriously nodded. Levi said. "I don't know, because we are all pioneering on this path. I can only see the road ahead, and the blurry path in the future. Everything is in flux. With my current realm, I dare not draw conclusions. But from the information I currently possess, it doesn't seem necessary. Although the knight follows the bloodline path, it doesn't require a complete ancestor return. We are merely using the power within the bloodline to break through human physical limits and step by step pursue higher paths." The reason Levi said this is because the White Wolf girl had long since reached the realm where her blood tribulation master Silver Frost Wolf exists. And she didn't kill the Silver Frost Wolf. Instead, she utilized the bloodline of Frost Moon Saber Wolf to fuse and evolve towards a more advanced Silver Moon Grey Wolf. In fact, whether evolution, advancement, or normal promotion potion, none require dependence on the bloodline of the blood tribulation master itself. You only need to use a similar type of bloodline that approximates the bloodline. You could say that if one uses the blood tribulation master bloodline, the cultivation effect would be better. But this doesn't mean that, at the end of the Knight's Path, one must kill the blood tribulation master to advance, warranting a life or death struggle. It is entirely possible to find a similar path with a close existence, kill it, and advance. But if there is no similar existence, Levi indeed does not know what to do. The path of knights, he is merely feeling his way through, how can he see so far ahead? After all, he's just a cheater, not Sauron, the ancestor of wizards. Chapter 2202. It can only be said that there is always a way through when the cart reaches the mountain. If there truly is no road, it is destiny, and one cannot complain about the path one has chosen. Of course, Levi himself is not worried, as he still has the path of a wizard. However, the 18 Twilight Cavalry, as well as other knights, need to prepare themselves mentally for such possibilities. Until the bloodline shackles are completely broken, the bloodline path will always be restricted by higher bloodline levels. Levi asked. Are you worried that after we grow stronger, we might harm you? The immortal banyan dragon always speaks frankly. Yes, I cannot raise a tiger only for it to become a calamity. If Elena needs the immortal banyan dragon bloodline crystal in the future upon her advancement, would you kill me? Levi replied without hesitation. No. The immortal banyan dragon found Levi's attitude sincerely honest. It laughed and said. Compared to other dragons you've encountered, am I somewhat more suspicious? Levi said. This is common among living beings. Instead, I feel that the lady is a very wise dragon, more alert than any dragon I've met. Just take a look at that group of brainless sub-dragons at the Dragon Palace. Dragons like the immortal banyan dragon are indeed rare. The immortal banyan dragon said. I agree to make a deal with you, however, I have one condition that you must agree to. Levi said. Please, lady, tell me. The immortal banyan dragon said. My contract with the guardian of the witch's family will expire in 500 years. Once it does, I wish to sign a contract with you, to become your guardian. At the same time, you must promise not to harm me in the future. Our immortal banyan dragon clan is very rare. If I am gone, you might never find another immortal banyan dragon in the vast universe. The young lady fiddled with her hands. As an antique having lived almost 10,000 years, she felt a bit nervous. The reason the immortal banyan dragon spoke in this way was firstly to protect itself, and secondly because it recognized the potential of the Dusk Palace Master. Being a guardian is also a type of art. It saw that the witch's family was unlikely to prosper and flourish in the future. This ancestral rule which only accepts witches is a self-imposed restriction, bound to fail sooner or later. There is no future in this organization. But the Dusk Palace Master is different. His ancient dragon continent showed promising signs of prosperity and development. In less than 1,000 years since its founding, the continent already has dozens of level 6 and several level 7 wizards, deeply favored by the Congress leaders. The Dusk Palace Master is a rare, unparalleled genius, reviving the declining path of the night. Using his level 7 body, he fought back against level 8 entities, his various achievements observed by the dragon. So, the immortal banyan dragon, planning to remain in the wizard world for the long term, needs to find a new suitable organization for itself. After spending thousands of years in the witch's family, it first excluded other top wizard organizations. Seeking out other grand wizards or legendary wizards seemed premature, neither would it necessarily receive much attention. After considering its options, the ancient dragon continent appeared quite suitable. Levi, upon hearing this, felt a tinge of joy. Is there such a good thing? He said. If at that time, lady, you choose to join me, would the witch's family hold any grudges? Enticing one's guardian away could be seen as a form of betrayal, couldn't it? Before this, he had already recruited Elena, 24 Flowers, Anya, Triss. He even suspected that, after some time, the entire witch's family might be absorbed into the ancient dragon continent. The immortal banyan dragon said. Once my contract ends, I will be free, and willingly join you. The old witch would not say anything about this. Levi said. All right, I will wait for the lady for 500 years. The immortal banyan dragon extended its slender fingers, saying. No need for any curses, let's pinky swear. Levi smiled mildly. All right, pinky swear. Hence, Levi left the witch's family with enough bloodline essence for 100 flowers to practice for a while. God-forsaken continent. Deep Blue Army's station. Lucy looked at the battle reports from the front lines. She was immediately informed of Demon Fish Venerable's demise at Levi's hands and couldn't help but smile. Unexpectedly, in just over 2 years in the Endless Sea, he achieved such war merits. He alone is like a highly mobile ace battle group that can provide support anywhere, easing a lot of our pressure. Meanwhile, in a cave, Levi and 100 Flowers engaged in secret cultivation here for more than 10 days, the two battled fiercely until reaching the peak, even the yin-yang path was obliterated. Finally, 100 Flowers looked at the bottle of bloodline essence, blushing and said. Thank you, with these level 8 immortal banyan dragon bloodline essences, continuing night practice will be much easier. But next time, do not risk hunting level 8 demons, you have such a lengthy lifespan, why rush it? Levi said. I know, don't you know me? Without absolute certainty, I would never take the risk. Rather, you should be careful here. After parting with 100 Flowers, Levi went demon hunting alone. Just on the God-forsaken continent, intending to return after the Endless Sea turmoil calms down. Thus, he shifted locations repeatedly, adopting a strategic randomness. 6 months later, Levi, having rescued the Black Cat battle group, had his gallant deeds reported by the Daily News, receiving widespread praises in Wizard World. Some observers, from Levi's points increase, even speculated that he independently killed a level 8 demon. For a time, the news of the Dusk Palace Master hunting level 8 demons alone spread quickly. Prior to this, only the top 3 on the leaderboard had cases of single-handedly fighting against level 8 demons. Other 7-circle wizards mostly relied on battle group arrays to achieve this. Society increasingly recognized the unfathomable and formidable strength of the Dusk Palace Master. Chapter 2203. Somewhere in the Endless Sea, a seemingly ordinary white-robed wizard stood still, reading the Wizard World news. The Dusk Palace Master has actually allegedly slain a level 8 demon, how is this possible? This white-robed wizard, who intended to hunt down the Dusk Palace Master, was none other than the Black Dragon Wizard. He hid his identity, searching the Endless Sea for his traces, but unexpectedly heard this news. After some consideration, the Black Dragon Wizard quietly left the Wizard World, murmuring to himself. This person can kill a level 8 demon. With my current strength, even if I confront him, it's not certain I can win. My lifespan is enough, there's no need to take such risks now. I'll find another opportunity later, as extending life is not necessarily reliant on the Turtle King fruit, there are other methods. Lo is approaching the end of his lifespan, he won't give up, so let him test the true strength of the Dusk Palace Master. I'll watch and act accordingly. As the Black Dragon Wizard said. Lo, who was also looking for Levi, had heard this rumor. He had half believed it, but as he looked at his aging self, close to death, he sighed. I have no retreat, only forward. Even if it leads to death, I have no regrets. With the Black Prison Beast and Blood Slaughter Bat Dragon, I still have a considerable success rate, it's worth a gamble. 2 years later. In the 482nd year of Nora, the 268th year of the Blood Battle. While demon hunting on the God-forsaken continent, Levi halted his steps, found a safe place, and entered the ancient Banyan fairyland. In the shadow behind him, a shadow resembling a colossal fish, thousands of meters in length, appeared dense with tendrils and emitting a level 7 aura, identical to the slain demon fish venerable by Levi. The first level 7 shadow is acquired, not bad at all. In the future, even level 7 demons won't require my personal intervention, with the strength of the demon fish shadow, ordinary level 7 demons aren't opponents at all. Outside the Dragon Palace, a sandy yellow earthquake dragon narrowly passed its blood tribulation and was promoted to level 6. Levi said. Ganster has reached level 6 as well. Among the earthquake dragon trio, it was the last to reach level 6 and also the youngest. After crossing the tribulation, Ganster excitedly flew over to ask. Lord Dragon King, what general am I? Levi said. You are the Sky Star Dragon General. Ganon Kui, representing sun, moon, and stars, heavenly sun, heavenly moon, heavenly star. With the earthquake dragon trio reaching level 6, the batch of sub-dragons Levi had brought from the ancient tower, except for the slow dragon turtle, had now all reached level 6, which relieved Levi greatly. For the earthquake dragons, level 6 is their complete form. The trio has reached adulthood and may improve to some minor realms into their prime, but it's difficult to advance to level 7. For wild dragons, this would mean they can start living leisurely, collecting fate coins, and spending their remaining lives, like the fire-breathing dragon back then. However, due to the presence of the nightmare world, the three brothers still have ambitions and strive to make a name for the Dragon Palace in the New Worlds, indulging deeply in it. With the full-time demon hunting over the past 2 years, Levi's points on the demon slaying list have reached 260 million, once again securing a place in the top 3. However, Wizard World had long predicted this, so it wasn't surprising anymore. During these 2 years, Levi also hunted down a level 8 flame demon, solidifying his record of defeating level 8 demons, and the wizards had already classified him as an 8th circle wizard. Similarly, the demons had also taken precautions against Levi, with those at level 8 often pairing up and rarely being alone. Levi went with the flow, prioritizing safety and maintaining a zen-like attitude. At the same time, he could sense that Lo seemed to be tracking him, which kept him on guard during demon hunting, unable to focus fully. He felt the need to find a suitable opportunity to draw out the snake and strike first, no longer remaining passive. Thus, 4 more years passed. The 486th year of Nora. The 272nd year of the Blood Battle. Levi was 910 years old. In 4 years, he reclaimed the top spot on the demon slaying list, with points of 320 million, but felt unperturbed by this. Congratulations on reaching the top again, Harvis. Buddy, take a break, don't overwork yourself, Gatling. Congratulations, Light Divine Sword. Congratulations, Lucy. The commander is amazing, Emperor Mew. Are we celebrating tonight, Elena? Looking at these messages, a smile appeared at the corner of Levi's mouth. Over the years, he had become acquainted with those ahead of him on the leaderboard, and they had exchanged contact information. Competing with one another added to the fun. In the face of a common enemy, those people had no intention of backstabbing, likely because it wouldn't have worked anyway. He replied to each of them politely, speaking to himself. Ms. Lucy congratulated me again. Taking the first place, tonight calls for a celebration. After responding to the messages, he was about to look for 100 flowers. Suddenly, he broke into a smile. Lord Victor has been promoted to Senior 7th Circle, not bad at all. It seems we'll soon begin the operation. Western God-forsaken continent. A battlefield. A late-stage level 7 Sky Anger Demon, wrapped in endless fury, was rampaging through the area. A demon hunting team led by a primordial soul wizard crumbled in an instant, all becoming prey to the Sky Anger Demon. Such strength dares to come to the God-forsaken continent. Do these wizards truly think defeating the burning expedition army makes them invincible in the world? After clearing this battlefield, it again, with a mass of flame demons and Sky Anger demons, headed towards other areas. Chapter 2204. Where do you think you're going? Suddenly, a 1,000-meter-tall demon-suppressing Ming King Witch image appeared in front, like a 1,000-handed Guanyin, striking with millions of palms. Radiant King Shocking God Palm. Sky Anger Demon's face changed slightly. Gondef. Damn, the Gundor 3 heroes are here. It scattered Gondefa's attack with its strong palm but suddenly suffered a heavy injury on its back and flew sideways. It was a red flame lion with snarling teeth and claws and a muscled snowman emerging from the void, ambushing it. A red flame little snake was coiled around the lion's neck, precisely Roman. Though its power was average, it could still inflict some harm on Sky Anger Demon, proving somewhat useful. Purgatory 9 Dragon Umbrella emerged, locking down the void, the Frost Sky 7 Feather Fan waved, and ice flames swept across. The purple Extreme Holy Dragon coiled around the sky, majestic in demeanor, the Holy Infant donned in a purple robe, purple hair flying, eyes flickering with ice and fire brilliance. Damn it! Sky Anger Demon, though at level 7 late stage, was in great panic. Over the years, the number of level 7 late-stage demons killed by the Gundor 3 heroes exceeded a handful. Just the appearance of Gondef and the Holy Infant imposed tremendous pressure on it, and it knew the fiercest one was Lord Victor. These 3 have always been inseparable, like brothers. High above, a transcendent voice arrived. 7-star ceiling. The sword hummed across the sky, heavenly flash 7 stars. 7 beams fell from the sky, encircling sky anger demon. Sword chi like prison. Millions of sword chi erupted, nearly becoming the most terrifying slow death execution, instantly turning sky anger demon into a bloody mess. Its formidable magic armor had already shattered. Ah! Die! It stomped on the earth, shaking the mountains, and sent waves of spell-like abilities toward the 3 heroes. Demon suppressing Ming King Dragon Elephant Fist. 13 Dragon Elephants. Not seen for a while, Gondopha's Radiant King Martial Wei had improved, with 13 terrifying Dragon Elephant Phantoms unleashed, surging in succession. The Holy Infant's Purgatory 9 Dragons and Cold Flame 7 Phoenix fused, transformed into a purple evil sun, and suddenly exploded on Sky Anger Demon. Under the all-out, saturation attack of the 3 heroes, Sky Anger Demon couldn't hold out for long before collapsing, dying in vain. Suddenly, the sky cracked open, a giant hand covering the heavens, reaching for Lord Victor, yet it was a flame demon emitting level 8 aura, standing thousands of meters tall, resembling a world-destroying demon king, its flames distorting the space within 100 miles. It's indeed you 3, die. The gigantic hand slapped down, leaving no room for resistance. Lord Victor's face changed slightly, forming a sword seal, lightly pointing. Break! 7 secret swords transformed into a great sword, colliding with the flaming giant hand with unstoppable force. A cry of agony emitted, countless flame demon blood and flesh scattered across the world. Under the terrifying assault, even the sealed void was torn apart. 7 swords united, spirits soaring high, heavenly stars falling, gods bleeding. This was the strongest move of God Fallen 7 kill. Taking the opportunity, the 3 heroes each used their methods and fled quickly. Returning to the safety of the shelter, only then did the 3 of them breathe a sigh of relief. Gondoph said. Killing level 7 demons is getting harder and harder, those level 8 demons keep chasing the 3 of us, damn it, if desperate enough, I'll call my real self over and slaughter them. Lord Victor, recalling that recent sword move, said. After advancing to senior 7th ring, the power of my heavenly star sword formation can injure level 8 demons. Next, if our 3 cooperate, perhaps we can kill level 7 peak demons, or even a solitary level 8 one. But that's too risky, not worth it. The Holy Infant said. With your heavenly star sword formation's attack power, breaking the defense of a level 8 demon is definitely possible. However, Gondoph and I are too low in realm, holding you back with low margin for error. One mistake could lead to eternal oblivion. After we both advance to senior 7th ring, I'll upgrade your wizard tools to top grade, then perhaps we can try hunting level 8 early stage demons. If we achieve 7 rings perfection, it's more secure, and we can almost guarantee success. Gondoph said. That's right, no rush, the war merit for all 3 of us is close to 50 million. Before long, we can exchange for the Bright Moon artifact, by then, our strength can improve significantly. Lord Victor said. Indeed, once Ace is senior 7th ring, we can finish God Fallen Heavenly Star 13 kill array together. If the sword formation is accomplished, on the God-forsaken continent, we can walk like our real selves, unmatched unless the level 9 shows up. The power of the Heavenly Star Sword formation is evident, not wasted are his and the Holy Infant's decades of effort. The Holy Infant said. Demon hunting is temporarily paused, next we seek our true self to discuss dealing with low hell. The 7th floor. Demon Fox Tribe. Ha ha ha, succeeded, I succeeded, 22 witch marks. If not for Big Brother's encouragement, I wouldn't have imagined my maximum would be here. Purgatory Demon Sword felt excited inside. Witch marks indeed, originally only aiming for a 15 witch marks advancement. For this day, he stayed at the maximum 6th circle for hundreds of years, now already 1200 years old. But it was all worth it. Without pushing himself a bit, he wouldn't know he was so extraordinary. He looked at the flame demon potion in his hand and murmured. My cultivation went so smoothly because of the nourishment from my 3 sisters, all are my big brother's thoughtful arrangements. He is so kind to me, I can never forget. Just this top quality breakthrough potion is invaluable, starting at 10 billion ether stone. The 3 sisters asked. Are you about to advance to 7th ring? Purgatory Demon Sword replied. Yes, I'm fully prepared, this advancement is almost guaranteed success. One of you will come with me outside, the advancement will be quite loud, don't alarm the mistress. The other two should continue to serve her at home to avoid suspicion. Sorceress of the sensual realm said. I'll go with you. Once you achieve 7th ring, we can delve into the 8 layers and hunt stronger beings. A month later. God-forsaken continent. A grey-robed figure arrived here, it was Lo. His appearance grew ever more forlorn, his expression with hints of urgency. Time waits for no one, moving closer to his final fate, yet he hadn't found Levi's whereabouts. Fortunately, not long ago, he received intelligence from the black market. Dusk Palace Master was currently demon hunting on the God-forsaken continent. All of Dusk Palace Master's travel patterns and locations were disclosed to Lo. Lo didn't know the authenticity of the intelligence, but could only take a desperate gamble. If after all this preparation, he failed to find Dusk Palace Master and died of old age, that would be a joke. Lo, hang in there. Chapter 2205. God-forsaken continent. Inside a sanctuary. In front of Levi, the 3 avatars Gandalf, Lord Victor and the Holy Infant transformed into beams of light, merging into his body, becoming one. He said. Now both the fishhook and bait have been set out, let's see when that Lo takes the bait. Next, he would act simultaneously with the 3 avatars. Although the cultivation of the 3 avatars was not high, each possessed extraordinary skills, had divine access, and were equipped with top-quality, 7-ring witch artifacts and rare treasures. The trio joining forces could shake level 8. With Lopez added, they could be used as a level 8 fighter, ensuring that Levi's actions were foolproof. Soon, 100 Flowers also arrived here. She asked worriedly. Are you sure that Lo Wizard will come to trouble you? Levi said. There's a 90% chance. If not, all the better. I'd prefer if I was overthinking. I actually don't want to oppose a wizard, it's he who is forcing me. 100 Flowers said. I investigated Lo Wizard's data, he seems to have just achieved 7 rings perfect cultivation not long ago, far from the 7-ring spiritual force maximum. He absolutely cannot be your match, and you've publicly displayed your strength in killing an early stage level 8. If he dares to plot against you knowing your current power and status, then he surely has the backing of level 8 allies, possibly more than one. Moreover, this person seems to be nearly 3,000 years old, potentially falling within decades, without family heritage in the wizard world. Such people already harbor a death wish, and their motives and purposes cannot be judged by common sense. When the time comes, they will undoubtedly fight you desperately, with no scruples. Levi laughed. I've been rewarded with a 1,000-year Turtle King fruit bounty from the Council of 10,000 Clans, so Lo is surely risking it all for this treasure. Therefore, I don't dare be arrogant, I've summoned the 3 avatars and you. 100 Flowers thought for a while and said. How about inviting Triss as well? I can rely on the Wizard Tower, and with Triss, I am confident of contending against an 8th circle. Plus your 3 avatars, Lopez, Dragon Descendant Giant, and the 7-ring formation, these strengths combined, even if 3 level 8s come, we could resist for a while. Levi pondered for a moment. Wouldn't this be too much of an extravaganza? 100 Flowers said. Asking won't hurt, what if Triss wants to join? Triss spends years in seclusion and doing alchemy, mostly battling with the lords of the nightmare world, rarely having real combat opportunities like this. Moreover, you have the ancient Banyan Fairyland, just like last time against the ancient forces, Triss and I can hide inside, if you can handle it, we won't come out. Levi said. All right, I will contact Madame Triss. Nightmare World. Triss Wizard Tower. The 6-ring breakthrough potion is finally about to be completed. Every new primordial soul breakthrough potion, once launched, can earn considerable war merits in the Congress. Triss meticulously sorted through experimental data, which were the fruits of her centuries of research efforts and achievements. The Nightmare World truly is a wonderful place. Triss knew that the high echelon of Wizard World was once passionate about researching the Nightmare World, since the Dreamland Steeple incident of the School of Dreams, that research was urgently halted. Currently, it can be said that only Levi has the means to safely enter and exit the Nightmare World. Tower of Dawn has also established a specific department for the School of Dreams to research dreams, illusions, and nightmare magic in the Nightmare World. Triss was an advisor to this department. Although not a member of the School of Dreams, her realm here was evident and her knowledge was vast. In terms of understanding the Nightmare World, apart from Levi, none could compare. Seeing Levi online, Triss coughed lightly and said, Recently, I discovered some interesting information. Levi asked. What is it? Triss said. The inheritance of the Dreamland steeple seems not to have ceased, they were merely trapped inside the maze of Lost Monarch's body, rumored to be a unique dimension, akin to the divine kingdom of the Heavenly Fathers one can only enter, not exit. Lost Monarch keeps these wizards and their progeny as punishment for capturing Pan. Levi said. Lost Monarch. I've heard of this being, quite powerful. The Dreamland steeple group is rather pitiful, perpetually trapped in a nightmare, endless reincarnation, unable to escape, a fate worse than death. Triss said. Indeed, researching the unknown comes at a cost. By the way, did you have something in mind when you reached out to me? Levi sincerely said. Madam. I would like to request your assistance once more. I'm likely to go up against a tricky spy of the Council of 10,000 Clans. Triss didn't even ask who it was, she directly asked. Sure, when? Who else? Levi asked. Madam, aren't you worried that the enemy is strong, that you'll be in danger? Triss's lips curled as she couldn't help but smile and said. If the enemies were really strong, you wouldn't ask me. You surely have confidence, but only 9/10, hence why I'm here to make up the last 10th, isn't it? Humph, I do know you well. Levi laughed. Madam understands me, indeed so, let me fill you in on this person's situation. After listening, Triss said. Low Wizard is quite renowned in the School of Death, didn't expect him to be a spy. Share the location with me, I'll head to God-forsaken continent to meet you in 100 Flowers. Chapter 2206. A few days later, Triss arrived and hid together with Elena in the ancient Banyan fairyland. This mission wouldn't last long, and the power of the ancient dragon continent was not what it used to be. Even without a seven-circle wizard present temporarily, it wasn't an issue. After Levi identified the culprit as Lo, he roughly determined his area of activity in the Endless Sea through divination. He had long arranged for people to wait in the black market, taverns, and other places there, luring Lo step by step to the God-forsaken continent here, making it convenient for Levi to take action. During this period, Levi had to keep his recording wizard tool on at all times. If Lo didn't make a move, all was well. But if he did, Levi could claim self-defense. By then, if he killed Lo, the Wizard Council would have nothing to say. If Lo truly was a spy for the Council of 10,000 Clans, there must be other clues on him. With these, killing Lo would be even more justified and legitimate. In short, Levi was thoroughly prepared for this battle. Half a year later. Ancient Banyan Fairyland. Under the banyan tree, a girl with shoulder-length golden hair, wearing a pale green gauze dress, held a deck of cards and laughed. He, I'm the landowner. Elena, dressed in dragon armor with wavy, tied-back golden hair, looking smart and valiant, said. You're sure to lose this hand. Triss, with a slightly professional scholar-like air, her black hair piled high, said confidently. Indeed. Next to the three, the music fungus played a cheerful tune of Fight the Landlord. Lopez squatted nearby, like a child watching old men play chess. Elena asked. Levi, what's the situation outside, hasn't that person come yet? Levi's voice came. Not yet, I suspect he got lost, after all, he's been searching for me for years and hasn't found me. During this time, the three women were worried that the enemy might attack at any moment, so they didn't dare to immerse themselves in cultivation. Out of boredom, Mana taught the two women the Fight the Landlord game that Levi had taught her. The three played Fight the Landlord under the tree, chatting, passing the time, and enjoying a rare moment of relaxation, experiencing a bit of retirement life like Mana's ahead of time. Dreamy Cloud Swamp. Turtle Prime Minister's Water Mansion. Ha ha ha, I broke through. The single-horned dragon turtle roared to the sky, startling a group of the dragon clan. Ratty, you broke through to level 6. The earthquake dragon trio looked incredulous. Ratty, in a languid but excited tone, said. No, I just broke through to the peak level 5. The dragon clan. The third earthquake dragon, Trist, breathed a sigh of relief, saying. I thought so, how could Ratty progress so fast, that would make me look so stupid. The Black Lotus beast said solemnly. Don't mock Ratty. Although their growth is slow, there's hope for them to reach level 8 in the future, it just takes time. The blood-sucking demon dragon suddenly became sentimental, saying. Perhaps after all of us are dead, Ratty will still be alive. By then, only the little ash dragon would be left among us heavenly dragon generals and earth dragon generals. The Black Lotus beast said. No matter, getting through life and death smoothly already surpasses most of the wandering dragons out there. Let's not forget, our mission at the Dragon Palace is to shelter more homeless dragons, becoming the #1 dragon organization across the multidimensional plane, echoing throughout the universe. We, the first generation elders, will surely be remembered by future dragon clans. While the dragons were feeling emotional, within the cave heaven blessed land in Heavenly Wind Canyon, a giant blood-colored crystal was gradually cracking with web-like fractures. A powerful aura leaked out from it, reaching the sky, and in an instant, wild winds and dark clouds gathered within a 50-mile radius. Such commotion quickly alarmed the Dragon Palace members and the 3 women playing Fight the Landlord. Elena asked. What's happening? Such a strong aura. Mana said. Don't panic, judging by its direction, it should be the Dragon Clan member Levi previously took in, awakening. It's not an enemy. Triss showed slight shock on her face. This aura rivals that of a 7-circle perfect wizard. Levi, this guy, where did he take in such a powerful Dragon Clan member? Did he discover the Dragon Clan's old nest? For ordinary wizards, having even one sub-dragon would be a source of great pride and sufficient to uphold the family heritage and guard the clan's fortune. This Levi, a whole nest of sub-dragons. Levi was also alarmed and hurried to the scene, only to see a crowd of Dragon Clan members gathered around the Wind Dust Dragon watching intently. He said. Everyone step back a bit, the Heavenly Leisure Dragon General experienced a change and slept too long, might not recognize friends and family, I'm afraid you'll get hurt accidentally. All members of the Dragon Palace moved back, hiding in the distance. Boom! The blood-colored crystal shattered, with dragon roars resounding. A white giant dragon, nearly 2,000 meters in wingspan, as white and translucent as jade, emerged across the sky, with dreamlike white flame clouds swirling around it. The breeze caressed it, and the giant dragon rose like a feather, exuding a late-stage level 7 aura, looking around with somewhat confused eyes. Having slept for almost 200 years, 3 soul-searching questions surfaced in its mind. Who am I? Where did I come from? Where am I going? It saw the black-armored swordsman standing with arms crossed, and suddenly awoke. Where is my master? Who are you? Without further ado, it stirred up an endless storm, sweeping towards Levi. It was shocked to realize that its abilities had improved countless times compared to before it slept. A casual strike now was more powerful than its full-force strike before. It only remembered that its master had let it ingest the essence and bloodline crystal of a pure-blooded Dragon Clan member, after which it fell asleep. Now it didn't even know what year it was. The contract left by its former master also seemed to have dissipated, indicating that he was already dead. Chapter 2207. Is this power? It was filled with confidence. Having met the dragon, why aren't you kneeling? The thunderous voice echoed in all directions. In the distance, the people of the Dragon Palace were astonished. What's with the Heavenly Leisure Dragon General? Is this the way to speak to the Dragon King? Exactly, it's rebelling. It's over, it's going to suffer. Levi's face turned cold, and a golden force field emerged around him, standing firm in the gale capable of tearing the void. The Wind Dust Dragon saw that this move was ineffective, and opened its mouth to unleash an air cannon brimming with a destructive aura. The air cannon had just been launched and hadn't yet exploded when Levi sliced it open with a single sword, its shockwave easily smoothed out by him using the Wind Illusion Realm. The Wind Dust Dragon was shocked and immediately turned to run. This late-stage level 7 attack of mine couldn't shake the opponent. How do I fight this? Boom! The giant ape stepped on rivers and stood in the path of the Wind Dust Dragon, looking at it with ill intent, and said. Go back, Heavenly Leisure Dragon General. The Wind Dust Dragon was dumbfounded. I'm not called the Heavenly Leisure Dragon General, I'm called. Rumbling. The color of the sky and earth changed, and in the blink of an eye, 6 awe-inspiring giant dragon phantoms, each different in form, surrounded the Wind Dust Dragon. Red flames soared to the sky, golden light shone for miles, wind and thunder collided, and a blood sea was boundless. 6 terrifying anomalies dominated the sky, shaking the hearts of all. Levi smiled and said. Heavenly Leisure Dragon General, return. Feeling the majesty, the Wind Dust Dragon's blood trembled uncontrollably, and the confidence brought by its surge in power vanished in an instant. Although it didn't understand why everyone called it the Heavenly Leisure Dragon General, it could only prostrate itself and say, "Heavenly Leisure Dragon General greets the Lord." After establishing the Master Dragon Covenant, Levi smiled and said, "The Heavenly Leisure Dragon General slept too long this time and lost its memory, just don't let it happen again. I won't pursue it this time. Also, here are some dragon scale fruits for you to consume." The Wind Dust Dragon didn't know what dragon scale fruits were, but it knew for sure they were excellent. Just the scent made it feel like it was going to ascend to immortality. "Thank you, Lord." Having perfectly resolved the Wind Dust Dragon's issue, Levi extracted some of its bloodline, and, after some research and testing, he discovered with surprise. The Wind Illusion Dragon bloodline factor within the Wind Dust Dragon was extraordinarily rich. Although it was still a Wind Dust Dragon, it had undergone an unknown mutation, and advancing to level 8 in the future wouldn't be a problem. Moreover, it had even birthed a white bead inside, emitting a hazy precious light, with flame clouds drifting around it, marking it as extraordinary. It seems like a dragon ball from a previous life. Levi had a feeling that after this metamorphosis, the Wind Dust Dragon had a chance to completely return to its ancestors and re-enter the Wind Illusion Dragon realm in the future. This is wonderful. If I can obtain a pure-blooded dragon clan in the future, then this dragon palace will truly live up to its name. On this day, Levi had just finished hunting a small demon tribe. Suddenly, black lines appeared in the void, spreading into the distance. These lines descended from the sky, burrowed into the ground, and ultimately formed a prison covering 100 square miles. Levi tried to tear the void with his hands but found he couldn't. He remained calm, looking ahead. In the void, scarlet flames appeared one after another, quickly filling the prison, as a giant shadow floated in the blood sea, part dragon, part bat, its wings like twin blood lakes. Atop the dragon head stood a black-robed wizard, exuding the aura of 7 rings perfection, his face aged, shrouded in the aura of decline, but his eyes were incredibly sharp, filled with determined killing intent. Lo said, "Sir Levi, it's our first meeting." Levi smiled faintly. "You've arrived." Lo's expression changed. "How did you know I was coming?" "Not good. Are you ambushing me?" Indeed, Levi had managed to escape the hands of level 8 demons multiple times, so he must have some divination methods. Driven by the despair of limited lifespan, why did I forget this? But he quickly calmed down, smiled, and said, "It seems you are prepared. If you have more tricks, feel free to use them. Today, it's either your death or mine. I've made up my mind to die today." Levi said, "You're an undercover agent for the Council of 10,000 Clans, targeting me for the Turtle King fruit, aren't you?" Having his intentions revealed by Levi, Lo said, "There's no use in talking, I'll take your head." He raised his hand and executed an innate spell aimed at Levi and shouted, "Everyone move! Capture him quickly!" Rumbling! Rumbling! A pitch-black chain appeared in the void, like a black python, encircling Levi, while a blood flame flow slashed through the void, shooting straight at him. The 9-headed emperor appeared behind Levi, gripping swords in both hands, and fiercely slashed down. A mighty sword chi river surged into the void. With a roar, a strangely shaped giant beast appeared out of thin air, bearing a sword wound on its body. This giant beast resembled a tiger or leopard but was covered with obsidian-like dragon-scale armor. Hundreds of pitch-black chains floated around its abdomen, and its head was no different from a normal dragon head. Levi thought to himself, "It truly is the Black Prison Beast, just as rare as the Black Lotus Beast in the sub-dragon species. Although not as strong in direct combat as the Black Lotus Beast, it excels in void travel and space imprisonment. It's a born space master and extremely difficult to deal with." When he had the 3 sisters investigate the Black Prison King's clues for him, he had a general idea of its appearance, though he wasn't quite sure. Chapter 2208. And the other blood-colored giant beast is just as rare. It's on the same level as the blood-sucking demon dragon, a blood-slaughter bat dragon, and it's in complete form, already with level 8 strength, equally hard to encounter. Levi suddenly realized that the secret medicine he used for upgrading his Scarlet Dragon breathing technique previously was from Lo. At that time, he even sent people to investigate, wanting to know who the owner of the Blood Slaughter Bat Dragon was, hoping to buy it. This Lo, what a grand gesture! To deal with him, Lo actually deployed 2 level 8 top-level sub-dragons, and since that's the case, Levi would gladly accept it without courtesies. Whoosh! 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 3 streaks of light emerged from the void. Gonduf, Lord Victor, Fire Dragon Ace, all made their appearance. Lo's expression changed, suspecting and uncertain within. What's going on? Why are the Gundor 3 heroes here? Why are they listening to the Dusk Palace Master? Could these 3 be merely avatars of the Dusk Palace Master, being so close like brothers? Thinking of this, Lo was already somewhat falling apart before starting the fight. Even if the Dusk Palace Master can slay level 8, and foresee his actions, he could accept it. But if those formidable figures like the Gundor 3 heroes were all avatars of the Dusk Palace Master, he couldn't accept it. How could such imposing figures exist under this sky? With the appearance of the 3 avatars, they coordinated among each other, Gonduf with demon-suppressing Ming King and top-grade wizard tool at the front, Holy Infant at the back, Lord Victor in the middle using the Heavenly Star Sword formation, charging to slay Lo. The 9-colored Emperor utilized powerful innate spells and primordial soul spells to entangle the Black Prison Beast. The Black Prison Beast roared. Damn it Lo, you deceived me, you didn't mention Dusk Palace Master being this strong, our cooperation is null, goodbye. The tactic of escaping took priority, it removed the shackles locking the void, its body flickering with black sparkles as circles of space ripples radiated outward, turning the area within 100 miles into a mirror surface. The Black Prison Beast vanished into the ripples, disappearing completely. Even though the 9-colored Emperor tried desperately to stop it, it was in vain. Witnessing this, Levi felt tranquil within. He already located the Black Prison Beast's lair, and the counterpart was unaware of his possession of its information, very likely not relocating, waiting until he further enhanced his power, having means to control the Black Prison Beast, then it wouldn't be too late to subdue it. Since he had discovered it, this Black Prison Beast was destined to be his sooner or later. Seeing the Black Prison Beast flee, Lo, who was being pummeled by the 3 avatars without a chance to retaliate, panicked thoroughly. Initially, relying on the Black Prison Beast, he had the confidence to duel Levi, but now left with only the Blood Slaughter Bat Dragon and himself, what was there to fight? The battle ended even before it began. The situation was entirely different than he had anticipated. Lo's face showed despair. Farewell. The Blood Slaughter Bat Dragon was already battling fiercely with Levi, like 2 ancient ferocious beasts clashing, energy waves tearing the sky dome, shattering the earth. Lo exerted his utmost, burning his spiritual force, bombarding with innate spells crazily, yet Gonduf and Holy Infant resolved them one by one. 7 stars seeking life. Along with the formation of the Baidu 7 stars sword array, endless sword chi overwhelmed Lo, his protective force field didn't last long before shattering swiftly, then his body ruptured into pieces, turning into chunks of meat. Lo's aged primordial soul floated out, standing there unmoving, merely gazing at the sword chi surrounding him, his expression relentless. Why is the world so unfair? Why? He merely wanted to obtain a Turtle King fruit to extend his lifespan by 1,000 years, elevate to the 8th circle, yet faced such setbacks. While the Dusk Palace Master, any of his avatars was an unreachable shining presence to Lo, the most dazzling star in the sky. Achieving fame young, revered by thousands, remembered in history. None of this had any relation with him. With the emergence of the web, Leon flew out from the ancient Banyan fairyland, dragging Lo's primordial soul into it, only to be dispersed by Lopez's strike. The primordial soul began to disintegrate, elemental power scattered, spiritual force vanished, truth trace faded away, even the soul was taken. Lo's appearance to death was but a fleeting moment, like an ephemeral bloom. Triss and Elena stood there, dazed. What happened? Is it over? We've been here playing landlord cards for months. Outside, with Lo's death, his contract binding on the Blood Slaughter Bat Dragon also naturally dissolved. The Blood Slaughter Bat Dragon had been loathing Lo all along, only forced into a contract, like the Black Lotus Beast back then. Now with the contract broken, it unleashed all its might, erupting in negative energy flames like a blood-colored sun, exploding with a boom. Human, I have no desire to be your enemy, before I was merely coerced, why not settle with that? The Blood Slaughter Bat Dragon said. Levi and the 9-colored Emperor encircled it, his feet turned into hooks pierce into the Blood Slaughter Bat Dragon's body, the shark tooth-shaped sword pierced into dragon scales. Settle? In your dreams. I saved you, granted you freedom, how should you repay me? The Blood Slaughter Bat Dragon said. I know some of Lo's treasure locations, including the truth oddities that you wizards love, you just need to release me, and I'll tell you. Levi thought. Then I truly can't let you go. He said. Not enough, recognize me as your master, become my subordinate, I might spare your life. The blood slaughter bat dragon replied coldly. Human, don't push a dragon too hard, I am a dignified level 8 dragon clan member, how could I humbly accept being below others? Since you insist on courting death, I will fight you to the bitter end. Levi had the 3 avatars encircle it, their various attacks relentlessly bombarding its massive body. Chapter 2209. Fight to the death with me? You're overthinking. Seeing the blood slaughter bat dragon unwilling to submit, Levi stopped wasting words. With a wave of his hand, the 9-colored emperor unleashed an array of innate spells. Chanting incantations, Levi followed with primordial soul spells like Seven Suns Falling Domain and Thunder Beast Technique. Boom! The terrifying explosion shattered the tough dragon scales of the blood slaughter bat dragon, leaving it bloodied and battered, making Levi heartache. I'll ask you again, are you willing to submit to me? I truly hate to see you suffer. Blood slaughter bat dragon. If you don't want me to suffer, stop hitting me. It used all its strength to break through the 3 avatars' blockade, escaping with Levi into the void, only to find Levi securely attached, unmoved. The 9-colored emperor walked on air, the shark tooth-shaped sword and innate spells bombarded its body. Boom! In the wilderness several thousand miles away, the body of the blood slaughter bat dragon fell from the void, smashing several mountain peaks, cracking the earth. Levi clung to it like a leech, refusing to let go. The Black Soul Demon Tower appeared out of nowhere, the Death Storm domain engulfing it, the dark evil soul wielding the Death God scythe struck. Maya, and the 7th level shadow Levi just acquired appeared, pinning it to the ground. Lopez holding bone clubs, struck down fiercely. At the cloud tops, 6 giant dragon phantom heads radiating fearsome majesty gazed down, the mere aura crushed its spirit to fight. It said, I am willing to submit, stop hitting. Having tasted enough hardship under Lo, it couldn't believe it could be worse here. Moreover, this person's power far surpassed Lo, seemingly an exceptional genius among wizards. Truly submitting wouldn't be disadvantageous. Levi approached with his shark tooth-shaped sword, standing on its head, saying, Very good, sign the Master Dragon Covenant and I'll have them stop. After the blood slaughter bat dragon submitted, Levi's joy was evident. I actually have an 8th level sub-dragon species, heaven assists me. After cleaning the battleground, he enclosed Lo in the ancient Banyan fairyland and swiftly departed. Undead Spirit Steeple. Inside the tower, a wizard with sallow cheeks like a skeleton, clad in a sinister black robe, gazed suspiciously at the shattered soul token. Hiss, Lo has fallen. Alas, in the end, defeated by time. A pity, with a few decades short of the average lifespan of a 7-circle wizard, he seemed to have a blood slaughter bat dragon as a pet, who knows where it ended up before his death. This emaciated wizard, Lo's teacher and tower master of the undead spirit steeple, with 8-circle perfect cultivation. A few years ago, Lo bade him goodbye, saying he was going on a journey. He knew Lo feared after natural death he would seize his blood slaughter bat dragon, likely arranging his affairs, passing on his legacy to descendants hidden in the wizard world. Therefore, the outcome today was expected, without much surprise. Regardless, a primordial soul's fall calls for a funeral. 7 days later, Lo's funeral at the undead spirit steeple, attended by few, his withdrawn nature left him with few friends, and in death, few cared. The wizard council's enforcer arrived, confirmed the situation, and learned Lo died of old age, completed procedures without further investigation. As war kept everyone busy, such natural life cycles were most usual, they've grown accustomed. Hell. 8th layer. Gloomy aura pervades the cave of grievances. A black giant beast phantom emerged out of nowhere, looking fearful, muttering. That damned Lo almost got me too, is this what he called a level 7 late-stage expert? It looked at its stomach's horrific wound. Almost healed, yet indicated the Dusk Palace Master held power to break defenses and wound it. Having maneuvered through hell for millennia, the black prison beast was acutely aware of danger. Luckily, I'm hidden, residing in hell, the Dusk Palace Master shouldn't trouble me, but must stay prepared, heard in the wizard world, this one is notable. Thinking this, the black prison beast contacted an acquaintance. A projection appeared in the void, an alluring figure of unprecedented beauty, front to back, tempting, but alas, a skull atop. Esteemed sister, recall interacting with the Dusk Palace Master, how's his strength? This skull, indeed the death demoness. Unexpectedly, turn out, she's the black prison beast's esteemed sister. Death demoness said. What? Troubled the Dusk Palace master. Black prison beast said. No, just upon request, briefly clashed with him, then retreated, should be unknown to him, no knowledge of my whereabouts. Death demoness said. Mind your own interests, this one is powerful, with deep backing, hard to provoke, even my sister Lady Whitebone is rather wary. Black prison beast gasped. What? Lady Whitebone is a level 9 expert. Death demoness sneered. The Dusk Palace master's growth potential is horrifying, bound to reach level 9 eventually, just a matter of time, so after stealing my netherworld soul date tree, I didn't confront him. Black prison beast fretted. What now? You're clever, help me devise a plan. Death demoness said. To be cautious, to avoid discovery, better leave the 8th layer, go to the 9th layer, wizard methods are diverse, you're not entirely safe. Chapter 2210. The black prison beast was distressed, unexpectedly this troublesome. All right, I'll listen to you. I'll go to the 9th layer to lay low, and when it's safe, I'll come back. Land of Darkness. A world of swamps. In the underwater palace, Blood Vortex Venerable's eyes flickered. He had already sensed that his most important and strongest duplication had died, and not of old age, but was killed by the Dusk Palace master. The path of a wizard seems indeed impassable. With lifespan stuck here, without outstanding talent and fortune, it all ends up as nothing. The Dusk Palace master is indeed tough, no wonder he's worth a Turtle King fruit. Now he's thoroughly grown, without level 9, it's hard to take him down. But if level 9 makes a move, it's easy to be sensed by the Wizard Council's powerhouses, losing more than gaining. Now ordinary methods are difficult to work, individual strength is ultimately limited. I can only spread hatred, letting more people join us, join the crusade against the Twilight Demon. Bury the wizard civilization and the Dusk Palace master together. A month later. Lo's troubles were resolved, and Levi suddenly felt much lighter, and the lingering danger perception was no longer so intense and urgent. Previously, in the forsaken land of the god, there seemed to be an unknown existence targeting him, but now he no longer felt that hostility. Levi didn't know the reason, but it was a good thing. While he enjoyed striking back to seize treasures, it did not mean he enjoyed being in danger. Moreover, Levi heard that not long ago, the Lo wizard's funeral had already ended. Both his organization, the Death Tower, and the Wizard Council treated Lo's death as a normal passing. Because Lo himself was not far from the end of his lifespan and could have died of old age at any time, as 7 circle wizards only had an average lifespan of 3,000 years, some might die naturally by 2,900. With this, Levi's previous worries were no longer an issue, and Lo from then on became a thing of the past. The 100 Flowers and the Gundor 3 heroes returned to the god-forsaken continent, starting their demon-hunting journey. Triss went back to the ancient dragon continent to continue her research into the Nightmare series potions. During this time, Levi also completed inventory of Lo's spoils, which turned out to be quite measly. As a 7-circle perfection wizard, he only had 300 million Tai stone cash, no soul stone, no oddities, just one 7-circle soul artifact, which had been broken by the Heavenly Star Sword formation. There were just some decent primordial soul spells, which Levi kept as spares. After inventory, the most valuable was a treasure used to control the blood slaughter bat dragon, named the Dragon Trapping Lock, a level 8 exotic treasure. Its only function was to control Dragon Clan, any sub-dragons, dragon descendant, including level 8 and below pure-blooded dragons, could be forcibly controlled by this exotic treasure. However, its control effect was far inferior to Levi's Dragon's Might and Crimson Enslavement. It seems Lo was desperate to ascend to the 8th circle, but ultimately fell short. Even if I didn't kill him, he wouldn't have lived much longer. Of course, Lo still left Levi a good thing. A bright moon-level death anomaly item, coincidentally located in Dragonfall Valley where Levi often went, which Lo frequently visited as well. He went to check immediately, and indeed it was so, but it was still in gestation, carefully hidden and nurtured by Lo. Death sect oddities were rare, and Levi was quite looking forward to it. As for the black prison beast, Levi hadn't gone to trouble it for the time being. Given his current strength, it wasn't easy to capture it, so he decided to improve himself further before going, to avoid alerting it. Nightmare World. The heavenly slaughter dragon general, blood slaughter bat dragon soared high in the sky. Behind it, numerous dragon generals followed closely, all excited to see a level 8 dragon clan join the dragon palace. Immediately, with the new member, they familiarized themselves with the nightmare world, which would be their second home from now on. A month after joining the new organization, the blood slaughter bat dragon found the experience surprisingly good, with the new master indeed not abusing it, just occasionally doing some routine blood checks, saying it was good for its health. It asked its fellow dragon palace mates, who all said it was true. Besides, it got to eat the dragon scale fruit, a holy relic of the dragon clan, which the stingy Lo wouldn't buy for it even at auctions. It could be said that the blood slaughter bat dragon's achievements today were all due to its own efforts. By comparison, the dragon palace was still quite appealing, filled with like-minded, simple-hearted dragon clan brothers and sisters. Especially as it even assigned mates. The Dragon King said as long as they worked hard, they'd have everything. It even met pure-blooded dragon clan ash dragons and the legendary creature water disaster giant ape. My goodness, it really had stumbled into an organization with infinite light and future. The wind dust dragon, gradually accepting its identity as heavenly leisure dragon general, felt similarly. The ancient Banyan fairyland was truly a paradise, with no need to face the covetous eyes of the external wizards, just freely growing here and exploring new worlds in the nightmare world. Levi rested in Triss's wizard tower, standing by the window, looking at the distant dragon clan, with a heart full of joy from his gains. Triss said. I remember, during the auction, wasn't that pure-blooded giant dragon, the guardian of the sleeping dragon realm, inviting you? Levi replied. Yes, that dragon senior even saved me once. Later, it went to sleep, probably due to the battle with the Black Sunday. When it wakes up, I'll visit and thank it personally. Triss joked. I just feel that someday you could gather all the wizards' dragon clan into your harem. Levi smiled and thought to himself. I hope so. Half a year later. Land of Darkness. A small abandoned plain. The black dragon wizard looked at the intelligence from his subordinates, his expression shocked. The Dusk Palace Master is still alive, but Lo is dead. From the ugly face of Blood Vortex Venerable, Lo's actions must have failed, thus he was counter-killed by the Dusk Palace Master. I knew it, the Dusk Palace Master who could kill a level 8 demon isn't easy to deal with. Fortunately, I made a decisive decision and gave up right away. Although the Turtle King fruit is good, one needs to be alive to claim it. The Black Dragon Wizard, who narrowly avoided disaster, felt fortunate for his wisdom. Chapter 2211. In life, one must learn to reconcile with oneself. If you can't win, then give up. The Black Dragon Wizard thought to himself. In the future, I will never proactively participate in the Dusk Palace Master's hunting operations. Whoever wants to go can go, as for Gonduf, some planning can be done. This person is an important leader in the body refining department and a body refining genius, surely possessing many good items. Especially Gonduf's body tempering technique, if I can obtain it and compare and verify it with mine, I might be able to step into the Nine Rings body refining realm. However, Gonduf is always with the other two, so I must find a chance to get him alone. When faced with the Dusk Palace Master, the Black Dragon Wizard lacked confidence. However, against Gonduf, who only has a 7-ring ordinary cultivation, he's still confident. In the path of magic spells, he indeed doesn't excel currently, but in the body refining path, he wouldn't allow anyone in the wizard world to outmatch him. He, the Black Dragon Wizard, is the true king of body refining. In the Blood River world. In the sky, a blood moon hangs high. A vast blood-colored river flows majestically from an unknown origin to an unknown destination, forming a ring encircling the Blood River world. Countless tributaries, like blood vessel threads, stretch into the void. Every now and then one can see true souls of the Blood Clan surging into the main artery from these tributaries, disappearing without a trace. Within the Blood River, powerful auras are entrenched. Among them, a giant beast with a height of 3,000 meters and ferocious blood scales covering its body opened its eyes, looking somewhat surprised. So, Lo, was defeated after all. It's good I didn't go myself. I didn't expect the Dusk Palace Master to have grown to such an extent. No wonder Lord Blood God holds him in such high regard. The passage of time is eternal. 4 years later, in the year 490 of Nora. In the Endless Sea, Outer Region Zone 12. A now 14-year-old Levi opened the demon slaying list. His points had already reached 500 million. Meanwhile, the Destruction Realm Thunder in second place had only 380 million, and both the Light Divine Sword and Hand of Fire God barely broke the 300 million mark. He was far ahead, and for a long time, no one could surpass him. Scrolling down the leaderboard, Elena had also become a master in the top 20, with 49 million points and 44 million war merits. In a few years, she should be able to exchange for a Bright Moon artifact. Her rapid progress is attributable to the Wizard Tower and her companion spiritual creature. The Gundor 3 heroes had all made it into the top 30 on the leaderboard, with Gondif at 40 million points, Lord Victor at 39 million, and Holy Infant at 38.9 million. These three brothers not only stick together all day but also closely follow each other on the points leaderboard, probably due to their cooperative demon hunting efforts, where the war merits are divided quite evenly. In past years, the Gundor 3 heroes' demon lord hunts have been comparable to those of an ace battle group, accumulating a considerable amount of materials and capital for their arrays, weapon making, and pharmaceutical endeavors. Solar Ya of the Mountain Giant Wizard group saw a significant increase in war merits after advancing to 7 rings perfection, and as she started demon hunting early, her points exceed those of the 100 Flowers, already surpassing 50 million. Vice Commander Laplace has points around 30 million. It is now the 276th year since the blood battle began, and this civil war has lasted almost 300 years, as long as a mundane dynasty's lifespan, yet it remains only in its early stages. In recent years, all 7 ring wizards in the top 20 of the leaderboard have exchanged for Bright Moon artifacts through their efforts, achieving a qualitative leap in strength, significantly enhancing the overall power of the 7 ring wizards. For ordinary 7 ring wizards, exchanging 7 ring limited sun refining artifacts while at the 7 ring realm is unrealistic. If they have the ability, they will definitely prioritize advancing to the 8th circle to pursue the 8 ring limited sun refining artifacts. But for the freakish existences in the top 10 of the leaderboard, like the Light Divine Sword and Gatling, they are likely to stay in the realm for a while before advancing to the 8th circle. On one hand, it's to brand more witch marks, and on the other hand, it's to exchange for sun refining artifacts, then advance to the 8th circle perfectly, and continue working hard to exchange for 8 ring limited sun refining artifacts. So far, though the wizard world has lost many primordial soul wizards, many new primordial souls have been born. These wizards, forged through centuries of war, have the potential to advance further and become pillars of the wizard world. On the 7th level demon slaying list, Supernova Link, with the 6th circle senior cultivation, used the secret sword array to break into the top 20 on the leaderboard. The number of demon lords who died at his hands has exceeded 10, even including some late-stage level 6 demons. Link also exchanged for his own Morning Star artifact. Unfortunately, it wasn't of the metal faction. He spent some effort and exchanged with someone to obtain the Silver King badge, a Morning Star level oddity. After refining it, the benefits were manifold. Besides enhancing spiritual force, he acquired the metal faction's characteristic talent, Silver Will. Being already a child of gold element, he now shines even brighter. Additionally, Link obtained his life's first companion spiritual creature named Silver King Sword Armor. Although he had refined many earth and sky level oddities, he hadn't gained a companion spiritual being before. The Silver King Sword Armor is extremely unique, taking the form of armor, and when used, the companion spiritual creature manifests around him, transforming into a silver battle armor. Protruding from the back of the armor are blades like a sword-toothed dragon, looking incredibly stylish, capable of being launched at enemies, hence named Sword Armor. The Sword Armor is a perfect fit with Link's sword array techniques. Since its inception, Link has become unbeatable in battles of the same level. The average 6th circle perfection wizard is simply not his match. Chapter 2212. As for Link's abilities in the Chi sect, they have also progressed rapidly, and he is now a level 5 Chi sect member. If he can attain the Shattering Void like Victor and comprehend the Shattered Invisible Sword Chi, he will be even more adept on the battlefield. Looking back, Victor and Link, through the road of the White Emperor Sword sect, have once again brought more attention to the declining Golden Stone Chi sect. Young men and women of the Panda clan now frequently set their sights on the Golden Stone sect, dreaming of becoming sword cultivators, slaying demons, and galloping across the battlefield. Similarly, the Supernova Fire Dragon Knight, who belongs to the ancient Dragon Continent, has become even more formidable after advancing to level 6 late stage. Along with the Fire Dragon Apostle group under his command, he has made a significant name in the wizard world, becoming a combat organization comparable to the elite wizard groups. The Fire Dragon Knight currently ranks 15th on the demon slaying list, competing with an array of 600-year or older 6th circle perfection old monsters. He has many admirers in the wizard world, including several primordial soul witches from top wizard organizations, who are both extremely beautiful and have high statuses. But the Fire Dragon Knight isn't very interested. If someone wants to become his woman, they must join the ancient dragon continent, otherwise, there are too many restrictions and troubles. In addition, the names Blood Knight and Black Knight have both appeared in the top 100 of the 7th level demon slaying list, ensuring that it's not just the solitary brilliance of the Fire Dragon Knight, the exposure for knights is more than ample. The Shadow Queen, one of the twins, ranks 17th on the list. After refining the Morning Star level oddity Shadow Dragon's Heart, her shadow army, including the ability of shadow magic, has significantly improved. Moreover, she has birthed an accompanying spiritual creature, Lonely Shadow Flying Dragon, which possesses a powerful ability to traverse and ensure survival, and can summon a small number of shadow creatures for combat, greatly enhancing the Shadow Queen's combat capabilities far beyond her actual realm. Levi took stock, and surprisingly, the ancient dragon continent occupies 4 seats within the top 100 of the 7th level demon slaying list, which is much better than he had expected. The competition on the 6th circle wizards list is far more intense than on the 7th circle, with thousands of level 6 experts vying for the supreme position. And traditional factions like Earth, Fire, Wind, and Water, are giants occupying half of the territory. Time flies, not only I, but everyone is progressing. Less than 30 years remain until the next opening of the ancient tower. Levi originally planned to obtain the shadow emblem before entering the ancient tower, refine it, and further improve his strength. When he enters the ancient tower again, he has confidence in capturing the Spider King, gaining another general, and at the same time, bringing back the remains of the Wind Illusion Dragon. However, he is still short of 1.1 billion war merits. Calculations show that he must ensure to gain at least 40 million war merits annually to accomplish this goal. After slaying the demon fish Venerable, he later killed a level 8 early stage flame demon, gaining 20 million points. If he can guarantee to hunt down one level 8 demon annually, this goal won't be difficult to achieve. But the difficulty lies in the fact that the demons have become wiser. Knowing that Levi is hunting level 8 demons, they have dispatched more level 8 demons accordingly. Each region now has at least 2 or 3 level 8 guardians deployed, and includes even level 8 mid-stage and late-stage demons. Levi, though capable of hunting level 8 demons, finds himself somewhat overwhelmed against so many. Moreover, the demons are analyzing and deciphering Levi's methods. For every inch of gain Levi makes, the demons advance by a mile, leading to a prolonged strategic standoff. Forget it, I mustn't rush. I've been too eager for success these years. Anyway, I'm far ahead, as long as I can exchange for the Shadow Emblem and the Flame Emperor's sword before advancing to the 8th circle, that'll be enough. Levi has learned to reconcile with himself, no longer always demanding too much of himself. As Gatling said, there's no need to strain too hard. Over the years of full-time demon hunting, his mind has been tense with no room for slack, and fatigue has set in. He plans to calm down, return to the ancient dragon continent for a period of cultivation, and simultaneously study the supreme divine talisman, balancing work and rest. Returning to the human realm, outer sea region. Levi frowned, and his right eyeglass lens appeared. In his vision, a barely visible demonic aura extended into the void, drifting towards the distant direction of the ancient dragon continent. This demonic aura is at level 8. Levi immediately concealed himself and pursued, stopping after a short while, and cast his gaze forward. He saw that ahead in the void, the heavens and earth were collapsing, and the 10,000 Jin sea turned into a monstrous wave. The figures of 2 level 8 aura-emitting experts intersected and dashed back and forth, stirring the surrounding earth's energies with every move, shattering everything. One of them was clad in black scale armor, tall and slender, wielding an ancient bright silver spear, yet was an alien woman about 10 meters in height, appearing somewhat similar to a human. Behind her, silver armor and copper armor puppets assembled into a combat array, exuding formidable might. Countless arrows shot forth from those puppets' hands, transforming into beams, raining down upon the enemy. Her adversary was an level 8 demon, its form illusionary, its body covered with thousands of faces morphing constantly, yet its facial surface was smooth and blank without features. The overwhelming demonic aura transformed into a multitude of black pythons, twisting menacingly towards the alien woman. Distorted faces flew out, wailing and attacking, letting out shrill cries. It's actually a formless demon. Up to now, Levi had never killed an level 8 or even a level 7 formless demon. Such demons are too adept at hiding and disguising themselves. Even though Levi can track demonic auras, it's very hard to detect them, as finding them is time-consuming and not cost-effective. Chapter 2213. The formless demon is quite rare, and combined with its powerful disguise ability, it typically serves as a special force for demons, thus its value is high, several times that of other level 8 demons. As for the female alien race, Levi had never seen her, but those silver and copper armor puppets around her reminded him of an exploration of a new world long ago, where he had seen similar artifacts around the Tomb Lord. He had even taken 2 with him, letting Holy Infant research them to produce alchemical creatures. I never imagined that after hundreds of years, the Tomb Lord is still in the wizard world. On the other side, the female alien race battling the formless demon furrowed her brow slightly, seemingly sensing someone nearby, but with a formidable enemy before her, she dared not relax. Her real name is Louise, a princess of the ancient Tomb race, a humanoid race. Her father is the ruler of the Tomb Plane from the ancient Tomb race, the Nine Dragons Emperor, Saint Keith. A long time ago, she started wandering the land of darkness alone to explore the outside world, beginning a prolonged journey across plains. During this time, she was severely injured by powerful pirates in the land of darkness. To heal her injuries, she set up a tomb in a mid-size plane according to the traditions of the ancient Tomb race, healing through hibernation. Unexpectedly, when she awoke, she found herself transported to the wizard world due to plane convergence. Later, she clashed with the frontier battle group exploring the new world, repelled the wizards, and returned to the land of darkness. The ancient Tomb race belongs to the longevity species, and her lifespan is long. With nothing to do, she transformed into an ordinary person to experience life in the wizard world, sampling the culture of foreign lands, while also looking for the thief who stole her puppet long ago. Once bored of playing, she planned to return to her dull old home. Who would have thought the wizard world was so fascinating? She played for hundreds of years. 300 years ago, the shadow of a blood battle began to envelop the wizard world. Louise suddenly thought of her father alone at home, the Nine Dragons Emperor. Worried the blood battle would spread to the Tomb Plane, she endeavored with great effort to return to the ancient Tomb race. And then, she saw what she least wanted to see. Indeed, the ancient Tomb race had been invaded by demons too. A powerful presence from the 434th layer of the abyss, Shadow Demon Queen Rixa, was leading countless shadow demon armies, along with many summoned shadow creatures, attacking the Tomb Plane. The war was nearing its end. The Shadow Demon Queen is a demon lord from beyond the 400th layer of the abyss, possessing formidable power, capable of slaying gods. Although her father was strong, he was no match. After 100 years of resistance, he ultimately was defeated. The ancient Tomb race suffered heavy casualties. He and the commanders of the ancient Tomb race fought to the death to let the fire of the ancient Tomb race escape from the Tomb Plane, searching for a new path in the land of darkness. As the ruler, he vowed to live and die with the Tomb Plane. Before his fall, her father released all 9 legendary level dragon race used to pull chariots, granting them freedom, and managed to send away the strong members, princes and princesses of the ancient Tomb race, including herself. She saw with her own eyes in the land of darkness the invincible 9 Dragons Emperor, who had made the ancient Tomb race great, perish and disappear, and the Tomb Plane taken over by abyss demons, its plane spirit devoured by the Shadow Demon Queen. Then, the Tomb Plane vanished. All civilizations defeated by demons, all occupied planes will ultimately become part of the abyss. This is the origin of bottomless abyss. The abyss is like a black hole vortex, constantly devouring the civilizations of the multidimensional plane. Even a large civilization like the ancient Tomb race could only hold on for 100 years before the powerful abyss. After Louise left, she continued to wander in the land of darkness, then returned to the wizard world once more. In her opinion, perhaps only the wizard civilization in the entire Sauron plane could resist the abyss longer. Moreover, she learned that the Shadow Demon Queen, who killed her father, had also arrived near Nora. The wizard civilization happened to lift the restrictions on alien races, recruiting talents to combat the abyss. With her level 8 strength, Louise easily joined the wizard civilization, becoming part of the war. Through earning war merit, she exchanged for resources and treasures of the wizard world, advancing her cultivation, striving to reach level 9 soon to secure a place. By then, she could find the wandering ancient Tomb race and find a new world to place them, making them a subsidiary civilization of the wizard civilization, losing some freedom but gaining the shelter of this giant ship amidst the chaotic times. These years, she secretly contacted a pure-blood dragon clan that once pulled chariots for her father, a level 9 expert. Being the youngest among the 9-headed giant dragons, it ranked 9th, hence it was called Uncle 9. Uncle 9 said that if she could establish herself in a foreign land, it also wishes to join, and could serve as a guardian for the organization Louise establishes. This reignited hope within Louise. She only desires to continuously hunt demons and grow stronger, hoping that one day she can personally kill the Shadow Demon Queen to avenge her father. Recently, after decades of investigation, she finally found a clue about a formless demon. Its name is Ghost-Faced Venerable, Phase. This formless demon participated in the invasion war against the ancient Tomb race. As a spy for the Shadow Demon Queen, it infiltrated the ancient Tomb race, hastening their demise, indirectly causing harm to Louise's mother. After gathering intelligence, Louise immediately led her puppet army to attack. Chapter 2214. The Ghost-Faced Venerable sneered coldly. "Remnants of the ancient Tomb clan, you're no match for me." Louise's expression changed, but she remained silent. The silver spear transformed into a giant dragon, soaring and flying on the battlefield, entangled in a deadly dance with the black python formed from demonic aura. Ever since the downfall of the ancient Tomb clan, she had only one goal in her heart: to eradicate all demons in the world. Even if she couldn't achieve it, she would fight for it, with no regrets even in death. Suddenly, the sea surged violently. On the sea surface, a shadow 3,000 meters long sliced through the waters, charging out. It was a giant fish with a head full of tentacles, covered in black scales and oozing with slime. It turned out to be a level 8 early-stage bottom-dwelling fish demon. Its name was Blackfish Venerable Morris. The ghost-faced Venerable shouted. "Morris, come quickly to assist me. Kill these remnants of the ancient Tomb clan." The fish demon shook its body, transforming into a brawny man over 100 meters tall, covered in black scales, holding a steel fork, surrounded by black water beneath his feet, exuding an extraordinary aura. "Kakik, Fizz, this woman is not bad. Let's spare her life for now so I can enjoy her before we kill her." The bottom-dwelling fish demon was one of the more lecherous existences among demons, showing a keen interest in females of various alien races. Over the years, it had kidnapped and violated countless human women. Some even bore monstrous half-human, half-demon offspring. Seeing Louise's robust figure, it drooled, drooling incessantly. "Another helper." Louise's expression shifted slightly. Although she had a trump card, it was meant to save her life in front of level 9 and above strong opponents. Using it here would be unwise. "Father said," Sauron said, "as long as you have a mountain, there's always firewood to burn. It's better to retreat for now." The puppet combat array behind Louise unleashed thousands of rays of brilliance, erupting in full force. Trying to escape. Too late. The Blackfish Venerable deflected the attacks with his steel fork, his facial tentacles piercing into the void and emerging behind Louise, aiming to grab her slender waist with defined ABS. The ghost-faced Venerable further took out an ancient mirror-like object, chanting incantations. However, the mirror emitted a black light, pulling Louise, who had slipped into the void, out of it. "Humph, with the chaotic sky demon mirror granted to me by the Great Commander, you still want to escape." The chaotic sky demon mirror was a level 8 exotic treasure, crafted by a strongest weapon craftsman from the Avoid Demon clan. This magic mirror had the ability to disrupt space and interfere with escape methods, while also serving for defense, making it extremely formidable. Demons rarely used magic tools, and even rarer were the exotic treasures, mostly relying on their powerful bodies and spell-like abilities for combat. Yet the ghost-faced Venerable possessed such a formidable exotic treasure, which was truly unexpected. Louise's expression showed a hint of unease. She was once again entangled by the Blackfish Venerable, engaged in battle together. Simultaneously, she reckoned whether she should use the trump card or wait for allies to come to her aid. The ghost-faced Venerable transformed into a nearly 10,000-meter-long stout black python, opening its bloodthirsty mouth, attempting to swallow Louise, as she fought two foes, falling into a disadvantage quickly. As the three strong foes clashed, suddenly a silver thunder mountain descended from the sky, enveloping the ghost-faced Venerable, surrounded by the wind illusion realm, altering his expression. "Who is it?" The black python's tail swept around, shattering the void wherever it went. Within the turbulent space, a black armored swordsman wielded a sword, slashing a dazzling stunning rainbow sword energy, stretching for hundreds of miles. The black python's tail shattered with a bang, scattering into numerous black gas. Then, the black python shook its body, transforming into a black crow, stirring up a violent wind as it rushed into the lofty sky. Countless black crow feathers shot out, exuding a murderous aura. "It's you, Dusk Palace Master." The black crow spoke in a human voice, shouting harshly. Levi muttered to himself. "Demon spirit transformation, is it?" Though the formless demon was relatively weak on its own, after reaching level 6, it could comprehend one power. They called it demon spirit transformation. This technique was akin to Sun Wukong's 72 transformations, imitating any form. It's said that the formless demon clan distinguished power levels by the number of forms they could transform into. Mastering one form signified level 6. Mastering 3 forms indicated level 7. And so on. Mastering 6 forms was level 8, mastering 9 forms was level 9. If one could master 18 transformations, they would be the most powerful of the formless demons. They could transform into the swimming dark whale, possessing its formidable strength, into the legendary dragon clan, with its abnormal defense, or into giants and other legends, and even mythical creatures. This transformation wasn't merely an illusion. During the transformation period, they could possess the special attributes and even spell-like abilities of these powerful beings. Therefore, the faceless King Jupiter Lex could dwell at the abyss bottom, being outstanding even among level 10. Levi activated the rock and snake path, sometimes soaring like an eagle in the 9 heavens, sometimes moving unpredictably like a swimming snake, navigating through the black feathers. The 9-colored emperor emerged from behind, chanting incantations, and 7 rounds of blue suns appeared around the ghost-faced venerable, exploding simultaneously. Rumbling. The sky-shattering explosion engulfed the black crow. But from the sea of fire emerged a giant beast akin to a pangolin. Its carapace was pitch black, much of it blown away, leaving its flesh and blood mangled. On the other side, as Louise fought with the black fish venerable, she glanced over. "It's him." This person, Louise knew who it was. It was the thief who had once stolen her puppets in the ancient tomb. Unfortunately, even though she knew, she had no intention of doing anything about it. After returning from the ancient tomb plane, this person had advanced at a terrifying speed to become the supernova of the wizard world, and recently even slain a level 8 demon. Just 2 level 6 puppets, Louise had long forgotten. Chapter 2215. Unexpectedly, he was actually rescued by her today. Her heart settled, and her spear, like a silver dragon, launched a series of dense attacks at Blackfish Venerable, causing the latter to repeatedly cry out in pain. Clearly, in a one-on-one fight, it was not Louise's match. Although ghost-faced Venerable was skilled in 6 transformations, its strength was not significantly stronger than the demon fish Venerable that Levi had slain in the past. The forms of Black Snake and Black Crow were both dismantled by Levi one by one. When it transformed into a pangolin, although its physical defense increased, its speed was compromised. In the face of Levi's superior movement, it could only become a target, constantly being attacked. Its means were intercepted one by the 9-colored Emperor. In addition, the sea snakes and giant sharks transformed by the 4 sea spirit soldiers constantly harassed it. After Levi advanced to 7 rings perfection, the strength of the spiritual weapons also soared. Each one reached the level of a level 7 middle stage, and even when facing a level 8, they could hold out for a long time without shattering upon contact. The Mya spirit also attacked from the swirling clouds, and the eagles screeched intensely. Moreover, the shadows of the slain demon fish Venerable and the level 8 flame demon all emerged. 7 level 7 experts ganged up, and even ghost-faced Venerable was overwhelmed. After all, although the gap between level 7 and level 8 is vast, it is not insurmountable. When it saw its previous colleagues had actually been turned into vengeful ghosts by the Dusk Palace Master, it was terrified, its soul shaken. This person can actually convert slain enemies into shadow creatures. No wonder he can control so many in the shadow army. If he were to grow stronger, that would be terrifying. Ghost-faced Venerable knew that even with a level 8 exotic treasure, it was not a match for the Dusk Palace Master. If trapped in a fierce battle, it would certainly die. A black light shot straight into the sky, and the Silver Thunder Mountain and Wind Illusion Realm shattered consecutively. Ghost-faced Venerable used the chaotic Sky Demon Mirror to shatter the void, fleeing alone and abandoning all teammates. In fact, it hoped for the demon fish Venerable to delay the enemy, creating an opportunity for its escape. After slipping into the void, before it could catch its breath, ghost-faced Venerable's expression changed. It saw the Dusk Palace Master's legs pierced into its body like steel nails. A long sword swung, cutting the flesh like a meat grinder. Madman! Ghost-faced Venerable transformed into a black python again, crashing wildly through the void. The void is a dangerous place, containing things like void vortexes and void creatures, which even primordial soul wizards cannot comprehend. Therefore, while many use void travel to escape, very few actually fight in the void. In an instant, ghost-faced Venerable, dragging Levi, traveled 1,000 miles. Unable to sustain void travel for long, it was forced to land on the sea surface, reverting to its original formless demon form. The sea water churned, 2 massive water hands rose to snatch the formless demon, dragging it into the deep sea. Beneath the sea, Lopez is invincible. It was at level 7 peak, now holding the advantages of time and terrain. A full force blow caused ghost-faced Venerable's body to crack, demon blood flowing. In the limitless path state, Levi's back extended, ribs flared outward, transforming into 8 chains of flesh, piercing ghost-faced Venerable's body, wantonly destroying it. His hands transformed into chain sword shapes, rotating and slicing wildly. Ghost-faced Venerable's expression was vacant. Is this a human? Surely, this is a demon. It transformed into a giant whale, ramming into Lopez, its massive fin sweeping through the sky. Boom! Like swatting a fly, Levi, who was wreaking havoc, was flattened with a slap. Ha ha ha, serves you right. Ghost-faced Venerable laughed out loud, continuing to strike, only to see that puddle of blood quickly coalesce and reform into Levi's shape. Meanwhile, the 9-colored Emperor's great sword descended, severing the whale fin. A thunder beast exploded beneath the water, and the parasitic black annihilation divine thunder drilled into ghost-faced Venerable's body. The crimson corruption and other negative toxins also invaded the wounds, starting to spread. Ghost-faced Venerable, seeing this, was in utter despair. How can this be? Indestructible. Ghost-faced Venerable attempted to escape using the chaotic sky demon mirror again. The 9-colored Emperor chanted a new spell, finishing the incantation. Primordial Soul Spell, Absolute Ice Point. The Emperor pointed a finger, a blue ray shot into ghost-faced Venerable's body, vanishing like a stone in the sea. Ghost-faced Venerable sneered internally. This kind of spell isn't even enough to tickle. Yet, before it finished laughing, it found in horror that it couldn't move. Its blood, heart and brain all stopped at that moment. Even the surrounding sea water seemed to freeze in slow motion, suspended in mid-air. Levi was overjoyed. The Absolute Ice Point succeeded in a real fight on a level 8 mighty enemy for the first time. It seemed he was lucky today, and it was worth activating Absolute Luck and casting the luck-changing coin spell before attacking luck had its use indeed. Even though it lasted just a moment, it halted the demon fish Venerable's escape. Seizing the opportunity, Levi activated full power enhancement modes, and with the 9-colored Emperor, they struck their great swords at ghost-faced Venerable's neck. Boom! Boom! 2 successive terrifying blasts of sword chi decapitated the demon's head. To prevent its immortality, the Emperor summoned one fire dragon tribulation after another, casting it upon the severed neck. Rumble! The explosive force from within blew the formless demon's body apart. A frightened demon soul tried to escape into the void, but was snatched by the Emperor's large hand. Encompassed by 9-colored radiance, the flames and lightning virtually incinerated it. Ensuring the demon soul could cause no harm, Levi opened the ancient Banyan fairyland, where Leon trapped it using webs and injected poison. Chapter 2216. Then die here. Before long, the demon soul vanished into thin air and dissipated into nothingness. The shadow army emerged and spread out in all directions, collecting the scattered pieces of flesh one by one, including the formless demon crystal core, heart and brain. These are important materials for pharmacy and might be useful in the future. Levi held an ancient mirror in his hands, his face filled with joy. A treasure with the ability to disrupt space is truly rare, I've struck it lucky. He had personally witnessed the formless demon merely reflecting the mirror, causing the female alien race to fall out of the void. With this rare treasure, it would be much easier to confront level 8 powerhouses in the future. On the other side, seeing Levi return safely, the Blackfish Venerable realized that the ghost-faced Venerable was likely in peril. With a flick of its tail, it spewed black ink covering a radius of 100 miles, disrupting perception, then vanished from Louise's sight like a squid. Louise looked anxious and hastily exclaimed, Don't go. She threw her long spear, flying toward the void. Although Levi had the chaotic sky demon mirror, he had yet to study how to use it. He tried attacking as well, but the demon had already fled. Retrieving her long spear, Louise felt somewhat discouraged. Once the Emperor's daughter, she had never fallen to such a low point as today. Reflecting on this, she couldn't help but stomp her foot lightly. Realizing there were others behind her, her face turned slightly red, and she sighed softly. Such a pity, letting him escape. But still, thank you for stepping in and helping me out. Levi smiled and said. You're welcome. I noticed you're wearing the Congress uniform. We're all Nora's compatriots and should naturally assist each other. Just now, that formless demon rewarded Levi with over 70 million points. Equivalent to 2 or 3 years of full-time demon hunting, it was a lucrative gain. If he could kill 10 more such demons, he could directly redeem the Shadow Emblem. In fact, if Levi wanted to redeem a 500 million value sun refining artifact, there was a prerequisite of killing 10 level 8 demons or 1 level 9. As for rare treasures like the Shadow Emblem, just enough war merit would suffice without these preconditions. Louise pondered for a moment and asked. Does the Dusk Palace Master still recognize me? Levi responded. I don't think I've ever met you. Louise then pulled out a puppet, smiling. Do you recognize this item? Levi appeared to have an epiphany. I did indeed come across such a puppet in some ancient ruins of the New World before. It turns out to be yours. I was unaware at the time, I hope you won't mind. If compensation is needed, I will oblige without hesitation. Louise sighed and said. There's no need for that. I am currently tasked with guarding a site in the New World. Would you like to visit my place? She thought to herself, this Dusk Palace Master is a talent who would surely become a major figure in the wizard world in the future. If she could establish a good relationship with him, fulfilling her future plans would be greatly beneficial. Moreover, she heard that on the ancient dragon continent where the Dusk Palace Master resides, there's instruction for all kinds, regardless of race. Whoever works for him can settle down and gain respect, something she has longed for. But as a level 8 powerhouse, lowering herself to seek him out would be inappropriate. Yet now was a golden opportunity. Hence, she used that puppet to start a conversation between the two. Also letting the Dusk Palace Master recognize that she is a magnanimous woman. Levi also wished to know this woman, thus he gladly agreed. On the journey, Louise asked. Sir Levi, is the formless demon dead? Levi replied. I killed it. Upon hearing this, Louise maintained her usual expression, but she couldn't help feeling astonished. Although the formless demon isn't skilled in direct combat, its demon spirit transformation abilities are proficient. I found it extremely difficult to kill such a demon, yet it was swiftly vanquished by a 7-circle perfect wizard. It seems he's indeed as rumored, the reincarnation of a legendary wizard, beyond normal understanding. She resolved to seize this opportunity to forge a good relationship with the Dusk Palace Master. Although it seemed somewhat opportunistic, for the sake of the ancient tomb race, it was worth it. Mist Continent. The former burial site where Louise lay in slumber. After allying with the Wizard Council, the official appoints Louise to guard this place, ensuring the smooth progress of opening up the area and hunting down demons nearby. Sir Levi, this is our ancient tomb race's heart cleansing tea. It should be quite useful for your wizard meditation. I generally only drink a sip before making breakthroughs. Louise assimilated to local customs, transforming to human size. She swapped her heavy black scale armor for a cool, breathable pale yellow gauze dress, letting her long, black, straight hair down, adding a touch of femininity. Levi took the heart-cleansing tea, gently smelled it, feeling refreshed and enlightened. It was as if he had consumed meditation supplementary potion. Good tea. He took a sip and praised it. Louise laughed and said. Sir, you truly trust me, not fearing harm from me. Levi smiled slightly. Miss Louise, I always assume the greatest goodwill in others. For one, the danger perception showed no signs. Secondly, given his physique, even if the tea were an 8-level poison, it would not be lethal to him. Seeing Louise's face with a melancholy expression, Levi asked. I recall the ancient tomb race is also a large plane, why have you allied with the wizard? Touched upon a sad topic, Louise replied. Our ancient tomb race has perished, flattened by the abyss over 100 years. She did not mention her princess identity, fearing unnecessary misunderstandings. Levi said. Apologies, I've been busy in seclusion these years, unaware of this. He felt firsthand the terror of the blood battle being so close. A large civilization guarded by level 10 strongmen had been eradicated within a century. The Nine Dragons Emperor, Saint Keith. If Levi remembered correctly, this person was ranked top 30 among Panplane level 10 strongmen. With a look of grief, Louise narrated the sad story of the ancient tomb race, and unknowingly, they chatted till star night. As Levi was about to leave, Louise said, "Sir Levi, would you still want the heart-cleansing tea?" Levi laughed and said, "No deed, no reward. Such a valuable thing, lady should keep it for herself." Chapter 2217. Louise was slightly taken aback, clearly not expecting Levi to refuse so decisively. She smiled and said, "Heart-cleansing tea is good, but for a level 8 powerhouse, it's not very useful. However, for level 6 and level 7, it's quite noticeable. Sir, you have not been unrewarded, I am grateful for you helping me out and listening to my troubles." Levi thought for a moment and said, "Then, it's better to comply than to resist." "Thank you, madam." Louise flicked her fingers, and a bottle carved from white jade appeared. Levi took it, opened it, and found it was indeed the tea leaves just mentioned. Louise said, "1 leaf of this tea is enough for a brew, and the effect lasts for a day. It's best used once a week and should be compatible with your meditation supplementary potion. Sir Levi, if you run out, you can come find me." Levi thought to himself that this woman must have some request. However, this heart-cleansing tea is indeed a good thing. He asked, "Do you have tea tree seeds or saplings, madam? Better to teach one to fish than to give them fish." With the spring of immortality, ancient Banyan fairyland, Alan Gold, and these farming tools from the Shell Demon clan, Levi has always believed in growing things himself rather than relying on others. Louise paused for a moment and said, "Tea tree seeds? There's none, but I do have a section of the original root of the heart-cleansing tea tree, which I brought when I left home. However, I gave it to a wizard." She joined the wizard council and naturally had to offer good things to find a matchmaker. She inquired through friends she met back then and got to know a wizard who worked at the Alien Affairs Administration. That wizard had 8-circle perfect cultivation, called Divine Gold Witch King Florio. This person is considered a prominent figure in the wizard world, with power and influence. It is said he was born into the Letny family, one of the 6 pagodas of the Endless Sea. He was the previous family leader and later got promoted to deputy director of the central administration before settling in the central realm. At that time, Louise didn't have anything good on her, so she gave the tea tree root as a gift to the deputy director. He accepted the gift and indeed helped her secure a nice position. Seeing Louise in difficulty, Levi smiled and said, "If there's none, so be it. If there were, I could buy it for a high price." Louise apologized. "Sorry, I really don't have any." She hesitated for a moment and said, "Sir Levi, I hope we can become friends." Levi said, "I'm a simple person. As long as others treat me sincerely, I won't shortchange them." Louise smiled sweetly. "Thank you." Watching Levi's figure as he walked away, Louise let out a sigh of relief. Although things are far from done, establishing a relationship with him made her feel that the ancient tomb race had a future and hope. Ancient Banyan Fairyland. After mingling on the battlefield for so many years, Levi hadn't rested much. He was soaking blissfully in the spring of immortality at the small stone pond, relieving his fatigue. On the stone table beside him was the freshly brewed heart-cleansing tea. Through Levi's research, the effects of heart-cleansing tea were indeed magical. After drinking a cup, the next day provided good effects for wizard meditation, even cultivation breathing techniques and training combat techniques, as if it could bring one into a realm of absolute concentration, free of desires and self. For wizards below the 6th circle, this also works, but it's somewhat a waste. The 8th circle should also have effects, though greatly diminished. Therefore, it's most cost-effective for 6th circle and 7th circle cultivation. He divided the tea into several small portions, giving one each to his duplication, Elena and Triss. Although not much in quantity, it's enough for a period of cultivation. It's a pity this is a specialty of the ancient tomb race, and there's no way to propagate it. Otherwise, if I plant a tea grove in my ancient Banyan fairyland, that would be a true human realm fairyland, where wizards can simply inhale and calm their minds, enhancing meditation efficiency. Though Louise seems to have requests, she doesn't seem to have ill intentions, let's see what she really wants to do next, though it's wise not to get too close. Over the years, with Levi's rising status, many came bearing gifts hoping to ask for favors, but Levi refused them all. He had no interest in those gifts, so there was no need to damage his reputation for trivialities. Besides, he was just a genius, not a high-ranking official, and he didn't have any real power. What's the use in asking him? While soaking, he placed a large stack of memory disks beside him. These were sorted by his servants and Leon, possibly useful to Levi. It included even Low Wizard. 3 days and 3 nights. Levi didn't cultivate or think about chaotic things, just emptying his mind, checking the disks, immersing himself in the myriad flavors of life. It felt somewhat like understanding the Deo and refining the heart in reincarnation, as depicted in mythological demon and ghost novels from a past life. After finishing, Levi organized quite a bit of useful information, intelligence, and knowledge. Especially the memory of Low Wizard, which deepened Levi's understanding of some secrets of the Council of 10,000 Clans. That Low was indeed a spy, and this person turned out to be a duplication of a level 8 powerhouse, who called himself Blood Vortex Venerable, a ruler of a multidimensional plane, best known for creating duplications. Its true form turned out to be an ancient strange species called Vortex Beast. Vortex Beast, like sirens, was not unfamiliar to Levi. In his early, weakest days of cultivation, the first physique-based breathing technique he practiced was called Vortex Beast Breathing Technique, which he obtained from an assassin of the Bird of Death's voice organization. Chapter 2218. Unexpectedly, there are still vortex beasts living in the current world. Levi immediately became interested. He once used sirens to create a rapidly formed battle group named Song of the Sirens. Now during the blood battles, they have achieved great merit. Many high-risk tasks have been completed by them. If he could capture that vortex beast, he could create a second rapid formation battle group. However, this vortex beast is a level 8 mid-stage strongman, and because it is a plane sovereign, it fights relying on its plane, making it as difficult as a level 8 late stage. Levi isn't confident at the moment. The restriction that a plane sovereign cannot leave its plane does not apply to Levi. With Mana and the ancient Banyan Fairyland, he can capture the monks and move the temple, directly making Blood Vortex Venerable the secondary plane sovereign of the ancient Banyan Fairyland. Refining its plane would also enhance Mana's power, achieving 2 goals at once. But from Low's memory, Levi also learned that Blood Vortex Venerable's identity is not simple. It seems to have a good relationship with the Blood Clan and is subordinate to another level 10 existence called Worm Lord. And this Worm Lord appears to be one of the giant figures behind the Council of 10,000 Clans. Therefore, this matter needs to be carefully considered. Moreover, Blood Vortex Venerable knows an old acquaintance of Levi. Back at the Dark Ancient Tower, the Blood Demon Tower Master once summoned an evil god's projection, which Levi slew, claiming to be Venerable Blood Scales. The chain rare treasure dragon trapping lock used by Low to bind the Blood Slaughter Bat Dragon was given by Venerable Blood Scales. Low's idea to ask the Black Prison Beast for help from Hell was also inspired by Venerable Blood Scales. These Blood Clan members are truly persistent. But the will of the Blood River is indeed troublesome, not something ordinary level 10 strong men can compare to. The enmity between the Blood Clan and Nora has continued for countless years. Even now, in some remote corners of the human realm, some ancient Blood Clan members are in slumber, occasionally causing chaos. Every year at fixed times, the Blood River uses special space means to descend power, affecting the human realm, awakening sleeping Blood Clan members. In the Doomsday era, Blood Clan, werewolves, and ghouls occasionally emerged to create chaos, becoming local legends of terrifying creatures. Behind these dark races are also supported by level 10 existences. The Blood River Will, Calamity Demon Wolf, and Father of Plagues. Moreover, the latter two are existences of the astral world, undying and immortal. Only because the Saint of Calamity Demon Wolf was eradicated by Levi early on did the Calamity Demon Wolf exit the stage early. Now during the blood battles, the will of the Blood River will inevitably take advantage of the chaos, a true time of turmoil. Except for Low's duplication, Blood Vortex Venerable has only some low-level duplications without intelligence, and is not very threatening. One of the giant pigs Levi killed in the ancient tower was one of them. After resting, Levi focused on cultivation. In a blink of an eye, 4 years have passed. Nora calendar year 494, the 280th year of the blood battles. Central Realm. Blood Battle Temple. Elena dressed in dragon armor, her golden hair draped over her shoulders, carrying a big shark tooth-shaped sword, came here with heroic vigor, attracting the attention of some passers-by. Some staff members, especially young witches, couldn't help but glance at her, as if seeing their idol. So beautiful! Not only beautiful, but powerful as well. Flower Witch, Flower Knight, both notable figures in the wizard world and night realm. The most important thing is she found a good partner, Dusk Palace Master, number 1 on the level 8 Demon Slaughter list, first 7-circle wizard to surpass 5 billion points. Elena is used to these things. Her heart is quite proud, feeling her foresight in judging people is excellent. She knew early on that Levi was full of potential, with a bright future. She said, "I come to exchange a random bright moon artifact." The staff member said, "Verifying your qualifications, please wait. War merit sufficient, killed 10 level 7 or above demon lords, my goodness, also achieved. Congratulations, Miss Elena, you may begin the draw." Elena thought inwardly. "Bless me, Levi, let me draw it in one go." Soon, the lottery result came out. Before her was a sapphire necklace. 100 Flowers smiled with delight. Generally speaking, sapphire represents the ocean school of thought, basically spot on. Water God's Ode, Bright Moon Artifact, Ocean School. 100 Flowers knew Levi's knowledge from the illustrated guide of strange items and immediately compared it, discovering it's indeed the Water God's Ode. Water God's Ode is considered the best quality among the Ocean School sequence artifacts, belonging to the Water God series. Within the same series, there are also Water God's Lament, Water God's Song, Tear of the Water God, Water God's Joy, and more than 10 different oddities. The worst are Morning Star level, mid-grade are Bright Moon level, like Tear of the Water God and Water God's Joy, both are glorious sun-grade oddities. 100 Flowers smiled to herself. Great, as Triss said, Levi's blessings are indeed useful. She brings the oddity back to ancient Dragon Continent. Before advancing to the 8th circle, she wants to accumulate more war merit, exchange for some Morning Star and Bright Moon oddities from the Ocean faction to enhance her cultivation, improve her aptitude, prepare a better foundation for future cultivation, while branding some witch marks. Ancient Banyan Fairyland. Levi opens the proficiency panel. Levi. Chapter 2219. Exile Light, Level 16, 1/800,000. Air Castle, Level 15, 1/700,000. Hand of Nihility, Level 15, 1/700,000. Golden Soul Suppressing Song, Level 15, 1/700,000. 16 Witch marks now. Over the years, Levi's cultivation focus has always been on spells. Exile Light, a spell combining Space and Holy Light faction, has reached the 7-ring realm. After tasting the benefits of Absolute Ice Point combined with Absolute Luck, and Luck-Changing Coin, spells of probabilistic triggers yet immense power that can work beyond one's realm, Levi became particularly fond of them. The combination of Absolute Ice Point and Exile Light allows him to create opportunities to escape even from undefeatable enemies. Additionally, over the years he has acquired a wealth of spell knowledge through means like the Blood Battle Auction and Memory Disc. After careful selection, he chose 3 spells to study, now reaching the 15th level 6 circle standard. Air Castle, a storm faction spell, as the name suggests, compresses air to form an air wall, which then forms a fortress. This spell is an advanced application of the air wall spell. It can be cast on oneself and allies for defense, or on enemies to entrap and seal the void. Hand of Nihility, a spatial spell, can be cast to disrupt the spatial structure of an area, interfering with those above level 6 attempting to shatter the void. It can also extend a multitude of hands formed from void energy to imprison enemies. With this, his 7-circle control spells now include Heavenly Net Lightning, Hand of Nihility, Earth to Prison, and Air Castle, each suitable for different environments and conditions, making it extremely comprehensive. Together with his spell-like abilities Silver Mountain Skyfall and Wind Illusion Realm, he's ready for the 8th circle. And that is just a fraction of Levi's control system. He also recently mastered the level 8 exotic treasure Chaotic Sky Demon Mirror. This magic mirror can emit black light into the void, causing spatial chaos within hundreds of miles and forcing even those hiding in the void to emerge, proving extremely useful. Even if the Heavenly King himself came, Levi could trap him. He no longer needs to fight like a madman, clinging to level 8 demons. The last spell, Golden Soul Suppressing Song, belongs to the metal faction, interfering with all metallic objects around the caster once cast. Whether natural or crafted into wizard tools, even the metallic elemental particles within the human body. The heavier the metal content, the stronger the interference, making it a rather niche spell with few learners. Levi thought it might be useful and thus learned it. Only 11 witch marks away from perfection. Levi stood up and took a tour around the ancient Banyan fairyland. Having rested enough, it was time to go demon hunting. Tower of Summer Flowers. 100 Flowers displayed the oddity necklace in her hand, smiling sweetly. Levi, I'm going into seclusion for a while. Levi said. You actually got Water God's Ode. Your luck is truly good. Sequence artifacts have strong growth characteristics, the more you collect, the better the effect, making 1 + 1 greater than 2. This point had already been validated by him and the Holy Infant. The Holy Infant managed to defy fate, owing much to the Ice-Fire pair of sequence artifacts. Levi said. I'll arrange for someone to keep an eye out for Morning Star level Water God series artifacts for you, as they might be available at the Blood Battle auction and in stores. 100 Flowers smiled and said. All right, thank you. Hell, 7th layer. The world was desolate, filled with boundless death energy. An endless land of underground fire and mountains. In the wilderness, a celestial anomaly unfolded. First, volcanoes erupted, with torrents of fiery elemental power surging, forming rivers of red flames that flowed into the central, tallest solitary peak. Then gusts of wind dispersed the lingering, gloomy death energy and negative energy of hell. The wind fueled the fire, its arrogance reaching the sky. A vaguely massive dragon with black scales, black flame clouds swirling around its body, prominent dragon's horns on its head, and a wingspan reaching thousands of meters, appeared in the air. In the distance, the sorceress of the sensual realm watched this celestial anomaly with a horrified expression. Heard that the master's second brother is a mythical dragon clan bloodline descendant. Judging from this terrifying anomaly, it's true. If he grows, hell will tremble because of him. The master's words are not false, this purgatory demon sword indeed possesses the aptitude of a level 10, and across hell and even the wizard world, he is of the most outstanding genius. Only beings like the master, who surpass all logic, can compare. From the distant mountains came a heartfelt, carefree laugh. I, Sodaros, learned the sword since childhood and later embarked on the path of a wizard, defeating all in the 9 cities league. For my mother's vengeance, I made a grand vow to step into hell, vowing never to return unless I slay my enemies. Over 1200 years passed, refining the 10-winged sky dragon technique, tempering my body, branding 22 witch marks, finally achieving the 7 ring. Ha 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 ha, refreshing indeed. Behind the purgatory demon sword appeared the vague overlapping shadows of a purgatory black king dragon and a 10-winged sky wind dragon, entwined with endless fierce wind and black flames, twisting the space. Though I'm a wind element child, I possess the top-level fire elemental talent of scorching hell, with the mythical bloodline of a purgatory black king dragon flowing in me. The path of wind and fire dual cultivation of body-refining wizard becomes my path. Now, with 22 witch marks branded into wizard forms, and the fusion of wind and fire double dragons, even as I just enter 7 ring, my combat power is beyond ordinary senior 7th ring levels. Chapter 2220. He looked at the sorceress of the sensual realm over there, seeing how she had diligently guarded him over the years, and sincerely thanked her. Thank you. The sorceress of the sensual realm laughed and said. You're welcome, it's merely the master's task. The purgatory demon sword, invigorated, said. Let's go back and call Little Pink and Little Black to share this joyous news with Big Brother. It's been a long time, Big Brother should be close to the 8th circle by now. The boundless dark land. Outside the Sauron plain. There was a group of jet black palaces floating aimlessly in the void. The palace covered more than 10,000 miles, as luxurious as a small plane. Every 5 steps a pavilion, every 10 steps a building, above dazzling with heavenly stars, below viewing rock gardens. Within were countless birds and beasts. In the center of the palace group, stood the Black King Palace, towering at 98,000 jong, adorned with carved beams and painted rafters, all made of the rarest stones and strange woods of the world. Inside the Black King Palace, a decadent atmosphere was pervasive. Countless gorgeously beautiful human and alien women gathered elegantly, surrounded by luxury and charm. He, little beauty. Lord Black King, come chase me. A middle-aged man, wearing a dark imperial robe and a crown, exuding a majestic presence with a stubble-covered face, was frolicking with a group of beauties, enjoying himself immensely. Suddenly, the middle-aged man halted his actions, his gaze directed afar. The beauties said, "Great king, why did you stop? We can't wait any longer." The middle-aged man ignored them, downing the wine in his cup, and thought to himself. Unexpectedly, a descendant I left in the wizard world has already activated my bloodline mark and even reached the 7th level realm, quite promising. Time flies, always feeling like wandering the Sauron plain was just yesterday, yet 1,000 years have passed. He left the beauties aside, then transformed into a mythical giant dragon, its wings casting a shadow over the Black King Palace. Purgatory Black King Dragon. It, like a monarch coming into the world, solemnly stated. Magic Mountain, Red Spirit Prison, you are to go to the wizard world to find your little brother. In the void, 2 figures emerged. One was 10,000 meters tall, appeared as a giant, yet bore black scales, a dragon's horns, and dragged a thick dragon tail, exuding a level 8 late-stage aura. A black fiery cloud surrounded it, lava flowed over its body, it was a dragon-descendant mountain giant. The other had elf-like ears, a tall, slender, well-proportioned and beautiful figure, a high chest, and tight peach-shaped curves, a tight-fitting dragon scale suit perfectly showcasing its invigorating figure. The small horn on the forehead and the thin dragon tail at the back were just right, it was a rarer dragon-descendant elf with level 8 middle-stage cultivation. Magic Mountain rumbled, asking. "Father, is it to bring little brother back?" The Black King shook his head and said. "He hasn't fully grown yet, he cannot leave the wizard world. Who will teach him cultivation if he comes back?" "You." Magic Mountain scratched his head, realizing this indeed made sense. Red Spirit Prison softly said. "I understand, father wants us to stay by the second brother for care, right?" The Black King said. "That's right, but you do not need to expose your identities, just assist in secret without clashing with the Wizard Council. Maintain a low profile, handle matters discreetly. Magic Mountain, Red Spirit Prison, you are among the more composed beings of my children, I trust you with this. Do not disappoint me. The journey is long, with treacherous landscapes. I will grant you some treasures and means for plane travel. In the Sauron plain there's a madman named Dragon Abomination Venerable, a sworn enemy of our dragon clan, do not provoke it. If troubles arise in the wizard world, you can find Lava Dragon, Leods. I have a favor with him, he will not turn a blind eye." The Black King earnestly instructed. Magic Mountain and Red Spirit Prison bid farewell to their father, left the Black King Palace, and entered the Land of Darkness to seek their little brother whom they had never met. The Black King mused inwardly. Though born between me and a mortal rookie, he has received much of my bloodline, destined not to be a mere unknown. With the great convergence of planes, if he can rise with Nora, ascending to the clouds, he will surpass the realms his siblings couldn't reach. Relying solely on my bloodline blessings to sit idly cannot achieve greatness, only those who actively seek their own paths can soar high. 6 years later. Nora year 500, Blood Battle year 286. Endless Sea. Outer Sea Region, Zone 38. Kill. Enemy attack. A demon camp, demons fleeing helter-skelter, abandoning their helmets and armor. The shadow wind blew from the shadow plane, mighty shadows turned into killing machines, harvesting demon lives. Among them, 5 shadows stood out as the most terrifying, including 2 flame demons, 1 formless demon, and 2 bottom-dwelling fish demons, all emanating 7th level auras, rampaging through the army without restraint. Demon Fish Venerable, don't kill me, I'm your old subordinate. Crack. The pleading demon's head was brutally strangled off by the tentacle of the Demon Fish Venerable. High above the sky, a massive object akin to a swamp of mud covered the sky, exuding a level 8 early stage aura. This was the Mud Swamp Demon, similar to a slime but more powerful, possessing an undying body, capable of regenerating even when diced into pieces. Also capable of myriad transformations, formidable and hard to defend against, valued at over 50 million war merits by the Wizard Council. Chapter 2221. The Mud Swamp Demon opened its bloodthirsty maw and lunged at the black-armored swordsman below. But the latter swung his sword, creating an icy heaven and hell, freezing everything within a radius of dozens of miles into an ice hell. The Mud Swamp Demon's body momentarily stiffened before it shattered the ice and attacked again. In the void, a 9-colored emperor appeared, striking out with a single palm, activating the Red Emperor domain. Within a 50-mile radius, billions of flames surged, turning the world into a sea of fire. After the ice and fire double heaven, the mud swamp demon was in unbearable pain, the muddy mass dried by the flames, turning into fragments that fell into the sea, seemingly regaining some spirituality after dissolving in water. Lay. Boom. The sky unleashed a pitch-black lightning pillar, crashing into the ocean. Lightning burst apart, transforming into electric snakes that danced among the waves and sea water. The mud, infused with the black annihilation divine thunder, absorbed the strong corrosive power. Before long, the mud lost its spirituality and completely disintegrated. Thus, the black armored swordsman battled fiercely with this demon, one man and one sword. Wah! You, Dusk Palace Master, causing trouble time and again, today you must be captured to glorify the divine power of the Thousand Transformation Venerable. The Thousand Transformation Venerable's body expanded once again, transforming into a giant swamp covering a 100-mile area, with tens of thousands of indifferent eyes emerging within it. Beams of black light shot densely, turning space into a sieve, causing the sea to erupt with noise. With nowhere to hide, the black armored swordsman concealed himself within the Emperor, who wielded the 9-colored divine light to fend off the relentless assault. 4 sea spirit soldiers and Maya surrounded him as shields. Meanwhile, the chanting of spells filled the air. Absolute Ice Point. The swordsman pointed, sending an icy ray into the black swamp. In an instant, the black swamp began to freeze, the chill sweeping over it. Damn, immobilization technique. The Thousand Transformation Venerable thought, realizing it was too late. 7 suns falling domain. 7 blue great suns appeared above the black swamp and exploded. Rumble. Dark death flame, black annihilation divine thunder, crimson emperor dragon flames, and other unique flames, alongside torrents of thunder, flooded the swamp. No matter how unparalleled in size, it was of no use. The nightmare domain opened, fog engulfing the sea surface. In the darkness, a nightmare avatar with half of Levi's power appeared, rushing towards the Thousand Transformation Venerable. The 9-headed Emperor Dragon carried numerous innate spells in dazzling display. The Thunder Emperor, wielding the Emperor's sword, roamed the swamp, sword chi soaring in all directions. The Thousand Transformation Venerable was in agony, countless pupils dimming and vanishing in an instant. Although it had an undying body, it still required a massive consumption of origin power. Is there ever such a thing as true immortality? It had fought the Dusk Palace Master for hundreds of rounds, having used all means without capturing the opponent and instead falling into disadvantage. After invading the wizard world for so long, it was the first time it faced such a defeat. The mud began to withdraw, eventually forming a fluid-like planetoid, more than a kilometer in diameter. The planetoid began to spin, ejecting millions of black droplets, piercing through space. A typical wizard hit by one would immediately perish. Crackle! Crackle! The Thunder Emperor and the 9-headed Emperor Dragon deployed their skills to protect Levi. An ancient magic mirror appeared in Levi's hand, projecting a dark light. The Thousand Transformation Venerable, already escaping into the void, stumbled out 1,000 miles away. Where do you think you're going? Eat my club! A giant ape appeared on the sea surface, swinging a bone club, striking the black planetoid. The figure of the Thousand Transformation Venerable was sent flying hundreds of miles before it stopped. Lay. Another massive lightning pillar descended from the sky, squarely hitting the Thousand Transformation Venerable. The Venerable wailed, its form continuously melting under the lightning, growing increasingly weak. The 9-colored Emperor slashed down with a sword, a 10,000 June sword chi bursting forth. Levi's primordial soul spell was ready once again. The Thunder Beast soared out, exploding beside the Venerable. After a fierce slaughter, only a shifting demon soul emerged, trying to escape, but Levi was ready to use the chaotic sky demon mirror again. Leon acted first, puffing up his cheeks to spit out a golden light-emitting net. Well done! Levi praised. Having consumed many level 8 demon souls, Leon's power had increased significantly. Although not yet at level 7 late stage, it wasn't far off either. Handling this level 8 demon soul was a breeze. Leon dragged the demon soul into the ancient Banyan fairyland for execution. Levi collected the crystal core of the Thousand Transformation Venerable, muttering. Before I knew it, I've already hunted 6 level 8 demons. Over the past 6 years, he had successively slain several level 8 demons. Such an achievement was unmatched by many 8th Circle wizards. Not long after, the 53 million points for killing the 1,000 illusion venerable were credited. Suddenly, Levi felt the hairs on his arm stand on end. Time to retreat. The shadows cleaned up the battlefield, flew into Levi, and disappeared from the sea region. Just after Levi left, a terrifying bottom-dwelling fish demon lord, exuding a level 8 late-stage aura, emerged from the deep sea. Named Swallowing Sea Venerable Bofix, it was one of the 8 great commanders of the outer sea region, powerful and hard to kill without a grand wizard. The 8th circle wizards of the Star's Sword had battled it for so long without capturing it. Damn, too late again. It's always like this. This Dusk Palace Master is indeed slippery, possessing the power of prophecy. Its angry voice reverberated across the sea. The Endless Sea campaign had lasted for decades, causing the most losses to high-ranking demon commanders not from the Ace Legion of the Star's Sword but from the lone wolf-like Dusk Palace Master. Chapter 2222. 6 level 8s. It's a significant loss for their legion. And those of level 7 and level 6, even more were killed. Ordinary demons, countless. According to incomplete statistics from the demon army, the troop losses caused by the Dusk Palace Master alone are equivalent to those of 3 ace battle groups from the wizard world. While the opposing side's losses are merely a bunch of endlessly regenerating shadows. This is a completely unequal war. We can't continue like this, we must find a way to curb the growth of their shadows. Hopefully, progress can be made on the Shadow Demon Queen's side soon. The Shadow Demon Queen, as a level 10 Shadow Demon, is not only renowned in the Abyss world. She is also a ruler in the Shadow world. She possesses the ability to summon shadow creatures and can freely enter and exit the Shadow world. The higher UPS have noticed the Dusk Palace Master. Although they can't descend into Nora to personally kill him, they can try to interfere with his most powerful shadow army at the root level. However, although the Shadow world isn't a super large plane, it is still powerful, with several formidable level 10 beings, many of whom don't get along with the Shadow Demon Queen. Additionally, the rules of the Shadow world are completely opposite to most planes, and the Abyss had previously invaded it, only to fail. Except for the Shadow Demons, other demons can't exert their strength there. Nether Capital. Levi returned to his old residence, rested here, and reviewed the battle. After the Crimson Emperor Dragon advanced to level 7 late stage, defeating level 8s indeed became easier. This 1000 transformation venerable was tougher than the previous level 8s, but he was still killed. Under the combination of luck changing coin and absolute luck, spells like Absolute Ice Point and Exile Light have a high success rate and are more practical. No wonder the Black Abyss Walker told me to learn the luck changing coin well, it turns out it's for fighting. Currently, among Levi's 16 7-ring spells, most have been cultivated to the maximum. The luck-changing coin isn't far from its limit either. Absolute Ice Point and Exile Light are both at level 15. Air Castle, Hand of Nihility, and Golden Soul Suppressing Song, learned in recent years, also entered the level 15 realm not long ago. Next is the time-consuming work, slowly practicing to peak mastery. The Inferno Dragon breathing technique also recently advanced to level 7 mid-stage, the diameter of the Nightmare Domain increased to 15 kilometers, and Levi's Nightmare Perception and other abilities were strengthened to varying degrees. Years of slaughter and combat have also elevated Levi's combat skill level swiftly, furthering his understanding and application of the 10 absolute extremes and 10 evil martial arts, creating his own combat technique summary, the Extreme Deo strategy, which is cultivated to the level 7 limit. After reaching the limit, Levi felt that to further advance, he would need to refine his body to level 8 standards to break through the limit. Combat techniques serve the body, without the body, combat techniques are just a castle in the air. Likewise, if the body doesn't reach a certain level, one can't forcefully learn higher level body exertion and combat techniques. In his mind, Jin, Silei, Abiao, Nick, these long, as Levi's spiritual force increased, all experienced their individual growth. Especially Silei, whose strike can penetrate level 8 demons' physical defense. Fleur, Akun, Agu, and Long, these Long have also been spiritually nurtured by Levi, their strength already synchronized. Only Ayak, who has been traveling far for 300 years, Levi doesn't know when it will return, but can only confirm through the trace of connection with the Long that it is still alive. Unknowingly, it's already the end of the 5th century of the Nora era. Levi's spiritual force has reached 11,410 points, being very close to the 7 rings limit. Apart from demon hunting, he also needs to prepare for advancing to the 8th circle. The virtualization ceremony array, he has already set up at the Tower of Dawn. Void God Crystal was prepared a long time ago. As for Breakthrough Potion, the Merit Shop sells it. There are mainly 3 types available for ascending to the 8th circle. Spring Lady Potion, 8 Circle Potion, top grade, increases success rate by 13%, 3 billion war merits. Troph's Water, 7 Circle Potion, mid grade, increases success rate by 8%, 1 billion war merits. Moss Potion, 7 Circle Potion, lower grade, increases success rate by 5%, 0.5 billion war merits. These potions can each be exchanged once, and require 7 rings perfection cultivation to redeem, likely benefits provided by the Congress for 7 Circle Wizards. The Spring Lady Potion is nice, enough to break through. Levi pondered for a moment but still didn't redeem it. I should prioritize exchanging for the Shadow Emblem. Currently, Levi's points have reached 7 billion, although massively ahead, it seems impossible to gather 16 billion before the opening of the Ancient Tower. Unless he could hunt a level 8 every year, but given the current situation, he's being targeted by demons everywhere, it's as difficult as reaching the sky. Ancient Dragon Continent. 100 Flowers have also refined the Water God's Ode, increasing spiritual force by 190 points, and furthermore gained the special talent Water God Body. This is a growth type special talent similar to Levi's Thunder God Body, contingent on obtaining more Water God series oddity. 100 Flowers, originally a water element child, along with this talent, make cultivation like adding wings to a tiger. Even though the Water God Body was incomplete, it brought her substantial benefits. Unfortunately, unlike Levi, she didn't manifest something like the Thunder God's projection power, nor did she generate long, a bit of a pity. After her power enhancement, 100 Flowers returned to the battlefield to continue demon hunting. She doesn't hope to exchange for the Sun Refining Artifact in the 7 Rings stage, just aiming to trade for more Morning Star and Bright Moon oddity, having quantity changes to trigger a qualitative change. Those able to obtain Sun Refining Artifact in the 7 Ring realm are destined to be rare talents like Levi, so the Wizard Council only prepared those few paths, they calculated this precisely. Others should just advance to level 8. Time flies, and the Sun and Moon swiftly pass. 14 years swiftly went by. Nora Era 514, the 300th year of the Blood Battle. Despite continuous defeats on the demon camp's front lines due to absolute numbers crushing, the Endless Seas warfare continued to encroach upon the inner circle area. The Star's Sword could only shrink the defensive line while recruiting more wizards to bolster the forces. In this long drawn-out war, the brightest performer was undoubtedly this man. Dusk Palace Master, with 12 billion points. His points were equivalent to the total of the Destruction Realm Thunder, Hand of Fire God, and Sword of Light, 3 top-level 7-ring spells. Some say, if it wasn't for the Dusk Palace Master, the demon's advance would be much quicker now. But even as strong as the Dusk Palace Master, in the face of the demon's endless assault, it's hard to turn the tide. Chapter 2223. In the War of the Transcendent Civilization, unless it's a being of the level of the likes of Sauron, no matter how excellent an individual might be, it's difficult to tilt the balance of war. In fact, among demons, there are also some with extraordinary talent. However, their strength is relatively average, unlike the significant differences among individual wizards. In the 300-year blood battle, benefiting from the advantages of time, place, and people in the wizard world, the losses suffered by the wizards were far less than those of the demons, but the current situation is still dire. This time, the scale of the Nora blood battle far surpasses the previous ones. There are already 6 level 10 demons who have appeared on the front lines. The vast and boundless land of darkness, the Abyss, has opened countless portals by now. Nowadays, fewer and fewer wizards dare to travel across plains. Because the land of darkness is now more dangerous than ever, with a significant probability of encountering roaming demons who intercept wizards and devour passing creatures. In terms of numbers, the only ones who can contend with the demons may be the black beasts, but they are too scattered and have not formed a more orderly organization. Some wizards have proposed selecting talents from the school of spiritualism and vigorously developing the beast-taming industry, using the purification elixir to restore black beasts to normal. Then, using specialized beast tamers to carry out basic training and harnessing, there is no need for deep coordination, just enough to drive them to the battlefield to kill enemies. In this way, a massive army of transcendent creatures can be assembled to fight demons, reducing the wizard's losses. As the blood battle intensifies, any living forces available to wizards must be utilized. Ancient Dragon Continent. Still short by 400 million points, with less than 3 years left, it's impossible to accumulate enough. It's better to prepare for the next trip into Hell and the Ancient Tower. Levi looked exhausted, even someone as hard-working as him was truly tired. He slept deeply and dreamed through an entire month. Upon waking, he brewed some heart-cleansing tea, feeling refreshed. He opened his proficiency panel. The Golden Brilliance Dragon Breath technique was now at the late stage of level 7, further enhancing his defense, and the primordial magnetic field reached a diameter of 25 kilometers. Now that the grade of secret medicines has improved, the cultivation speed of other breathing techniques is also on track, far surpassing before. In these years of honing his spells in actual combat, luck-changing coin, wildness sound, and shadow wind reached their maximum levels. Of the 16 primordial soul spells he currently masters, only a few of the more difficult and late-learned ones have not yet reached perfection. The Moon Rune has reached level 10 as well, boosting his lifespan by 90%. With another level increase, Levi's lifespan would directly double. For Levi, the lifespan issue plaguing numerous wizards has never been a problem. Over the past decade-plus years, through Levi's efforts, he has slain 4 level 8 demons, unlocking the milestone for slaying level 8 powerhouses 10 times. Due to battle attrition, he currently has only 9 7th level shadows, which are still sufficient. He now qualifies to exchange for a random Bright Moon artifact, but he does not intend to gamble on luck, remaining focused on Shadow Emblem. Recently, during roll calls, Levi discovered unusual losses within his Shadow army. Many shadows were injured in the Shadow world. Some even severed their connection with Levi, disappearing without a trace after being summoned, seemingly killed. Loss of shadows in the Shadow world has always been an issue, since the Shadow world is not only inhabited by his shadows but also countless other shadow creatures. But never as frequently as now. Upon investigation, some escaped shadows informed Levi that they encountered attacks from shadow demons. This convinced him that the demons on the other side were systematically targeting him. Although Levi can continuously hunt new demons to replenish his shadows, at this rate, when will he gather a force of 10,000 elite members of the Shadow Dragon group? If only 4th level shadows are lost, it would be acceptable since they were meant to be phased out, and Levi wouldn't mind. But losing rank 5 shadows means he must hunt level 6 demons to make up for it. After getting enough rest today, Levi muttered a series of words, and a pitch-black door materialized before him. This was Shadow Gate, not a high-level spell, just a portal leading to the Shadow world, much like those used to enter Hell. He used Destiny Coin to perform a divination, and when the coin fell, it shockingly showed the rare crying face, casting a serious shadow over Levi's face. As he tried to approach the door, his danger perception went into overdrive, signaling a danger level far surpassing that of a level 8 demon. I can't go, it could be a trap set by the demons. Levi dispelled the spell and closed his eyes in thought. The Shadow world, a mysterious and unknown realm. The rules and everything about it cannot be measured by common sense. It is also a large world with not a small capacity, containing quite a few level 10 beings. Although it is not a super large plane, its danger level is no less intense. Because apart from shadow creatures, no other transcendent beings can fully adapt to the Shadow world's rules, which differ from those of the prime material plane. Levi's shadows usually stay within the Shadow world. Only during battles are they summoned to the wizard world by him. Instantly, Levi found himself in a rare predicament. He learned from Louise that the Shadow Demon Queen, the Empress of a billion shadow demons, had also arrived in the Nora world to join the war. Thus, everything made sense. The Shadow Demon Queen dispatched shadow demons to hunt his shadows in the Shadow world. Damn it, can't beat me, so they go after my shadows. Chapter 2224. Levi naturally couldn't sit idly by, but he couldn't think of a good solution either. He's just a 7-circle wizard, how could he fight against the Shadow Demon Queen? After pondering, he decided to find someone. Central Realm. Black Abyss Tower. Levi asked. Senior, what should I do to break this predicament? The Black Abyss Walker frowned deeply and pondered. This is indeed troublesome. In the Shadow School of Thought, the strongest in the wizard world now is a Grand Wizard. Their cultivation is far inferior to the Shadow Demon Queen, and they have no qualifications to resist. Specialties vary, and the Black Abyss Walker may be stronger than Levi in the Shadow domain, but not enough to solve Levi's problem. Let's do this, you go back first, and I'll help you inquire with the legendary wizards and those grand wizards of the Shadow School of Thought." Levi said. "Thank you, Senior." The Black Abyss Walker suddenly asked. "By the way, have you prepared the potion for the 8th circle breakthrough?" Levi replied. "No, but I've checked, and it can be exchanged with war merit, so it's not a problem." The Black Abyss Walker said. "Even so, you should take this potion formula." Levi took it and was pleased. It read Invisible and Formless Dream Phantom Potion. He glanced over it and found that, indeed, it's a breakthrough potion with demon materials as the main ingredients, in line with the previous Mind Flayer and Succubus potions. This is an 8-circle potion, considered a top-notch breakthrough potion, requiring main ingredients such as the Formless Demon Crystal Core, Invisible Demon's Heart, Sleep Demon's Brain, and Shadow Demon Claw, all of which are level 8. Supplementary ingredients needed include Spiritual Dream Grass, level 8 Void Treasure Pearl, Demon Dragon Grass, and such. The breakthrough success rate is 18%, 5% higher than the top-notch Spring Lady's Potion, allowing him a saturated success rate for advancement. I already have half of the main ingredients. The Formless Demon, Levi had previously slain one and deliberately kept the Crystal Core. The Invisible Demon is actually the Mud Swamp Demon, which Levi also has. He lacks the level 8 Sleep Demon and level 8 Shadow Demon. Currently, on the God-forsaken continent, there are traces of Sleep Demon activities. In the past, the Sleep Demon Lady who cursed Soraya, Gondif holds a grudge. He has almost figured out its activity traces and intelligence long ago, just lacking the strength for revenge. Levi can help him when the time comes. The Shadow Demon is not an issue, since the Shadow Demon Queen has arrived, her subordinates will definitely appear on the battlefield. As for the Spiritual Dream Grass, although Levi doesn't have it, the name suggests it's related to nightmares and dreams, which might be found in the nightmare world. The level 8 Void Treasure Pearl requires hunting a level 8 Void Spirit clan. Levi often interacts with the people from the Council of 10,000 Clans. There are Void Spirit clans there, which is not difficult to resolve. Demon Dragon Grass, originally obtainable from the Dragon Ruins mysterious realm, which is now destroyed and inaccessible, requires some luck at an auction. Levi knows another possible place, the Giant Dragon in the Sleeping Dragon realm. He also intends to visit there, bringing some gifts, and with Alexandria's good word, he should be able to acquire one. Over the years, he's accumulated quite a bit of flame demon material, but unfortunately, not enough demon dragon grass to refine 7-circle breakthrough potions for sale. If the issue of demon dragon grass is thoroughly resolved, future expenses won't be a concern. Levi gratefully said. "Thank you, Senior." He initially wanted to ask the Black Abyss Walker about the potion formulas, but was too shy to frequently trouble the Senior, hoping to solve it himself. However, since the Black Abyss Walker offered it, he accepted with gratitude. Levi deeply remembered the kindness of these seniors. He knows there's no unprovoked kindness. All this will require repaying the favor in the future. It's a kind of risk investment, just like Triss's initial investment in him. It's not about profit, on the contrary, Levi sees it as a kind of trust. In the relationship of investing and being invested in, real friendship and affection can also be built. Take Triss, for example, perhaps they initially used each other, but by now, Triss is like family to him, worthy of trust. Ms. Lucy, Senior Black Abyss, Sea Covering Wizard, are all the same. The Black Abyss Walker said. You should go back. Although I don't understand much about the shadow world, I think the only way to solve your problem is to transfer those shadows from the shadow world to the wizard world and prevent them from returning. Levi said. I understand. However, although the shadows are used by Levi, they are essentially shadow creatures. Their birth and daily life must be in the shadow world. Summoning them requires consuming his spiritual force, just like summoning undead creatures, it's the same. But the undead are different from shadow creatures, they adapt more easily to the wizard world and can stay here long term. Moreover, wizard research on undead far exceeds shadow creatures, resulting in places like the Black Soul Demon Tower and Undead Cemetery for undead dwellers to cultivate. I must find a way to create a small shadow world in the ancient Banyan fairyland to fundamentally resolve these issues and free my shadow creature army from the shadow demon's clutches. Shadow World. This is a world of only black and white. Chapter 2225. It stretches as far as the eye can see, even Nora cannot compare to it. Some shadow wizards say the shadow realm is the reverse and mirror image of the prime material plane. There's a belief that in ancient times, the shadow realm, like nightmare, abyss, astral world, and underworld, was a super large plane. Since it is the mirror of the multidimensional plane, it possesses an extensive shadow dimension, connecting directly to various parts of the universe, much like the star realm ruined sea. It's only after encountering some unknown catastrophe that the shadow realm was downgraded. However, even a thin camel is bigger than a horse, it remains a leader among large planes. There's also a theory that the shadow realm, like the 9 layers of hell, is merely a subsidiary world of some yet to be discovered giant plane. Some scholars call this unknown world the dark side world, but currently, there is no direct evidence of the existence of this so-called dark side. In any case, it is a very special world. All spells from the burning, light, and thunder sects become ineffective here and are unusable in combat. The power of other sects' spells is also severely weakened, the only spells completely unaffected are shadow magic. In the wilderness, the shadow of the giant whale king is resting, awaiting its master's call. Suddenly, a level 6 peak aura descends from the sky. He, found you. The next moment, a portal appears. The shadow of the giant whale king disappears instantly, evidently summoned away. The shadow demon watches the disappearing giant whale king with reluctance before departing. Emperor's Palace. In front of Levi are numerous ancient books from the Shadow School of Thought and various spell crystal balls. The Origins of the Shadow Realm, Shadow Overview, The Imaginary Shadow Kingdom, Shadow Book Design. Some of these books were purchased by Levi at great expense, but most were gathered by Black Abyss Walker from those Grand Wizards of the Shadow School of Thought using connections for Levi. The Grand Wizards also gave Levi many ideas and suggestions, providing him with some insights. It's not difficult to leave shadow creatures in the wizard world. One could build a wizard tool similar to the Book of the Undead for a temporary shelter, equated to a stagnant pool of water, where shadow creatures cannot absorb shadow power to regain strength or heal injuries. What's needed is a sufficiently powerful energy source to ensure the daily needs of my thousands of shadow creatures, which is the hardest part. If only there were something similar to the graveyard of the dead in my ancient Banyan fairyland to convert elemental power into shadow power. The Shadow Emblem, the illustrated guide of strange items, also describes it obscurely. I wonder if it has such capabilities. In contemplation, Levi lifts his head, seeing the shadow of the giant whale king quietly standing there, also wounded, suppressing the urge to rush to the shadow realm to beat that shadow demon up. Wait a little longer, let them have their moment. 2 years later. Nora year 516, Blood Battle year 302. In the Central Realm, the Blood Battle Temple welcomes 3 figures, namely the Gundor 3 heroes. After 300 years of blood battle, they have finally accumulated 50 million war merits. After a draw, the Holy Infant receives a ring radiating the light of a golden legend, Gondif gets a miniature blue whale phantom, and Lord Victor obtains a gust of piercing cold wind that changes and disperses. The 3, expressionless, return to Gundor City with their oddities, where Holy Infant and Lord Victor skillfully exchange their artifacts. Gondif laughs. I guess I'm lucky, drawing exactly what I needed. His artifact, which became Heart of Silent Whale, belongs to the Ocean faction, and although not a body refining artifact, it's quite useful for his cultivation of the thousand-handed ancient god body refining technique. Unfortunately, it's not a sequence artifact, so its growth potential is limited in the future. The Golden Ring is Golden Emperor's Ring, part of the Golden Emperor series. Within the same series are Golden Emperor's Sword, Golden Emperor's Boots, Golden Emperor's Chain, Golden Emperor's Armor, and other artifacts of Bright Moon and Morning Star quality. The Golden Emperor series is somewhat inferior to Levi's Thunder God series, 100 Flowers Water God series, and Frost's Frost God series, but on par with Holy Infant's Winter Emperor series. The piercing cold wind is Winter Emperor's breath, precisely the artifact Holy Infant needed. Unexpectedly, Lord Victor's luck was so good that he drew it for him. Holy Infant says. Next, let's refine the artifacts first. Once we all reach Senior 7 Circle Cultivation, Victor and I plan to first research the complete form of the Heavenly Star Sword formation. Gondif, don't go demon hunting alone to avoid being targeted by the Council of 10,000 clans or powerful demons. Next, dedicate yourself to studying the Purple Crystal Body Refining Technique at the Body Refining Academy. Lord Victor says. Yes, the 3 of us working together, with mutual cooperation, can take on level 8 demons, but solo, our realm is too low, and we can only flee when faced with a level 8 demon. Gandalf says. Makes sense, I'll just wait until Victor masters the sword formation to take us flying, ha ha ha. With future plans made, the three avatars returned to their respective homes. Fire Dragon Shop. Since refining the Morning Star artifact, Alexandra and Elsie have not ventured to the god-forsaken continent to hunt demons, but have focused on refining weapons and cultivating in the Fire Dragon Shop. Seeing the masters return, Alexandra greets. Master, long time no see. Holy Infant smiles. Indeed, I see you both are soon to be 7th circle as well. Chapter 2226. Alexandra sighed and said. Oh, still a bit off, although the spiritual force is almost at its maximum, the witch mark is still lacking a bit. Elsie also felt slightly melancholic, but still managed a smile and said. Actually, just being able to ascend to the primordial soul, we're already quite satisfied. Ever since we met Master, my sister and I realized that we ultimately don't belong in the same world. They have known Master for over 700 years, both have lived over 1,300 years. Although the lifespan of dragon descendants is long, the end of their lifespan is less than 1,000 years away. With their talent, ascending to the 7th circle within a couple of centuries is no problem. By then, they could prolong their life for over 1,000 more years. Even with good fortune, they might eventually ascend to the 8th circle, but most likely they'd be the ordinary type, forever hopeless for the 9th circle. And for a genius like Master, barring any unforeseen events, he is bound to reach the 9th circle. If even he could not reach the 9th circle, then the wizard world would have no future. Upon hearing Elsie's words, Alexandra rarely said gloomily. Master, do you think it's worth it for every wizard to be racing against time continuously, meditating, researching, cultivating, searching for resources, only to end in old age, losing many pleasures in life along the way? Is it really worth it? The Holy Infant, busy all day, naturally hadn't considered such questions. He thought for a moment and earnestly said. I think it's worth it. Life needs a goal, and for this goal, even knowing it might not be achievable, it's not a life wasted. Stop overthinking and ascend to the 7th circle soon, then go exchange for the Bright Moon artifact. Once it's refined, you'll experience its advanced power, and blood battle is our ordinary wizard's opportunity, make the most of it. Elsie couldn't help but laugh and said. Haha, ordinary wizard ace. Thank you, Master, for your guidance. The Holy Infant said seriously. Then hurry and cultivate, 10,000 years is too long, seize the day and night. After doing some ideological work for the two distressed girls, the Holy Infant went to refine the oddity. He never pondered these philosophical questions. Living itself is meaningful, everything has its meaning. For him, striving to enhance his realm and refining the most powerful wizard tool is his ultimate goal. Someday, why shouldn't he, the Holy Infant, be able to refine a wizard tool comparable to the Dark Ancient Tower, eternalizing his worth, achieving immortality? Ancient Dragon Continent. In the drizzle by the Tower of Dawn. At Teacher Winnie's residence, Leah, Herman, Horman, and many teachers and students silently stood there, the atmosphere somewhat sad. Winnie lowered her eyelids, surrounded by death energy, her face of absolute beauty supported by spells unable to hide her old age, her golden hair starting to turn white. Levi looked at Winnie, as if time returned to that afternoon over 900 years ago, where the golden-haired senior sister introduced the basic knowledge of the wizard world to the young knight aboard the ship. Being 940 years old now, Winnie, though slightly older, is still less than 1,000 years old, but now has reached the end of life, not having lived up to the average lifespan of 1,000 years. This situation is quite common. Some wizards might have performed methods that consume vitality lifespan, or often burn spiritual force, consuming the origin, further accelerating aging. Looking at everyone who remained silent, Winnie suddenly smiled and said. Everyone, don't be so dejected. A good start and a good end, death is not the end, but a new birth of life. Perhaps in the next life, I might accompany everyone in a different way, with a new name and identity, we just wouldn't know each other. She held a medicinal herb in her hands, one picked from Melon's herb garden, muttering. The medicinal herb Granny Marlene once planted has matured. As she spoke, she could barely keep her eyes open, sleepiness overtaking her. She struggled to open her eyes, waved her hand and said. Farewell to everyone here. Herman, with a raspy voice filled with electromagnetism, said. Goodbye, little Winnie. Stella said. Winnie, see you in the next life. Equally aged, Leah pouted and said bitterly. Sister Winnie, I'll miss you. Levi said. Goodbye, senior sister Winnie. Upon hearing senior sister, Winnie's body shivered slightly, her eyes reflecting distant memories. She smiled sweetly and said. Goodbye, little Levi, quickly have everyone leave. I can't maintain my youthful appearance technique, ha ha ha. Levi nodded, turned, and left. Everyone stepped forward one by one to bid farewell, with hugs and kisses, each in their own way. As the performance ends and people scatter, only Winnie remained in the room. Cast one last spell, Winnie. A voice lonely and desolate said. Her dim eyes lit up, chanting softly. Life's end, dissolve my body, 100 rivers meet the sea, the soul returns to the nether world. Zero circle magic, water dissolution. A spell mastered by many ocean school wizards, the first spell many learn upon stepping onto the path of a wizard, also the spell ending this journey. Inside Winnie, there seemed to be the trickling of water streams, her body turning into salty sea water, evaporating as vapor. All that remained was a beautiful wizard robe, nothing else. Such a way of dying was considered quite dignified among many wizards during the Antiquity Age, better than the body being turned into an undead creature or dismembered by beasts. Chapter 2227. Starry Night. It seems that more stars have lit up as a result. Levi gazed at the stars deep in space, his face calm. When he first joined the Great Tower, the group of companions he got to know, apart from the Tower Master and Horman, had all left him. Life's main theme is truly about partings and farewells. Of course, while old things may pass away, new things are born. The Great Tower is now the Tower of Dawn, and those young wizards are the inheritance and continuation. After finishing his work, Herman led the White Snake and came to Levi's side. He said. After 1,000 years, only the three of us are left, a snake, a mechanical creature, and a great genius like you. Horman raised his head, his gaze mournful. Although he is a member of the mixed-blood dragon clan, his lifespan is only a few hundred years, considering he lived in the same era as the first Tower Master Salmon. Levi sighed. Indeed, Horman, try to live a little longer. As a member of the Dragon Palace, he has drunk plenty of water from the spring of immortality, so he should live longer than the average rank 5 mixed-blood dragon clan member. Levi wasn't worried about the Tower Master. He has received the Machine Sage's legacy and has now become the leader in the mechanical path, not far from level 7, and he will certainly go far. Herman said. I'm about to advance to level 7 Mechanical Soul Unity Realm. I've temporarily handed over the work of the mechanical school to Anya and the others. While I'm in seclusion, it won't affect the normal operation of the Sky Dome system and the Demon Extermination Shuttle. Levi said. All right, you can advance without worry, no need to worry about the organization's matters. The Tower Master turned and left. Levi also collected his thoughts and began a new journey. Hell's 7th layer. Dragonfall Valley. The sound of dripping water echoed regularly in the subterranean cave. Ghost fire, specters like scattered stars, lit up in the darkness. Levi descended alone until he reached a cavern. The sound of flowing water echoed, a narrow yellow stream flowed from a spring on the rock wall, landing below to form a small yellow pond, rich with death energy, which only undead creatures might enjoy here. In the pond, a bizarre fish that resembled a dragon and fish swam in the dim yellow water, with 2 dragon whiskers fluttering by its mouth, its wary little eyes looking around, and each scale was a mysterious truth rune, radiating light. This was the truth oddity discovered by Lo. Lo didn't know its name, and Levi didn't know its name either, and coincidentally, the illustrated guide of strange items was clueless too, perhaps it has never been discovered in history. But this pool water slightly resembles the netherworld from the legends of my previous life, forming a natural spring with extremely rich death energy. For wizards of the School of Death, this is truly a treasure land. Unfortunately, this relies on the ecosystem of hell and can't be moved, otherwise, moving it to my graveyard of the dead would be splendid. After confirming there was no issue with the oddity, Levi set up a hidden array and then left. He stared into the depths of Dragonfall Valley, his eyes flickering. Forget it, I won't look for that skull-headed woman for now. It wasn't that Levi couldn't defeat her or was afraid. He had no grudge or enmity with that woman, so there was no need to be overly concerned. Another minor reason was that danger perception warned him of risks over there. Demon Fox Tribe. The Purgatory Demon Sword lay on the bed, looking empty, its face yellow and emaciated. The three sisters had each gone away for their cultivation. How has life been recently? A woman, dressed in a long black dress, with a prominent chest, slender waist, long legs, and her hair piled high, appeared by the bed without notice, sitting elegantly and gracefully. The purgatory demon sword coughed, hurriedly saying, "Mistress, I am well, cough cough." The demon fox main mother laughed softly, saying, "Really? How are my daughters?" The purgatory demon sword said, "Good, very good." The demon fox main mother extended her jade-like hand and touched the purgatory demon sword's Adam's apple. She harbored suspicion. This purgatory demon sword can withstand the three sisters' nourishment for hundreds of years without dying, truly an innate divine body. Could there be something unusual? The purgatory demon sword lay limp on the bed, allowing the mistress to take liberties with him. Has this old fox detected anything unusual? It shouldn't be. My secret technique should be hard to decipher even for a level 8 powerhouse. Just at that moment, the sorceress of the sensual realm suddenly said, "Mother, something is wrong. The spies report that the ghost elephant master Alex has arrived outside the city thousands of miles away, and seems to be heading toward us, appearing aggressive." The demon fox main mother's face changed. "What? Ghost elephant master? What is that old thing doing here in Ale City?" Her demon fox tribe and the demon elephant tribe have always minded their own business. "Come, let's go take a look." The demon fox main mother turned into a wisp of black smoke and flew towards the outskirts. "Old seductive fox! What have you done to my child?" Outside the city, a towering figure thousands of meters tall, wide and plump, stood cloud high, surrounded by boundless black gas, exuding the aura of level 8 early stage, its knotted muscles twining like black pythons around its arms, legs, and back. It was the ghost elephant master. Alex's father. His face was unpleasant. Obviously, he sensed something was wrong with Alex. For years, he has been puzzled, with Alex's talent, how could he stagnate for hundreds of years with no advancement, stuck at level 7 early stage? He had investigated thoroughly, even consulting the best doctors within the tribe, but to no avail. Chapter 2228. Finally, it decided to go to one of the 72 pillars, the sky-holding giant elephant phoenix, and invited a level 9 expert to take action. The sky-holding giant elephant sniffed around, but didn't reveal the reason, only giving the ghost elephant master one sentence. "Isink has the scent of fox on him." The answer was obvious. It was that damn demon fox tribe, using seductive techniques to charm Isink, using the method of absorbing yang to supplement yin to boost their own cultivation, exploiting Isink, resulting in his stagnation. So, over the years, the three sisters gradually reached level 7, while Isink remained stagnant. The ghost elephant master already knew the demon fox tribe was not upright. But the demon fox tribe usually only dared to bully small tribes or foreigners, never expecting this group of alluring foxes to dare tread on Tai Sui's territory and pull teeth from the mouth of an elephant. "You alluring foxes, come out. I want to fight you 300 rounds." The ghost elephant master squinted its eyes, fists clenched. If it couldn't get a satisfactory explanation this time, it would definitely have to take action. In terms of fighting, the entire demon fox tribe wasn't a match for him one-on-one. The demon fox main mother appeared with the three sisters, her expression unfriendly. "You old thing, what nonsense are you spouting?" The ghost elephant master threw Isink behind it and said. "Hurry, tell me, wasn't it these alluring fox sisters seducing you?" Isink said. "No father, let's go home, it's really not their fault, it's my lack of diligence in cultivation, it's all my fault." Smack! The ghost elephant master slapped Isink, sending him flying 100 miles. If it weren't for holding back, Isink would have been a pile of flesh paste. Unfilial son, you anger me to death. Lust is a sharp blade, you're already in this ghostly state, yet you still speak for these alluring foxes." The demon fox main mother's eyes flashed fiercely. "Old thing, you call us alluring foxes with every breath, truly not putting this main mother in your eyes. Speak, what exactly do you want? If it's a fight you want, I'll accompany you to the end. Although the demon foxes are inherently seductive, you cannot speak against me, otherwise you are in the wrong." The ghost elephant master pointed angrily at the three sisters and said. "Ask them what they've done to my child? Or were you involved too? Against the natural order, this is disgraceful." The three sisters hurriedly said. Senior, don't speak recklessly, we haven't done anything. How is your son's foolishness any of our business? Exactly. The demon fox main mother said. Please, leave, I won't pursue today's matter, or else I'll report you to the 72 pillars for false accusation and entrapment. Seeing these people wouldn't admit, the ghost elephant master stopped being verbose. If that's the case, let the truth be revealed by action. Today I'll bring you to the 72 pillars, let the lords investigate personally. It took a step forward, the thick elephant leg landed. The earth within 100 miles began to tremble, with many places collapsing. The demon fox main mother's face drastically changed. Behind it appeared 8 fox tails composed of black flame, like 8 sky-supporting pillars, resisting the unrivaled tremendous strength. Crack, crack. The sound of breaking came from the fox tails. The demon fox main mother hurriedly retrieved them, howling, revealing a slender demon fox true form standing 1,000 meters high and 2,000 meters long, unleashing a broad black flame breath. The ghost elephant master neither dodged nor evaded, black dense chi bursting around it, colliding with the breath of flames, distorting space, shattering the void. Is that scratching an itch? Its elephant trunk suddenly elongated, stretching thousands of meters, transforming into a long whip that swept across everything. The demon fox main mother was incredibly agile, dodging the attack, moving around the ghost elephant master. Its strength and physical defense were far inferior to the ghost elephant master. Luckily it had the advantage in speed and agility, combined with powerful spell-like abilities. It was barely holding its own for a time. The main mother angrily said. Are you trying to provoke a pillar-level war between the sky-holding giant elephant and the master of demon fox? The ghost elephant master sneered. I just want an explanation for my child. 2 level 8 powerhouses clashed outside the city. The three sisters and the prison demon sword were somewhat at a loss. With their strength, they couldn't possibly participate in this level of battle. Boom! The thick elephant trunk suddenly wrapped around the 8-tailed demon fox's slim waist. No matter how it struggled, it couldn't escape. Caught you! As the elephant trunk exerted force, the sound of bones breaking came from the fox's waist. The fox spat blood, viciously biting towards the ghost elephant master's trunk. How dare you bite me? Alluring fox! The elephant trunk, already bloodied and mangled, swung the fox violently onto the ground, smashing a massive pit from which cracks spread across hundreds of miles, with the central hole 1,000 fathoms deep, rivers of blood flowing. The three sisters flew over, using their respective spell-like abilities to attack the ghost elephant master. Yet, with a single palm strike from the ghost elephant master, their attack was extinguished, the wind of its palm sending the three sisters flying far away. Get lost, once I've dealt with the old one, you won't escape either. The prison demon sword sent a voice transmission to the three sisters. Don't act rashly, we should prepare to retreat. Since the ghost elephant master dares to act, it must have cleared with higher authorities, maybe intending to use this opportunity to annex the demon fox tribe. Moreover, the main mother seems to have discovered my problem. In any case, staying here isn't a long-term plan. The sorceress of the sensual realm hesitated. But what about my mother? The prison demon sword sighed. There's no helping it, in this world, rules and laws are just fig leaves for the strong to maintain their position. Only the fist is truth, being weak is the original sin. Although reluctant to part with their mother, the sisters were instructed to listen to the prison demon sword, and dared not disobey. Meanwhile, the battle between the demon fox main mother and the ghost elephant master had reached a white-hot stage. The two seemed to have been driven to primal ferocity. The demon elephant true body and demon fox true form collided, stirring up the elements. In the end, it was still the ghost elephant master slightly prevailing. Half a day later, the demon fox main mother was breathing heavily, its agility gone, frequently struck. The ghost elephant master's thick hide and high tolerance allowed it to prevail with a single punch, causing the demon fox great pain. Bam! Another heavy fist, the demon fox main mother was slammed to the ground, its eyes fierce. The ghost elephant master sneered viciously. Die! It raised its right foot, the elephant foot transforming into a width of kilometers, descending like the Buddha's five-finger mountain, impossible to resist. The sky shattered like a mirror. The gloomy hell clouds were replaced by 9-colored scale-like clouds. This anomaly covered hundreds of miles, the 9-colored divine light illuminating the earth. Amidst the light, a 3,000-meter-high 9-colored emperor tore through the sky, barging into this world with an immensely domineering presence. It was clad in 9-colored heavy armor, dragging a great sword like the gate of hell, carving a 1,000-fathom deep ravine. Blazing flames, thunder, hurricanes, floods, and various anomalies manifested around the sword, awe-inspiring. The 9-colored emperor roared fiercely, instantly appearing beneath a kilometer-wide elephant foot. As if a deity descended upon the world, it activated numerous domains like Red Emperor Domain, Undying Divine Domain, and more. It raised the great sword with both hands, slashing upwards. The sword chi, stretching 100 miles and as wide as 1,000 fathoms, surged upwards in reverse, powerfully unstoppable. The void shattered completely, darkness enveloped the world. Chapter 2229. The sword chi collided with the elephant foot, like Chenxiang splitting Hua Mountain. Boom! After a terrifying offensive, the elephant foot shattered. The sword chi pierced the void, puncturing a big hole in Hell's sky dome, which is slowly healing. The ghost elephant lord felt excruciating pain transmitting from its lower body. Its elephant foot had already been penetrated, with blood flowing profusely. Its expression changed, and its figure retreated violently while blocking with both arms. Yet a black-armored knight carrying a great sword on his back came attacking, with his right hand clenched, the gauntlet glowing brightly, resembling the Sunday. Upper hook sky-splitting fist. Boom! This was a clash of strength and power. Both sides were on a path of sheer force, devoid of any fancy tricks. The ghost elephant lord's huge figure was lifted up, with fine cracks appearing on the surface of its thick arm bones, and its internal organs quivering, vitality unstable. Just as it flew out, yet another giant ape descended from the sky, holding a giant stick, smashing down directly, with terrifying force assailing, sending the ghost elephant lord uncontrollably crashing to the ground. Boundless blood flames spread out from the void, transforming into a blood-colored giant beast covered in blood scales, with bat wings on its back, and it spewed dragon's breath, engulfing the ghost elephant lord. In the heavens and earth, thousands of blood-colored flying dragons appeared, their bodies not large, with sharp fangs and mouths, clinging to the surface of the ghost elephant lord like blood-sucking bats, beginning to suck blood. Shura ghost image. Violent black gas erupted, scattering the blood-sucking bats, as the ghost elephant lord looked at the dense mass of blood-colored holes around it, its face looking unpleasant. The black-armored swordsman swung his sword to slash. Upon seeing his face clearly, its expression changed dramatically. "It's you." This black-armored swordsman was the very human swordsman who, 400 years ago, had driven the horn of the Prince Unicorn. At that time, he barely stood against even a level 7 Prince Unicorn, yet after only 400 years, he could now confront it head-on? What kind of monstrous thing was this? The three sisters on the other side were delighted to see their master but dared not show it. They secretly thought their mother was saved, they just needed to convince her to surrender to the master, surely he would show mercy. The purgatory demon sword was even more excited. The grace of that sword just now was deeply engraved in its mind. Not seen for a century, Big Brother can now contend with level 8 powerhouses, even against such a force as the Ghost Elephant Lord. This is indeed the model for us body-refining wizards. The Ghost Elephant Lord said coldly. "Foreigner, don't meddle in our affairs. Leave now and we can let bygones be bygones, otherwise, even if you leave hell, there will be no peace for you thereafter." Levi remained silent. He sent telepathic messages to the blood-slaughter bat dragon and Lopez to keep an eye on the demon fox main mother, while he dealt with the Ghost Elephant Lord. Since Isink had already been exposed, there was nothing more to say. With a single thought, he charged toward the Ghost Elephant Lord. The Ghost Elephant Lord swung its elephant trunk to strangle him. Unexpectedly, Levi feigned a move, suddenly blinking to Isink's side. Then he swung a sword, lopping off Isink's head. To him, slaying a depleted level 7 early-stage enemy was but a sword's task, as a web emerged from the void to collect Isink's soul and body. This Isink's body was good, it could be made into a corpse demon to guard the various organizations on the ancient dragon continent, it should not be wasted. Although the demon body was also decent, the demonic aura was too heavily polluting. After purifying it, the demon's body was ruined, thus no one used demons as corpse demons. Having his son killed before him, the Ghost Elephant Lord's eyes were blood-red with rage. "You've already discovered the path to your demise." It stepped out in large strides, throwing a punch to kill. Levi activated the Red Emperor Domain, Strength Runes, and other methods, striking with the Dragon Whale Path. When they clashed fists, Levi's fist transformed into a sharp blade. Slash! The sharp blade pierced through the rough elephant skin, delving into bones and flesh, making the ghost elephant lord's right hand burst open. Blood streamed down, the pain of 10 fingers linking to the heart was immense. The ghost elephant lord was bewildered inside. This human turned his fist into scissors midway? Could it play like this? Such a sneaky trick, hey? Its powerful strength healed the wounds, and it pulled out a long-handled sledgehammer from somewhere, swinging it wildly, stirring heaven and earth, obviously having learned a lesson, daring not to clash fists with Levi. Levi, with the limitless path and dragon whale path combined, entered the ultimate freedom extreme intense state. Each move and stance relied solely on combat instinct and intuition, free from the constraints of combat technique frameworks. Every strike was a killing move, incredibly vicious. The ghost elephant lord countered Levi with chaotic cloak hammer technique. The nine-headed emperor did not remain idle, it summoned spiritual soldiers, Maya, and those powerful 7th-level shadows, all of whom charged at the ghost elephant lord. Innate spells shot forth expeditiously, unyielding in their onslaught. Not only that, accompanied by rapid spell chanting. Powerful primordial soul spells like Seven Suns Falling Domain, Thunder Beast technique were swiftly cast, endlessly attacking. The ghost elephant lord was at a loss dealing with Levi's deadly strikes, unable to safeguard against the emperor's tactics, only relying on its thick skin and flesh to endure the summoned creatures and spell assaults. But this was not a lasting strategy, otherwise, the first to fall would most undoubtedly be itself. It lifted both arms high, raising the giant hammer, adopting a posture of supporting the heavens. Mixed World Demon Image 108 Hammers. Boom! With this hammer down, a gorge stretching hundreds of miles took shape prominently. The entire continent seemed split into 2 halves. The terrifying impact swept through, shattering the spiritual soldiers and Maya around. Even the 7th-level shadows were severely injured, and pulled back by the emperor. It continued to summon spiritual soldiers while bombarding with spells. Chapter 2230. The Ghost Elephant Master took this opportunity and swung the heavy hammer towards Levi. As long as he is killed, the troublesome 9-colored emperor will automatically dissipate. This is the tricky part about dealing with wizards. By relying on wizard forms, it seems like one person, but in reality, it's 2 against 1. The hammer blows came like a storm, each strike stronger than the last, like waves stacking upon waves. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of hammer strikes were swung, the accumulating immense force caused Levi's arms to tremble violently, blood vessels bursting, and blood fog spurted. Good hammer technique. Levi was not frightened but delighted, not expecting the Ghost Elephant Master to cultivate the hammer technique to this extent. Under the undying divine domain, his injuries healed in an instant. In the cycle of breaking and healing, he fought more vigorously, as his body and the heavy hammer collided, igniting endless sparks. The Ghost Elephant Master had dominated Hell's 7th layer for years and had never encountered an entity that could rival him in strength. This human was the first. It didn't believe in this anomaly, yet the million-ton heavy hammer kept pounding down, its own arms also bulging with veins, blood vessels bursting. Clearly, the recoil force was not small. But that black-armored swordsman, amidst such an onslaught, still managed to maneuver with ease, and even possessed a shameless undying body. Any injuries were instantly restored, and the endurance was terrifying. The Ghost Elephant Master was shocked to discover, this person had no attribute weaknesses. Extreme power, absolute defense, super speed, abnormal physique, terrifying endurance, super god perception, this was a true 6-dimensional warrior. In such a situation, unless it could achieve a crushing dominance in one attribute dimension, it could forget about defeating the opponent in a protracted battle. But, did it have that? Even the strength that the Demon Elephant clan prided itself on, in a realm higher, could barely hold even with the opponent. How could it fight? Boom! After yet another collision, the Ghost Elephant Master looked at the hideous wound on its chest and let out a deep breath. Very good, human, forcing me to such desperation, I will remember you forever. Its form swelled, and amidst the trumpet of an elephant, transformed into a true black giant elephant, its entire demeanor seemed to rise even more. Power of the Tyrant. The strongest of the Demon Elephant clan was the sky-holding giant elephant Phoenix, also known as the Power Tyrant. It activated that trace of Power Tyrant's strength within its bloodline, determined to overpower the human in sheer strength. The giant elephant's trunk wielded the massive hammer and charged straight ahead. Seeing the situation turn unfavorable, Levi activated the rock and snake path, deciding to avoid the confrontation for now. He sometimes flew boundlessly like a rock, other times swam swiftly like a dragon. Sword Chi left wounds all over the giant elephant's body, and the emperor's spells were equally relentless, blasting the thick elephant skin into pits and fissures, blood flowing like a river. Levi, as if bullfighting, gradually exhausted the ghost elephant master's last ounce of strength. The ghost elephant master quickly regained its senses, roaring with anger, yet helpless. It had already battled the old fox for a long time, consuming much of its strength. Faced with such an abnormal entity, it was truly powerless. Cunning fox, you collude with foreigners, meet your end. The ghost elephant master spat harsh words, immediately smashed through the nine-colored emperor's great sword, tore a group of spiritual weapons, intending to break through the void, only to crash face first into an air wall. Duan! Not only that, but suddenly a prison manifested from the earth with a boom, and in the sky, a black lightning net spanning tens of miles descended, while invisible hands extended from the void. Air castle. Earth transforms into a prison. Heavenly net lightning. Hand of Nihility. The sealing spells Levi learned finally found their use today. Although they were 7-ring spells, many were not yet perfected. But he learned many, a quantitative change causing a qualitative change. For the ghost elephant master, escape was impossible for the time being. After completing the chant swiftly, the nine-colored emperor pointed a finger. Absolute ice point. The ghost elephant master's mind halted, turning into an ice sculpture. Lay. In an instant, terrifying lightning pillars fell from the sky. One after another, 7 in a series. After perfecting the 7 rings, Levi's lightning pillars' power and the quantity triggered far surpassed before. With 7 lightning pillars, how could the ghost elephant master withstand that? When the void lock measures were broken, it struggled to move its body, looking at the black annihilation divine thunder, the dark death flame, the crimson toxin covering its body. Despair, utter despair. Invincible attributes aside, there were so many malicious means. Its strength exhausted, it collapsed heavily. The emperor pinned it into the ground, Levi landed beside it, injecting the scarlet dragon's power into its mind, beginning to perform crimson enslavement. Before long, accompanied by a fleeting red dragon mark, Levi exhaled a turbid breath and said, "Such a powerful devil, able to battle with me for so long, no wonder it's the top devil of the 7th layer, it's qualified to occupy one of my crimson enslavement slots." Out of 10 crimson enslavement slots, counting the ghost elephant master just now, Levi had 2 empty slots remaining. Since Isink died, another slot was freed. Isink was too weak, and its potential was drained by the 3 sisters, it couldn't achieve anything significant in the future, so there was no need to keep it. Levi looked towards the demon fox tribe's matriarch on the other side. Her face was pale, having just been severely wounded by the ghost elephant master, she was no match for Levi, and now was being watched by both Lopez and the blood slaughter bat dragon, 2 formidable figures. She looked at Levi, slightly puzzled, unsure whether he was friend or foe, but still said, "I am the demon fox tribe's matriarch, thank you for your assistance." Levi said, "How will you thank me?" The demon fox matriarch's expression changed, then she smiled charmingly, blushing as she whispered softly. Chapter 2231. Would offering myself do? Levi thought for a moment, then earnestly said, "That could work." The 3 sisters felt inner joy. Originally, they were worried that the master would also kill the mistress. Since the master is fond of their mother, if they were together, it would be wonderful. The master is so powerful, even the ghost elephant master was beaten down, and with their mother, one could say they are a perfect match, made in heaven. Only someone with the master's formidable physique can subdue their mother. Even a lover wouldn't suffice. The purgatory demon sword looked dazed. He watched as his elder brother pounded the ghost elephant master to pulp with his fists. Too damn awesome. As expected of elder brother. The little pride he had from recently breaking through the 7 circle was instantly dispelled. In front of elder brother, what is there to be proud of with his meager talent and cultivation? But something's not right, doesn't elder brother have a sister-in-law? How could he fancy this old fox? Though this old fox is stunning, she's unclean, how could she be worthy of elder brother? Elder brother isn't as worldly and shallow as me. He was mumbling to himself. Then the demon fox mistress leisurely approached Levi. She gently touched Levi's chest with her fingers and whispered in his ear. "Sir, no, little brother, there are too many prying eyes here, come to my residence, let me thank you properly, I ensure your satisfaction. Levi grabbed the old fox by the neck and lifted her up. The face of the demon fox mistress changed. What do you mean? Levi said. Offering yourself. He punched through the chest of the demon fox mistress, grabbing her heart. If you want to live, don't struggle. The power of the scarlet dragon flowed into the demon fox mistress. In no time, she surrendered, eyes filled with respect. Greetings, master. Only then did Levi release the old fox. With limited strength and being injured, she was no match for Levi, he could take her down without a sneak attack. Thus, only one slot remains for crimson enslavement. From now on, Levi will not enslave others easily, keeping it as a reserve. Taking up 2 slots to enslave 2 level 8s is quite cost-effective. This is very useful for Levi's hell base construction. Seeing their mother enslaved, the 3 sisters were relieved. Now, the entire Ale City belongs to the master. We are all one big happy family. By using the power of the Death Ember Dragon, Levi healed the Ghost Elephant Master's injuries almost completely. The devil stood up and said, "Thank you, master." Levi said, "You go back first, wait for my orders, I will come to you later." The Ghost Elephant Master left, initially here to avenge his son, but ended up getting himself caught. Seeing the Demon Fox Mistress was also on their side, the Purgatory Demon Sword hurried to Levi's side. "Elder brother, you're amazing." He held Levi's arm, caressing the sturdy muscles. His eyes were filled with envy, almost bursting. "Why is this arm so powerful?" Levi pulled his arm back, patted his younger brother's shoulder, and smiled. "You're not bad either, you've become one of the few 7-circle body refining wizards in the wizard world, and you're dual cultivating body tempering spells, keep it up, maintaining this momentum, a grand wizard is just mundane for you, a legendary wizard is your goal." The Purgatory Demon Sword said. "Elder brother, aren't you near the 8th circle?" Levi said. "It will take some more time, maybe next time we meet in hell, I'll be at the 8th circle." The Purgatory Demon Sword said. "Unbeknownst, I've fallen behind by a major realm." Levi said earnestly. "Don't be discouraged, compare yourself to yesterday, not to me, comparing with me is meaningless, everyone has different opportunities and fortunes." He continued. "From now on, the Demon Fox Mistress is also one of us, you can blend in better in Ale City, and with the Mistress watching over you, you just need to strive to become stronger." The Purgatory Demon Sword said. "Thank you, elder brother, for your caring effort." Then, Levi discussed future development plans with them. Focusing on the Demon Fox tribe, with the Demon Elephant tribe secretly assisting, gradually establishing themselves on Hell's 7th layer, secretly gathering more resources like soul stones for Levi. Once the 7th layer is nearly conquered, they'll advance to the 8th layer. Before parting, the younger brother reluctantly watched Levi leave. Levi instructed the 3 sisters and the Demon Fox Mistress to take good care of his younger brother in the future. The Demon Fox Mistress patted her ample chest, promising to genuinely care for the younger brother as her own child, ensuring not to disappoint the master. Levi felt satisfied internally. With the help of the Demon Fox tribe, his younger brother's future cultivation would be incredibly rewarding. Through recruiting the Ghost Elephant tribe and the Demon Fox tribe, Levi obtained 103 soul stones, the most bountiful harvest ever. Once he returns from the ancient tower and redeems the shadow emblem, after some cultivation, his spiritual force should be reaching its maximum. Therefore, he doesn't need to use these soul stones for now, leaving some for himself, while planning to distribute the rest to the 3 avatars and Elena. With soul stones, netherworld soul date and similar heavenly materials and earthly treasures, and heart-cleansing tea, their cultivation speed can be significantly accelerated, reaching the 8th circle sooner. Besides soul stones, there are also 24 billion joss paper, ensuring no shortage of money for the upcoming netherworld market trip on the 8th layer. Whether it's soul stones or joss paper, they are secondary. The main treasure is the minerals, medicinal herbs and other resources accumulated by the 2 tribes over the years in Hell, enough to make a top wizard organization envious. Of course, Levi only took a portion, using the rest as operating capital for the 2 tribes, as they will need to continue developing in Hell. Chapter 2232. On the side of the Ghost Elephant Master, Levi obtained an ancestral level 8 battle technique from their Demon Elephant tribe, known as Mixed World Demon Image 108 Hammers, or simply Mixed World Hammer Technique. It is said to have been created by the sky-supporting giant elephant who served in the 72 pillars. This battle technique is immensely powerful. When mastered to the maximum, one can instantly strike with 108 hammers, each hammer more formidable than the last, until the final hammer completes the ultimate kill. The Ghost Elephant Master relied on this move to remain invincible at the Hell 7th layer. Of course, what it obtained was only a fragmented version of the sky-supporting hammer technique. The complete version is mastered only by sky-supporting giant elephant himself, known as Heavenly Earth 1001 Hammers. It is a supreme level 9 battle technique. In the words of the barbarian tribes, the sky-supporting giant elephant probably understood the power of soldier species, already a pinnacle expert in hammer techniques. When this hammer technique is trained to perfection, one can strike 1001 heavy hammers instantly, with the momentum continuously rising, such that the power of the final hammer is enough to rend the sky and shatter the earth. Relying on this move, the sky-supporting giant elephant excels among the 72 pillars, unmatched in brute strength, contended only by the Dead Sea Tyrant whale among the Hell Level 9 experts. This hammer technique utilizes sweeping movements, fully exploiting its strength advantage, needing only to strike an opponent to cause severe injury, rendering them incapacitated. Levi feels this hammer technique is very much compatible with his own dragon whale path, both being paths of extreme strength, forsaking some other attributes. By relying on strong defense, physique, and the hexagonal attributes for margin of error, once trained, he only needs one hit to severely wound or even kill the enemy. Similarly, this hammer technique is extremely difficult to master. Before leaving, the Ghost Elephant Master repeatedly emphasized that this battle technique has 8 layers, but currently, in the Ghost Elephant tribe, only one person has trained to the 8th layer, and that's himself. He has been practicing this battle technique since childhood and has been learning it for 5,000 years. His talent is second only to the sky-supporting giant elephant's presence, and it took him 3 years to barely get started. One can imagine the difficulty. Each subsequent layer's practice difficulty of this battle technique increases exponentially. Hence, he thoughtfully told the master not to rush if he couldn't get started within a short time. This battle technique requires time to temper, more haste less speed. Then Levi, after practicing several times, got started right before the Ghost Elephant Master. The Ghost Elephant Master was stunned and refrained from saying more. Proven by facts, the master truly is a formidable being. Levi managed to get started quickly due to the proficiency panel, and secondly, his battle technique realm was already high, possessing the 10 absolute extremes of the extreme Deo strategy from a commanding position. Thirdly, the strength of the heavenly cutting soldiers. Although the soldier species he has is the spear technique path, there is a resemblance in battle technique paths. He possesses the supreme insight of the spear technique, thus enabling him to get started with other battle techniques, even level 8 ones, after just a few practices. This Ghost Elephant Master needs 5,000 years to master, yet Levi estimates with his cultivation speed, he could uphold this battle technique for 200 years, and that's impressive. Hell, 8th level. Levi, with the map obtained from Demon Fox Main Mother, began to explore. With some time before the Netherworld market opens, he's not in much of a hurry. He first visited the place where the Black Prison Beast might be hiding, intending to take stock beforehand. When his strength is greater in the future, he plans to take it down. But upon arrival, he frowned. Though he hadn't approached its lair, he sensed no powerful auras around. His hermit rune glimmered, intending to investigate further. Yet what he found was nothing but ruins, with traces of Dragon Clan presence remaining. The lair of the Black Prison Beast had long been abandoned. Was it attacked? Or did it flee? Levi murmured, unsure of the situation. Logically, the Black Prison Beast shouldn't have known that he has targeted it. Unless it possessed a strong danger perception ability and sensed his vengeance coming, thus escaping in advance. Forget it. Levi turned and left. The Black Prison Beast wasn't essential to him. He wouldn't let this impact his mood. Perhaps fate would bring them to meet again in the future. Levi now embraced a carefree mindset. A year later. Nora 517. Blood Battle 303. Fire Dragon Shop. In the cultivation chamber, accompanied by the arrival of a vast ice and fire element's power, merging into the body, the holy infant opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of cold air. His aura unmistakably reached the Senior 7 Circle realm. No wonder it's a bright moon artifact, increasing nearly 200 points of spiritual force in one go, allowing me to enter the Senior 7 Circle ahead of schedule. In a flash, the Holy Infant's virtual and real essence soul flew out. The ice and fire holy body reached a new level. Half ice, half fire. The ice body slightly stronger than the fire body, but not problematic. Relatively speaking, the threat of excessive fire gas is higher than heavy cold air. The Holy Infant had also studied various ice and fire balance case studies over these years. He's planning to research a secret technique that can harmonize the balance of ice, fire, yin and yang in due course. In this way, even if there's a short-term imbalance in ice and fire, the impact is minimal. Now, this secret technique has taken an embryonic form, named Ace Balance Law. The main function of Ace Balance Law is to balance one type of element when it becomes too dominant, sealing part of it. This won't affect regular meditation or cultivation at all. If fighting ensues, just unseal briefly, a short-term imbalance does no great harm. Chapter 2233. When the Holy Infant becomes strong enough, eventually making ice and fire approach balance at a certain peak stage, or even completely fuse, the issue of imbalance will no longer exist. In the lungs of the primordial soul, there is a misty and uncertain cold air. This is the Winter Emperor's breath. I have now refined 2 bright moon artifacts and 4 morning star artifacts. Even a pig should be able to fly by now. Moreover, my talent is quite good. According to tests, my current talent should be equivalent to the legendary ice and fire dual elements sun. The path of dual cultivation of ice and fire in the future will naturally be smooth, with no obstacles before advancing to the 9th circle. In my mind, the companion spiritual creature, Snow King, has evolved once more. It no longer resembles the cute snowball shape of the past, rather, it looks like a snowman with a Kylan arm and well-developed chest muscles, draped in a magnificent ice blue cloak, revealing the beauty of strength, surrounded by an invisible swirling cold wind that chills to the bone. If not for being accustomed to calling it the Snow King, the Holy Infant would have renamed it the Snow Emperor. The Snow King is a spiritual creature born from a Cold King sequence artifact, but under the catalysis of the Winter Emperor sequence artifact, it continues to evolve and mutate. It seems that the upper and lower sequence artifacts should have similarities that can promote each other. Just by looking at the appearance of the Snow King, it is evident that it is a formidable existence. The Holy Infant has tested it as well. Even Roman and the Lion King combined are no match for its single Kylan arm. These 2 fire element spiritual objects hide in a corner all day, shivering, fearing they will be frozen and extinguished by getting too close to the Snow King. Purple Extreme Holy Dragon emerges behind the Holy Infant, coiled and winding, covered with purple scales, its body entangled in red and blue streamers composed of red flames and blue frost, moving without wind, majestic and awe-inspiringly stretching for thousands of meters, exuding a terrifying aura. After advancing to Senior 7th Ring, the Holy Infant's wizard form also made further progress due to the advancement of the ice and fire holy body, undergoing some metamorphosis. The red and blue streamers, like star rings of the stars, are both offensive and defensive and controllable, existing long-term. The Holy Infant calls it the Holy Dragon Domain. In short, now the Holy Infant is fully confident to occupy the 7th circle perfection alone, and even win. Even in the face of the 8th circle, the ability to preserve life has greatly improved. After solidifying the realm for a while, the Holy Infant came to the Dawn Tower. Next, it is time to prepare for the refining of the complete Heavenly Star Sword formation. On this side, Lord Victor has also completed the refining of Golden Emperor's Ring. Unlike the Holy Infant, this artifact did not enhance his spiritual force but raised the upper limit of spiritual force by 200 points. This is also good, as based on Lord Victor's talent, he does not lack that spiritual force enhancement. Seeing the Holy Infant arrive, he smiled and said, "Congratulations, congratulations, you're now Senior 7th Ring." The Holy Infant, somewhat curious, said, "I heard you have also given birth to a companion spiritual creature. Let me see what it's like." Lord Victor smiled slightly. Aside from the original sword spirit Fleur, he finally has his own companion spiritual creature. With just a thought, a female figure wearing golden finery and a crown, standing proudly and with a blurred face, appeared behind him as a phantom. Around her, the power of golden elements gathered into continuously manifesting and vanishing sword chi, giving an aura that commands respect and feels like a cool female immortal holding a sword. Lord Victor said, "I call her Golden Emperor, and she is purely a combat spirit item." The Holy Infant looked at the Golden Emperor behind Lord Victor, indeed extraordinary and valiant, like a Valkyrie, pleasing to the eye. Then he looked at his own strangely themed Snow King. Though both are companion spiritual creatures, Why is Lord Victor's so dashing? This man is truly handsome from every angle. The Snow King also emerged from behind the Holy Infant, its small eyes looking at the big sister wearing golden finery. Indeed, the difference in their appearance is a bit significant. However, when it really comes to battle, it feels it is more formidable, as it pursues pragmatism. While the two laughed and talked, Gandalf also stepped in, looking pleased. Although he has not advanced to senior 7th ring, his strength has also improved compared to before. After refining Heart of Silent Whale, Gandalf's spiritual force limit increased by 150 points. Now, the upper limit has reached 12,300 points, second only to the original's 13,079 points. Moreover, he obtained a Bright Moon level special talent called Lonely Whale Solo, which transformed his water element affinity talent qualitatively. With the top-level body refining talent Dragon Elephant Mighty Body, the speed of his cultivation in the thousand-handed ancient god body refining technique has accelerated rapidly over the years. Unfortunately, without other special means such as a companion spiritual creature, it is somewhat lacking. His 10-winged heavenly dragon body refining technique is not far from the 7th ring, and the supreme profound meaning of the Radiant King Martial Way, Radiant King Dragon Elephant Fist, has been deduced to the realm of 15 dragons and 15 elephants. The power of one punch, even a 7-circle perfect wizard dares not resist head-on and can only avoid the edge. Gandalf laughed and said, "It seems you two have made great progress, both reaching senior 7th ring." The Holy Infant said, "You're not far off either. Once you reach senior 7th ring, our heavenly star sword formation should be fully completed. At that time, the three of us will join forces to hunt level 8 demons and strive to enter the top 10 of the rankings as soon as possible." Gandalf laughed and said, "No problem, next I will be stationed permanently at the Body Refining Academy." Recently, the purple crystal body refining technique has made some progress, and the low-level body refining method is about to be released. Next up is another Morning Star level body refining artifact. During this period, I'll have to trouble you to keep an eye on Gandalf Pharmacy for me. Chapter 2234. Lord Victor said, "You can go without worry." In the Fire Dragon Shop's weapon refinement room, the Holy Infant took out the remaining 6 blood scales. Lord Victor said, "The Venerable Blood Scales is indeed a good person, giving us exactly 13 blood scales, which perfectly align with the God-fallen Heavenly Star 13 kill array. It was destined for this calamity." The Holy Infant said, "Perhaps so, the universe's myriad things operate and change within the unseen, following their own trajectories. Every sip and bite are connected." Hell. The 8th layer. A shadow of a black-armored swordsman played with the white bone sword in his hand, riding a majestic white tiger, walking and stopping. On his shoulder, a winged mouse made a soft noise, pointing like an immortal, eyes gleaming. In the blink of an eye, Levi had already wandered in hell for a year. Following Jin, he gained some hell's heavenly materials and earthly treasures, even finding a lost 7-ring high-grade witch artifact in hell, named Bone Sorrow, a secret sword worth quite a bit. A small tavern suddenly appeared ahead, dim light reflecting hell's dusk. Inside was a vague vivacious noise of drinking and gambling. This scene reminded Levi of the former Shining Tavern. After the fall of Rosa Witch, the management rights of the Shining Tavern were transferred to Levi for free, and he sent someone to take over, making it one of the Dusk Holy Temple's intelligence departments. The glittering legends were still those few, no new additions. The legendary knight had already become a symbol of the old era, commemorating those bygone days. "Have a drink." Levi rode the majestic white tiger and stepped inside. The customers in the tavern were a group of bizarre-looking undead creatures, undead skeletons, bone demons, specters, skeleton knights. They drank, letting the wine flow through their skeletal frames, spilling onto the floor. Seeing Levi, a living person, did not surprise them. Deterred by Levi's powerful aura, they dared not disturb him. These undead, able to mingle on the 8th layer, were all cunning and powerful, with some reaching level 6 and above. "Owner, bring the best wine!" Levi shouted, voice like thunder. "Wine's coming!" A skeleton wearing gentleman's attire and a top hat dragged a bottle of ghostly green wine through the crowded throng. Levi took the wine and drank it in one gulp, pointing at the towering mountains in the distance, and a bone tower stood there, asking, "Whose residence is that? Looks like a wizard's place." The skeleton's eye sockets gazed into the distance, saying, "You're new to the 8th layer, right? This area, known as Undead Paradise, including our tavern, is sheltered by that bone tower. Even Hell's devil lords dare not provoke it. The owner of that bone tower is called Mr. Lost Heart, secretly someone calls him Madman Lich. Levi said. I see, thank you. Upon entering this area, he felt a barely perceptible sense of probing and watching, suspecting a powerful being. It turned out to be a lich. Being able to openly establish a wizard tower on the 8th layer requires significant capability, both in strength and background. Since it's someone else's territory, Levi, who originally planned to recruit some undead, lost interest, and after finishing his drink, turned and left. Upon reaching a wilderness area, an old gentleman stood by the roadside, wearing glasses with an elegant and simple scholarly air, exuding a 7 rings perfection aura. Sir Levi, my old master invites you to visit. Levi's expression remained calm, saying, I have some matters to attend to, maybe next time. The old gentleman smiled politely. Very well, safe travels, sir. He watched Levi's figure disappear into the distance. Within the bone tower, a voice seemed to call out. Come back, Blade. The old gentleman's figure disappeared into the wilderness. In the study, an elder in a white robe, somewhat gaunt with slightly greenish skin, was studying something with a pile of crystal balls. He was Mr. Lost Heart. Blade said. This person is quite cautious, declining the old master's invitation. Mr. Lost Heart raised his head, smiling. Surely those undead in the tavern told him I'm a madman, scared him off. No matter, time is on our side, he will surely come again. Leaving undead paradise. Levi casually found a devil city, waiting for the netherworld market to open. Mr. Lost Heart? In the current high levels of the School of Death, I haven't heard of such a being, at least an 8-ring perfection, possibly even a Grand Wizard Lich. The most famous Lich in the wizard world is the Hell Walker. This person is an ancient figure in the wizard world and the only openly Grand Wizard level Lich. But that one works by the Wizard Council, spending years in the Central Realm. However, although Mr. Lost Heart is powerful, he doesn't seem malicious. This kind of unclear motive invite, Levi certainly wouldn't attend. The netherworld market is opening. In the sky, the vast nether river appeared again, a mast ship slowly descended, and the devils rushed aboard in a bustling stream. Looks like those grandpas and grandmas crowding the market in my past life. With a huge sum of 2.4 billion joss paper, Levi entered the ship. On the plaza, a brawny man with a tiger head stood with arms crossed, staring wide-eyed at Levi. The brawny man felt a shiver in his heart. This guy again. Last time he was on the 7th layer, now he dares to wander the 8th layer? The number of level 8 powerhouses here is incomparable to the 7th layer. Remembering last time checking this person's lifespan, the brawny man felt his eyes hurt, immediately closing them to rest. Levi was already picking and choosing at the stalls. Host God Fruit, 200 million joss paper, buy. The Host God Fruit is of no use to him now, but it's stored up for future needs. Soul Stones, 1 piece for 5 million joss paper, take them all. In a blink, he had collected another 80 soul stones. It's truly the 8th layer of hell, all good stuff. In this way, Levi now had nearly 200 soul stones, and refining them all would increase his spiritual force by about 1,000 points. Of course, gaining too much spiritual force in a short time would be overwhelming, and it'd be excessive, requiring phased, batch-wise, and reasonable refinement and absorption. In the wizard world, soul stones are indeed the hard currency. With the blood battle starting, their value surged. Previously worth 500,000 ether stone, now exceeded 1 million. Yet even so, you can't buy them at all. Unless a wizard is particularly in need of money, no one would sell soul stones. These things directly enhance spiritual force and are crucial for wizards with low meditation efficiency. Chapter 2235. Levi had just left not long ago when a brawny level 7 goat-horned demon, looking uncomfortable, glanced at an empty stall and then at the pig demon who had just bought the soul stone. How is this pig demon so wealthy? He was a 7-circle wizard from the School of Death, named Short, also here in hell for the netherworld market. Damn pig demon! There were rules on the boat for the netherworld market, so he didn't dare act recklessly. Levi frowned, feeling a faint hostility. He glanced and noticed it was a goat-horned demon. Presumably, it's a wizard in disguise, harboring resentment as I beat him to it. I understand, my mood is good today, so I won't bother with you. He ignored it and continued to snatch up good items. Resentment Stone, level 8 material, can reinforce my Black Soul Demon Tower, I'll buy it. Human Soul Paper, level 8 material, for reforging the Book of the Undead, buy. After a bout of frantic purchasing, without even realizing it, Levi was left with only 1 billion joss paper. If it was useful to him, he didn't look at the price and just took it. Short, the wizard was left dumbfounded. He must have spent at least tens of billions in such a short while, and me, a dignified seven-circle wizard, operating in hell for so many years, even risking being wanted to steal from the rich to give to myself, have only accumulated 7 billion joss paper. Could it be that this person is also a big shot in the school of death? At this thought, he felt a wave of panic inside. Initially, he had thought about killing the pig demon after leaving here. Now, thinking about it, if he had really done it, he would probably end his life on the 8th level. Indeed, people can't have too much hostility. Not just the wizard, the brawny man with a tiger head also had a change of expression. Exactly how many archdevils of hell did this guy rob? So much cash, even a level 8 devil wouldn't be able to produce. After all, everyday expenses in hell require joss paper. Levi came to a stall and stopped. Inside a transparent jar, there was a handful of black soil. Around the black soil, countless wraiths, negative energy lingered. Levi seemed to see countless lost souls, wraiths swirling, as if it wasn't just a handful of soil, but a miniature hell. 500 grams of dead soil, level 9, priced at 12 billion joss paper. This item placed here made many devil lords look envious but ultimately had to leave with a helpless shake of their heads. It was too expensive. That seven-circle wizard also saw this soil. My god! Dead soil, a legendary level material for establishing an undead cemetery. The so-called undead cemetery is a special place some wizards from the School of Death construct to nurture and spawn undead for themselves. The dead cemetery can automatically convert elemental power into dense death negative energy power, allowing undead creatures to grow. Some wizards from the School of Death would construct an undead cemetery within their wizard towers or secret realms. In short, if one can own an undead cemetery, it means an inexhaustible army of undead calamity. If continuously evolved, this undead cemetery can even become a small artificial hell. As far as he knew, the legendary wizard in the School of Death of the current era, Hand of Netherworld Prison, had done precisely this. His demi-plane and wizard tower were entirely transformed into a super-gigantic undead cemetery, even his legendary profession is related to the undead cemetery. Legendary profession, Time Tomb Keeper. This is the legendary profession of Hand of Netherworld Prison. His legendary demi-plane is called Heroic Spirit Homeland. It is said that Hand of Netherworld Prison, relying on Heroic Spirit Homeland and the capability of Time Tomb Keeper, can protect some souls of life forms from entering the underworld. This equates to possessing part of the underworld's authority, with methods transcendently brilliant. These souls will revive in the Heroic Spirit Homeland, bringing with them their memories and abilities from their past life, reincarnating as beings known as Heroic Spirits. In the Heroic Spirit Homeland, Netherworld has established the Heroic Spirit Temple, commanding many powerful heroic spirits. They might be alien races, or they might be wizards. Their existence relies on the Hand of Netherworld Prison and they fight for the Hand of Netherworld Prison. Should the Hand of Netherworld Prison die, they would also vanish into thin air. Utilizing the Tomb Keeper's ability, the Hand of Netherworld Prison is among the stronger entities in the Legend of Wizards, with rumors even stating that a level 10 heroic spirit resides within the Heroic Spirit Temple. If the rumors are true, then the Hand of Netherworld Prison becomes even more terrifying. In many words, to build an undead cemetery, this dead soil is indispensable, its full name being Land of the Departed's Rest. Only with this celestial soil can the departed rest outside the underworld, perhaps even reincarnate and rebirth in the form of undead. This celestial soil, across the multidimensional plane, is found only in the underworld. This seven-circle wizard has attended many sessions of the Netherworld market and has never seen such a rare item before. However, upon seeing there was only a djinn, he sighed inwardly. Unfortunately, it's only a djinn, the quantity is too little. But even if it's just a djinn, its value still reaches 12 billion, I can't afford it. He looked at the extravagant pig demon. As it stood, among the devils present, only it had the money to buy it. Levi was also stunned. Why is the 8th level packed with such great items? He had been browsing all along, buying only his essentials. Initially, he planned to spend all remaining 10 billion on memory blind boxes. Unexpectedly, something supreme appeared out of the blue. The brawny man with the tiger head, looking at Levi's yearning expression, said, "Are you buying?" Levi said, "I don't have enough money, can I return part of it?" Chapter 2236. The brawny man with the tiger's head pointed to a sign over there. Once sold, no returns or exchanges. Levi pondered internally, realizing that it was too late to go outside and rob someone now, and it wouldn't be a good idea anyway, especially since the Netherworld envoy was watching. He asked, "Can I sell something inside here?" The brawny man replied, "As long as you're not reselling what's on this stall, do as you wish." Levi was delighted internally. He immediately took out a 7-ring witch artifact that he had acquired recently, the secret sword, Bone Sorrow. Although this secret sword was a high-grade 7-ring, Levi had a better amethyst light sword, and the Holy Infant and Vic couldn't use it either. He had initially planned to auction it in the wizard world. Levi asked, "This is a 7-ring witch artifact I picked up, made by a wizard, named Bone Sorrow. Though not new, it's absolutely intact and of high quality. Does anyone want to buy it as a collection? Selling cheap for 600 million joss paper, a fair deal for everyone." This witch artifact, though made from ordinary materials and with not very comprehensive functions, appeared rather average, but it was a high-grade 7-ring artifact and worth nearly 1 billion ether stone in the wizard world. Levi did have some ghost tools needed by the devils, but their origins were not legitimate. Being on the 8th layer for the first time, he dared not use them. The devils were drawn in, some of them showing interest. Unfortunately, even at 500 million joss paper, they couldn't afford it. After all, they had recently spent a fortune at the stall, they didn't have any more money. The sheep-horned demon disguised as a 7-circle wizard, however, showed interest. A secret sword from the Death Sect, and a high-grade 7-ring. He had seen Vic and others using the secret sword flow to dominate recently. Although he was a wizard from the School of Death, he wanted to try it out and enhance his abilities. But he only had 700 million joss paper, he spent 400 million just now at the stall, leaving only 300 million. He couldn't afford it. He pondered and sent a telepathic message to the pig demon. "Sir, I'm interested in your witch artifact. Can we perhaps conduct the transaction outside?" Levi looked at the sheep-horned demon, the very person who held a grudge against him earlier. He suspected that the other was also a disguised wizard, probably not as powerful as he was. "Sure." Levi and the sheep-horned demon quietly left the mast-sailed ship. The brawny man with a tiger's head pretended to nap with eyes closed and didn't bother them. As long as they didn't break the rules of the Netherworld market, he wouldn't care even if they caused a ruckus outside. In the wilds. The sheep-horned demon said, "Sir, I have 300 million joss paper left. Could I use something else to make up the remaining 300 million? Levi said, "Sure." He only needed to cover a gap of 200 million joss paper, selling for 600 million to avoid a big loss. The sheep-horned demon said, "I am sincere in making this transaction. I hope we can establish a contract." Levi said, "No problem." He had no concerns, if the other party dared to renege, he would finish him off directly. The other party likely realized his strength and feared that he might kill and loot. Thus the request for a contract, which was quite normal and reasonable. After the contract was made, the sheep-horned demon's expression changed. "Is your excellency the Dusk Palace Master, Levi?" Levi said. "Yes, why? Is there a problem?" The sheep-horned demon hastily shook his head. "No problem, just didn't think I'd encounter your excellency in hell." He felt some fear inside. He was just an ordinary 7-circle wizard, not worth mentioning in front of the Dusk Palace Master. This person had overpowered level 8 demons, not just once, suggesting it was pure strength, not luck or hidden cards. Levi said, "Short wizard, let's keep today's events between us. It was a pleasure working with you." He patted the other's shoulder. The sheep-horned demon nodded like a pecking chicken. Only after Levi walked away did he breathe a sigh of relief and mock himself inside. "Though I'm also a 7-circle wizard, why does it feel like meeting a primordial soul wizard in the 5-circle realm? Never mind, although I didn't get the soul stone and dead man's rare earth, I did acquire a 7-ring high-grade witch artifact, which is something." His joss paper was spent, and he lost 300 million ether stone, so he hastily left hell. The Dusk Palace Master was always elusive, always battling on the front lines or secluded in deep meditation, rarely participating in social activities in the wizard world. Hence, to many, he was shrouded in mystery, making people reluctant to approach, but today he could boast of having shaken hands with the Dusk Palace Master, feeling slightly proud inside. At the stall, Levi stored away the dead man's rare earth. With 1 billion Joss paper left, he spent it all on the memory blind box, buying 100,000 of them. He glanced at the brawny man with a tiger's head snoring in sleep, satisfied as he left. Ancient Dragon Continent. The journey through hell ended in perfection. Levi tallied his trip, and it could be said to be his most bountiful one yet. He used crimson enslavement on 2 level 8 devils and incorporated the demon elephant tribe, gaining vast resources and obtaining the legendary material, rest soil. From the intel he got from the demon fox tribe, they attended the netherworld market dozens of times but never saw legendary items. Levi could be said to have struck it lucky. If it were those 3 buddies from before, Levi might suspect they deliberately gave him benefits to gain favor. But this brawny man with a tiger's head seemed disinterested, so probably wouldn't go out of his way to flatter. Ancient Banyan Fairyland. In the center of the graveyard of the dead stood a faint phantom of a tombstone. This was what Levi gained after refining the tombstone oddity, not an associated special spiritual creature, just some peculiar ability. Chapter 2237. The function of the tombstone and the dead soil share a similar aspect, converting elemental power into negative energy and death energy. However, compared to the dead soil, the tombstone lacks a crucial function, which is to allow the souls of the departed to rest in peace, thereby achieving the self-cycling birth of the undead. Initially, the graveyard of the dead was only about a kilometer in diameter. As time passed and Levi advanced to the 7 circle, its area constantly expanded, now over 100 kilometers in diameter. It's not large, but sufficient for the undead to survive. After all, besides the graveyard of the dead, Levi also has the Black Soul Demon Tower, which comprises its own space capable of absorbing the negative energy of death scattered between heaven and earth. Levi estimates that after advancing to the 8th circle, the graveyard of the dead should reach a diameter of more than 1,000 kilometers, thus having a preliminary scale. The use of dead soil is very simple. Once buried in the ground, it automatically transforms the surrounding soil, incrementally increasing its volume. The speed of transformation depends on the quantity of dead soil. With only a pound in quantity, Levi wonders how long it will take to completely transform the graveyard of the dead. Fortunately, Levi lacks nothing if not patience. He can just replenish with more dead soil later. Moreover, he cannot allow the growth rate of the dead cemetery to be too fast. It must be slower than the expansion of the ancient Banyan Fairyland. He certainly does not wish to convert the entire ancient Banyan Fairyland into a graveyard. As the dead soil fell beneath the tombstone, something unexpected happened for Levi. The dead soil turned into a black worm, burrowing into the tombstone and dispersing, making the tombstone's phantom more solid. Levi felt that after merging with the dead soil, the tombstone became more complete. He saw mysterious truth runes begin to emerge on the tombstone. Levi used wizard knowledge to decipher them. Rest in peace, the god of death is eternal. The next moment, Levi felt as though he were standing in a strange place. He did not know where this was, nor did he know when it was. There seemed to be no concept of space or time. Only the endless sound of river water resounded directly to Levi's spirit. He opened his eyes to see a great river. It was turbid and yellowish, seemingly bloody, boundless, and vast, flowing indistinctly from nothing to nothing. Countless tributaries branched from the great river, flowing across endless space-time, reaching unknown lands. This great river was all too familiar to Levi. The underworld Source River. According to legend, the dead soil originates from the sand at the bottom of the underworld Source River, and now it seems to be true. This river was so grand, so magnificent, so supreme. Mother River of the underworld, mother of the Nether Emperor, the dominion of life and death reincarnation, only the non-existent concept of the river of time could be more powerful. In front of the Mother River, Levi deeply felt his own insignificance. Clatter. The sound of a mountain spring flowing awakened Levi. In a daze, he seemed to see a trivial tributary of the Mother River connect to the phantom tombstone before him. He felt his will was omnipresent within this 100-kilometer diameter land of the dead, and at this moment, he was the god of this land. After unexpectedly absorbing the dead soil, the tombstone of the dead underwent some transformation, granting Levi some unforeseen authority. He had absolute control over this graveyard of the dead. He could mobilize all the undead born within the graveyard of the dead without any contract or wizard tool. As long as the undead were born from there, they belonged to him, just like in the nightmare territory. He could even choose some powerful souls, allowing them to reincarnate with memories in the graveyard of the dead, becoming the lowest level specters or skeletons. These specters and skeletons were not simple, they retained some of their previous life's skills, though limited by their undead body and unable to fully wield them. Of course, not all souls could reincarnate as undead with memories. In the ethical order and legal system of their civilization, those committing heinous crimes were not allowed entry, whereas those with prestige and merits in their civilization could reincarnate. As for the criteria for judgment, Levi did not decide, it was determined by the underworld source river. His authority stemmed from that supreme, utterly impartial mother river. Moreover, with his current authority, he could only support 10 souls to reincarnate with memories. To support more, he would need to improve his strength, upgrade the tombstone level, or acquire more dead soil. I understand, after the combination of dead soil and tombstone, I inadvertently became the city god of the wizard world. These souls reincarnated with my protection would become judges or yin bureau officials, or rather heroic spirits. No wonder the demi-plane of the hand of netherworld prison is called heroic spirit homeland, I see. Generally, those who could become heroic spirits need to be heroes or epic figures in their civilization's standard sense. According to Levi's human or wizard standard, they would need to perish for the country or be a legendary hero, not too obscure. In that sense, if the glittering legends Lionheart Knight or Golden Knight were alive, they would naturally become heroic spirits. And even if another person were a wizard, but remained obscure in the wizard world without making achievements or contributions, they would hardly become a heroic spirit. Strength is not the sole evaluation criterion. But if it were a primordial soul wizard, as long as they weren't a great villain, their fame level might enable them to become a heroic spirit. Chapter 2238. What a pity, if Ms. Marlene could have lived a little longer, it would have been good. Her students are all over the world, and she has never done any evil. She should have had the chance to live another life as an undead. But this depends on personal choice, and if one does not wish to become an undead, there's no need to force it. On the ground, rest soil began to slowly proliferate, faster than Levi expected, possibly because of the tombstone of the dead. From now on, this place will be called Ancient Banyan Tree Mansion. Levi renamed the graveyard of the dead. This will be his undead cemetery from now on. It will automatically guide souls from the multidimensional plane to reincarnate here as new undead. It will also provide existing undead with a more habitable home. As for heroic spirits, Levi currently doesn't have suitable candidates. Since the quota is limited, it has to be an important person. The establishment of the Ancient Banyan Tree Mansion brings the goal of turning the ancient Banyan fairyland into a perfect world a step closer. Maya appeared and said, "I can feel a new life being nurtured below." Levi's consciousness entered the just transformed patch of rest soil. A tiny grain of green light flickered like a firefly. This is the budding soul fire, which will eventually become a ghost, a skeleton, or even a powerful undead bone dragon. Of course, to become an undead bone dragon, one still needs the dragon clan skeleton. Levi was just using a metaphor, it's not like he would waste things to create a bone dragon. Later, Levi had the array wizards of the Tower of Dawn mass-produce large energy-gathering arrays to lock the death energy in the ancient Banyan Tree Mansion to prevent it from affecting other places. A month later, the Emperor's Palace. Before Levi set off for the dark ancient tower, the Blood Knight arrived. He said, "Commander, I am now at level 6 limit, and my next step is to face the dilemma of evolution and advancement, so I would like to seek guidance on ascending to a mythical bloodline." Levi said, "From my experience, you need to prepare at least 3 different legendary endurance-type bloodline crystals, other than Mia's, to ascend to mythical. Of course, you could also directly prepare 1 mythical level endurance-type bloodline crystal to get there in one go." He advanced to Sky King Dragon through a combination of Maya and Silver Mountain Dragon and Wind Illusion Dragon and Black Annihilation Dragon, so he's quite well informed. Of course, it's possible to ascend to mythical with just 3 combined, provided that at least 1 legendary bloodline is excellent and the strongest among legends. To be safe, he still recommended the Blood Knight do a 4-in-1 advancement. The Blood Knight said, "Thank you for the guidance, Commander. I understand now." Levi asked, "How many have you prepared now? If you face difficulties, feel free to ask for my help." The Blood Knight said, "Commander, I have no issues on my side. Recently, I obtained a level 7 one-horned jade beast crystal through an auction, and also exchanged for a level 7 jade swallow crystal at the War Merit store, just missing one more. Levi nodded. The unicorn jade beast has the legendary level heavenly horse bloodline, and the jade swallow possesses the sky messenger swallow bloodline, which are both quite compatible with Yormya bloodline. Heavenly horse and sky messenger swallow are both legendary creatures with strong endurance. He then gave the Blood Knight some advice on the precautions for advancing to the 7 circle, before saying solemnly, "Blood Knight, are you mentally prepared for evolution? Once you embark on this path, the difficulty of future promotions will far exceed now. You will need to deal with more blood tribulation masters and face the ever-changing dark tribulation." The Blood Knight said, "I've thought it through, Commander, and I'm ready for the possibility of failure. I am an old relic of the old era, much older than you all, and I want to give it one last shot. Whether it succeeds or not, it may still provide some experience for other knights." Levi said, "All right, before you ascend, remember to carry rare treasures for self-preservation, no matter what, keeping your life is the most important. Also, don't try to ascend while I'm away. As long as I'm beside you, even if you fail and perish, I have the means to let you live another life in another form." The Blood Knight was shocked. "Live another life?" Levi said. "Yes, though I believe you can succeed. With the Blood Knight's fame and achievements during the Doomsday era, he is bound to become a heroic spirit, but that is akin to ghost cultivation in his previous life, a lower method with no better choices. How could it compare to being a knight of flesh and blood?" The Blood Knight expressed gratitude. "Thank you, Commander, I'm off now." The Blood Knight is someone who can suppress the inherent nature of secondary blood clan members with a mere mortal body without any cheating methods. His willpower, character, and talent are absolutely top level. It's just a pity that he was born in the wrong era, predating other knights by centuries. Besides the Blood Knight, the Ash Knight, Divine Light Knight, Black Knight, and Fire Dragon Knight all level 6 peak, late-stage knights also face the choice between evolution or advancement. In this regard, Levi completely respects their choices and does not impose his will. As long as the Dusk Holy Temple develops healthily like this, and as long as he lives long enough, there will surely come a day when someone besides him becomes a second mythical knight. The Dusk Holy Temple is witnessing a fortunate era, driven by a self-hacked leader and the unprecedented multidimensional plane convergence, with heaven, earth, and humanity all in harmony. Even if not within 10,000 years, within 100,000 years, establishing a complete body mythical version of the 18 Riders is not impossible. A group of knights with resolute faces, clad in armor soaked with divine power. Chapter 2239. With every move, one can decide the era's trend in the multidimensional plane. Just thinking about it is thrilling. Considering the challenges knights face in evolution, Levi said. Relatively speaking, it's still more reliable for dual practitioners like Steel Dragon Knights to follow the evolution route. At least crossing the Dark Tribulation will be easier. Although Steel Dragon Knight has evolved once, it is still a legendary bloodline now, and the mythical path has a long way to go. Tower of Dawn. Unnoticed, it was already the 60th birthday of Emperor Mu's son, Eddie. Levi also joined the festivities, feeling as if in the blink of an eye, a child had already become an old thing. Eddie did not disappoint Emperor Mu and Elsa, as he practiced diligently without wasting his talent as the Ice Element son, and had become a 3 rings perfect wizard. Additionally, he had not neglected the path of knights and was now a level 2 knight as well. Elsa always talked about him with a smile, saying Eddie's knight realm was better than hers. In the words of Emperor Mu, Eddie was completely comparable to the top-level geniuses of the wizard organization, with the only shortcoming being that he did not inherit his holy ape bloodline. However, Elsa promised to have a second child and even a third in the future. They cannot let Emperor Mu's holy ape bloodline break, especially since his mortal family had long become dust in the tide of the era. Golden Lion Knight Dinos shared the same troubles as Emperor Mu. Although he had 3 children, he was not fortunate enough to have a boy who inherited the Golden Lion bloodline. However, these 3 had indeed been promising. The eldest, Lena, had recently celebrated her 100-year-old birthday and was now a level 3 knight known as the Jade Lion Knight, with a bold and carefree personality like a mother lion. The second child, Rhea, was about the same age, also a level 3 knight known as the Peacock Knight, with a much more reserved and quiet personality, completely different from the eldest. The eldest sister and second sister were both talented figures from the Dusk Holy Temple, also being attractive with many suitors, and the third, Raid, was no different. Although he did not have the knight bloodline, his wizarding talent was quite good. Like Emperor Mew's child Eddie, he belonged to the Frost School, was a third circle wizard, and was a notable figure at school. Looking at these young people full of vitality, Levi felt very pleased. These fresh blood are the hope for the future of the ancient dragon continent. Perhaps, in the distant future, they would be even more excellent than their predecessors, going further on the path of knights and wizards. Passed down through generations, the flame is never extinguished. Dark Ancient Tower. The 5th level. In the Wind Spirit Tower, Kidman had advanced to level 6 late stage. This speed was fair and square. Level 7 was hopeful, yet attaining greater achievements would be difficult. Nonetheless, he was quite happy personally. If it weren't for the Dharma transmission Venerable, he wouldn't have even the chance of level 7. Seeing that figure in his dream, Kidman's face was delighted. Heavenly Venerate. Levi said. Well done, after the next century, I will take you away. Kidman's face was ecstatic. Thank you, Heavenly Venerate. He finally had the opportunity to go to the outside world. This excitement was akin to a practitioner suddenly being told by a celestial being that he didn't need to cultivate anymore and could follow them in ascension. Pollock and Jess, the two newly recruited Supreme Archmages, also managed to slightly improve their strength. Hearing Kidman had a chance to leave this cage, they couldn't help but feel envious. Levi said. You two need to work hard on your cultivation and do your best in teaching. If you can advance to level 6 late stage, I will take you away as well. Anyway, just a few Supreme Archmages needed to maintain the basic order on the 5th level, not many needed to stay here. Moreover, most Supreme Archmages actually wouldn't even reach level 6 late stage within their lifetime, so Levi's promise was more or less like an empty check. The two Supreme Archmages quickly expressed their gratitude, then began to report this century's work. Ultimately, Levi gained 2 children of the elements and 7 special talented wizards. Both children of the elements were already third circle wizard cultivation, and the others included official wizards and apprentice wizards. Before leaving, he placed 4 6th circle alchemical creatures here and rewarded these Supreme Archmages with some 6th circle masterpiece wizard tools. Do not use these alchemical creatures normally, only deploy them if alien races or strong black beast invaders threaten humans. Kidman said. I understand. We will certainly protect the people of Kane Empire. Afterward, Levi quickly headed to the Million Mountains, gathering mushrooms before visiting places marked for potential truth oddity births, collecting several Earth-grade and Sky-grade oddities. These low-level oddities were collected to reward some gifted juniors within the organization as incentives for a policy encouraging growth. In fact, the ancient Banyan Fairyland had birthed a considerable number of Earth-grade oddities over the years, with potential for Sky-grade oddities in some. Levi would keep these, and others would directly be stored in the treasury as the organization's foundation. Based on his calculations from these years, Earth-grade oddities generally take several hundred years to nurture while Sky-level oddities take about 1,000 years on average, and at least 700 or 800 years for shorter spans. As of now, only a few Sky-level oddities have autonomously birthed from the Fairyland. As for Morning Star-level oddities, it was uncertain if they'd even appear. Even the King's Sword within the Sword of Victory hadn't fully nurtured yet. Overall, oddities are similar to iron trees, things that predecessors planted for future generations to enjoy. Chapter 2240. 6th Layer of the Ancient Tower. Levi did not linger, only looking around at the places he had marked before. Given his current realm, the resources of the 5th and 6th levels were of little use. He's not the type to take everything in his path, so he left it for the lucky ones 9,300 years later. 7th Layer. St. Roland Continent. Runeland. West Forest City. Run. The Black Beast Tide is coming. It's over. I saw the Earth Armor Saint get smacked to death by the Black Beast King. Everyone, hold the city and activate the barriers. Don't panic, the saints from Water Dragon City will soon arrive to support us. Levi hid in the crowd, his brows tightly furrowed. Is the giant beast restricted area acting up again? Another saint has fallen. On the distant horizon, the void split open, revealing a giant beast as tall as 1,000 meters, resembling a ground sloth. It stood upright, with enormously exaggerated arms, and it was with one slap that it killed the stone armor saint. Behind it, thousands of black beasts swarmed, blotting out the sky, including some level 6 black beast lords. In terms of overall strength, the giant beast restricted area far surpassed Rune Land. If it weren't for the balance between the 3 realms and 4 lands, there would be no opportunity for humans. Yet Levi was puzzled, why were the other alien giants ignoring it this time? The giant beast roared in, slamming a palm against the city's array. An array that could withstand the combined attacks of several saints was shattered. How audacious! A rune master in a blue robe surrounded by water descended. It was the water dragon saint, who conjured a water screen to barely block the giant beast's attack. After a century, the water dragon saint had also advanced to level 7 mid-stage, but compared to the giant beast, he was still lacking. Among the humans, only the flame wolf saint could put up a fight. The water dragon saint held back the giant beast, anxiety filling his heart. Decades ago, a divine mountain descended on St. Roland continent. The divine mountain was supposed to be a new large intersection point with many resources. The 3 realms and 4 lands tore up the previous peace treaties to compete for ownership of the divine mountain, sparking a new large-scale war. Taking advantage of this, the giant beast restricted area invaded Rune Land again, with the black beast tide surging wave after wave, bringing much suffering to the humans. Many rune masters had fallen. Even saints had died, including a level 7 one. The situation took a sharp turn for the worse, and the humans plunged back into distress. The water dragon saint couldn't help but feel despair. With great difficulty, they saw a chance for human revival, thanks to the help of the heavenly venerate. Yet fate was cruel, it threatened to end even before it began. Fortunately, the century-long period has passed, and the day of the heavenly venerate's arrival had come. They fought desperately and managed to hold out until this day. They eagerly awaited the heavenly venerate's arrival to banish the ghosts and monsters, restoring peace to the humans for a breath of respite. The water dragon saint struggled, growing more tired. Roar! Suddenly, a giant beast like a crocodile flew out of the black beast crowd. Covered in scale armor exuding a metallic feel, it moved with the clashing sound of metal, scattering sparks, as torrents of the power of metal element came, spewing thousands of blades, iron swords, unstoppable. Another level 7 mid-stage. The water dragon saint's heart sank to the valley. Inside and outside the city, countless resisting rune masters also looked desperate, fearful, trembling. In the face of such a cataclysm, they were too weak. Mortals cowered in their houses, not daring to look outside, awaiting the arrival of death. Their lives were as worthless as grass. They were used to it, numbed by it. The rain of blades and swords descended, pressing down over the city. At this moment, a black armored swordsman soared out. He extended his hand, emitting a rich golden light. Primordial magnetic field. Reverse. All the blades and iron swords entering the sky over the city arched gracefully, spiraled upward like they were drifting sharply, and disappeared. What's happening? Why are we still alive? Who is that? Never seen him. Is he some rune saint? Probably not, he doesn't look like it. The people who narrowly escaped death looked up in shock at the black armored swordsman above. He was surrounded by golden light, lifted his hand pointing skyward, and then gestured towards the plains ahead. The clouds were instantly riddled. Countless iron swords and blades rained down, shot into the black beast horde. In an instant, a vast number of black beasts fell. Witnessing this scene, the water dragon saint was overjoyed upon seeing the imposing figure of the black armored swordsman. Water dragon welcomes the heavenly venerate's arrival. With the heavenly venerate here, they were saved. With the heavenly venerate's power, even if challenged by a level 8, dealing with these level 7s was more than sufficient. Next, they could take on the restricted area's lord together. Levi said. Water dragon, step aside. The water dragon saint quickly retreated. The giant beast's claws wouldn't give up, reaching through the void to grab once more, but they met a golden light around Levi, and it was as if they were trapped in a swamp, unable to move. He didn't even draw his sword, only matching his fist with the claw. A crisp sound of bone cracking echoed, and the giant beast's claw exploded entirely into a blood mist, incredibly clean. The giant beast winced in pain, evidently not expecting such a tiny human to have such a formidable body. It didn't believe it. Another massive claw slapped over. Bang! Another eruption of blood mist sprayed. Its arms lost in the blink of an eye. The giant beast was dumbfounded. This is damn impossible to fight. Its claws could shatter mountains, break through the defensive field of a level 7 saint, yet it couldn't even match a man's punch. Knowing it's no match, it tried to flee. In a low chant, Levi pointed a finger. Absolute ice point. The giant beast was frozen, unable to move. Even the surrounding space-time seemed to pause for a moment. Levi landed heavily on the giant beast's head, with a light twist, the mountain-sized head rolled off with a gurgle. A pillar of blood shot skyward, raining down blood. With a thundering collapse, the 1,000-meter body fell. All of this happened in a flash. The rune masters and mortals within the city were stunned to the point of speechlessness, with the sound of cold breaths being drawn everywhere. Is this a god? Or is this some royal rune master? Too powerful, a level 7 late-stage black beast gone in an instant. Truly terrifying. Even the water dragon saint was in a daze. He had seen the heavenly venerate act 200 years ago, and even then, although he could crush him, he was definitely not to the extent of one hit killing a level 7 late-stage enemy. It had only been 200 years, and the heavenly venerate's power had become utterly unfathomable to him, maybe even in level 8 wouldn't be his match anymore. Chapter 2241. Outside the cities of Runeland. The water dragon saint flew behind Levi, and a sense of security immediately came. Another mid-level 7 giant iron crocodile found its companion instantly dead and turned to flee. With a thought, Levi summoned a water dragon that roared out, surrounding it. Though it was just an innate spell, it was more than enough to trap this level 7 black beast. A group of level 7 shadows swarmed from behind, severely injuring the giant iron crocodile. Finally, the giant beast was left with its dying breath, but Levi did not kill it. He set up an array on the spot to seal it, trapping the giant beast there. Water Dragon Saint, have your people watch over this black beast. The Water Dragon Saint looked at the immobilized giant crocodile, his heart shaken, realizing this was the power of the heavenly venerate. Understood. He replied. Years ago, Levi had obtained a first-rate, excellent-grade breathing technique called the Iron Crocodile Breathing Technique, whose blood tribulation master was a transcendent creature known as the Giant Iron Crocodile. The Giant Iron Crocodile was also a legendary creature, although one of the relatively lesser-known and average among them, its body covered in armor, unmatched in defense. The giant crocodile before them seemed to possess a strong giant iron crocodile bloodline, with little issue for its future advancement to level 8. Levi could use it to quickly form a knight's battle group named Iron Crocodile's Teeth to pair with the Song of the Sirens. In the future, once the Vortex Beast is acquired, another battle group called Vortex Eye will be established. With speed, defense, and physique as the 3 dimensions of Death Soldier battle group, they would all be complete. The remaining black beasts fled in panic before Levi's shadow army. In this battle, the Spider King lost 2 more level 7 generals. Levi was curious to see how many more pieces the Spider King had to call upon. His primary purpose of entering the ancient tower this time was to confront the Spider King. If he could defeat it, he would use Crimson Enslavement to capture it. Half a day later, the black beast tide from the giant beast restricted area dissipated entirely under Levi's intervention, clearing the war haze that had troubled Runeland for decades. The rune masters and mortals in the city all looked up in shock at the black armored swordsman in the sky. In the history of Runeland, few have appeared who could turn the tide in such a way, akin to the rare King's Right Saint. Unfortunately, those King's Right Saints, despite their short-lived glory, would soon be suppressed and disappear by the union of 3 realms and 4 lands. It is uncertain whether this black armored swordsman can withstand the pressure from the 3 realms and 4 lands. Before Levi's majesty, people couldn't help but pay their respects and bow down. They also wondered when the human race had acquired such a formidable powerhouse. If he possessed such strength, why did he not emerge sooner? With Levi's authorization, the Water Dragon Saint declared. This is the ultimate saint, the newly born level 8 powerhouse of our humans. From now on, he will lead Runeland into renewed glory. The people did not know who the ultimate saint was. They only knew that the present Runeland could only rely on the ultimate saint to resolve the crisis of the giant beast restricted area, otherwise, it would mark the end of the human race. They called out the name Ultimate Saint, and as the cheers diminished, the crowd's emotions gradually calmed. The Water Dragon Saint continued passionately. Henceforth, we humans no longer need to defer to the whims of the 3 realms and 4 lands. Anyone with talent must cultivate the Wizard Holy Method, which is the fundamental method for rune masters, even more excellent and powerful. Those without talent will still have other transcendent paths, everyone shall be self-reliant, everyone like dragons. In the past 200 years, our saints have established many academies and wizard towers in Runeland, but the path to popularizing wizard lore remains challenging and arduous. From today onwards, Every city, big or small, will have talent testing facilities set up. We kindly ask all compatriots to spread the word. Anyone interested in learning extraordinary magic and embarking on the strong path, regardless of age, gender, race, can come to the Rune Sacred City for evaluation, studying, and apprenticing. Since ancient times, the cultivation in Rune Land has been limited to a small scope. Many mortals didn't even know Rune Masters existed. They had only vaguely heard of supernatural humans who wielded control over storm, thunder, underground fire, and frost. Under the deliberate control of the 3 realms and 4 lands, the mortals here were much like those on the 7 Kingdoms continent during the era of Church God's authority. They only regarded wizards as distant mythological entities, elusive and ethereal. Now, Rune Land must break these barriers and obstacles, just as the Wizard Council reforms in the human realm. They must boldly advance with comprehensive talent testing nationwide, missing no one with the talent to embark on the path of a wizard and burying no genius. 200 years ago, Levi lacked sufficient power, this could only be conducted covertly. He had to worry about the mad retaliation from the 3 realms and 4 lands. But now he possesses absolute level 8 power. He has even slain 10 level 8 demons. To him, the 3 realms and 4 lands are insignificant. The current civil war within the 3 realms and 4 lands is indeed a rare and excellent opportunity. Upon hearing the words of the Water Dragon Saint, the mortals below showed shock on their faces. They sensed that a massive storm was about to sweep across the St. Roland continent. This world, which from ancient times had revered alien races while the human race remained weak, was about to change. During the Water Dragon Saint's speech, in other sacred cities, a dozen saints simultaneously conducted mobilization in their respective managed cities. This unexpected frenzy caused the humans in Rune Land to begin to boil with excitement. Chapter 2242. They began to learn the true name of a Rune Master. Wizard. A super civilization that dominates countless worlds and commands respect across the multidimensional plane. The most formidable among the wizards can slay the lords of the 3 realms and 4 lands as effortlessly as slaughtering chickens and dogs. The supreme, among them, can even rival true gods. This group of people needs only one legendary forbidden spell to cause the lands of runes to fall apart. From then on, anyone who reaches level 8 or above in cultivation has the opportunity to leave this lower realm and ascend to the upper realm. Their guide is the emissary from the wizard world. Dharma Transmission Venerable. Ultimate Saint. The change began to sweep through the lands of runes like wildfire. 1 week later, the Saint Council, composed of 14 new and old rune saints, was established in the lands of runes. 2 weeks later, the garrisons and bases scattered across the 3 realms and 4 lands were uprooted. 3 weeks later, the list of puppets and lackeys arranged by alien races in the Rune lands was reported to the Saint Council. The Congress issued an ultimatum. Either abandon the darkness for the light, or take a trip to the underworld. 4 weeks later, the Saint Council established the most prestigious academy in the lands of runes, the Grey-White Academy. The Dean of Grey-White Academy is the Flame Wolf Saint, with dozens of branches in the lands of runes, each led by a saint. Those who pass the test and demonstrate the talent for wizard cultivation are eligible to enter Grey-White Academy for cultivation. Those with superior talent, or other extraordinary traits, even have the opportunity to meet the ultimate saint directly. 1 month later, a powerful aura descended outside the Saint Council. It stood over 3 meters tall, with a bird's head and human body, wings growing from its back, resembling an angel. Draped in golden robes, seemingly woven from some kind of transcendent silk, it was as light as air, exuding waves of treasure light. It belonged to the feathered people, and judging by its aura, it was also in the level 7 late stage. How bold of the lands of runes, to dare expel our emissary from Feather People Island. Flame Wolf Saint, come out and see me. In the Congress, there was dead silence. Not long after, a man dressed in a red robe with fiery red hair descended from the sky. Flame Wolf Saint smiled and said, "So it's Lord Raman, long time no see." He sensed trouble, as Raman was the 7th prince of the Feather Palace. His father was a level 8 powerhouse, none other than the King of Feathers, Rafelman. Having heard that the ultimate saint intended to defy the 3 realms and 4 lands grandiosely, the Flame Wolf Saint was also uneasy, fearing that the 3 realms and 4 lands would send powerhouses to retaliate. Unexpectedly, only a month had passed before the feathered people sent someone. After some thought, the Flame Wolf Saint said, "Lord Raman, these rune lands have always been the dwelling place of humans from ancient times. Your emissaries from the feathered people have repeatedly acted with impunity on our territory. We merely expelled them without causing harm, which is already very lenient. Raman's face turned cold. What do you mean? It seems that under the bewitchment of that so-called ultimate saint, you think you can oppose us now? Have you grown wings? Immediately disband the Saint Council and demolish those foolish academies, or else the feathered people will formally declare war on the lands of runes. Don't forget the 7 clans alliance of yesteryear. Flame Wolf Saint chuckled and said. You're joking, my lord. The 7 clans alliance was signed by the 3 realms and 4 lands among themselves. It has nothing to do with us in the lands of runes, nor can it interfere with our affairs. We only wish to protect ourselves, especially since the giant beast restricted area has persistently waged war against us for decades, leaving the people destitute, starving, and rivers of blood. Surely, you at Feather People Island have seen this. Raman snorted coldly and said. The giant beast restricted area violated the alliance, and naturally, our clans will intervene. But that doesn't justify your rebellion. Hand over the ultimate saint, and the other elders of the Saint Council may save their skins, or else, when the Sky Island army arrives, the lands of runes will regret it. Flame Wolf Saint shook his head. Please, Lord Raman, return. Raman laughed with rage, clapping his hands. Fine. 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 Since the lands of runes are dead set on opposing us, don't blame us for the ensuing massacre. Raman's figure soared into the sky and disappeared. Flame Wolf Saint's face was troubled. Other saints also stepped out, sighing and saying. A full-scale war with the feathered people is inevitable now. Our meager strength is far from sufficient. Who knows what the Heavenly Venerate plans to do? Soon after, the Saint Council announced that the lands of runes were entering a full state of war preparation. Each city and organization must be ready to face the feathered people army. Central St. Roland. East of Heartsea. Decades ago, a celestial transformation caused a divine mountain from outside the world to fall here. The mountains towered and stretched boundlessly, seemingly endless. A new intersection point was thus formed. The emergence of the divine mountain brought many resources, materials, and opportunities unseen before on the St. Roland continent. Simultaneously, it also brought a tide of black beasts. Beside the giant beast restricted area, the other 6 great alien clans sent their armies and land-clearing teams to explore and discover the divine mountain, inevitably leading to large-scale bloody conflicts. The initial minor skirmishes escalated into a sprawling war spanning the 3 realms and 4 lands. Due to the 7 clans alliance, a balance among the 3 realms and 4 lands had sustained for some time. However, over such a long period, some major powers have grown vastly more potent than before. Consequently, they are dissatisfied with the former power dynamics and divisions. They are seizing the opportunity of this divine mountain war to expand their territories and gain more say. Feather People Island Garrison. A hook-nosed feathered person stood with hands behind their back, listening to a subordinate's report. Chapter 2243. He is the Crown Prince of the Feathered People, currently possessing level 8 early stage power. However, this is kept secret, as he is the ace of the Feathered People. It's reserved for future use, to catch competitors off guard. Haha, this land of runes, taking advantage of the chaos within our 3 realms and 4 lands, wants to rebel. It's just a desperate struggle. What extreme sage, even the King's Right Saint, so what? Every King's Right Saint who has tried to resist only brought severe damage to the land of runes, taking thousands of years to recover. These lower humans just like to act clever. Pass down the order, let the 2nd Prince and 3rd Prince each lead an elite Feathered People Sky Army to attack the land of runes. We, the Feathered People, have been dormant for a long time, and now we no longer need to share the St. Roland continent with other alien races. Take this opportunity to annex the land of runes, make all the rune masters slaves, brand them with the feather slave mark, and exile them to fight on this divine mountain. Feathered People Heavenly Island. A massive island floating in the sky. It stretches 30,000 li from east to west and 20,000 li from north to south, acclaimed as the first wonder of the St. Roland continent. Around the island, clouds and mist enshroud, celestial birds circle, and waterfalls pour from the edges onto the continent. From afar, it resembles a white ribbon flying across the sky. The Feathered People have 7 princes, each skillful and outstanding. The Crown Prince is level 8 early stage. The other 6 are at level 7 mid-stage, late stage, and even peak power. Now, above the Sky Island, 2 battle groups composed of over 10,000 elite feathered people are lined up, suspended in the air. They are newly inspired, exuding a confident aura. Feathered people are always high and mighty, with immense power. Their wisdom and level of civilization are also above the average of Saint Roland. Thus, they like to call all other tribes barbarians. All the feathered people are skilled in wind element affinity spell abilities. They call it the divine wind art, and even consider themselves the heavenly god clan. Leading the army, the second prince and third prince are at level 7 peak and level 7 late stage, respectively. Such an elite battle group can rival the ace battle groups of top wizard organizations. Embarking on this campaign to flatten the land of runes is indeed not difficult. The second prince is clad in golden silk treasure armor, stepping in golden scale battle boots, holding a golden spear. He said, "The land of runes expelling our feathered people envoy, openly confront us. The king has ordered an expedition to the land of runes, to completely annex it into the feathered people's territory." The feathered people warriors raised their weapons, their morale soaring to the sky. Heavenly God clan invincible. Flatten the barbarians. The second prince laughed. With such elite troops, the land of runes can be conquered within a month. The third prince said. But still, be wary of that suddenly emerged extreme sage. This person seems to have level 8 power, capable of easily slaying black beasts at level 7 late stage. The second prince said. It matters not, I have already borrowed one of the clan's twin supreme treasures from father. The wind annihilates a realm. This treasure once killed a king's right saint, so how about one more? The third prince, hearing this, was overjoyed. Then it should be secure. The second prince proclaimed loudly. Whole army, attack! The feathered people heavenly soldiers stirred up a violent wind, whistling as they flew out. Just as they began to move, they saw a black armored swordsman ahead. He tread the air, walking step by step, exuding an intangible aura from the years of slaughter. This aura made the feathered people heavenly soldiers feel as if facing thousands of troops and horses. They even had the illusion that the black armored swordsman had killed more lives than all of them combined. After killing how many demons, black beasts, and nightmare creatures? Unknowingly, Levi was already enveloped in murderous aura. Together with his undying armor burning with black flames and crimson cloak. The whole person was like an apocalyptic demon king, giving out a terrifying sense of oppression. He hadn't even made a move, yet those 2 armies, along with the princes who were just brimming with confidence, unconsciously halted. The second prince said. Who are you? How dare you trespass the sacred land of the feathered people? The third prince said. Brother, he seems to be the extreme sage. The second prince's face changed dramatically. What? He dares to come at us alone. He confirmed repeatedly that in the space before him, there was only that black armored swordsman. Is he mad? Entering the 3 realms and 4 lands alone. Even a king's right saint would not dare to do this. Besides, viewing it now, this extreme sage doesn't even have the aura of level 8. He is only level 7 late stage at best. Even if strong, he's not a match for their army. Not to mention, deep in the feathered people's sacred land, there is still their father with level 8 power in seclusion. He came alone, either he was highly skilled and bold or seeking his own death. The second prince was reassured. With his limited perspective, he could never imagine. The man before him could, by his own strength, kill 10 level 8 demons. Could single-handedly annihilate elite demon armies on the grand stage of bloody battles, one after another. A single man, causing the abyss, this super civilization, to be at their wits' end. Going so far as to mobilize heavy forces, dividing troops into 2 fronts, to attack his summoned creatures. However, the murderous aura emanating from this person indeed made the second prince tense up. For insurance, a black bead appeared in his palm, radiating an immense aura. This bead appeared semi-transparent, containing a small world within. Strands of black airflow roamed within the bead, like black snakes. This is one of the feathered people's 2 supreme treasures. The wind annihilates a realm. It is said that this rare treasure was found by the first king of Feather during his travels on the St. Roland continent, at a newly born intersection point, a treasure with a world of its own. Chapter 2244. This realm is filled with a black exotic wind, known as the destructive black wind. This wind is extremely formidable and sinister, and wherever it passes, everything is destroyed. Only a level 8 powerhouse can withstand it. All it takes is to recite an incantation, and you can trap your enemies within. Even a level 8 powerhouse, if unable to escape in time, would inevitably be blown to pieces, with their soul scattered. Once this clan treasure emerged, the second prince immediately felt revitalized. However, considering the opponent was indeed extraordinary, he did not immediately take action, but said, "Ultimate Saint, your strength is impressive. The King of Feather is a ruler who appreciates talent. If you are willing to submit to us, managing the Rune Land would certainly be possible." He thought, since this person incited Rune Land to rebel, it was merely for benefits. If he could be directly recruited, it would definitely be better than killing him. Once he is no longer needed in the future, Father could just bestow death upon him. The third prince, looking at the black-armored swordsman approaching, couldn't stop trembling. "Second brother, this person is unusually fierce, act quickly," the black-armored swordsman said. "You two are too weak, go call the King of Feather, I have no interest in talking to you. Levi came here precisely to recruit the feathered people as well. Therefore, he also didn't want to engage in unnecessary slaughter, there was no need. After all, alien races are not demons, if they were demons, Levi would have long begun a massacre." The second prince's face flushed with shame, and he angrily said, "Such arrogance, form the formation." With his command, the feathered people heavenly soldiers swiftly formed a military formation, surrounding Levi. Levi said, "Go call the King of Feather." The second prince said, "Strike, third brother." In a flash, the wind howled across tens of miles, countless wind blades attacking Levi. The third brother wielded a long sword, and sword chi infused with wind element shot straight out. "Kill! Kill!" From all directions came the feathered people heavenly soldiers. Levi was already accustomed to it. "Looks like we'll have to strike fear into them, or it'll be hard to proceed." He snapped his fingers. 10,000 Dragons Birth. Shadow Dragon Group. Maya Spirit. What was just one person a moment ago? Instantly, countless troops appeared behind him. Each shadow exuded a deadly aura, the demons slain by them were beyond count. The most terrifying were the specters, towering 1,000 meters, exuding a level 7 aura, 9 in total, all with ferocious demon forms. Levi referred to them as the Mo family 9 generals. These 7-level specters were meant to follow him for a long time and would not be easily lost. So he assigned simple names to each one. When their numbers increase, he could even rename them to 10 generals, 100 generals. As soon as these 9 monster generals made a move, the battlefield became a one-sided slaughter. Not to mention, with the 4 level 7 mid-stage spiritual weapons, the Maya Spirit. What is this? The two princes' faces looked shocked. They understood summoning spells, but summoning so many, they couldn't imagine. Levi's form flickered, quickly reaching the second prince. That prince hurriedly summoned Wind Destruction Realm. Before he could even recite an incantation and subdue Levi, he suddenly found himself unable to move. The sky shattered, and a 9-colored emperor, towering 3,000 meters, descended with a crash. Absolute Ice Point. Levi calmly took the impressive-looking rare treasure. "Thank you, you're quite nice." He struck with a palm, sending the second prince flying like a broken kite. The golden silk armor he wore was a level 7 treasure, which defended against Levi's blow. However, the residual force still made his internal organs churn. The third prince's long sword came slashing down, caught by Levi's bare hands. With a sudden exertion, the third prince flew uncontrollably towards Levi. He quickly let go of the level 7 treasure longsword and tried to escape. Levi marveled at the wealth of the feathered people, having obtained 3 rare treasures in such a short time. Silver Mountain Skyfall. The surrounding mountain ranges encircled the third prince. Levi threw a punch, sending the third prince crashing into the mountains, leaving him half dead. Level 7 late stage, too weak indeed. He looked at the terrified second prince and said, "If you want the feathered people soldiers to survive, stop now." The second prince was already scared out of his wits. He didn't understand why everyone at level 7, and yet the gap was so large. In terms of realm, he was slightly superior. He felt he could even contend against his father. Yet in front of this man, he had no power to fight back. "Stop! Everyone stop!" The second prince quickly shouted. On the battlefield, in a short time, thousands of soldiers had already died. This was a one-sided battle. Levi toyed with the treasure in his hand. Now, go bring the King of Feather. At this point, the second prince finally listened. All right. He turned into a beam of light and disappeared into the sky. This person is definitely not level 7, but level 8, only concealing his aura. The feathered people have 2 level 8s, one father, one elder brother, but unfortunately, the elder brother is out fighting. Otherwise, if they joined forces, they could still defeat this person. Regardless, given the current situation, he could only go find his father. Levi sat high in the clouds, and the shadows disappeared into his back. He summoned the third prince and asked, "Tell me the names, functions, and uses of these 3 rare treasures." He could research it himself, but that would waste time. The third prince dared not disobey, so he used a delaying tactic, explaining everything one by one. Chapter 2245. This bead is the level 8 exotic treasure Wind Destruction Realm, this long sword is the level 7 exotic treasure Wind Killing Sword, and this golden silk armor is the level 7 exotic treasure Golden Silkworm Armor. Levi was in a good mood. Any exotic treasure would make this trip worthwhile for him. Especially the Wind Destruction Realm, this bead, like the previous Ice Sea Pearl, contains a broken plane, only the will of the plane inside has dissipated. Levi planned to use it first himself. Once he was powerful enough and no longer needed this treasure, he would refine the destructive black wind within it. With the destructive black wind gone, this exotic treasure would be useless. Then he would give the shattered plane inside it to Mana for refining, and her strength should advance further. After storing away the exotic treasures, it wasn't long before a level 8 aura aggressively approached. The person who came was a feathered person wearing golden armor, standing 10 meters high with golden wings. It was the king of the feathered people, the King of Feather. It had been at the early stage of level 8 for nearly 1,000 years, and was not far from the middle stage of level 8. The King of Feather looked unfriendly. "You've killed so many of my people and still dare to linger here as if nothing happened, you must be quite confident in your own strength," Levi said. The King of Feather, without any provocation, deployed troops against our humans' Rune land. What a mighty show of force! The King of Feather laughed skyward. Survival of the fittest, the strong prey on the weak. It's always been this way. You aren't from this world, are you? Do you intend to stand up for Rune land? It was a level 8 powerhouse and not foolish, able to see Levi was not an ordinary rune saint. Recalling the foreigners that stirred the St. Roland continent 700 years ago, it already had an answer in its heart. Levi said, "Yes, I am here to demand the King of Feather withdraw his troops and promise never to invade Rune land again." The King of Feather's aura was overwhelming. "Even if you are unique in your power, you and I at most can only fight to a draw. I'm not afraid of you. Leave, I don't want to fight today." Levi rose and drew his shark-tooth-shaped sword. "Then let our skills be proven." The natives on this St. Roland continent had always been arrogant, leaving Levi with no more illusions. The King of Feather flapped its golden wings, traversing infinite distances in an instant, its wings transforming into spinning blades, the dazzling golden light slicing through everything. The 9-colored Emperor appeared behind Levi, the Emperor's sword slashing out to counter the blade light. Sparks flew, the void trembled, energy dissipated into the floating island below. The level 8 battle shockwave caused the island to tremble faintly. The King of Feather was surprised to see the opponent directly withstand its attack. "You've got some tricks up your sleeve, let's see how long you can last." Levi and the King of Feather fought freely between heaven and earth. The King of Feather was incredibly fast, enveloped by a cyclone domain with a 100-mile radius. Inside, countless wind blades sliced, obliterating everything. But Levi's brilliant golden dragon armor was already at the late stage of level 7, with extremely formidable defense. The Emperor's protective force field was fully activated, protecting Levi as he directly fought the enemy within the domain. The undying body along with the undying divine domain made Levi stand like a god or demon at the heart of the storm. Powerful innate spells, primordial soul spells, left the King of Feather overwhelmed. Fortunately, the King of Feather's golden armor was the clan treasure Golden Wind Jade armor. Also a level 8 exotic treasure, its defensive power was extremely strong, allowing it to endure Levi's assault. With both fighters at level 8, everyone else dared not intervene. Both Levi and the King of Feather possessed extraordinary strength, with no sign of victory in sight in the short term. The second prince immediately reported this matter to his elder brother on the distant Divine Mountain. "What? The ultimate saint is fighting alone on the Sky Island? And fighting against father? Without caring about the frontline battle, he immediately gathered several powerhouses and hurried away. The figures of Levi and the King of Feather spanned across the islands within tens of thousands of miles. Everywhere they passed, the earth shattered, mountains were uprooted, and the Feather tribe fled in all directions. This was its own homeland, and though the King of Feather felt exhausted, it dared not flee alone. By dusk, the King of Feather was already exhausted. Levi noticed its speed getting slower and its strength diminishing. Boom! Accompanied by a punch capable of destroying heaven and earth. The King of Feather, along with its armor, was blasted into the island below. Crack! The island developed a rift hundreds of miles wide. The central pit was unfathomably deep. The King of Feather lay sprawled in the middle of the pit. The golden armor was unscathed, but it was too weak to hold on. In reality, if not for the strength of this armor, it wouldn't have lasted this long. As the strongest clan treasure of the feathered people, it shielded it from countless injuries. Unfortunately, the armor wasn't omnipotent. Some attack aftershocks could not be offset. Gradually, the King of Feather was gravely wounded internally. Its internal organs shattered, bones and blood vessels burst, its essence damaged, further eroded by crimson toxin, black thunder and blue flames, preventing wounds from healing. It excelled in speed and slaughter but lacked in physique. The King of Feather looked dazed, staring at the black-armored swordsman before it, unscathed. Its own attacks had inflicted fatal blows on him multiple times, even blowing up his head and stabbing through his heart once. Yet, he didn't die. This was a person with not a single weakness. His body had surpassed conventional life forms. Those organs were meaningless to him. Monster, monster! The King of Feather murmured, closed its eyes, and awaited death. Chapter 2246. Levi said. Want to live? I have no desire to exterminate your feathered people. As he spoke, a formidable level 8 presence suddenly emanated over the island. Daring arrogant wretch! It was the Great Prince, wielding a golden greatsword and slashing fiercely toward Levi. The King of Feather's expression changed, shouting loudly. Rad! Stop! You're no match for him! The nine-colored emperor appeared, raising a golden giant shield, blocking the Great Prince's strike. The Great Prince halted, looking at his barely breathing father, calming his mind. Father! He had just advanced to level 8 and naturally knew how strong his father was. If even his father couldn't match this person, he probably couldn't either. The Great Prince asked. What do you want? Levi replied. I told you, I want you to withdraw your troops and stop invading the Rune Land. You must also follow my commands, or face extermination. He raised his hand, and 10,000 members of the Shadow Dragon group appeared behind him, their murderous aura soaring to the sky. Believe me, I have the power to accomplish all of this. The Great Prince said. You want our feathered people to submit to you? That's impossible. The King of Feather coughed and said. Shut up, Rad, just say a few words. He was truly afraid that the Great Prince would anger this malevolent star and lead to the extinction of the feathered people. Having fought Levi for a whole day, the King of Feather was too aware of this person's terrifying nature. This was true immortality, an untiring demon king of slaughter. No wonder he could venture alone into the feathered people's holy land with a late-stage level 7 body. Seeing his proud and domineering father in such an attitude, the Great Prince's heart chilled. Just how strong was this ultimate saint to make his father so disheartened? The King of Feather sighed and said. We can promise. Levi said. You must immediately summon all level 6 and above experts of the feathered people to this place. The Great Prince looked at his father, and the King of Feather said. Go ahead, call everyone here. Around the large crater. One by one, level 6 experts arrived, many of them still confused about what had happened. Seeing the King of Feather lying on the ground like a dead dog, their hearts were shocked. What happened to our king? Who did it? 37 level 6, and 9 level 7, all gathered here. Among them, 7 were children of the King of Feather. Levi thought to himself that this old man wasn't particularly strong but was quite prolific. The 7th prince who had once made harsh statements at the Saint Council was also among them. The King of Feather said. From now on, the feathered people must no longer attack the Rune Land and must not disobey orders from the ultimate saint if received. The 7th prince, Raman, said dissatisfied. Father! The humans of the Rune Land expelled our emissary. Before he finished speaking, he was slapped away by the Great Prince. Do not interrupt when father is speaking. After the King of Feather finished speaking, all the feathered people experts fell silent. They understood that their king had lost to this black-armored swordsman and accepted his humiliating conditions. The humiliation they once imposed on the Rune Land now fell upon themselves. Behind Levi, a towering blue greatsword appeared. It was Excalibur. He said, "To ensure everyone keeps their word, you all must swear an oath here, or face divine punishment." These alien races were now coerced by him, but if they regretted during his 100-year absence, the Rune Land would still be at risk. As long as he bound all current level 6 and above experts, the rest would be insignificant. Over 100 years, few new experts would arise. The King of Feather and the Great Prince also took the oath. They were level 8 powerhouses, although Excalibur's binding wasn't strong, the impact was sufficient today with Levi's battle. Faced with the need to swear before Excalibur, the alien experts were angry but kept silent. The King of Feather led the oath, then said, "Swear, as I said, it's a world of the survival of the fittest, it's better to be degraded than exterminated." The Great Prince looked displeased, he wanted to resist. But seeing his father's miserable state, he held back. Afterward, everyone took their oath. Excalibur shot beams of light into their bodies. This was a 9-level treasure, the consequences of violation were severe. The reason Levi could manage such a large organization with minimal internal betrayal was greatly due to Excalibur. In this way, he had resolved one of the 3 realms and 4 lands. The feathered people's strength was among the best, dealing with the others next would be easier. Levi conjured the power of the Death Ember Dragon in his palm and sent it into the King of Feather's body. The severe injuries to his internal organs healed visibly fast. Before long, he was half recovered, and Levi ceased his actions. He spoke calmly. "I can destroy you or achieve you, I hope you know your place. By the way, lend me this armor." The defense of this golden armor was so powerful that even Levi was envious. The King of Feather reluctantly removed the armor and handed it to Levi. The feathered people had only 2 clan treasures and now both were gone. Levi checked the storage items of the experts one by one. Finally, he reaped significant rewards from the King of Feather and some princes, taking what was useful without hesitation. The feathered people experts wore faces of joy, utterly humiliated. "Consider these as compensation for what you did to the Rune Land, behave well in the future, and past grievances will be ignored." With that, he left. The King of Feather breathed a sigh of relief once Levi left. The Great Prince asked, "Father, what do we do next?" The King of Feather replied, "Continue to oversee the Divine Mountain as if nothing happened, and keep this matter confidential. This person's origins are extraordinary, and his strength unfathomable. He is likely a powerhouse from the wizard civilization among the foreigners. Currently, on the St. Roland continent, across the 3 realms and 4 lands, he probably has no equal. Avoid direct confrontation, remember, living ignobly is better than dying well." In the Rune Land, in front of the Saint Council round table, a group of saints was still worried. "What should we do? According to spies, the feathered people are about to send troops to attack the Rune Land. Why not ask the Flame Country for aid? The Flame Clan has been favorable in their policies towards us. Don't panic, if the Heavenly Venerate arranged this way, there must be a reason." While they were discussing, a black-armored swordsman walked in. "The feathered people have withdrawn their troops. P.S. There was an error in chapter 477, the quota for crimson enslavement was used up, not one remaining. It has been corrected." Chapter 2247. Saint Council. Everyone looked at the Dharma transmission venerable who had disappeared for a while. "The feathered people have retreated." "What? Venerable, is this true?" All the saints wore expressions of disbelief. Levi said, "It's true, the King of Feather told me himself." Hearing this, there was a collective gasp at the round table. "Venerable, did you go to the feathered people heavenly island alone? And return safely?" The saints were already imagining the scene. The Venerable, with a single sword, went to the feathered people heavenly island. Forced the King of Feather to abandon his plan to attack Rune Land and formed an alliance with it. Too powerful. Simply unbelievable. Levi said. "From now on, the feathered people will ally with Rune Land, and if we are attacked, they will assist. You all can continue your teaching in Rune Land without worries." The Water Dragon Saints said. "Congratulations Venerable, invincible in this realm." The Flame Wolf Saints said. "Venerable above." These saints, if they previously submitted due to Levi's imposing power, now were completely convinced and genuinely impressed. From ancient times, Runeland always sought peace under the pressure of the 3 realms and 4 lands. Even with the emergence of the King's Right Saint, they could only navigate through the oppression of these alien race leaders. In the end, none of these King's Right Saints met a good end, many suddenly dying unexpectedly. And now, one of the 4 lands, Feathered People Heavenly Island, actually lowered its proud head and allied with Runeland. Making those lofty beings of the Heavenly God clan submit was truly challenging. Yet the Dharma transmission Venerable achieved it. All the saints bowed deeply to Levi in great reverence. The Venerable's deeds are boundless. Runeland will surely rise. A golden age for humans is about to commence. Watching the Venerable depart, the saints were filled with emotion. After countless years of suffering, we are finally on the right track, no longer needing to endure the scorn of those alien races. Without a bold figure like the Venerable, Runeland would not have broken free from the recurrence of its past history even after millions of years. In this world, ultimately, strength is what matters. If one possesses overwhelming absolute ability, all challenges will become trivial. 1 month later. Flame Country. The black-armored swordsman came breaking through the void. Levi, although obtained the golden wind jade armor, did not wear it out. He only kept it in his mind, able to manifest it when encountering an attack. The golden armor was too flashy, not in line with Levi's understated aesthetic. He still preferred the black armor style of the indestructible armor. Soon after, several burning palaces appeared on the crimson field ahead. This was the royal capital of Flame Country. Because Levi did not conceal his presence this time, the upper echelons of Flame Country soon learned of the visit from the black-armored swordsman. They were also paying attention to the situation in Runeland, knowing that a powerful figure known as the Ultimate Saint had recently appeared. Even through spies placed on the Feathered People Heavenly Island, they learned about the severe injury of the King of Feather. Immediately, more than a dozen auras above level 7 flew out from the royal capital. Leading them was a crimson-scaled brawny man with flaming red hair soaring atop his head, wielding a huge axe. He was the Flame Dragon Axe Master Uka, also Jabba's father, the King of Flame Country. Uka, seeing Levi, did not make a move. What brings the Ultimate Saint here? Our Flame Country has not sent troops to Runeland, we will not set up embassies in Runeland in the future either. As the king, I can promise that as long as Runeland does not invade us, we will never take military action first. Levi said. A promise is not enough, I need you to swear an oath. If you comply with my requirements, I will not make things difficult for you, otherwise, there will inevitably be a bloody conflict. Yuka's face turned cold and said. As the king, I have always kept my word. Is my promise not enough? I know the Ultimate Saint has some means, but behaving so unreasonably, are you implying that our Flame Clan has no one? Levi said calmly. Uka, what I'm doing to you now pales in comparison to those filthy and sordid things your Flame Country has done to Runeland in its history. Yuka's face was indecisive. Jabba said. Father, why not first see what the contract terms are? From what I know, the King of Feather still hasn't gotten out of bed, the elite of the feathered people suffered thousands of losses, seriously injuring their vitality, taking centuries to recover. Uka said. Fine, let's hear the terms first. Levi smiled and said. We have an old saying, a wise man submits to circumstances. The treaty he drafted was simple. First, from now on, all levels of the Flame Clan shall never intervene in any affairs of Runeland. Second, if Runeland is invaded by black beasts or other alien races, the Flame Clan must unconditionally send troops to assist. Third, the Flame Clan must annually tribute 1/3 of its annual yield of level 7 red flame star gold and other resources, materials to Runeland. A specific list of materials is provided. Seeing this, Yuka's face turned ashen. The other level 7 experts of the Flame Clan were similarly affected. You are too outrageous. Level 7 red flame star gold is already scarce, our annual yield isn't much. We can only agree to the first term, the others, we cannot agree to. King, we cannot agree to such a humiliating treaty. Exactly, let's fight him, at worst, a fight to the end. Chapter 2248. What do we have to fear with so many of us? Everyone expressed their anger and dissatisfaction. Jabba tried to speak again. Everyone, at this moment, we must ensure the survival of our entire clan. Do you want to experience the feathered people's tragedy once again? The strong members of the Flame clan angrily responded. Jabba, you're truly weak and incompetent. I knew I wasn't wrong about you. Exactly, the situation with the feathered people isn't even confirmed as true or false yet. With a father as powerful as a top-tier powerhouse, what can they do? Watching the Flame clan powerhouses argue endlessly, Levi asked. Lord Uka, have you made your decision? Uka said decisively. I, Uka, would rather die in battle than accept your terms. Levi said nothing. Behind him, the nine-colored emperor silently appeared, towering at 3,000 meters. If battle is necessary, then he has no choice. The red emperor domain suddenly opened, covering a radius of 50 miles. In the boundless hellfire, he came wielding his sword. I've heard the Flame clan excels in controlling flames. Today, I'll have a taste of that. Uka shouted loudly as a huge axe of red flames appeared in his hand. This axe radiated a precious glow, appearing quite extraordinary. This is the clan treasure of the Flame country, named the Flame Dragon Battle Axe. Thus, every king is also the Flame Dragon Axe Master. The king is a once-in-a-millennium genius of the Flame clan, able to resonate with the artifact spirit of the Flame Dragon Battle Axe at the age of 10, and can comprehend its strongest combat technique Flame Dragon Prison Breaking Slash, defeating foes across the 3 realms and 4 lands with few opponents. How could this ultimate saint, who appeared out of nowhere, possibly match the king? Indeed, the King of Feather is already old, and aside from his speed, his strength is average. We of the Flame clan master flames and are unrivaled in slaughter. We must believe in the king. Judging by the aura, this ultimate saint doesn't seem to be level 8. It's uncertain who is truly stronger, and Jabba, this coward, is truly bringing shame to our Flame country. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion resonated through the heavens and earth. Uka wielded the huge axe, and the axe light carved a crack extending hundreds of miles on the ground. Just like the creation of heaven and earth by Pangu. The spiritual weapons and Maya on the path of the axe light were heavily damaged, blasted away, and shattered. The 9-colored emperor parried with a long sword, while Levi cast a primordial soul spell within. Absolute Ice Point. After one strike, Yuka's expression changed. A spell of immobilization. Though it immobilized only briefly, it put him at a disadvantage in an instant. 7 Suns Falling Domain and Thunder Beast technique detonated continuously. Terrifying energy flames and lightning engulfed Uka. The 9-colored emperor seized the advantage relentlessly, chaos sword energy assailed. Boom! Uka, along with his axe, was forced back 100 miles, plowing a trench on the ground. Flame Dragon Prison Breaking Slash. His figure flickered, like a fiery meteor, instantly falling beside Levi. The annihilating axe light descended, and a set of golden armor appeared around Levi. Flame Dragon Battle Axe vs. Golden Wind Jade Armor. The clash of 2 clan treasures. Levi was blasted away, landing steadily. His physical defense was already strong, coupled with this level 8 exotic treasure, he was nearly invincible. This attack, which could instantly shatter the protective force field of an 8-circle ordinary wizard, was harmless to him. This armor truly is a superb treasure. His mind was settled, charging again. Yuka's expression drastically changed. Golden Wind Jade Armor, did you take the Feathered People's clan treasure? He now believed that the King of Feather might have indeed submitted to Rune Land. This armor held a higher status in that old thing's heart than his descendants. To yield it so freely could only mean he was subdued by the ultimate saint. Clang clang dong dong. Emperor's sword and huge axe constantly collided, ringing with the sound of metal. In terms of quality, the level 8 exotic treasure naturally prevailed. Levi could feel the Emperor's sword trembling and slightly unstable. In the future, most of my enemies will be of level 8. My divine weapons need to be entirely reforged with level 8 materials, otherwise, the effect in battles with level 8 powerhouses will be inferior even to fighting barehanded. If the divine weapon is damaged, it would be a loss. But fortunately, Levi's combat technique level was a notch higher. Dragon Whale, Kunpeng, Pang Snake, Wuji. The 10 evil martial arts and 10 absolute extremes constantly transformed, with an abundance of techniques. This left the Flame Dragon King, who relied on the singular Flame Dragon Prison Breaking Slash, overwhelmed. His heart was filled with shock. I must finish this battle swiftly, if it drags on, I might be the one to lose. He opened his mouth and expelled a mouthful of red flame blood, merging it into the axe before him. Come forth! Flame Dragon King! Boom! Accompanied by the sound of a dragon's roar. A giant fire dragon with wings spanning 10,000 meters, enveloped in flames, emerged into the sky. It was the artifact spirit of the flame dragon battle axe. He actually forced the king to use the artifact spirit? In the past, when the king battled the Thunder Marsh clan's king, it wasn't this strenuous. No wonder the king of Feather was defeated. This person is indeed formidable, but once the artifact spirit is unsealed, everything ends. Yes, this artifact spirit can only be used once every 100 years after a period of dormancy. Once unsealed, the king becomes invincible. First, kill this person, then deal with Jabba, that fence sitter. The strong members of the Flame clan were filled with confidence, but Jabba inwardly disagreed. Alas, why won't they listen? I just want to save them. He had personally witnessed the terror of Levi. In just 200 years, his growth speed had left him numb. Therefore, he knew, even if the king won this time, it would be futile. Because the king couldn't kill the master. If after another 100 years the master returns, the king will surely lose. Chapter 2249. Levi looked at the roaring giant fire dragon, with a surge of level 8 dragon's might pouring down. It's actually a rare treasure with an artifact spirit. It seems it was a level 8 fire dragon clan before its death. Among Levi's rare treasures, only those civilization treasures left by Sauron had artifact spirits. The other rare treasures did not have such things. Artifact spirits are things that ancient wizards and antiquity wizards like to make. Nowadays, wizard tools or rare treasures generally don't use them. Mainly because ordinary artifact spirits are not very useful when added. And high-level artifact spirits are hard to encounter. This huge axe rare treasure, worthy of being the clan treasure. After awakening the artifact spirit, the flames surrounding the flame dragon battle axe became much fiercer. The axe wielder's aura soared to the heavens, roaring. Meet your end. Flame dragon void cutting slash. Terrifying axe beams shot towards the sky, turning the sky within a radius of hundreds of miles into a crimson glow. A fire dragon-shaped axe beam, all fangs and claws, rushed forward, sealing off the void, compressing forces from all directions, leaving Levi nowhere to escape. Flame Dragon Void Cutting Slash was Yuka's strongest attack. It had defeated many strong enemies before, without anyone capable of standing against it. All the protective force fields of the Emperor lit up. Levi donned the golden armor, with Doomsday Fist glowing bright. Heaven and Earth Destruction Fist. Accompanied by the shattering of 4 energy cores. An invisible fist wind tore through the void within 100 miles, and the sky shattered like a mirror. Boom! The fire dragon and the fist wind collided, and the shock wave swept away everything within the explosion radius, crushing it. The earth, sky, mountains, rivers, all began to vanish. The Emperor stood among them, with layers of force fields shattering, and his figure gradually dimmed, until it disappeared. Levi remained unscathed. In contrast, Uka stood in place, seemingly unable to accept all that had just happened. No one in the 3 realms and 4 lands can withstand this blow. What is going on? Who is this person truly? The Flame Clan's experts were even more incredulous. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. With the awakening of the artifact spirit, the king is invincible. This must be an illusion. Levi, unharmed, flew forward to attack, and his assaults grew increasingly fierce. Uka had already lost the confidence and fighting spirit he had moments ago. The great battle lasted for most of the day, with the two making the Flame Country their battlefield, turning the sky and earth chaotic and obscuring the sun and moon. Under Levi's tempestuous and continuous assaults, Yuka's movements became increasingly flawed. Its hardened crimson scales were completely deformed by spells, with flesh and bones exposed. It panted heavily, like an ox about to die from exhaustion. Finally, accompanied by Levi's heart-crushing punch, Uka fell to the ground with eyes wide open, its breath utterly severed. I lost. Its body had no blood left, not a bit of strength in it. Indeed, it was powerful, but unfortunately, it was worn out to death by Levi. It couldn't retreat. Monks can run, but temples can't, and behind it was the Flame Country. A soul emerged, it was Uka. Suffering, confusion, regret, unwillingness, resentment. Leon appeared and took away Yuka's soul. Levi picked up the Flame Dragon battle axe expressionlessly and handed it to Jabba. From now on, you will be the king of the Flame Country. With this axe, who dares to disobey, shall be directly executed. Jabba first had a stunned expression, but quickly emerged from the sadness of losing a father, his heart ecstatic. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. The old thing is finally dead. I, Jabba, am crowned king. Jabba gripped the battle axe, trembling with excitement, and declared loudly. The great trend has passed, all brothers, major generals, those willing to stay and assist me in rebuilding a new flame country, step forward, those who aren't, end yourselves. A dozen level 7 experts, except for 2 with courage, all took a step forward. It seems that most are afraid of death. Especially after witnessing the king being killed by that demon king, their worldview had been shattered. The 2 unwilling to surrender, one committed suicide with hatred, and one attempted to flee but was cut down by Jabba with an axe. Jabba was already at level 7 late stage, and even had the flame dragon battle axe. After killing to set an example, no other level 7 experts dared to disobey. The level 7 experts could see that Jabba had long since allied with the ultimate saint. Now everyone was disheartened and abandoned their last bit of hope. Levi was quite satisfied, it seemed Jabba was on the right track. Jabba cast a cold gaze upon everyone, then kneeled before Levi. Lord, our flame country wishes to sign a contract. Levi said. Summon all experts above level 6. Following the pattern, as done in the Feather tribe. All level 6 and above Flame Clan experts swore under the Excalibur. Thus, the 2 major forces in the 3 realms and 4 lands, Flame Country and Feathered People Heavenly Island, both submitted. After Levi entrusted Jabba with some matters, he left with Yuka's corpse. Before leaving, he remembered to check those experts' storage items and confiscated some things. For a long time, the 3 realms and 4 lands had gathered many resources, even truth oddities, on the 7th floor. Now, all these good things were taken by Levi. There were too many other things, and he was hasty now, unable to count them all. He could only leisurely enjoy them after returning to the ancient dragon continent. Next, he needed to deal with the Thunder Marsh clan and the giant beast restricted area. To smoothly subdue the Spider King, Levi considered repeatedly and made choices within the Crimson enslavement quota. He terminated Black Phoenix's contract and replaced it with Excalibur. With his current strength, he completely suppressed Black Phoenix, which posed no threat. Chapter 2250. Moreover, the Black Phoenix has already used its one and only chance of reincarnation. It is a life-loving and intelligent female parrot, unwilling to engage in foolish acts. Very soon, a shocking piece of news spread across the St. Roland continent. The rulers of the Flame Country and Feathered People Heavenly Island have all announced an everlasting alliance with Runeland. From now on, the Flame Clan and the Feathered People will no longer interfere with Runeland, withdrawing all military forces. At the same time, both parties declared, anyone opposing Runeland will be considered a challenger to the Flame Country and Feathered People Heavenly Island. Due to the Flame Country's blockade, the news of the old king's demise has not yet been publicized. The Flame Clan and the Feathered People have always been among the strongest in the 3 realms and 4 lands. Especially the Great Prince of the Feathered People, who recently showcased level 8 prowess in the Divine Mountain contest. It made a decisive victory with unstoppable force, capturing most of the new intersection points. On the surface, with 2 level 8 entities and 2 clan treasures, Feathered People Heavenly Island holds the supreme power. Of course, they are unaware that the clan treasure was long taken away by Levi. The Feathered People, who not long ago clamored for the overthrow of Runeland, inexplicably laid down their arms and conceded. The dramatic turn of events was caused by a legendary figure who recently rose in Runeland this year. The Ultimate Saint. Rumor has it that under his unparalleled might and reasoning, the Flame Clan and the Feathered People have bowed down. On this matter, neither the Flame Clan nor the Feathered People stepped forward to explain. Subsequently, the Ice Realm, Golden Ruins and Merfolk Palace all secluded themselves, withdrawing from the war, and withdrew their troops from the Divine Mountain contest. They quietly retreated from Runeland, seemingly sensing a dangerous aura. The giant beast restricted area has been silent since the defeat in the siege campaign half a year ago. The lightning pool closed its secret realm doors, showing a guarded demeanor. The chain reaction caused by the appearance of the Ultimate Saint eventually swept across the 3 realms and 4 lands. Runeland seized the opportunity, greatly advancing under the reforms of the Saint Council. And the cultivation resources compensation from the Feathered People and Flame Clan soon followed. Yet the Ultimate Saint quietly disappeared. The major powers that have not yet been visited were all on edge, fearing the arrival of an unexpected guest. Runeland suddenly became an alien race's restricted area, no one daring to set foot in it. A month later. Lightning Pool. After 200 years, Levi descended once more. The last time, he had snuck in discreetly. This time, he stood ostentatiously at the entrance of the lightning pool. The guards were still the same two level 6 guards from 200 years ago. Upon seeing the suddenly appearing black-armored swordsman, they shivered. This person's portrait has now spread among the upper echelons of the 3 realms and 4 lands. One guard tremulously asked. "What is your purpose here, sir?" Levi said. "I've come to see the Thunder King, could you please inform him?" The guards quickly sent the message, not daring to delay. Before long, a purple giant exuding level 8 aura and standing 3,000 meters tall strode forth. It wore colorful beast skin, wrapped in purple lightning, resembling the Thunder God, holding a short-handled giant hammer. "This is the Thunder Marsh clan's clan treasure, the Thunder Mountain War Hammer." Seeing this ominous visitor, the Thunder King's expression shifted several times. "What brings the ultimate saint here?" Levi said. "The Thunder King should already know my intentions. I want the Thunder Marsh clan to sign a treaty with Runeland." The Thunder King said. "Sir, our Thunder Marsh clan has decided to seclude ourselves for 1,000 years. During this time, no Thunder Marsh clan disciples will take a step out of the lightning pool, let alone invade Runeland." This was already the greatest concession it was willing to make. Levi said. "Sign the contract, or face extermination." His words were extremely arrogant because he indeed had the strength to back them up. The Thunder King said. "Do you really think you can surely defeat me? This Thunder Mountain War Hammer has been stained with the blood of level 8 powers." Behind Levi, the 9 demon generals appeared. Counting the Lord of Flame, he had already slain 11 level 8 powerhouses. "Great Prince, come out." In the void, countless golden feathers spun and descended, transforming into a golden feathered people apparition. It was extraordinary in appearance, exuding level 8 aura, precisely the Great Prince. Seeing yet another level 8 arrive, the Thunder King was greatly shaken. "Are you feathered people also choosing to oppose our Thunder Marsh clan?" The Great Prince said. "Thunder King, listen to my advice, sign the treaty. The Thunder Marsh clan is already few in number, don't let your stubbornness lead innocent tribesmen to destruction." Seeing this show of force, the Thunder King knew the rumors were true. The Ultimate Saint had already subdued the Feathered People and the Flame Clan, now teaming up with the Feathered People to pressure him. He said. "May I see the treaty terms?" Levi then recited the prepared treaty to him. The basic terms were the same, but with some additions. First, the Thunder Marsh clan must offer a piece of thunder pattern wood that has endured for 100,000 years, and 3 pieces that have withstood for 10,000 years. Second, the Thunder Marsh clan needs to open the Lightning Pool secret realm to facilitate exploration by the humans of Runeland. Of course, opening it once every century will suffice, it doesn't need to be permanently accessible. Upon seeing the demand for 100,000-year thunder pattern wood, the Thunder King twitched in his eyes. They only possessed one such thunder pattern wood, which was a pillar in the priest ancestor temple. This damn ultimate saint had set his sights on this ancestral treasure long ago, coming prepared. And opening the Lightning Pool secret realm to the humans was a downright insult to the Thunder Marsh clan, who dominantly ruled this realm. But finding himself powerless against the situation, after several hesitations, the Thunder King started to agree. Chapter 2251. When all the level 6 experts of the Thunder Marsh clan swore before the Excalibur, the Great Prince suddenly felt emotional. The old era is over. From today, the glory of the 3 realms and 4 lands shall be no more. Humans rise from this point, the St. Roland continent welcomes a new epoch. Levi arrived at the Thunder Marsh temple. The Thunder King reluctantly began ordering the demolition. Levi felt a sense of satisfaction in his heart. With 10,000-year thunder pattern wood in hand, the Wizard Tower's oddity materials have been collected, including thunder pattern wood, nightmare wood, rock transformation wood. When the Crimson Emperor Dragon breathing technique reaches level 8, I'll head to the Heartsea to retrieve the soaking water wood left by Sauron myself. Having these 4 strange woods, the main framework of the Wizard Tower can start being refined. The remaining oddities can be added slowly later. The 10,000-year divine wood, Levi plans to sell it when in urgent need of money. Or perhaps keep it in the Tower of Dawn as an ancestral treasure. Lastly, Levi, following custom, inspected the storage space of the clan's experts and confiscated a portion. Levi has been quite merciful to these alien races. If he were a bit more ruthless, he could have exterminated them all or reduced them to slavery, seizing all resources. The reason he keeps these alien races is mainly for sustainable development. To let these alien races, generation after generation, gather resources within the ancient tower for him, and shelter the Rune Land humans as they grow. Additionally, during the blood battle, these alien races serve as a good source of military reinforcement. This time, upon leaving, he plans to bring out a batch from each alien race to the ancient dragon continent to breed and expand. Whether it's the Thunder Marsh clan, the Feathered People, or the Flame clan, they are inherently powerful groups. Their drawback is the difficulty in reproduction. The population is hard to increase, but they can all become soldiers. 10,000 Thunder Lake. The Thunderbolt Destroyer, Spaton, was sleeping. Inhaling and exhaling the endless elemental power of thunder with each breath. As the absolute overlord of this area, its days are dull and boring. The only blemish is being robbed of its accompanying oddity by a damn foreigner 200 years ago. This has made its growth slightly slower than before. But the impact is minimal. This Thunder Lake can only support one level 8 Thunder Elemental Spirit. Coupled with the level restrictions of this world, it doesn't expect to reach level 9 here. For the rest of its long lifespan, it can idly spend its days. Big guy, I'm back again. The Thunderbolt Destroyer seemed to hear a familiar voice. The figure from its memory appeared once more before it. Despicable foreigner. The Thunderbolt Destroyer immediately turned over, stirring the Thunder Lake for hundreds of miles into turmoil. The black armored swordsman stood with arms crossed, flanked by two other level 8 presences. One was its old neighbor, the Thunder King. This guy had tried many times to subdue it, but every expedition to Thunder Lake ended in failure. So he dispatched Thunder Marsh clan experts to keep an eye on it. The other was a golden birdman it hadn't seen before. At this moment, they followed the foreigner's lead, respectfully trailing behind. This left the Thunderbolt Destroyer somewhat shocked. It felt that something was amiss. Could they shamelessly be teaming up to attack it? This would be highly unsporting of a night. The Thunder King gripped the warhammer and struck down abruptly, causing Thunder Lake to rise in 10,000-meter waves. Endless lightning liquid surged forward. The Great Prince drove a golden gale towards the Thunderbolt Destroyer. Levi leisurely released the 9-colored Emperor. 3 against 1, the battle held no suspense. The Thunderbolt Destroyer wanted to flee but was easily detained by Levi using the chaotic Sky Demon Mirror. The Thunderbolt Destroyer said, "What do you want? I've already forgiven you for stealing my things." Levi said, "Sign the Elemental Spirit contract, acknowledge me as master, serve for 1,000 years, and you can regain freedom, or be killed by me now." The Thunderbolt Destroyer raged. "What? Acknowledge you as master?" Feeling Levi's overwhelming killing intent, it softened its tone, stammering. 1,000 years, are you serious?" Levi said. "Why would I lie to you? I have many Elemental Lord friends. You can ask them when you return." He referred to the former Flame Avenger Anveda, now Fire Phoenix Phoenix. The Thunderbolt Destroyer pondered. 1,000 years is nothing to me. With trees in place, fear no lack of wood. As a level 8 fire element, it has a long lifespan. Even with another 1,000 years gone by, it would still have nearly 10,000 years of carefree days. It said, "I'll agree to sign the Elemental Spirit contract, hoping you'll keep your word." Levi said, "I never deceive." He easily subdued the Thunderbolt Destroyer. The Thunderbolt Destroyer inwardly vowed. As the saying goes, sweet after bitterness, after several thousand years, after this foreigner dies of old age, I'll have plenty of time. By then, I must avenge today's humiliation. It didn't know that its small bit of hostility had long been sensed by Levi. Levi acted as if unaware, having grown accustomed to such scenarios. Phoenix thought similarly in the past. And now? Even if he let Phoenix go, it wouldn't want to leave the ancient dragon continent. 1,000 years later, he wanted this thunder element to weep and beg to stay by his side. Standing on the Thunderbolt Destroyer's back, Levi felt elated. This big guy had amassed some good things over the years, and he confiscated them all. He continued to stroll around Thunder Lake, perhaps finding more gains. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Chapter 2252. Thunder Lake is filled with lightning, with nothing else besides some thunder element ore. Then there are some thunder-related oddities, ranging from Earth to Morning Star level. Among them is a Morning Star level Thunder God's Eye, exactly what Levi needs. As for the bright moon, it hasn't been found. To be able to give birth to a Thunder God's heart is already not easy. After all, this is just the 7th floor, Levi didn't have high expectations to begin with. In any case, this time's harvest is greater than all his previous ancient tower explorations combined. After all, he's taken quite a few good items from the 3 realms and 4 lands. Just the number of truth oddities alone has reached a terrifying number. Time flies. Soon, after the Flame Clan and the Feather Tribe, the Thunder Marsh Clan also announced. The Thunder Marsh Clan withdrew indefinitely from Rune Land, promising not to interfere with its free development. Moreover, any person in Rune Land who believes they have enough strength can explore the Thunder Pool secret realm every 100 years. As long as they don't infringe on the Thunder Marsh Clan's settlements and members. The Thunder Marsh Clan won't attack explorers, but explorers are responsible for their own lives and deaths. The Thunder Marsh Clan is not responsible for any other crises encountered. If Rune Land were to be invaded by external enemies, the Thunder Marsh Clan would send troops to support. The Thunder Marsh Clan, Feathered People, and Flame Clan, the 3 major powers all made their positions known, marking that nearly half of the alien forces had been taken down by the Ultimate Saint. The safety of Rune Land had been maximally guaranteed. The remaining forces, without waiting for the Ultimate Saint to visit, all voluntarily declared. No longer interfering with Rune Land affairs, they all presented their compensatory gifts to Rune Land, expressing sincerity. Of course, there was one exception. That is the only power in the 3 realms and 4 lands without an organized structure, the Giant Beast Restricted Area. Other places have established civilized societies, which are still communicable. But here, it's just a group of crazed black beasts. Only the Spider King hides behind the scenes, using puppets to secretly manipulate these black beasts for its own use. The Spider King is hidden deeply, and up till now, its true form has never appeared on the St. Roland continent. No one knows where the Spider King is hidden, nor does anyone know how strong the Spider King truly is. This is where the Spider King's confidence lies. But recently, someone inadvertently discovered. The Ultimate Saint ventured alone into the Giant Beast Restricted Area and was lost. The major powers secretly turned their eyes towards the restricted area. They want to know, could this legendary figure of the moment flatten the restricted area? Find the ever-elusive Spider King and conquer it. Although the Spider King is a loner, its strength is undeniable. Anyone who takes it as just an ordinary level 8 extraordinary creature will suffer greatly. The Ice Realm, Golden Ruins, and Merfolk Palace secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If the Ultimate Saint and the Spider King ended up defeating each other, or if the Ultimate Saint were killed by the Spider King, that would be the best outcome. Once the Ultimate Saint dies, the previously signed unequal treaties with various clans would automatically become null and void. The St. Roland continent could once again return to the state of the alien races dividing the world. Rune Land would suffer a terrifying counter-assault, completely annihilated. The existence of humans could become history, reduced to a few lines in the annals of alien races. Simply put, a civilization that rises relying on individual power is unstable. Once this ceiling falls, it's hard to sustain. Rune Land wants to develop its strength to withstand the alien races may take thousands, even tens of thousands of years. The human lifespan is short, can the Ultimate Saint live that long? But if the Spider King failed, then these alien races would abandon their last fantasies. From then on, they would act humbly before the Ultimate Saint. Until this deity-like figure grows old and dies. Rune Land. Saint Council. All the saints showed smiles they hadn't shown for a long time. The haze that once loomed over billions of human heads had thinned considerably. The news of the Ultimate Saint going to the Giant Beast Restricted Area had spread between the city-states. After seeing the major powers' drastic change of attitude, everyone believed that the Ultimate Saint would surely return crowned in triumph from this adventure. He possesses the strength that surpasses an entire era. The Water Dragon Saint gazed in the direction of the restricted area. Everyone, do you see? We are witnessing history. The Flame Wolf Saint exclaimed passionately. The era we are in, since the creation of the St. Roland continent, is the luckiest era for humanity. Our ancestors endured countless dark cycles, repeatedly thrown into the abyss. Sometimes, they could climb above the abyss only to find 7 great mountains pushing them mercilessly back down. But now, the Ultimate Saint is attempting to change all this. those exalted alien races have lowered their noble heads, willing to negotiate with us, willing to forego their interests. Because, the ultimate saint's fist is the biggest, and his reasoning the strongest. The water dragon saint raised the flag of Grey-White Academy high. But as the ultimate saint has said, we cannot pin our hopes on just one hero. Heroes may change an era but cannot ensure the continuity of a civilization. We must grow strong ourselves, so that in millennia, tens of thousands of years later, Grey-White Academy will produce more and more powerful individuals, who will be the pillars and backbone of the St. Roland human clan. These individuals will have the privilege to follow the ultimate saint, to battle in broader realms. This is called the multidimensional plane, an endlessly exciting stage. With passionate and sincere speeches, the atmosphere reached a climax. Grey-White Academy. Ultimate Saint. A transcendent seed had been planted in the hearts of mortals. And rune masters now had aspirations for broader horizons. This year would be forever remembered by the people of Rune Land. They named it, the first year of apocalypse. From now on, more and more people would embark on the transcendent paths, pursuing ultimate transcendence. And Levi's vision has been realized. Using the humans in the ancient tower, supporting the ancient dragon continent, thus channeling more blood into the wizard world. To pour out all strength to get through the present blood battle. Among them, some people will surely become one of the dazzling stars in the distant future. Possibly even giving birth to grand wizards, legendary wizards, profoundly changing the historical process of the wizard world. Law Enforcers Manual Article 1. Law enforcers must ensure that their actions contribute to the Nora clan and the wizard civilization, must ensure to never stand on the opposing side of the Nora clan and the wizard civilization in civil wars. While satisfied with the aforementioned basic criteria, law enforcers may modulate clauses within reasonable bounds and empathy. Law enforcers are not gods and need not be the beacon of civilization, only to light the candle in hand. Dark Tower Master, Sauron. Chapter 2253. Dark Ancient Tower. The 7th floor. Giant Beast Restricted Area. The star-devouring Spider King silently watched its duplication receive intelligence from the front. How has he advanced so quickly? 200 years ago, he could only flee in panic before me, and now, 200 years later, he has made the Flame Clan, Feathered People and the Thunder Marsh Clan bow down. The growth path of the black-armored swordsman has already exceeded its understanding. It knows that human wizards advance generally quickly because they are short-lived species and possess higher wisdom. But for it to be this fast, it is still somewhat inexplicable. I understand now, it must be that the time flow of the outside world is different from this realm. 200 years here equates to 2,000 years outside, it must be this way. In this light, living in this cage is not necessarily a bad thing. I have number 1 and number 2, two level 8 avatars. If the ultimate saint comes to trouble me, he'll ensure a one-way trip. Besides, I'm hidden in the giant beast restricted area, with spies everywhere he may not necessarily find me. The Spider King does not plan to leave the giant beast restricted area. In the vast land of St. Roland, only here is the best place for its development. Days pass by. Levi rampaged in the giant beast restricted area, robbing black beasts. The Spider King didn't dispatch a level 7 avatar to throw away life, seemingly planning to play dead. Levi seized this opportunity to search for members of the Dragon Clan, especially the females. With his current strength, he doesn't need crimson enslavement and can forcibly suppress all these black beasts. The ceiling enters the Black Soul Demon Tower and then brings them back to the ancient dragon continent for purification by the giant beast paradise. Due to the lack of interference from the Spider King, Levi harvested 6 species of mixed blood dragon clan within half a month. Totaling over 10, including 3 female dragons. Today, the bottom-dwelling fish demon of the Mo family generals came flying, clutching a struggling earth-colored giant dragon. This giant dragon has the prowess of level 6 late stage, evidently being an earthquake dragon, and it's female. No wonder the bottom-dwelling fish demon is so happy. Levi's face lit with delight. Wonderful. The Ganon Kui brothers have wives now. The 3 brothers have already grown to complete bodies. As they enter adulthood, they will begin to gradually age until they die naturally. Of course, with the lifespan of sub-dragons, they at least have 2,000 years of leisure. But now that they are adult dragons, Levi, as the head of the Dragon Palace family, must certainly arrange marriages. He never expected to find female dragons of the same type, only hoping for ones that are closely related. Unexpectedly, today's find is a pleasant surprise. He set up a restriction and sent this female earthquake dragon into the Black Soul Demon Tower. Not bad, keep searching. No matter the level or quality of the dragon clan, do not kill them. Capture them alive. With the Shadow Dragon group, Levi is extremely convenient in whatever he does. He took out the Spider King's duplication he obtained earlier. It had been injected with venom by Leon and was still unconscious. For others, finding this Spider King would indeed be difficult, but unfortunately for you, encountering me means a doomed fate. Among the 3 realms and 4 lands, the giant beast restricted area imposes the greatest threat to the Rune land. Levi must eradicate the Spider King and clear the powerful black beasts within. He summoned the vengeful spirit girl from the Black Soul Demon Tower. This is the only general under Levi's command who mastered the curse technique. For this ancient tower expedition, Levi specifically brought her along. The girl now has mid-stage level 6 strength, much weaker compared to the Spider King. Of course, Levi does not intend for her to curse the Spider King to death from afar. He merely needs her to cast a spell to pinpoint the location of the original body through the duplication. As far as he knows, the curse faction is most skilled at such tasks, so presumably the girl is similar. Can you deduce the approximate location of its original body based on its aura? Master, let me try. There should be no problem unless the opponent is skilled at anti-divination, anti-curse, or if the realm differs too much, then the results might not be accurate. No problem, just the approximate location is enough. After obtaining the spider duplication, the vengeful spirit girl took out her doll puppet. Her sharp nails drew a strand of white air from the duplication as she chanted a complex incantation. The puppet doll came alive, staring with eerie big eyes and inhaled the white air into its belly. The vengeful spirit girl began casting spells, the process laborious due to the target being level 8. After half a day, she exhaled heavily. Master, I have a rough idea of its location. In the boundless fog, a gigantic shadow cast over the earth. Long time no see. The seemingly friendly words of greeting startled the Spider King, busy refining duplications. A green lantern glanced ahead, revealing the leisurely figure of the black-armored swordsman. How did you know I was here? You refuse to tread the path to heaven and insist on venturing into the doorless hell, then die here. The Spider King reacted, hastily commanding number 1 and number 2 towards the black-armored swordsman. Puppet number 2, Levi had already been forewarned, is a centipede giant demon with early stage level 8 power. But that number 1 caused Levi's eyes to change slightly. It was a black chicken, standing 1,000 meters tall, with 2 white spots flowing towards the tail. 2 fluttering white tail feathers adorned the back, sharp beak emitting cluck 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 sounds. What a big black chicken! Although Levi is an expert of the dragon school of thought, not every transcendent creature was familiar to him. This black chicken was one he hadn't encountered before. He only felt that this black chicken could possess level 8 power. It certainly contains an extraordinarily dense legendary bloodline factor, possibly mythical level. Chapter 2254. The Blood Tribulation Master of the Pheasant Night is a legendary creature known as the Red Pheasant. This black chicken, if captured and purified, can not only guard the house but also promote the knight's practice of pheasant breathing techniques. As long as the Spider King is subdued, these black beasts will all be his, a sure profit. Faced with 2 level 8 giant beasts attacking together, Levi cannot withstand them head-on. That black chicken is skilled at using sound wave attacks, singing loudly and forming strange sounds in circles. Moreover, it's incredibly fast, like black lightning. Its sharp wings and black claws have left the 9-colored emperor severely injured. It must be said, in the 3 realms and 4 lands, the Spider King is the most troublesome to face alone. After all, it has too many subordinates under its control. Levi unleashed the Red Emperor domain, pointing his long sword to the sky, sending sword chi straight to the heavens. The Black Soul Demon Tower grew with the wind, and the death storm swept across hundreds of miles. Simultaneously, 3 level 8 auras surfaced from within the tower. Thunder Crocodile, Thunder King, Great Prince, all charged out. With the ability to surround, Levi naturally wouldn't fight alone. He had long contained these 3 level 8s within the tower, just waiting to gang up. He was determined to get the Spider King. He deliberately created the illusion of entering the restricted area alone, just to lull the Spider King into complacency. To prevent the overly cautious Spider King from abandoning its nest and fleeing. Thunder King, what do you mean by this? Do you also want to be my enemy? The Spider King was caught by surprise, even its neighbor wanted to eradicate it completely. The Thunder King said. Humph, Spider King, you previously sent your duplications to intrude into my lightning pool secret realm without reason, killing my people. This time, I'm here to seek justice. Seeing the scene, the Spider King looked despairing. It had no will to fight left, letting number 1 and number 2 hold back Levi, as it transformed into black smoke, trying to escape. The Thunder King, Great Prince, and others made their moves, their terrifying spell-like abilities stirred up hundreds of miles. Levi's chaotic sky demon mirror merely swept once, and the Spider King remained behind. He ordered the Thunder King and others to gang up on the Spider King while he remotely cast spells. The 9-colored Emperor alone managed to hold off both level 8 black beasts, number 1 and number 2, for a moment. Before long, under an overwhelming advantage, the Spider King was defeated without suspense. The fog that shrouded the center of the restricted area also disappeared, allowing Levi to see the true form of the Spider King. Everyone, including Levi, was shocked. The true form of the Spider King was only the size of a palm. From the beginning, the shadow within the fog was nothing but a disguised illusion. Used to seeing giant beasts spanning hundreds or thousands of meters. Seeing the Spider King, Levi even found it somewhat cute. The Thunder King scoffed. No wonder the Spider King is like a divine dragon, always hiding and never showing itself. Turns out it's a paper tiger, all its power is in puppets, the true form is so weak it's unbearable. The Great Prince couldn't help but laugh. Who could have thought that the overlord of the giant beast restricted area is actually such a cute little spider? The Spider King's watery big eyes glared angrily at Levi. Despicable outsider. If it were one-on-one, you would definitely not be my opponent. Master. The large hand of the 9-colored Emperor easily grasped the Spider King, and Levi used crimson enslavement to control it. The Spider King submissively crouched at Levi's feet, having lost its former imposing manner. This Spider King was indeed extraordinary, possessing extremely powerful control abilities, yet its true form's combat prowess was utterly ordinary. Levi didn't know how it managed to control those level 8 black beasts. One can only say that gains and losses coexist, the creator understands balance in professions. In the multidimensional plane, aside from cheaters, there's no absolutely perfect profession or creature. Every life form has its shortcoming, and that is their weakness. Otherwise, the ecological balance of the Land of Darkness would undoubtedly be broken. The Thunder King and the Great Prince felt apprehensive seeing Levi use bizarre means to control the rebellious Spider King. By comparison, having just sworn an oath is already a good deal for them. At least they haven't completely lost their personality and autonomy. Levi said. You all can go back now. The Thunder King and Great Prince hurriedly left to guard their own lairs. Meanwhile, number 1 and number 2 remained motionless where they were. Levi looked at the small spider in his palm. Do you have a name? Master, my name is Peter Pan. Levi had the Spider King frankly reveal its experiences, abilities, and private stash to him. It was truly an understanding of the mysterious transcendent creature, the star-devouring Spider King. At its peak, the Spider King had 2 level 8 puppets, 13 level 7 puppets, and 33 level 6 puppets. As well as countless low-level and middle-level puppets. These were all its duplications and eyes. Of course, after encountering Levi, this disaster star, it lost many level 7 and level 6 puppets. Now, there aren't as many as before. Such a huge number of duplication puppets were accumulated slowly over a long time. If lost, ordinary puppets can be replenished relatively easily. Level 6 and above cannot be restored in the short term, which would greatly affect its strength. These puppets, consisting of humans, black beasts, and alien races, are spread throughout the 3 realms and 4 lands. Through these puppets, the Spider King established a powerful intelligence network. At the same time, by controlling those black beast lords, it indirectly controlled countless black beast armies. In some respects, its ability to accommodate an entire army by itself is even stronger than Levi's. However, the downside is sacrificing too much of its own body's power, relying entirely on external things. Thus, the Spider King's true form must hide in places hard to discover. Chapter 2255. Leaving the Spider King with this kind of ability in the Dark Ancient Tower is truly a waste of talent. His stage should be the vast and boundless Land of Darkness. Levi decided to take the Spider King out. Then in the Land of Darkness, he would find a place for the Spider King to establish its own powerful force. Relying on the Spider King's ability, it could quickly assemble a large army of black beasts. On one hand, it could help him find the dragon clan or other rare creatures. On the other hand, it could also search for resources and enemies in the land of darkness. When necessary, this army of black beasts could be used to fight against demons. The black beasts are highly adaptable and have lived for generations in the dangerous land of darkness. They are inherently full of various pollutants and corrosive elements that even wizards found tricky to handle before the purification elixir appeared. Other civilizations hardly utilized them, and apart from themselves, they had no natural predators. Over time, without interference, black beasts have become like pests in the land of darkness. If demons are like termites living in nests, then the black beasts are like locusts scattered across the fields. With the Spider King's ability, Levi could quietly accumulate a black beast army. These black beasts don't need purification, they are merely cannon fodder in war. In the final moments in the ancient tower, Levi had the Spider King summon back the puppets it had deployed outside. These puppets needed to leave with the Spider King. This journey to the ancient tower could be considered as having flattened the giant beast restricted area. Though many black beasts survived, they could not form a unified command. For Runeland, they were just sources of experience. Prior to this, Levi had already passed on the knowledge of the purification elixir and the saint fruit to them. These humans would soon be able to harness the black beasts on a large scale to develop weapon making, arrays, and pharmacy. Looking at the St. Roland continent. Among the 3 realms and 4 lands, only the Golden Ruins, Ice Realm, and Merfolk Palace remained unconquered. But their influence was negligible. With the constraints of the Flame Clan, Feathered People, and the Thunder Marsh Clan, those 3 forces no longer posed a significant threat to Runeland. Moreover, Levi did not plan to inform these natives about his departure. Unaware of his leaving, they wouldn't dare to cause trouble. With the solid foundation he laid, if the humans of Runeland couldn't develop further, then there was no need to cultivate them, it would be like helping a hopeless fool. Compared to the oppression from the 3 realms and 4 lands, the oppression of super civilizations like the Abyss and Astral World on Wizard civilization is much more intense. Even with such hellish beginnings, Wizard civilization managed to grow strong. Runeland would undoubtedly be fine. A month later, on the ancient Dragon continent, primordial soul wizards of the Tower of Dawn, along with teachers from various academies, gathered together. They all looked at the young wizards behind Levi with expressions of shock. The oldest was over 200 years, and the youngest was still in swaddling clothes. Totaling over 100, their cultivation levels varied from 0 to the 4th circle. Most of them had a double affinity or higher grade talent. Among them were 5 children of the elements and 23 special talent holders from various sects. This group of people had the potential to enter top wizard organizations for cultivation. And Levi had somehow managed to find over 100 of them at once. It was like a dream. Levi said, "You all are the pillars of the Tower of Dawn. I entrust this group of young people to you, hoping you can cultivate more excellent talent like Ms. Marlene, spreading outstanding wizards across the world, engaging in blood battles, fighting for the ancient dragon continent, for the wizard civilization." The majority of these seedlings came from Runeland. Since it was an underdeveloped blue ocean, the initial harvest was substantial. Levi estimated that it might decrease in the future. But bringing back a few children of the elements and some special talent holders every century was still possible. Over time, in a millennium, the Tower of Dawn would surely produce more primordial soul wizards. Additionally, Levi brought out a small number of Feathered People, Flame Clan, and Thunder Marsh Clan members. They were all properly settled. On one hand, to propagate their clans, and on the other, for the Tower of Dawn to study. The Spider King and its puppet army were temporarily placed in the ancient Banyan fairyland by Levi. He had already thought of a future development site for the Spider King. It was located very far from the wizard world, in a highly desolate area. Apart from black beasts, there was nothing else. Even demons were unwilling to go. Thus, the smoke of blood battles hadn't reached there yet. That place was the Burning Rock World. Nora year 518. Blood Battle year 304. In the past 6 months, Levi continued his cultivation while taking stock of his gains. In the ancient Banyan fairyland, Levi was often seen smiling widely. Marlene looked at the mountain of treasures and resources in front of Levi, her mouth slightly agape. "Did you get all of these from the dark ancient tower?" "Yes." "Did you empty the tower?" "How could that be? 10 of me couldn't empty the dark ancient tower, a sea so vast, I've only taken a ladle. Levi picked up the wind destruction realm to show Marlene. There should be fragments of a medium-sized plane inside. If you refine it, what realm could you reach? Marlene said. I'm at level 7 now, and to advance further requires an immense amount of energy. After all, I'm of the divine tree's body, not to be measured by common sense, I estimate at most level 7 middle stage. Levi appeared slightly helpless. All right, it seems it's still not enough. It truly is challenging to increase the realm of a divine tree. Chapter 2256. After Levi's inventory, his gains within the ancient tower can be described as overprotective. The gains are mainly divided into two parts. One part is what he collected on his own while wandering around the ancient tower. There are a total of 13 truth oddities, but they are all earth and sky level. There are also several cultivation resources and materials, not worth mentioning. The most important harvest still comes from the 3 realms and 4 lands. These giants had already collected the resources for Levi, he just needed to take them. On the side of the feathered people, he obtained 2 clan treasures and 2 level 7 treasures. Namely the level 8 golden wind jade armor and wind destruction realm. Level 7 golden silkworm armor and wind killing sword. He had already handed the golden silkworm armor over to Lord Victor for use, and the wind killing sword was placed in the organization's treasury. The clan treasures are naturally for Levi's own use. With these 2 exotic treasures, hunting down level 8 early stage demons is even easier. In addition, Levi also obtained a large amount of ore, medicinal herbs and other resources from the feathered people. He sent all the ore to Fire Dragon Skywork, keeping only a piece of level 8 Gale Holy Gold. This item in the wizard world is only produced in the dojo of the Storm School of Thought in small quantities. They are all controlled by top wizard organizations. Usually, just releasing a small piece could auction for billions at sky-high prices. And Levi's piece is as large as a human head. The auction would start at least tens of billions, and it could make several conventional 8-ring wizarding devices. He kept it to remold the divine weapon Wind Thunder Wings. As for the feathered people's medicinal herbs, they were all sent to the Gandalf Pharmacy. With the resources he provided, the business turnover of both industries should surge in the upcoming period. Levi, as the major shareholder behind the scenes, naturally rakes in hefty profits. As for the Flame Clan, Levi did not take the clan treasure and left it for Jabba to rule the country. The Flame Dragon Battle Axe, also a rare top quality among the level 8 exotic treasures, has a powerful artifact spirit. Its quality is no less inferior to Triss's Demon Dragon Whip. But Levi doesn't really have any use for it. Leaving it in the Flame Clan is a blessing for Jabba. It could assist him in not perishing before level 8, stabilizing his reign. Levi also obtained at least enough 7th level or red flame star gold to refine 10 7-ring witch artifacts. He sent it to Ace, fulfilling Ace's weapon refinement desires. With these top quality ores, Ace's entire arsenal of wizard tools could be finely reforged. Additionally, there's a piece of level 8 blazing heart holy iron, a treasured item of the king. Levi plans to use it to remold the divine weapon Crimson Dragon Slash. Other medicinal herbs and material resources, as well as 6th level treasures, need not be explained in detail as Levi has properly arranged everything. Lastly, from the king's side, he obtained a rare treasure called Prison Star Ring. Its function is similar to the wizard tool Spirit Binding Ring, which was the treasure used by the ancestors of the Flame Country to control the giant dragons. After that dragon fell, they refined it into the Flame Dragon Battle Axe, turning it into an artifact spirit. This Prison Star Ring can make up for Levi's shortage in crimson enslavement quotas. Thunder Marsh Clan's spoils. The most important thing is the 10,000-year Thunder Pattern Wood and 3 pieces of 10,000-year Thunder Pattern Wood, invaluable. Levi also obtained 5 pieces of 6th level exotic treasure and 2 pieces of 7th level exotic treasure. He put them all in the organization's treasury, available for members to rent and exchange with war merit. As the head of the organization, while enjoying benefits, he must also consider those beneath him. If the organization's treasury does not have good things, it wouldn't attract the members. There must be such treasures hanging in the treasury, making them envious, wanting to exchange but unable to. This way, he can motivate them to constantly cultivate, earn money, and hunt demons to accumulate war merits. Moreover, in the old nest of the Thunder Crocodile, Levi was delighted to gain a large piece of level 8 Thunder Saint copper. This is an 8th level material that money cannot buy. This resolves the remolding material issues of the divine weapons Wind Thunder Wings and Crimson Dragon Slash. The above are regular gains. There are also some special gains, such as truth oddities. After Levi counted, including what he collected himself, this trip to the ancient tower resulted in a total of 90 truth oddities. Among them, there are 56 Earth-grade oddities, 24 sky-level oddities, 8 morning star oddities, and 2 bright moon oddities. That's right, he collected nearly 100 oddities. The strong ones from the 3 clans have been dominant on the continent for a long time, collecting quite a few oddities. They do not understand the wizard's efficient path of refinement, they could only absorb them shallowly or directly devour them. But some oddities, due to not matching their attributes, were kept in reserve. Levi also knows that the oddities in the hands of these alien races are only a portion of the St. Roland continent. There are many unexplored territories in deep forests, underground worlds, and the endless ocean. Starting from the 7th floor, the resources within the ancient tower become increasingly abundant. First, the worlds henceforth are more expansive. Second, fewer wizards can visit. Under such circumstances, the development and utilization efficiency is far less than the first 6 floors. Levi's current mindset is to go with the flow and take as much as he can. The rest is left for future generations. Levi, according to the illustrated guide of strange items, selected one which could be categorized as a small top grade from the sky-level oddities. It is called Greedy Snake, a Space Series oddity. This oddity's conventional function isn't much use to Levi. But there's a probability of birthing a kind of special spiritual creature named Na Snake. As the name suggests, this spiritual creature has no combat power, but it can easily hide in the void. Inside its body, a realm is formed on its own, and its volume is related to the spiritual force realm of its master. Chapter 2257. Levi needed this guy to share Leon's work and be responsible for picking up scraps on the battlefield. Because of the Shadow Dragon group, Leon had to gather souls and collect battle loot. The little guy was so busy that he still tended to lose things. Thus, if there was an opportunity to create companion spirit creatures, it was worth a try. Other oddities. Either were duplicates of what Levi had already refined, or were too ordinary, as companion spirit creatures were of little use to Levi now. He let 100 Flowers and the 3 avatars each choose a few to refine for fun based on their needs. They could try their luck at drawing companion spirit creatures. Most of the oddities, he sent to the organization's treasure vault. The members of the Tower of Dawn were as excited as if they had taken a stimulant after seeing so many oddities freshly stocked. For the vast number of low-level and middle-level wizards, not to mention sky-level artifacts, even Earth oddities could excite them for 100 years. Perhaps it was just an Earth oddity that Levi didn't think much of, but inadvertently helped a wizard, who was just a hair away from advancing to the 6th circle. See Hope. This is the greatest value of these oddities. Among the 8 Morning Star level oddities, Levi chose the Thunder God series artifact obtained from Thunder Lake to enhance the Thunder God body. There were also 2 sequence artifacts, namely Wind King's Word and Water God's Kylan. Levi had Gondaf and 100 Flowers refine them. The last 5 were kept as the Tower of Dawn's treasures, available for exchange by those with outstanding war merits. 2 Bright Moon oddities, one from the King of the Flame clan. This was an oddity shaped like a butterfly, only palm-sized. It was sealed within a scroll, its antennae slightly twitching, its abdomen subtly wriggling. Truth runes formed its entire body of scales, as well as the beautiful patterns on its wings. This type of oddity wasn't recorded in the illustrated guide of strange items, suggesting it was undiscovered. It could only be judged as an ocean faction oddity from the surrounding water elemental power. Levi was very interested in this, so he kept it for himself to refine. The other was obtained from the King of Feather. It was a long sword radiating the golden legend of the Golden Emperor's sword from the metal faction. Levi of course had Lord Victor refine it. Thus, Lord Victor now owned both Golden Emperor's ring and Golden Emperor's sword, the 2 major Bright Moon oddities. He had already collected the most important artifacts of the Golden Emperor series. The rest were all Morning Star level oddities. Given Lord Victor's already outstanding talent, it was a case of making something even better. The speed of his subsequent advancement was sure to increase significantly. The final special gain came from the Spider King. It hadn't intentionally collected resources, but during the opening of the ancient tower 700 years ago, it killed many primordial soul wizards. In the storage rings of these wizards, besides some truth oddities, there were also a large number of cultivation resources and spell knowledge. Of course, the most valuable was the storage ring of the Golden Prince. Inside, Levi saw an incredibly shocking sight. An almost complete giant dragon corpse. It was precisely the legendary dragon race, Wind Illusion Dragon, he had discovered in the Golden Prince's memory. It had been dead for hundreds of years, yet its entire body was surrounded by a lingering, milky white flame cloud of wind. Most dragons above the legendary level had such characteristics. Because their level of life was too high, even after death, they would retain some wondrous features. Only with the passage of long years would these gradually dissipate. Moreover, Levi found that, perhaps because the energy level of this corpse was too high, even the space of the Golden Prince's high-level storage ring was somewhat unstable. Levi quickly took the Wind Illusion Dragon corpse out and placed it in the ancient Banyan fairyland. Rumble. The corpse, like a bottomless pit, automatically drew in the power of the wind element from 1,000 miles around. A hurricane vortex with a diameter of 1,000 miles rapidly formed. This shocking scene startled the Dragon Palace members and Mana. They watched from afar, gazing at the pure white giant dragon corpse floating in the void, their minds dazed. This is a true giant dragon. It's dead, it died. Such powerful majesty. The heavenly leisure dragon general sighed. I encountered this during my travels in the land of darkness. It likely died of old age. Mana flew over, her beautiful eyes widened greatly. Levi, is this a level 9 giant dragon's corpse? Levi said. Yes, found it. Mana. Levi was worried as he looked at the dragon's corpse. This corpse wasn't completely intact, its blood had already dried up. At its eye area, there was a blood hole. This was where the Golden Prince extracted blood to make a bloodline crystal. The entire body material is basically all 9th level material. At the current realm of the Holy Infant, wanting to use this to refine weapons is still too early. Since the corpse is so complete, might as well make it into a dragon corpse demon. Dragon corpse demons are a type of corpse demon, extremely rare. On one hand, superior dragon corpses are scarce. On the other hand, such a massive body requires a huge amount of materials and resources. But if this level 9 giant dragon's corpse was successfully made into one, Levi would have essentially the strongest corpse demon with at least level 8 peak power. Even a short confrontation with a level 9 expert might not be difficult. After all, this is a level 9 giant dragon's corpse. Even if it's not a defense type, it is sturdy enough. For an 8th circle wizard's spell, it would be neither painful nor itchy. As Levi's status improved, so too did the strength of his enemies. Facing the 8th circle, he already had absolute confidence in keeping himself alive. Chapter 2258. But in the face of the 9th circle, he still felt lacking in confidence. Because it is the sky chasm between a high-level wizard and a grand wizard. So, before he advances to the 9th circle himself, he needs to enhance his cards as much as possible to escape in front of level 9. This dragon corpse demon let him see hope. Of course, such a powerful corpse requires at least a level 8 peak undead to control. Once Levi becomes a grand wizard, this corpse demon won't go to waste. He can catch a level 9 undead from the 72 pillars to fully unleash the dragon corpse demon's power. It can completely be used as level 9 combat power. Even if it's not needed later. It can be stationed in the ancient dragon continent for defense. Or it can be dismantled for weapon refinement. Simply perfect. Action must follow thought, and refining a legendary level dragon corpse demon requires ample preparation. Levi immediately brought out all his books on corpse demons from his knowledge library. The Book of Corpse Demons, Corpse Refining Manual, Dragon Witch Demons Experiment Notebook. Besides that, he also arranged for the organization to seek insights from the School of Death. With the mineral and material resources provided by the 3 realms and 4 lands, he is confident in being able to refine it. Of course, this refinement process could take quite a while. This is a real major project, far beyond any previous attempt. But just thinking about having a quasi-9th level corpse demon bodyguard in the future fills him with motivation. 2 years later. Nora 520th year, Blood Battle 306th year. Ancient Banyan Fairyland. Thunderclap Mountain. Due to the arrival of the Thunder Crocodile, the elemental power of thunder here has become denser, making it more suitable for the life of lightning creatures and the Dragon Clan. After Levi brought back the Thunder Crocodile, he let it stay in the Fairyland, specially building a large energy-gathering array for it. At most, it would go to the Nightmare World for exploration. He didn't let it appear in the Wizard World, for fear of it being coveted by those with ill intentions. The top wizard organizations of the Lightning faction may not have a level 8 Thunder Elemental Spirit. The Spider King was also excited beyond measure once it learned it was taken out of the Dark Ancient Tower. After Levi finished his tasks, he assigned the Spider King to the Burning Rock world. Recently, a new occupant arrived in the Valley of the Earthquake Dragon Brothers. It was the Heavenly Yin Dragon General Mr., simply called May. Nowadays, purification technology and efficiency in the ancient dragon continent have improved significantly. It was sent to the ancient Banyan fairyland right after being purified. This level 6 late-stage mature female dragon was in its prime. And the three brothers had just matured, with the strongest desires. Due to their vigorous energy, the other transcendent creatures in the ancient Banyan fairyland also suffered damage previously. But to ensure the purity of bloodlines, Levi had forbidden such chaotic actions. Now, the arrival of May undoubtedly ignited Drywood meeting blazing fire. Just like a male college student meeting a middle-aged lady. In the valley, the cannon fire was endless, and the three brothers took turns, still no match for May. To this, Dragon King Lee remarked they were too weak. Many mixed-blood dragon clans also found their destined goddesses in the pool for refining dragon descendant giants. The corpse of elephant demon Isink also began its refinement. Time flies swiftly, and years pass by. Ancient Banyan Tree Mansion. Centuries around the tombstone of the dead are already part of the rest soil domain. Soft whispers came from the black soil. Some bemused, confused green ghost fires wandered aimlessly. These ghost fires were very weak, even weaker than mortal rookies. But they also have strong evolutionary potential, akin to the abyss worm. In the future, they might evolve into ghosts, undead. Some skeletons, tilting their heads like zombies, staggered around. With Levi's command, those undead will not attack these newborns. They are the first inhabitants born in his ancient Banyan Tree Mansion, of great commemorative significance. Mana, barefoot, stepped lightly on the soft rest soil. Like a curious child, she observed the ghost fires underground. It was her innate nature as the world tree, to create, to witness the birth of life, a joyful affair indeed. She was very curious about how far the ancient Banyan Tree Mansion could grow in the future. God-forsaken continent. On a certain battlefield. The Tower of Summer Flowers grows taller in the wind, towering high. Endless green leaves and vines obscure the sky, trapping a level 7 late-stage flame demon within. A star ring composed of millions of petals descended from the sky, encircling this green world. Flames swept, roaring continuously. In the void, Elena clad in blood source armor flower fairy armor appeared. She had both the elegance of a flower fairy and the valiant demeanor of a valkyrie. With a wave of her hand, the amber dragon in the form of a silver ribbon flew across the sky. With an innate spell embodied by 9 kinds of flowers, it struck fiercely, throwing the flame demon away. Seeing this, Elena closed her eyes, and reopened them. Twin Tree World. Suppress. The endless force of suppression thrust the flame demon underground. It raised its head, veins bulging, resembling a demon in agony. As the 2 giant tree shadows closed in, the flame demon was squeezed as if crushed between 2 cliffs. Fierce flames exploded, and demon blood spewed into a blood fog, blasting in all directions. Level 7 late-stage flame demon. Overpowered and dead. Elena emerged on top of the wizard tower covered in flower fairy armor, exhaled fragrant air. With the addition of millions of war merit points, Elena's rank advanced by 1 more position. With the 3 measures of the wizard tower, flower witch and primordial spirit released collectively, a level 7 late-stage demon can only meet its end here. Even a level 7 peak demon is not guaranteed a victory, but to be on the safe side, it's better to stay cautious and retreat when encountered. Clearly, Mana has also mastered the essence of Dragon King Lee's tactical subtlety. 2 years ago, when Levi refined the precious water god scale and gave it to her, she understood Levi's intentions. He was worried she might not keep up with his pace and wanted to give her a helping hand. She hunted demons desperately, earning war merit, making herself a little more excellent every day. Chapter 2259. Body Refining Academy. Ha ha ha, the purple crystal body refining method lower volume is complete. Gondifa's hearty laughter echoed in the research room. He extended his left arm, covered with a faint purple glow. Sparse purple body refining runes flickered within the flesh. A thin layer of purple crystal precipitated, covering his whole body. Gondif clenched his fist and swung it towards the testing apparatus. Looking at the numbers on the display, he sighed in relief. It worked, it really worked. Members of the research group, including Killing Whale Dominating Fist, the Supreme Fist Wizard, Sea Wolf, couldn't help but applaud. In the blink of an eye, a century has passed. Indeed, research makes one forget the passage of time. Yes, starting is always the hardest. Now that the lower volume is out, the middle and upper volumes will be easier. Thanks to Lord Gondopha's personal experiments, this body refining technique was completed so smoothly. Gondoph smiled and said, "It's the result of everyone's joint effort." After working together for a century, Gondoph used his formidable strength and charisma to win over the group of strong men from the Ocean Abyss Alliance. Initially, they saw Gondoph as a rival and competed with him overtly and covertly. However, after witnessing Gondopha's research and understanding of body refining techniques, they were completely convinced. They gradually accepted the title of King of Body Refining in their hearts. They even felt that the Ocean Abyss Alliance had lacked competition for too long, so it became complacent. Yet unexpectedly, a new era ushered in such an extraordinary person. "Ha ha ha, I heard the purple crystal body refinement technique has been developed." The white banker rushed over upon hearing the news. Gondoph said, "Thanks to you, Senior, for providing us with higher-level knowledge guidance, allowing such quick development." The white banker received the knowledge from the purple crystal body refining method lower volume and became immersed in it. Not bad, practicing to the second circle perfect realm, paired with specially researched body techniques, can have 1/3 the strength of a second-level purple crystal clan. It's more than enough to deal with gargoyles, low-level demons with high magic resistance, and in the future, dealing with the Council of 10,000 Clans group, it won't be a problem. Next, arrange some experimental subjects for testing. Once confirmed, our Body Refining Academy can include it as a basic refining course, and then begin widespread promotion. Gondoph said. No problem. In the evening, the white banker invited this research group to a high-level banquet. Gondopha's performance received continuous praise from the upper echelons. Recalling the century of research experience, it was Gondopha's first time creating a combat technique from scratch. Although it was low-level, the sense of accomplishment and the gains were indescribable. He had some ideas for the future integration and creation of body refining techniques. After completing the phase results, Gondoph returned to Gundor City with the newly acquired body refining artifact Great Sun Burning Dragon. Fire Dragon Skywork. Weapon Refinement Room. The Holy Infant was refining a brand new secret sword. Inside the Flame King Furnace, a flame hammer, without any control, could strike the wizard tool within, hammering its shape. The Holy Infant regulated his breath, cultivated, occasionally observing the refining progress inside the furnace. It's truly wonderful to have an intelligent semi-automated refining spiritual creature. The Holy Infant had previously refined Flame King's arm. Acquired the rare associated special spiritual creature Flame King's mobile furnace. The Flame King furnace greatly enhanced his refinement efficiency and success rate. Not long ago, after refining Flame King's hammer, the Flame King furnace underwent further metamorphosis, nurturing an illusory flame hammer within. The Holy Infant felt that this was the truly complete body of the Flame King furnace. In order to further enhance automation efficiency, the Holy Infant delved into countless books, consulted with alchemy masters from the Central Realm, and subsequently developed some auxiliary weapon refining arrays and wizard tools. Nowadays, simple steps in the wizard tool refining process can be completely automated by the furnace. The Holy Infant only needs to supervise slightly on the side, without hindering his cultivation or rest. Of course, unique and complex procedures requiring a refiner's creativity still have to be done personally by him, such as solidifying mysterious runes and miniature arrays. Even with this semi-automated refining procedure, it cannot achieve that. Nonetheless, it greatly frees the Holy Infant's hands, proving immensely beneficial. To date, he has refined all the main artifacts of the Flame King series. Namely, Flame King's arm, Heart of Flame King, Flame King's hammer, all Morning Star level. The remaining oddities are of simple sky quality, lacking them does not matter. Of course, to make the Flame King furnace even more perfect, the Holy Infant intends to find a way to collect them all. He believes that the forces nurturing this Flame King series must be akin to divine craftsmen from various great civilizations. Only thus could such a wondrous associated special spiritual creature as the furnace be born. During rest, the Holy Infant introspected his mind. Within his primordial soul, the momentum of ice and fire, under the principles of the ace balance law, is stable like mirror lake, the yin and yang balance. With my current talent, wanting to advance further, ordinary morning star artifacts won't suffice, it must be higher level sequence artifacts to advance the ice and fire holy body further. According to the illustrated guide of strange items, the fire element oddity sequence. Mainstream ones are 3 types. Namely, Flame King, Red Dragon, Fire God. Similar to them, there are the Frost factions Cold King, Winter Emperor, Frost God. The Thunder God factions Thunder King, Thunder Rock, Thunder God. The Elementalist School sequence artifacts can generally be divided into 3 levels. Chapter 2260. The highest level of sequence artifacts are similar and are all named with God. Take the Burning faction as an example. The upper limit of the Flame King series is the Morning Star artifact, composed of the Sky and Morning Star. The Red Dragon series is Morning Star and Bright Moon. The Fire God series includes Morning Star, Bright Moon, and Blazing Sunday. The quality of sequence artifacts is generally good. Moreover, by collecting accessories, you can activate the set effect. For example, Levi's Thunder God body, 100 Flowers Water God body, and the Ice and Fire Holy body fused by the Holy Infant. This is the life-altering effect brought by these oddities. A wizard's elemental affinity talents are predestined. So far, besides the very few heaven-defying potions made from heavenly materials and earthly treasures, only oddities can significantly improve wizarding talents. The Holy Infant's original talent wasn't lacking, he was at a genius level. After continuously refining oddities, he is already comparable to a child of the ice and fire elements. In the future, if he refines higher sequence oddities, it will be a super elemental sun level talent. It's just that the wizard world doesn't have an accurate classification for such a talent. Because there are too few such people, there's no need for a separate listing. To most wizards, becoming a child of the elements is unreachable, the ceiling. But for the Holy Infant, who mixes among geniuses, being a child of the elements is just an entry point, not something to be proud or complacent about. The wizard world has people with average initial talents who eventually achieved Grand Wizard or even Legendary Wizard status. But such people, just like oneself, their initial talent has long evolved into higher talents due to luck and effort. Many folk stories only see the children of chaos talent of those individuals, and use them to propagate, even advocating that talent is useless theory. But they fail to see the dense talent buffs behind the children of chaos, along with other opportunities and efforts. Effort and will determine the lower limit, talent and fortune determine the upper limit. Only those who can achieve perfection in all factors can climb to the supreme legendary realm. Wizards are just that, materialistic and realistic. Returning to the point, sequence artifacts are mainstream, but it doesn't mean non-sequence artifacts are not powerful. In fact, non-sequence artifacts can often give birth to many extraordinary top-grade functions. For example, the Flame Emperor's Sword. In the War Merit Store's introduction, it is considered the foremost killing fire element sun refining artifact. In short, both kinds of artifacts have their pros and cons. To the Holy Infant, higher level sequence artifacts are essential to further enhance his aptitude. With his current talent and foundation, advancing to Grand Wizard is not difficult. But he has a heart for legends. So, it's not enough, he must become even stronger. He looked at the War Merit Store, searching for keywords. There were some Red Dragon and Fire God series artifacts limited to 7 Circle Wizards. But all Bright Moon artifacts invariably required over 1 billion War Merits. Moreover, some were exchanged by top-ranked individuals on the leaderboard. I must quickly complete the Heavenly Star Sword formation and then have Lord Victor take Gondaf and me flying. If they have a complete Heavenly Star Sword formation, they are confident to sprint into the top 10 of the leaderboard. A month later. Dawn Tower. Lord Victor took a deep breath. This Golden Emperor's Sword is amazing, increasing spiritual force by 180 points. At a thought, Golden Emperor appeared. This lady in golden divine attire, filled with celestial aura, held a golden sword in her hand. The sword was 3 feet 2 inches long, covered with mysterious runes. The Golden Emperor has metamorphosed again. With this special spiritual creature, paired with my Heavenly Star Sword formation, my combat tactics have almost reached perfection. I can use secret swords for long-range killing. With the Golden Emperor and sword formation in close combat, I can attack, defend, and control. With the Golden Emperor, Fleur can return to herself. My Gold Element Affinity talent, blessed by a Bright Moon artifact, coupled with the Mystic Sky Spirit Embryo, has surpassed the children of the elements by unknown margins. I aim to achieve 7 rings perfection within 200 years. As time goes by, Lord Victor has been at 7 rings for more than 200 years, with spiritual force approaching 9,500 points. Only 1,500 points short of 7 rings perfection. With soul stone, heart-cleansing tea, heavenly materials, and earthly treasures from the ancient Banyan fairyland, and enough meditation supplementary potions. Attaining 7 rings perfection within 200 years is still Lord Victor's conservative estimate. Time flies like an arrow, the years slip by. 6 years later. Year 526 of Nora, year 312 of the Blood Battle. Ancient Banyan fairyland. Levi was 940 years old. He was like a retired old man, temporarily forgetting about demon hunting. Spending his days cultivating and researching beside the small stone pond. On the level 8 demon slaughter list, he still topped the chart with 1.2 billion points. The second, Destruction Realm Thunder, had 700 million points. Light Divine Sword and Hand of Fire God followed closely with 620 million and 550 million respectively. Recently, there has been quite an accurate whispering news. The Fire God's Hand Gatling went to the War Merit store, allegedly already exchanging for a random sun refining artifact. This made Levi even less pressured. The Fire God's Hand is currently the number 1 in the burning school of thought and has been for over 300 years, without anyone surpassing it. Now he has spent 500 million war merits. Even though there are currently many demons and earning points is easy, it would still take about 100 years to accumulate again. Would he use his head to fight Levi for the Flame Emperor's sword? Levi speculated that Gatling originally wanted to exchange for the Flame Emperor's sword, constantly advising Levi to rest well and not overexert. But seeing Levi's over-the-top prowess, and Levi most likely choosing the strongest Flame Emperor's sword, he settled for the second best option, choosing a random oddity. As for the Shadow Emblem, the number 1 of the Shadow School of Thought, it has only just reached 1.2 billion points. Chapter 2261. It's even more impossible to seize it before Levi does. But to avoid long delays, Levi felt it was time to make his move. On the Klein crystal ball, spiritual force manifested. Spiritual force, 12100/13200. Spell power, 12.1 million. Over these years of seclusion, Levi's spiritual force had already surpassed the standard maximum realm. Only a little over 1,000 away from his own maximum. The greedy snake had some luck, giving birth to the accompanying spirit creature Na Snake, an additional automatic pickup robot for the battlefield. That unknown butterfly oddity increased Levi's upper limit of spiritual force, but did not directly enhance it. Otherwise, Levi wouldn't be far from the 7-ring limit. However, to him, it didn't matter. Anyway, it's like preparing in advance for the 8th circle, making future promotions faster. Moreover, a higher spiritual force upper limit is always more advantageous for advancement. In recent years, besides cultivation, Levi focused on researching 3 major topics. The first is the popularization of the Divine Talisman path. The second is the refining of Dragon Corpse demons. The third is the possibility of creating a shadow world within the ancient Banyan fairyland. All of these had promising progress. For the Divine Talisman path, he had already started covertly recruiting wizards for confidential experiments. The original theoretical foundation remained unchanged. Using Levi as the source of power for the Divine Talisman. Using the drawn rune diagrams and talismans as the medium of power. By triggering the talismans, releasing the stored power within the talisman paper. Because the Divine Talisman path is not yet mature. So for the first level of the Divine Talisman path, he plans to focus on internal organizational learning. In the future, he will be the founder of the Divine Talisman path, completely eliminating the outdated spell scrolls. All practitioners of the Divine Talisman path in the wizard world would need to beseech Levi for power. In the past, priests praying for rain sought the Dragon King, Thunder God, and Electric Mother. Levi is the Dragon King, in some sense, also a god, so calling it a Divine Talisman is quite fitting. On the Dragon Corpse demon's side, Levi had fully understood the basic knowledge. He had refined many corpse demons before, with ample experience. The next step was to gather the necessary materials and resources quickly. To craft a giant soaking pool with a diameter of tens of thousands of meters and the matching array, to embark on the refining journey. The housing issue for the Shadow Dragon group. Levi was inspired by the Black Soul Demon Tower. He himself researched a 7-ring formation and set it up at the Black Soul Demon Tower. This formation can, like the Black Soul Demon Tower, automatically gather the negative shadow energy from the world. This way, it allows the shadow army to stay outside the shadow world longer. But to truly and permanently create a self-circulating artificial shadow world like the ancient Banyan Mansion, with Levi's current realm, knowledge, and resources, it's temporarily not achievable, not even by a grand wizard. Nevertheless, after temporarily housing at the Black Soul Demon Tower, the loss rate of the Shadow Army reduced significantly. The Black Soul Demon Tower, as a wizard tower, besides not being able to automatically spawn the undead, other aspects are effectively half the effect of an undead cemetery. Inside the tower forms its inner heaven and earth, with arrays that can absorb the wandering death negative energy from the world. Thus it can create a safe haven for the undead outside of the realm of hell. However, because outside the realm of hell in the wizard world, death negative energy is sparse. For complete operation, wizards still need to periodically venture into hell, to absorb and store some energy there on a large scale, then return. Once Levi has his own wizard tower, he will give this tower to Gandalf. Gandalf himself often ventures to hell to spar with his second brother. For him, using the Black Soul Demon Tower poses no problem at all. During these years of seclusion, the brilliant Golden Dragon Armor and Crimson Emperor Dragon are advancing towards the level 7 peak. The Sky King Dragon and the Scarlet Dragon are not far from the level 7 late stage. The Death Ember Dragon and the Nightmare Dragon are already at the level 7 middle stage, progressing towards the late stage. Mixed World Demon Image 108 Hammers was cultivated to the 3rd level, within 100 years or more it could be perfected. Thereafter, the Heavenly Phenomenon Deo can be initiated in the Extreme Deo strategy. Combining with the Sky Whale Path and Sky Dragon Path, the effect is bound to be explosive. The 10,000 blind boxes previously purchased in Hell were also all opened. This time luck was good, a 7-ring spell was obtained. Its name is Night Demon's Eternal Darkness, of excellent grade. The effect can gather dark negative energy, forming a dark barrier with a diameter of about 5 km around the target. Any enemy engulfed by the dark barrier will lose their 5 senses. Even spiritual perception will be significantly weakened. This spell has a good effect even on enemies above 1 major realm. Overall, it was a spell Levi prepared for his escape. As he became more renowned, he felt he must always be ready to face level 9 experts. To the Council of 10,000 Clans, he is like a walking turtle king fruit. To demons, he is like a walking abyss heart. Among wizards, not all can be assumed benevolent. Being in the spotlight, there will always be someone who causes trouble for you. Of course, as the wizard realm gets higher, the chance of encountering purely evil wizards like Simon, Roman, and Fiery Flame Servant decreases. But safety first remains the primary principle of Levi's cultivation. Thus, Levi had already imprinted 17 witch marks. Only 10 more remain to be fully accomplished. Promotion to the 8th circle is no longer distant. The refining materials for the breakthrough potion, apart from the level 8 Shadow Demon, Sleep Demon, and Void Spirit clan materials. The spiritual dream grass was successfully found in the Nightmare world a few years ago, only the Demon Dragon grass remains unfound. Chapter 2262. All other supplementary ingredients have been gathered after the organization's efficient operations. In addition, Crimson Dragon Slash and Wind Thunder Wings have been reforged using level 8 materials. Everything is in place, and our strength has reached an unprecedented peak. Levi feels it's time to re-emerge and hunt demons. This time, we must capitalize on the momentum to exchange for the Shadow Emblem and strive to resolve the Shadow Dragon group issue. Of course, before that, we need to make a trip to the Burning Rock world to settle the Spider King. Under the banyan tree, with constant devouring and ascending, Long is now over 2,000 meters in length. Its massive form coils lazily at Mana's feet, taking a nap leisurely. On the lush canopy, an illusory blue butterfly with a wingspan of over 1,000 meters flutters around. As its wings move, the power of the water element forms sweet nectar around, creating a light drizzle. Wherever this fine rain falls, the saplings of the banyan tree sprout rapidly. Mana stretches the branches comfortably. 80, take a rest, don't tire yourself out too much. 80, whose full name is Mithra, was the companion spirit born after Levi refined that butterfly oddity. 80 is also a functional auxiliary spirit creature. It's like the legendary flower fairy, capable of gathering the power of the water element to produce butterfly immortal dew. Immortal Dew can significantly accelerate and enhance the growth and quality of plants. According to Levi's tests, the current stage of Immortal Dew can reduce the growth time of the saint fruit by a third. At the same time, it can increase the yield of the saint fruit by a fifth. The effects on other rare plants are similar. Thus, like Long, 80 is also a spirit creature of the farming type. This oddity, unfamiliar to Levi, he recorded in the Illustrated Guide of Strange Items, naming it Immortal Dream Butterfly. Apart from regular Immortal Dew, 80 can occasionally produce the rarer top-grade Immortal Dew. This is an upgraded version of the regular Immortal Dew, several times more effective, though particularly scarce in quantity. Once mixed with Spring of Immortality and other rare medicinal herbs, it can be refined into a more exquisite potion, which Levi has named Immortal Flowing Liquid. According to experiments, Immortal Flowing Liquid not only works on plants, but can also be used on animals, allowing transcendent creatures to experience a significant growth boost. This is where it surpasses golden fertilizer. Data shows that transcendent creatures consuming Immortal Flowing Liquid long-term can experience a growth speed increase of 1/3. This benefits even the dragons in Levi's Dragon Palace, providing a new enhancement method besides the dragon scale fruit. Immortal Flowing Liquid can also strengthen the body and has life-prolonging effects on mortals and even apprentice wizards. However, since Immortal Flowing Liquid has only appeared recently, the specific life-extending effects have yet to be determined. The specific data will be known once the experimental results are out. Levi knows that from now on, Immortal Flowing Liquid could profoundly impact the wizard cultivation on the ancient dragon continent. Even if it only extends the lifespan of apprentice wizards, over time, it could give rise to more official wizards. This is an unrivaled advantage. Of course, such a strategic material as Immortal Flowing Liquid is temporarily kept confidential. Levi has not yet disclosed it publicly. After all, this thing is too shocking, and if other organizations find out, they might not act righteously. The current production of Immortal Flowing Liquid is also difficult to increase. He estimates that even after mass production, it could at most support use on the ancient dragon continent. Additionally, whether regular or top-grade Immortal Dew, its effects improve as 80 ascends. According to Levi's predictions, at the 7 rings stage, 80 should be able to affect apprentice wizards, which might indicate that later on, it could also affect official wizards. When Levi ascends to the legendary level, 80 might be able to benefit more low-level and middle-level wizard groups. Accumulated over time, the number of primordial souls in the wizard world should also increase significantly. Furthermore, he formed an Immortal Dew research group with Triss. Next, they plan to conduct a reverse analysis of the components and structure of Immortal Dew. If they can develop universally applicable life-prolonging potions for more people to take, it would be of epoch-making significance for the wizard world. Ancient Dragon Continent. The Iron Crocodile, Centipede Sea Demon, and Black Chicken have also been continuously purified over the past years. After consulting numerous records, Levi learned that the scientific name of the black chicken is white-feathered black-feathered pheasant. Research revealed that its body contains a legendary bloodline factor, specifically red pheasant. This perfectly matches the blood tribulation master of the Pheasant Knight. Since the Spider King needs to develop in a distant place next, Levi personally subdued this creature with force. To be cautious, he also placed the prison star ring on the head of the black-feathered pheasant to control it. After setting restrictions, the black-feathered pheasant was assigned to the Dusk Holy Temple as a guardian. With a level 8 creature presiding, the high-end combat power on the ancient dragon continent is not far behind the top wizard organizations. In the future years, the limited supply of high-level bloodline essence will benefit all knights practicing the pheasant-type breathing technique. The same goes for the Centipede Sea Demon. The Dusk Holy Temple is currently utilizing its bloodline to research better secret medicines and potions, seeking to enable the Song of the Sirens to produce its own level 6 expert. It is confirmed that the training effect of the Centipede Sea Demon secret medicine on the siren breathing technique far exceeds that of Paul. Paul can be considered to have achieved perfection. He was arranged by Levi to retire and sent to the ancient Banyan fairyland for a peaceful life. After the Centipede Sea Demon was subdued, it became the second level 8 guardian. Chapter 2263. Levi arranged it in the strait between the ancient dragon continent and the giant beast paradise. That way, no matter which place encounters a demon attack, it can quickly step in to save the day. The preparation work for the Iron Crocodile's Teeth Death Soldier battle group also commenced in an orderly manner. Among the Spider King's puppet army, anything related to the Dragon Clan or rare creatures was liberated. They were recruited into the giant beast paradise for purification. Levi did not touch the other black beasts. After preparation work was complete, he silently left the wizard world with the Spider King and its puppet army. 4 years later. Nora calendar year 530. The 316th year of the blood battle. After a long journey traveling the void, Levi saw a streak of red deep in space again. The burning rock world. The Spider King perched on Levi's shoulder, feeling a bit excited. After being confined in a cage for so long, albeit comfortable, it had lost its charm. Thinking about forging a path in such an expansive world, it couldn't help but fantasize. In a few years, it might become the underground overlord of this region. Wouldn't that be more thrilling than being the lord of a forbidden area in such a small place like St. Roland? Levi glanced at the little spider in his palm. You will develop here in the future. I will come to check your work from time to time. With your strength, you should have few rivals in this land of darkness. Act cautiously and develop steadily. The Spider King confidently replied. Master, rest assured, it won't take 1,000 years before this place becomes your domain. Levi opened the ancient Banyan fairyland. The vast army of black beast puppets covered the Spider King as it vanished into the land of darkness. He gazed at the burning rock world. I haven't visited in 100 years. I wonder if any new dragon clan has come to rule here. The burning rock world. Even after sending off the hateful Golden Dragon Emperor, the people of the Burning Rock hadn't gained freedom. A cycle of 60 years ago, an evil red-robed wizard descended here decades ago. He claimed to be Red Sun Meng Dang, the messenger of God. With supreme evil power, Meng Dang quickly conquered this world. He established the Red Sun Brotherhood, supporting his puppet regime. The people of the Burning Rock became enslaved, scouring the world for resources and mining for the red-robed wizard. No great hero came to save them. The once awe-inspiring divine bird no longer appeared. They tried to resist, but it was all in vain. All who defied the Red Sun were cruelly suppressed by the Brotherhood and were executed by fire. For the Burning Rock people, the Red Sun era was even less dignified than living under the Golden Dragon Emperor. At the very least, that evil dragon only craved gold. But what the Red Sun wanted, many have never heard of. How were they to find it? In the sky, the black armored swordsman's figure emerged. It was Levi. He searched everywhere but found no traces of the Dragon clan. He casually grabbed a person from the burning rock and asked. Has there been any evil dragon attack recently? The person from the burning rock replied. Over 100 years ago, there was an evil dragon called the Flame Executioner that was eradicated by the Divine Bird. Oh, and recently, there was talk of an evil dragon called the Red Queen appearing in coastal cities, but it was suppressed by the Red Sunday. Later, that dragon became the Red Sun's mount. Red Sun? What's that? Levi had only heard of Black Sun Adam. Could this Red Sun be Adam's duplication? The person from the burning rock shook his head continually. Lord, I don't know either. The Red Sun wields powerful spells, capable of destroying our cities with a flick of his finger and has killed our tribe's level 6 expert, but no one knows his origins. Levi fell into deep thought. From the description, it's possible he's a wizard from the burning school of thought or a fire caster from another civilization. He wasn't interested in the Red Sunday. But that evil dragon, he must take away. As the Dragon King, he couldn't allow his fellow Dragon clan members to suffer here as someone's mount. Levi asked. Where is the Red Sun? What is his strength? Are there any portraits? The person from the burning rock looked distressed. Lord, I don't know. I don't know anything. Only the core members of the Red Sun Brotherhood have seen the Red Sunday. We common folk know nothing. Levi recited the coma spell, erasing its memory, and placed it in a shelter. In 3 days, it would wake up on its own. He had previously wandered around the burning rock world but found no sign of the Red Sunday. It seemed that the other party was hiding very deeply and was a very cautious person. 7 days later. Above the largest city in the burning rock world, the sky suddenly tore open. A flame giant dragon with a wingspan of 1 kilometer, exuding terrifying momentum, emerged from it. He, burning rock world, the king has returned once again. Tremble. In the face of the great flame executioner, all shall be reduced to nothing. Countless burning rock people looked towards that direction, recalling the terror of being dominated by an evil dragon. Flame executioner Therese. An old man remembered the legendary tale passed down by his ancestors. 600 years ago, this evil dragon invaded the Burning Rock world as a malevolent giant dragon. Later, he was defeated by the emergent great hero, Dick, and fled to the land of darkness. He returned 100 years ago, establishing the Golden Dragon Empire. The suffering of the people of the Burning Rock moved the heavens, who sent a divine bird to defeat the evil dragon. Unexpectedly, 100 years later, the evil dragon returned once more. Will it ever end? Therese laughed wildly, his flame breath easily demolishing the indestructible city walls. Chapter 2264. The crossbows and weapons of the Burning Rock clan could not penetrate its defense. It sneered. Those who follow me will prosper, those who oppose me will perish. I declare the Golden Dragon Empire re-established. However, below, a Burning Rock clan member in a red robe said. Bold evil dragon, the Burning Rock world is the territory of Lord Red Sun. Therese retorted. What Red Sun? Blue Sunday, let him come out. Face me in a duel to the death. Members of the Brotherhood were so frightened that they hurriedly used secret techniques to contact Red Sunday. Burning Rock world, somewhere in the underground world. A wizard tower burning with flames stood tall among them. At the top of the tower, a red-robed wizard opened his eyes. It was the fiery flame servant. A mere early-stage level 7 dragon clan dares to establish an empire, what a joke. However, I didn't expect this Burning Rock world to be so favored by the fire dragon clan. Just tamed one red princess, and now comes a flame executor. It's a good thing for me, a rare sight in the wizard world, sub-dragons. Soon I'll have 2 to guard my wizard tower, not bad at all. He had been a senior 7 circle for hundreds of years, and in 2 more hundred years, had hopes of reaching 7 rings perfection. With an ancestral wizard tower, even if a level 7 peak dragon clan came, he could still fight. Against a level 8 dragon clan, he also had the power to protect himself. As for this flame executor, naturally, he didn't take it seriously. Having left the wizard world and been isolated from the world for so long, I wonder how things are over there? Whether that Dusk Palace Master has fallen. Although wizards can withstand loneliness, this feeling of being cut off from civilization is still very uncomfortable. He had no one to communicate spells with, no knowledge to share, couldn't see news from the wizard world. He could only shut himself in, read, meditate, cycle and repeat. Put in more effort. Once I advance to the 8th circle, I'll quietly make a trip back. Continuing like this is not a way to go. The fiery flame servant stood up, put away the wizard tower, and flew towards the sea. Therese hovered over the city, dragon breath destroying the buildings within. Many members of the Brotherhood died under the dragon flames. Ha ha ha, what Red Sun? Doesn't even dare to face me, the king. Therese said arrogantly. Suddenly, the void split open, and a wizard tower larger than a mountain descended from the sky. Red light burst forth, and the power of suppression spread out. Therese's face changed drastically, only feeling as if he were burdened with 100 mountains. Boom! His body fell involuntarily, dust flying, the earth cracked. From the wizard tower, a red-robed figure appeared expressionlessly. Bold evil dragon, surrender at once. Therese flipped over and spat dragon flames towards the sky. The dragon breath that destroyed a city was blocked by the light of the wizard tower, making no progress whatsoever. The fiery flame servant raised his hand, and an innate spell knocked Therese to the ground. If you acknowledge me as your master, I can spare your life. As he spoke, another scarlet dragon with a level 6 peak aura flew out from the wizard tower. It was slender, with a proud chest, a narrow waist, long limbs and wide wings flapping. Therese was shocked inside. Is there really such a beautiful dragon in this world? The fiery flame servant laughed. How about it? Would you consider my offer? My red princess just happens to lack a companion, and I don't want to go on a killing spree. Therese stared dumbfoundedly. Get lost. If I kill you, the red princess will be mine too. He spread his wings, soared high, ripped through the void, and fled without looking back. The fiery flame servant snorted coldly. Trying to escape? No way. He controlled the wizard tower to break through the void in pursuit. Bang! Suddenly, the wizard tower seemed to collide with an iron mountain. Long time no see, buddy. A slightly playful voice sounded. The fiery flame servant's eyes widened, seeing a figure he could never forget in his life. The black armored swordsman caught the base of the wizard tower with one hand, holding it firmly. How is it possible? How did you know I was here? The fiery flame servant's spirit was shattered, and his spiritual force trembled. He had wandered deep in space, far from the wizard world, for hundreds of years. Never did he expect to meet the Dusk Palace Master in this lifetime. I think it's because our connection isn't over yet. Levi's corners of his mouth lifted as he pulled, flinging the wizard tower to the ground. The fiery flame servant chanted a mantra, the wizard tower expanded a flame domain covering dozens of miles. The black-armored swordsman just stood calmly in the sea of fire, unmoving like a mountain. Seeing his own wizard tower unable to shake the opponent, the fiery flame servant knew he was definitely no match. He had to escape, only then would there be a slim chance. The wizard tower rumbled, trying to take him and break through the void to leave. Levi swept the chaotic sky demon mirror, and the fiery flame servant returned to his original spot. He panicked, hurriedly said, "Dusk Palace Master, you cannot kill me, I am the son of the Lord of Nyon, my grandfather is a grand wizard. Do you know, even the Grand Council Chairman Edmund is from our Nyon city?" Levi said. "I know, so what?" His form flickered, a punch aimed at the fiery flame servant. The other used the wizard tower to resist, but both man and tower were slammed into the ground. Primordial Soul Wizard Form Sun Prince. A golden sun with a diameter of thousands of meters appeared across the sky. In the sun, a golden armored god general held a long spear, charging towards Levi. Levi threw out a plain punch, the golden armored god general was instantly annihilated, the golden sun dissipated. The fiery flame servant knew the Dusk Palace Master was strong, but he never imagined. Just after a few hundred years of not seeing each other, the other could already defeat his wizard form so easily. "I can swear a truth oath, give you my spoils and wizard tower, and never return to the wizard world with any thoughts of revenge. Killing me will only cause you trouble, why bother?" Seeing his wizard tower was flung away, the fiery flame servant pleaded. Levi grabbed the fiery flame servant's neck, his emotions complex and excited. Bang! The fiery flame servant's head suddenly exploded, blood fog spreading. A red flame soul flew out, dragged by Leon into the ancient Banyan fairyland. Inside the fairyland, in the Flame Mountain blessed land, the fiery flame servant gazed at the unfamiliar world, his face ashen. Death was imminent, and he had nothing to say. He never imagined. Just because of one action he considered insignificant, he would end up like this. Fire elemental power began to dissipate, the mark of truth vanished into void. Leon collected the soul, long devoured the body. Levi chanted an incantation, erecting a nameless tombstone here with a minor spell. Fire element oddity planting point number 9, Morning Star level. I hope you can find rebirth in another way. Chapter 2265. The fiery flame servant is dead. Who would have thought that this long journey of revenge started just because of a crow? If at first, the fiery flame servant hadn't foolishly tried to catch Ayak, there wouldn't have been any of this afterward. Anyway, after 400 years, this grievance has finally come to an end. The fiery flame servant no longer needs to eke out a miserable existence in the torturous land of darkness. Levi won't leave trivial yet unforgettable regrets like the wild boar night either. Everything in the world has its trajectory and cause and effect relationship. At this moment, Levi seemed to understand something. He silently picked up the wizard tower from the ground and tossed it towards the Skyfire Fortress. These were gifts from Norn City for him. Next, let the Holy Infant himself remodel the wizard tower. Turning it into a dual-class wizard tower more suited to his ice and fire holy body would be even more perfect. Besides, there were actually 800 million ether stones and 2 pieces of 7 ring-witch artifacts in the fiery flame servant's storage ring. 1 top quality and 1 top grade, he planned to have the Holy Infant handle and sell them to support the household finances. No wonder he's a rich second generation, even fleeing for his life with so much money. The remaining spell knowledge, cultivation resources, and more, were quite abundant as well. Much wealthier than a regular 7-circle wizard. After taking stock of the gains, Levi found that the flame giant dragon named Red Princess was crouching on the ground, its terrified large eyes looking at Levi. What a pretty dragon! This was Levi's first impression upon seeing this female dragon. This is a crimson fire dragon, a sub-dragon species of the legendary creature Ancient Red Dragon. The Ancient Red Dragon is an extremely old fire dragon, greedy and evil by nature. In ancient times, it left a notorious reputation in the mythical stories of many civilizations. Even a certain sequence artifact is named after it, which is the Red Dragon series. A crimson fire dragon in its complete form should be able to grow to level 7. Currently at level 6 peak, it should still be in its youthful age. Behind Levi appeared the vast illusion of 6 dragons, overshadowing the sky and looking down on everything. What's your name? Red Princess Kemia. Are you willing to come with me? Before the Red Princess could reply, the fire-breathing dragon said. What are you hesitating for? Agree, and you can join an organization with infinite light and future. From then on, through thousands of autumns, across the 4 seas and all nations, no one will dare to bully you again. Gold and jewels, more than enough. His tone was quite fitting for being the Dragon Palace's HR. The fire-breathing dragon's eyes unmistakably desired the Red Princess. Is there a more beautiful female dragon than Gold in this world? Join now, immediately. I'll soon have a big-breasted, cute new colleague. As a company veteran, it's time to showcase my charm. The Red Princess nodded and whispered. I will go with you. Ancient Banyan Fairyland. Skyfire Fortress. Everyone, stop your work. I want to introduce a new member. The fire-breathing dragon brought the Red Princess to the other dragons. Then, a collective gasp rose into the air. All the dragon generals, even the Black Lotus Beast, a steel-hearted dragon, widened their eyes. What a beautiful female dragon! Even the female fierce Kylan dragon couldn't help but exclaim. The Red Princess had never seen such a scene. Hello everyone, I am the new member, I hope we can take care of each other. The fire-breathing dragon gently patted the Red Princess with its wings. In the future, if you have any issues at work, you can come to me. These little guys are not adults yet. The Red Princess shyly bowed her head and said. Thank you, Lord Therese. The fire-breathing dragon couldn't hide its pleasure. At this moment, it even thought of the names for its future children. Levi said. Welcome, new member. Everyone, please take care of her in the future. He could see that many members of the Dragon Palace were interested in the Red Princess. Including the newly wedded triplets just now. Whomever wins her over will depend on their capabilities. Black Giant City. The invincible Red Sun has fallen. The Burning Rock clan wore blank faces. They were shocked by the black-armored swordsman's strength, completely beyond their understanding. The Burning Rock clan stood up again. After joy, they could not help but worry. Concerned about the future of the tribe. Levi looked at these poor insects and used a spell to erase their recent memories. Before leaving, he took the Burning Rock clan and settled them in the ancient Banyan Fairyland. Nowadays, the fairyland is vast and sparsely populated, and many blessed lands lack popularity. Why not let these guys work inside? Mine for minerals, plant herbs, and take care of transcendent creatures. Otherwise, once he's gone, these Burning Rock clan might not withstand the next catastrophe. Realm of Crimson. Norn City. Inside a secret room. Crack. A middle-aged wizard of 8-ring perfection looked at the shattered soul token with a calm face. Gorwyn, alas. He was Gorwyn's father. Several centuries ago, relying on his connections, he erased Gorwyn's records and sent him to Flame Mountain World. On the one hand, to evade the Rising Dusk Palace Master. On the other, to let Gorwyn have some experiences to temper his disposition. Little did he expect him to perish outside anyway. Adding insult to injury. Just recently, the Grand Wizard behind Norn City. His father, the Flame Walker, during a blood battle against the level 9 demon, was severely injured. The elemental holy soul scattered, and his spiritual origin was seriously damaged. Though later rescued by a legendary wizard, the hope of recovering to his peak state, who knows how long it would take. The hope of advancing to legendary was thus severed. Chapter 2266. Now, father is still in seclusion recuperating in the central realm. Time and fate. There are no eternally flourishing families in this world. Unknowingly, my flame family, too, is on the decline. Change is fickle indeed. He had actually anticipated today's situation long ago. He just didn't expect it to fulfill itself in his generation. He knew that the likelihood of Gorwyn dying in a blood battle was high. But to be cautious, he decided to send someone to investigate the Flame Mountain World. 4 years later. Nora year 534, Blood Battle year 320. After a long journey and travels, Levi returned to the ancient dragon continent. The fiery flame servant died in the distant Burning Rock world. Had it not been for Levi's travel speed being dozens of times that of a conventional wizard, It would have taken an ordinary seven-circle wizard hundreds of years to travel to that place. This already exceeded the influence scope of wizard civilization. Because its form and spirit were completely destroyed, it didn't enter the underworld. According to his experience with killing the electric eel wizard, no one could uncover the true cause of death. The only eyewitnesses were those of the Burning Rock clan. They too had their memories erased and were detained by Levi in the ancient Banyan fairyland. In this way, there was no one left to testify to the death. The cause of the fiery flame servant's death will remain an unsolved mystery. Therefore, he wasn't afraid of Norn City's investigation. He knew that Lord Emin hailed from Norn City. But this couldn't be a reason for the fiery flame servant to escape revenge. The Black Abyss Walker had already assured Levi. Moreover, traveling in the land of darkness was inherently perilous and unpredictable. Black beasts, demons, alien races, the council of 10,000 clans, with so many risks, no one could determine if it was a death due to a vendetta. Who the hell would be so obsessed as to travel so far to kill someone? If Levi hadn't been lucky enough to encounter it in the Burning Rock world, he wouldn't have gone there either. On this day, Levi received a bottle of potion, named Nightmare Lady. This was a primordial soul breakthrough potion that Triss had recently developed, at the 6th circle level. It could increase the success rate by 15%. The required materials were all sourced from the creatures and materials of the nightmare world. The birth of each primordial soul breakthrough potion is a minor progression for wizard civilization. Especially so during the blood battle period. Although level 6 experts in wizard civilization are already among the best within the Pan plane. When compared to the Abyss, one has to admit that the gap is as vast as a sky chasm. On one hand, it's the rank and size of the Nora world, essentially, it's far inferior to the Abyss, with a much smaller base of transcendence. On the other hand, it's the limitation of resources. Resources are indispensable for every wizard's cultivation. Wizard cultivation is not idealistic, unlike the energy sect, there is no such thing as breakthrough enlightenment. Every step on this transcendent path requires sweat and resources. An important reason for the explosion in the number of experts in the near-ancient wizard civilization was the invention of various powerful potions, forming a complete potion system. In ancient times, during the early stages of wizard civilization. Back then, pharmacy was still in a primitive state. Wizards relied on themselves for meditation, breakthroughs, and spell research. Knowing full well the low success rate of breakthroughs, they could only brace themselves to promote. Ultimately, the vast majority could only regretfully fail. After the Wizard Council was established, they continually optimized meditation arts, refined spells, and researched various secret skills. Most importantly, they established a potion system from apprentice wizard to legendary wizard. The success rate of wizard breakthroughs dramatically increased. This ushered in a flourishing era for wizard civilization. Since her promotion to the 7th circle until now, Triss has been researching breakthrough potions for over 500 years. She finally established the nightmare sequence system from 1st circle to 6th circle. Levi sincerely felt happy for her. Before long, Triss brought good news. Her Nightmare Lady potion had passed the council's certification and officially applied for a patent. The potion was fortunate enough to become the 1024th potion recorded by the council's think tank for breaking through the 6th circle. She received a reward of 200 million war merits. Redeeming it for an artifact called the Sea Emperor's Tour, a bright moon-level oddity. Besides that, she could now continuously earn licensing fees from this potion's authorization. The path to wealth was getting closer and closer. Soon after the Heavenly King Dragon breathing skill advanced to level 7 late stage, Levi once again immersed himself in the blood battle. He did not rest until he exchanged for the Shadow Emblem. As time went by, 10 years later. Nora year 544, Blood Battle year 330. Gandalf Pharmacy. Inside the secret room. White robe billowing as the elemental power surged. The aura of a senior 7 circle emanated, and Gandalf laughed heartily. It's been 150 years since breaking through to 7 circle, I've finally advanced. After refining the Great Sun Burning Dragon, Gandalf's Dragon Elephant Mighty Body advanced further. He renamed it Dragon Elephant Holy Body, to contest Holy Infant's Ice and Fire Holy Body. Besides, Gandalf's spiritual force also increased by 60 points. This helped him break through the final barrier, advancing to a senior 7 circle in one go. Besides the enhancement of cultivation, his greatest achievement during these years in seclusion was the birth of a new body tempering technique. Indeed, he had integrated the thousand-handed ancient god body refining technique with the 10-winged sky dragon body tempering technique. The new body tempering technique drew key elements from both breathing techniques, named the ancient dragon god body refining technique. Though the name might be somewhat plain, it was concise and to the point. This tempering technique furthered the advantages of the original thousand-handed ancient god. Possessing 7 major abilities: Dragon God Body, Dragon God Protection, Dragon God's Gaze, Dragon God Concealing, Dragon God True Body, Dragon Demon Venerable, Dragon God Domain. Chapter 2267. The first 6 skills are enhancements based on the original version. They include physical defense, control, attack, and bonus damage to dark creatures. But the Dragon God Domain is a newly emerged super skill. Dragon God Domain: the Dragon God possesses the ability to control the sea and storms, forming a dual domain with a diameter of 15 kilometers. Within the domain, the Dragon God is the supreme ruler, capable of sealing the void, reversing space, and slightly altering the flow of time in a small area, thereby restricting the enemy's actions. According to Gandalf's tests, this newly emerged skill is extraordinarily extreme. It can achieve the effect of absolute ice point, causing the enemy to enter a brief time-stop state. However, this is not enough to call it extreme. The most outrageous thing is, within the domain, he can accelerate his own time without affecting his lifespan. By accelerating his own time, he gains super speed and the ability to perform multiple attacks in an instant. For example, from the enemy's perspective, Gandalf only threw 1 punch. In reality, in the moment of acceleration, he had already thrown 10 punches. Through the combination of slowing down the enemy's time and accelerating his own time, Gandalf has already devised many powerful tactics to reverse the battle situation. Of course, manipulating time, for a 7-circle wizard, only scratches the surface. Both the effect and the duration are limited. But for Gandalf, possessing the Dragon God Domain, he is already invincible in the 7-ring realm. Even when facing ordinary level 8 powerhouses, he can escape with relative ease. Once the Heavenly Star Sword formation is perfected, Victor will handle the fighting, the Holy Infant will assist, and I will ensure survival. With the 3 heroes united, we can be invincible on the God-forsaken continent. Subsequently, earning war merit will be much easier. Not needing to flee upon encountering level 8 demons. Engaging in battle with them will not be an issue. After years in seclusion, upon reviewing the apothecary's accounts, Gandalf smiled. With the Nightmare Lady potion on the shelves, the apothecary's annual average sales increased by 18 percentage points compared to before. After deducting dividends for Madame Triss and payments to material suppliers, the apothecary still made a considerable profit. Of course, it cannot compare to the already renowned Fire Dragon Skywork. Master, I want to purchase a breakthrough potion. A young man with a full beard, of slightly short stature and at 5th circle perfection, hurried over. This was the baby the Holy Infant brought back from the mortal continent, now almost 500 years old. After 500 years of cultivation, he had mastered both Burning and the Earth faction to 5th circle perfection. Not long ago, he achieved the 9 talents. Toby's talent is strong, being the child of the fire element with the Earth faction's special talent. Having sufficient resources and one-on-one guidance from the Holy Infant. If he solely pursued cultivation speed, it wouldn't have taken so long. However, the Holy Infant often told him that haste makes waste. So little Toby advanced steadily, step by step. He further honed his resolve, willpower, and character through weapon refinement. Avoiding becoming someone like Simon. Perhaps it's inherited the weapon-making gene of the fire god's hammer. He has been selected as the top of the Fire Dragon Skyworks top 10 5th circle refiners for 10 consecutive years. In the community, he is known as Little Fire Dragon. Much like when Link was called Little Victor. Gandalf laughed. Originally, there was none in stock, but Ace specifically reserved one for you. Upon hearing this, little Toby felt a warmth in his heart. From childhood to adulthood, Ace had always raised him. His feelings for Ace were deeply profound, akin to those of a parent. Nearly 500 years old, he suddenly found himself tearing up a bit. Quickly taking the potion, he vanished from Gandalf's presence. Inside the Fire Dragon Skywork crafting room, the Holy Infant and Victor were immersed in weapon making, unaware of time passing. In the place of seclusion, Alexandra and Elsie were exerting all effort to study spells, pondering day and night. As time passed, besides the 5 elders gold, silver, copper, iron, and tin, The Fire Dragon Skywork also recruited some 6th Circle refiners with good character and skills. Now it boasts 9 6th Circle, 36 5th Circle, and hundreds of middle and low-level refiners in the wizard organization. This comprehensive strength already made it a leader among high-level wizard organizations. In terms of influence, many School of Frost's organizations aren't as strong as Fire Dragon Skywork. In the wizard world, it's said. The Endless Sea has a shipbuilding giant 7 Waters Steeple, and Midland has a new giant in weapon-making Fire Dragon Skywork. During the Blood Battle, the Wizard Council's military contracts for weapon-making were overwhelming. Taking this opportunity, Fire Dragon Skywork, with low prices and solid reliability, won a military project bid. Opening up sales channels further, it even aimed to become Fire Dragon Military Work. 2 years later. The year 546 of Nora. God-forsaken continent. Nightmare Lady, prepare to meet your end swiftly. Gondif was brimming with momentum. A deity-like phantom resembling a dragon floated behind him, back carrying thousands of arms, and with 10 wings, standing 2,000 meters tall. This was Gondif's primordial soul wizard form Demon Suppression Ming King 2.0 version. After merging with the 10-winged sky dragon, the wizard form transformed as well, becoming stronger and more majestic. Moreover, to his left was an imposing white elephant, shaking the earth as it moved. To his right was a kilometer-long blue dragon, swirling up winds and clouds. Nightmare Lady sneered. "Oh, Gondif? You dare seek revenge on your own? Fire Dragon Ace and Victor must be hiding nearby, come out together. It's well known that the Gundor 3 heroes are inseparable." Chapter 2268. The Sleep Demon Lady in the early stage of level 8 didn't believe that a mere senior 7th ring body refining wizard would dare to cause her trouble. She ordered her subordinates to surround and attack Gondif. Gondif was surrounded by wind and water, with divine light protection. Under the cover of the white elephant and blue dragon, he charged through thousands of troops and arrived before the sleep demon. He merged with his wizard form, unleashing his most powerful punch ever. Ming King Dragon Elephant Fist, 18 Dragon Elephants. The overwhelming illusions of heavenly dragons and giant elephants stirred up boundless waves of energy. Everything in its path shattered under the power of the dragon elephant. Within a range of dozens of miles, it was as if trapped in the 18 layers of hell. The power of this punch caused the sleep demon lady to lose composure. Her long black hair frantically extended, wrapping around herself, with demonic wings shielding on the outside. Boom! The shockwave instantly rendered her wings bloody and mutilated. Deep sleep curse! The sleep demon lady cried out in pain, strange syllables echoing between heaven and earth. Dragon God Domain! Swirl, swoosh! A storm and ocean appeared from nowhere on the battlefield. The demon-suppressing Ming King stood tall between heaven and earth, appearing like a heavenly deity, solemn and sacred. Low-level demons vanished directly within the domain. Time to start speeding up. Gondif whispered, moving within the domain with ghostly speed. The sleep demon lady, with her perception, was unable to capture him accurately. The most terrifying part was that she was horrified to find her body and thoughts were stalling. Time-based spell. The demonic aura swirling around the sleep demon lady, her shriek piercing the clouds and splitting stone. She had to break free from this constraint. Boom! Gondif suddenly appeared, delivering another punch of anger onto the sleep demon lady. The visions of 18 dragon elephants entirely entered the body of the sleep demon lady. The level 8 demon suffered immense damage. The demon body started to show cracks, and her aura weakened considerably. How is this possible? According to recent reports, the Gundor 3 heroes could jointly fight a level 8. But now, it seemed that one Gondif alone could harm her. To a demon, several decades were just a blink of an eye. She couldn't imagine how the enemy had grown so much in such a short time. Sleeping Demon Realm. The sleep demon lady stopped her injuries, demonic aura covering a radius of hundreds of miles, forming a pitch-black barrier. The sky darkened, and Gondif instantly lost all perception. This level 8 demon is indeed tricky. The sleep demon lady sneered. You've fought enough, now it's my turn. A drowsy sleepiness washed over Gondif, making him long for sleep. From all directions, sharp demonic tentacles attacked wildly, aiming to pierce through Gondif. In his heart, he said. Let my true form take action. Boom! Boundless golden light spread, and the demonic tentacles melted away like snow. Red Emperor Domain. An endless sea of fire unfolded within the demon realm. The Gandalf from just moments before had long disappeared. Before their eyes now was the figure of a black-armored swordsman. His gaze was filled with killing intent as he wielded the great sword. With one step forward, a nine-colored emperor illusion, thousands of meters high, appeared behind him. The emperor opened his eyes, and the great sword tore through the sky dome. A golden sword chi, thick as a mile and tens of miles long, tore apart the dome of the demon realm. Light invaded once more, and the sleeping demon realm collapsed with a roar. The sleep demon lady was more shocked and terrified than ever. Yes, as a level 8 demon, she feared a level 7 human. Because his name is Dusk Palace Master. The number 1 on the level 8 demon slaughter list, a supreme existence with 1.6 billion points. The sky turned into a giant black claw, slapping towards Levi. The sleep demon lady shed her beautiful humanoid form, revealing her true demon form. It was a black worm, thousands of meters long, with antennae on its head. The emperor swung his sword, unleashing innate spells and primordial soul spells. The thunder god illusion beat the thunder war drum, and lightning pillars descended endlessly. The thunder ocean spread across the earth, with the thunder crocodile rolling and biting the worm's fat body. Billions of volts of lightning resounded, annihilating everything. The battle ended without suspense. The remaining demon soldiers had long been annihilated by Levi's shadow army. Leon busily collected the souls trapped on the web. Meanwhile, on the ground, a thick snake, hundreds of meters long, opened its mouth. It swallowed everything along its path, including corpses and spoils of war. This was the companion spirit, a snake, obtained by Levi after refining the greedy snake. Levi named it Ash. While not strong in combat, it excelled at picking up things. Slash. The emperor's sword dissected the worm's corpse, extracting a crystal-clear, dreamlike 7-colored brain. Task of the sleep demon's brain, completed. Levi carefully preserved it. At the same time, 50 million war merits were credited. As support, Gandalf also received 10 million war merits. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. It's still up to my true form to act. While I can hold my ground against level 8 for a while now, I still can't win. It seems that once I achieve 7 rings perfection, there's hope. Levi instructed. For now, avoid acting alone and be wary of the council of 10,000 clans targeting you. Wait for Lord Victor and the Holy Infant to emerge. During this period, focus on studying the purple crystal body refining technique, improving your cultivation and medicine levels. Additionally, aim to acquire the 9-headed hell snake body tempering technique from the Congress soon for study and research. As for the 1,000-eyed titan body tempering technique, I will arrange for demons to investigate the information first. Chapter 2269. Gandalf said. I understand. The two parted ways. Levi went to the Central Realm. Mountain Giant Wizard Group. Lady Soraya, we just received intelligence that a great commander of the demon camp has died, the one who cursed you before, the sleeping lady. An intelligence officer said. Soraya's expression changed, and Laplace beside her couldn't help but think of that man. Was it our official battle group that killed her? No, the cause of death is still unknown, suspected to be slain by the Dusk Palace Master. Soraya pondered. Looks like Gandalf asked the Dusk Palace Master to take action to avenge me. Laplace said. Gandalf, although a bit careless, is really loyal and righteous. Aside from having a good character, he is also highly talented. My father always praises him, calling him a rare body refinement genius. Perhaps he has a chance to open up a new path for the declining body refinement road. Soraya glanced at him. What do you want to say? Laplace looked elsewhere. Nothing, just objectively describing. Central Realm. Blood Battle Temple. Hello, I would like to exchange for an oddity. The staff was a young witch, who was also an acquaintance of Levi. Seeing it was the Dusk Palace Master, she smiled and said. Congratulations, predecessor, for becoming the first 7-circle wizard to exchange for the sun refining artifact. Are you switching for the shadow emblem? Levi nodded. With the demon slaying list, the exchange of a sun refining artifact would not go unnoticed. A few days later, the entire wizard world would know that he exchanged for the shadow emblem. Therefore, before refining the oddity, he would not leave the ancient dragon continent for a step. Otherwise, with such interest at stake, some people might harbor ill intentions. Here is your oddity. Seeing the war merits cleared to zero, Levi sighed inwardly. It's so expensive, behind this lie countless demon lives. For the Wizard Council, it's a guaranteed profit, saving an unknown amount of manpower and resources. The shadow emblem appeared as a very unassuming black emblem. Around it, the light was distorted, like a black hole. Receiving the oddity, Levi quietly returned to the ancient dragon continent at the fastest speed. Only after hiding within the imperial palace, sheltered by an array, did he breathe a sigh of relief. Ha ha ha, sun refining artifact. Even if accustomed to countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures, and having refined numerous truth oddities, Levi couldn't help but feel excited. He placed his hand on the Klein crystal ball. Spiritual force, 12500/13200. I am 700 points short of the spiritual force limit. Let's see how much this sun refining artifact can increase the spiritual force in one go. It might even fill up completely. Of course, if it raises the spiritual force limit, that's another matter. Let's begin. Levi took out the emblem and began refining using a secret technique. At the very start, he fell into a peculiar state. The world was only black and white, with shades of grey in between. On the wilderness, twisted shadow creatures ran rampant. The black wind raged, and on the distant horizon, towering shadow giants stood silently, imposing and intimidating. Has my consciousness entered the shadow world? Levi's understanding of the shadow world was limited to exploratory knowledge from predecessors. He had previously explored here on a small scale. However, after knowing demons were targeting him, he stayed away. He roamed like a lonely traveler, transforming into a shadow wind, moving across the world. Everything along the way was deeply etched in his memory. One day, he would write a book about the shadow world. Time passed silently, and Levi's consciousness traveled in the shadow world. In the midst of it all, there seemed to be a will guiding his journey. In this state, no demons discovered him because he was just an outside observer of the world. During his travels, he even encountered members of his shadow army. He also saw the shadow demon army active across the world. Once, he even saw a gigantic shadow dragon blocking out the sky. It exuded a pure dragon clan's aura, that was the Ender Dragon. The most famous shadow dragon, also the bloodline ancestor of the shadow-winged dragon Night Fang. Levi watched it covetously but was helpless. He continued to move in the shadow world, tireless. In the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed since Levi started traveling in the shadow world. Refining the sun refining artifact was an extremely long process. But every journey has an end. This day, Levi saw a pitch-black spire standing in the shadow world. It wasn't tall, hidden in the shadow forest, hard to find. The spire was very old, exuding the aura of ages. It had 9 floors, adorned with spell runes and magic array patterns. Beside the path, there was a small wooden plaque. The owner's personality is reclusive, please do not disturb, thank you Lonely Shadow Wagner. Wizard Tower. Levi thought to himself. It was also his first time refining a sun refining artifact. Many things were not even recorded in the illustrated guide of strange items. The shadow emblem led him to the shadow world and brought him near this wizard tower. Wagner? It seems 10,000 years ago, he was a perfect level grand wizard of the shadow school of thought, almost became legendary and established his own legendary profession, then disappeared without a trace, didn't expect he perished here. Looks like this shadow emblem was probably formed by Victor's Mark of Truth. After a long and winding journey, it ended up with the Wizard Council. Chapter 2270. Right now, he is merely a consciousness descending, so there is no danger. As long as the seclusion ends, he can awaken. Thinking for a moment, he delved into the first layer of the Wizard Tower. Inside, it was empty, with only some broken furniture. There were also some weak shadow creatures hiding here. Levi ascended step by step, the second layer, the third layer, all the way to the top layer where most wizards preferred to stay. The 9th layer, this was the study and laboratory. Still, there was nothing except some experimental notes and diaries, all recorded by Vikna. Unfortunately, Levi couldn't flip through the books to check. He knew this was precious knowledge from the shadow school of thought, yet he couldn't obtain it. A rustling sound came, and a calf-sized shadow rat crawled out from under the bed. It seemed to be gnawing on something, and when Levi leaned in to look, he was startled. It was a vaguely human-shaped shadow. The edges of the shadow were all jagged, having been eaten by the shadow rat. But soon enough, these gaps automatically healed. As if sensing Levi's gaze, the shadow strained to lift an arm, opening a mouth like a black hole. A hoarse voice echoed in Levi's consciousness. Please, save me. Ancient Banyan Fairyland. Levi opened his eyes, his forehead glistening with sweat. He looked at the shadow emblem in his palm. Unknowingly, it had already been completely refined. To refine this oddity, he sat meditating for 10 years. His consciousness had wandered in the shadow world for 10 years. What exactly was that last shadow? Was it Vecna? Is he not dead? Levi had many questions, with no one to answer them. Vecna lived 100,000 years ago, not to mention legendary, even legends can't live till now. Unless he reincarnated. The answer, perhaps, lies only in venturing into the shadow world. Levi suppressed the matter, sensing the changes from refining the oddity. In his mind, in the 7-layer wizard tower, his primordial soul was even more ethereal. His spiritual force seemed to have hit a ceiling, even feeling somewhat overflowing. He knew that this sun-refining artifact had pushed his spiritual force to its limit in 10 years. With such a large increase, he needed time to stabilize his realm next. To avoid an unsteady foundation, causing him to lose control when advancing to the 8th circle. Then, he gazed at the talent spell model branded on the Divine Ring Tower, the Shadow Dragon Group. From the mouth of the pitch-black Divine Dragon, a black bead appeared, like a dragon ball. Indeed, the solidified talent spell has evolved and metamorphosed once again. Levi summoned the shadows, discovering they were more agile than before. The number of shadows hasn't changed. Levi had one of the shadows kill a few prepared experimental black beasts. The strength of the shadows has generally improved somewhat since before. Wait. After the shadow killed the black beasts, a black shadow flew from the corpses and merged into it. Levi sensed that the momentum of the shadow seemed to enhance slightly. The change was subtle, scarcely noticeable if one wasn't paying attention. But it was indeed becoming stronger. His heart couldn't help but race. These shadows can hunt living beings, take their shadows, and enhance their strength. This change could be considered heavyweight. Before this, the strength of Levi's shadows completely depended on the strength of the slain during life. For example, a level 7 mid-stage demon could only become a level 6 mid-stage shadow. The strength of this shadow was fixed, unchangeable. But now, the shadow can evolve by devouring other shadows, possessing growth potential. Of course, doing so has a downside. The devoured shadow can't transform into a new shadow creature for Levi's use in the shadow world. However, once the number of Shadow Dragon Group reaches the upper limit, Levi doesn't need that many shadow creatures. Overall, increasing quality is more important than blindly pursuing quantity. Of course, this growth isn't infinite. The shadow's strength ultimately won't surpass its upper limit during life. But even so, this is extremely formidable. After these years of demon hunting, Levi alone has 13 level 7 demon shadows. Known as the MO family's 13 generals. Imagine if the 13 generals all restored their peak power during life. The enhancement to Levi's power would be tremendous. Using his talent, he can continuously convert level 8 powerhouses from enemies to his own. Using demons to counter demons. Once the blood battle is successfully overcome, I might forge a shadow army numbering in the thousands or even tens of thousands at the demon lord level. Just the thought is terrifying, easily sweeping across a large plain. Of course, all this is based on the most ideal theoretical scenario. Judging from the recent test. To elevate the army, an immense amount of shadows are needed for devouring. Restoring all the shadows to their strength during life is unrealistic in the short term. If a portion can recover, it's enough for Levi to sweep over everything. Besides, on Levi's chest, an emblem shadow flickered in and out of sight. Its surface was profound, drawing in all light. Levi entered it consciously, finding no daylight inside. A dense force of dark shadow energy filled it. Within the emblem, there was inherently a small world. It's not large, but it can mysteriously draw shadow power from the shadow world. This way, Levi's shadow army can use the emblem as a base camp. They don't have to crowd in the Black Soul Demon Tower, competing with the undead for territory. Nor need they return to the shadow world, being hunted by the shadow demons. Of course, this emblem doesn't have the ability to spontaneously generate shadow creatures. It's similar to the Tombstone Shadow Levi obtained after refining the Tombstone oddity, only able to convert shadow power. Thus, newly born shadow creatures still arise on the shadow world's side. But for Levi, it's already satisfactory, solving his urgent need. He immediately summoned all the Shadow Dragon group back from the Shadow World. From level 4 shadows to level 7 shadows, all transformed into black light, flooding into the emblem's interior. The space inside can automatically expand as Levi's realm advances. Moreover, the Shadow emblem has also given birth to a special talent called Shadow Body. Its function is simple, on one hand enhancing Levi's Shadow talent. On the other, granting Levi the ability to traverse the Shadow World freely. Most importantly, in the Shadow World, his abilities won't be severely weakened either. It's equivalent to him becoming half a shadow creature. However, the Shadow World is too dangerous, so he currently has no intention of going. The Grand Wizard Vikna, seemingly fallen in the Shadow World, is an example. Chapter 2271. Ancient Dragon Continent. Northeast Coastline. The Fire Dragon Knight led the Apostle group to besiege a level 7 fish demon. Someone was already injured, yet no one retreated. Relying on the combat array, the Fire Dragon Knight, who had advanced to level 6 peak, skillfully pressured the demon in battle. The extreme battle armor roared, and hundreds of power-flying axes repeatedly slashed across the battlefield. Many demons had their heads chopped off. An additional portion was directly entangled by the Oasis 1 seaweed planted beneath the sea surface. From within the forest, strange and peculiar attacks occasionally flew out: ice peas, flame seeds, poisonous berries. All also stemmed from Oasis 1, vividly reminiscent of a Plants vs. Zombies scene. Lady Rowling's optimized Oasis 1 had a short growth cycle, strong adaptability, and powerful effects. It has been planted in many places across the ancient dragon continent, producing numerous miraculous effects. Fire Dragon Sword. The Fire Dragon Knight revealed the true form of a flame giant, transforming into a 1,000-meter-tall giant. A flame sword chi that connected heaven and earth appeared, tearing the demon camp apart, slicing the level 7 demon in two. With the battle merits accounted for, the Fire Dragon Knight's expression subtly changed. Top 10 on the 7th level demon slaying list. Apart from the commander, I'm the only other knight to reach the top 10. A while ago, he exchanged his battle merits for a real fire giant heart. And using the organization's transplant technology, he installed a second heart for himself. With this, he could better utilize his Fire Giant King bloodline. The development of giant power advanced further. One giant heart, one giant dragon heart. The combination of both gave him the confidence to fiercely battle that level 7 demon even without the aid of the battle group. This was the confidence and pride he held as a supernova. Having dealt with the enemy, he was just about to leave. Suddenly, at the center of the ancient dragon continent, a brilliant blue light soared. Instantly, throughout the ancient dragon continent, the power of elemental magnetism began to boil. The Fire Dragon Knight felt the buzz of his extreme battle armor. And it wasn't just him, the armors of the others were the same. All mechanisms resonate, mechanical soul unity. Herman has advanced to level 7. Tower of Dawn. Retreating 4 decades. Herman finally stepped into the level 7 realm of the mechanical Dao. In his mind, endless mechanical knowledge seemed to surge forth. Countless sparks of inspiration flashed, and many mechanical puzzles that troubled him suddenly had answers at this moment. Mechanical soul unity, so that's it. At this moment, Herman entered an incredibly mystical realm. Without needing instruments or a control center. By utilizing the elemental magnetic force in the world, he could manipulate the mechanisms on the ancient dragon continent with a single thought. In the southern part of the continent, there is a demon lord in gathering place No. 9. A voice came from the brain's communication device. Herman closed his eyes, and with a thought. An invisible wave of elemental magnetism spread outward with him at the center. Contained within were various extremely complex commands, issued to all machinery. From the demon extermination shuttle base closest to the demon hazard, streams of silver light shot into the sky. They seemed alive, cheerfully roaring, shattering the void. Gathering place number 9. The earth yellow array barrier flickered. Several demon lords tore through the void to attack. Each rode a demon mountain, with demonic aura filling the heavens and earth, the mountain crawling with a demon army. Shadow demons, flame demons, fish demons. A complete array of soldier species, clearly well prepared. Kill. He. Low-level demons fell like raindrops, attacking the barrier and depleting its energy. The Knight family guarding this place mobilized entirely, countering the demon army. Self-defense team, Gather. The knight families at each gathering place often practiced different dimensions of the breathing technique. They were clearly organized and cooperated with each other. Regarding demon invasions, they had done many emergency drills. Hence, the scene was very orderly. Some knights appeared already old and grey-haired, yet they were still vigorous. Many of them belonged to the Dusk Holy Temple members, their lifespans nearing the end, with no hope of advancement. For these veterans, the organization accorded special respect. They could either remain with the Legion or return to their families to retire in peace. Unfortunately, in such times, the joys of old age were evidently hard to come by. These veterans also had no complaints, unleashing divine weapons, their blood chi surging, charging into the fray. The demons were somewhat startled. They didn't expect that this action, just attacking a mortal gathering place, would encounter so many obstacles. They had originally thought it would be a breeze, but now it seemed some effort was needed. Compared to many top wizard organizations, the protection of mortals on the ancient dragon continent was evidently more thorough. In the wizard world, the rulers liked to treat mortals as the consumable and fuel of the lower levels. Like leeks, harvested batch after batch, after all, a mortal's memory was short. Levi lived a lifetime as a mortal, and he also utilized these bottom layers. But at the very least, he still gave them a considerable amount of attention and dignity. So his policy toward mortals, in this world, was relatively the most compassionate. Boom! The earth cracked open. A black light burst from the ground. Two towering black giants, 100 meters tall, appeared, one wielding a shield and the other a sword, striking down. The surface of the giants was filled with a sci-fi sheen. The obsidian-like shell glowed, with dense mechanical runes and magic array patterns inside. Their eyes glowed red, and a mechanical voice rang out. Commencing execution of destruction commands. Electromagnetic storm. Buzz. Buzz. Two visible electromagnetic fields swept through, one red and one blue. Chapter 2272. As red and blue intersected, the magnetic force field within a 10-mile radius became instantly volatile. Crack, crack. Hundreds of low-level demons were ground to pieces immediately. Shields and demon claws clashed, power swords pierced into the body of the demon lord. SHH. A level 6 early-stage flame demon was split in half. On the other side, a massive wave of demons charged forward. However, a black giant hurled a giant shield. The shield traced a beautiful arc, sweeping away the demons, then returned to its hand. Two giants emerged out of nowhere, instantly clearing a large area of demons near the gathering place, incredibly violent. This is the mechanical school's current version of the strongest protection-type mechanical creation, codenamed Black Armored Warrior. Its main materials come from black beasts, demons, nightmare creatures, along with some relatively inexpensive elemental alloys. Exceptionally powerful, it can take on demons from level 6 middle stage to late stage head-on, killing low-level demons like slaughtering dogs. Yet its production cost is only 200 million ether stones, similar to a 6th ring top-grade wizard tool. This is the benefit of sustaining war with war, exploring new worlds. So indeed, the new era stands as the time for biology and material science. Traditional elemental metal alchemy is too costly. The vast majority of metals require extremely long birth cycles, almost like non-renewable resources. While biological materials on ancient dragon continent can be said to be inexhaustible. Not only usable in traditional weapon refinement but also in manufacturing mechanical creatures. Before Herman went into seclusion, he and his colleagues refined a total of 12 black armored warriors. Currently, there are 6 major human gathering places on ancient dragon continent, each equipped with 2 units standing guard around the clock. In addition, varying numbers of low-level, middle-level mechanical creatures assist. Seeing the black armored warriors display epic power, the knights were greatly encouraged. They valiantly fought against the demons under the cover of the steel creations. Get out of the way, a bunch of trash, I still have to step in. Boom. Boom. After 2 muffled explosions, a 1,000-meter sky anger demon descended from the sky, blasting away the black armored warriors. Damn it, there's a level 7. Retreat, everyone back into the barrier. The knights quickly withdrew. Anger around the sky anger demon materialized, forming a huge axe, sweeping across, splitting the sky dome. Crash! The barrier trembled with a rumble, already showing cracks. What to do? The sky anger demon is the most adept at frontal combat among the main battle demons, this barrier may not hold for long. It's okay, the Sky Dome system has already responded, 9 heavens and 10 earths demon-slaying divine shuttle is on the way, we just need to hold out a bit longer. Sure enough. As soon as the words were spoken, light suddenly appeared in the distant mountains. The void split, and 1,000 silver flying shuttles blazing with thunder fire light appeared. Demon extinguishing 1,000 cranes. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, the silver flying shuttle transformed into a majestic thunder fire crane. The crane's beak fired a laser, piercing through the chest of the Sky Anger Demon. The Sky Anger Demon's expression darkened, huge axe blocking in front. The flying crane's form disintegrated, reverting to blades, swirling around the demon like a tornado. After the clash of metal, all that was left of the Sky Anger Demon was a skeleton. What's going on? It seems like the demon extermination shuttle is much stronger than before. Yet, defeating a level 7 demon wasn't so easy before. Could it be that grey-white mechanic Herman broke through? Could be, it's so powerful. After slaying the disastrous Sky Anger Demon, the demon extermination shuttle dispersed into 1,000 sword lights, shuttling through the battlefield. They were terrifyingly accurate, as if they all had eyes. Each divine shuttle subunit was equipped with the most advanced demonic aura sensing devices, capable of tracking and guiding the source of the demonic aura. Soon, other departments arrived to support, and the demons, sensing the situation was dire, fled hearing the news. A professional rescue team consisting of Life School of Thought and knights trained in physique breathing technique arrived. There were even specialized medical mechanical creatures, a blend of magic and science, an eerie scene. Demonic aura treatment, wounded care, comforting the deceased, battlefield cleanup. Everything was handled in a procedural manner. Tower of Dawn. Herman's consciousness returned to his body. The next step is the realm of all machines R1. Killing a level 7 demon was just a common occurrence for him. He had been able to do it even at level 6. What he just mobilized was only a part of the demon extermination shuttle, forming the demon extermination 1,000 cranes form. If he mobilized all demon extermination shuttles on ancient dragon continent, forming the most powerful demon extinguishing 10,000 swords form. Harnessing the power of all machines, the power would be unimaginable. It's just that with his current computing power, doing so would be too extreme, risking overload. The Tower Master was full of hope for the future of the mechanic's path. Congratulations poured in from all sides. The short promotion ceremony the next day. The Wizard Council also sent emissaries. As the strongest mechanic in Wizard World, Herman's promotion was significantly important. It wasn't just about the organization producing a level 7 expert. A person equivalent to an entire division, where could such a figure be found? Before leaving, the Tower of Dawn also signed a new cooperation agreement with the military. During future blood battles, apart from self-use on ancient dragon continent, all other black armored warriors would be supplied to the military. The military paid part of the funding for preliminary research and to expand the production line. This is also why the mechanical school could develop rapidly. Behind it was substantial official support. Seeing that the Tower of Dawn had already birthed its own level 7 expert, the Knights of the Dusk Holy Temple were in awe. Chapter 2273. The heart is full of envy. Nowadays, among the 18 riders, apart from those who practice dual cultivation, most have gradually advanced to level 6 peak. The Blood Knight has already decided to take the evolution route. As an old partner of the Blood Knight, the Black Knight is not to be outdone. The blood battle is the best era for the Knights. War has brought new vitality to the stagnant layers of the peaceful era. Resources from the upper echelons have begun to flow down. Preparing evolution materials is easier than ever before. Especially with the emergence of purification elixir, more bloodline crystals have entered circulation. The Ash Knight has also chosen the evolution route to test his limits. The Divine Light Knight, after carefully considering his current abilities, has decided to advance cautiously. Reaching level 9 and becoming a quasi-demigod is indeed quite remarkable. The Golden Lion Knight and the Saint Ape Knight haven't made up their minds yet. Due to their dual cultivation, they still need some time to reach level 6 peak. Nevertheless, they have started preparing evolution materials in advance. It's best to be prepared and see then. The Goddess Knight, despite her efforts, is still at the level 6 middle stage realm. She has struggled on her journey. Reaching level 6 required the aid of rare treasures, and evolving is even more difficult than the previous level 6 advancement. So she has no expectations for herself. This isn't something that can be resolved with just secret medicine or resources. We must admit that in any transcendent path, in every field, talent exists. Effort determines the lower limit, talent determines the upper limit. For the goddess knight, successfully reaching level 7 is already her ultimate pursuit. For the rest of her life, raising her husband and children, and cultivating Eddie into a versatile talent in the witch knight, is also great. She feels some regret and helplessness about falling behind. Neither Levi nor the other knights gave her any cold shoulder, providing her comfort instead. With the ancient banyan tree mansion, for someone like the goddess knight, as long as she wishes, Levi would cultivate her into a heroic spirit. The knights of the middle generation, though still far from level 7, have each made their own choices. Among the new generation, the Fire Dragon Knight has long since decided to continue evolving. As one of the 2 supernovas among the knights, apart from Levi, he holds himself to high standards. He has experienced evolution once and successfully passed through it, relatively speaking, he has experience. Moreover, with a unique giant aptitude and top-notch talent, he is determined to obtain the mythical bloodline. The other knights are still at the early and middle stages of level 6 and dare not draw conclusions yet. After all, level 7 is still a long way off. This matter should still be approached based on one's capabilities. It's worth mentioning that during these decades of settlement on the ancient dragon continent by the white-feathered black-feathered pheasant, the cultivation progress of the pheasant knight has indeed been remarkable, successfully reaching level 6 middle stage. And some low-level, mid-level knights practicing other pheasant or some bird-breathing techniques. Their cultivation has skyrocketed, as if they had a packet of experience. In fact, the bloodline essence they used had already been a diluted and weakened version. After all, they couldn't withstand level 8 bloodlines. On the ancient dragon continent's side, level 6 experts also have differing opinions on evolution. In just 1,000 years, this group of lizardmen has broken through from level 4 to level 6, achieving significant progress. The same is true for other knights battle groups. Overall, those who choose evolution and dare to evolve are a rarity of 1 in 10,000. This is the norm for the mortal world without shortcuts. Nora year 560. Blood battle year 346. After years of preparation, the Panplane Biological Resources Management Department was officially established at the Wizard Council. Drawing lessons from previous unchecked growth, and to prevent the extinction of the black beast population in the Nora Panplane, the management of biological resources in the wizard world, and black beast resources, has begun a management trial. Critically endangered biological materials shall not circulate through official channels and major markets. Substitute materials are encouraged to be found through demons and black beasts. For endangered black beasts in the wizard world, listed in the protection list, they shall not be hunted. Encouraging their purification and artificial breeding. Effective breeding will earn awards and subsidies from official channels. Principally prohibited is the hunting of black beast younglings and mothers, unless they are a plague of a group. Appropriate closed hunting and protection periods are set to allow black beast populations sufficient time to breed. On the other hand, the support for the School of Spiritualism is vigorously promoted. Officially allocating 13 small continents and 2 medium continents to establish dedicated transcendent creature breeding bases. Taking the spiritualism steeple as the main, with support from the Life School of Thought. Recruiting dragon academics and biological experts from the public to carry out the work. The Giant Beast Paradise joined as the technical supporter, exchanging and sharing resources. Following the Body Refining Academy, the Spirit Summoning Academy also announced its establishment this year. Endless Sea. Starfire Wizard Academy. The legendary figures of old. Black Pearl Boy Garcia, nearing the end of his life, miraculously advanced to 7 circle in his old age. As a wizard with ordinary talent, who blossomed late, a primordial soul wizard. He once again caused quite a stir in the Endless Sea's primordial soul circles. Soon after the ceremony, Wizard Newt and the Rose Witch passed away peacefully in their sleep with smiles. The funeral was presided over by a 4th circle wizard, with faint freckles and glasses, exuding a scholarly aura. Chapter 2274. He is Newman, son of Newt, with double affinity, and the special talent Heart of All Things. This is the top-level special talent of the School of Spiritualism, unparalleled. The Newt couple arranged for Newman to join the Giant Beast Paradise early on, making him a reliable aid to Melina. The Newt couple were kind to others, had many friends, and people from various circles of the academy and society came to mourn. The black-armored swordsman walked slowly, bringing Elena along. It's the Dusk Palace Master. Oh my god, he's attending Newman's funeral too. Alas, after I die, if such a person could come to visit me, it would be quite an honor. Amidst everyone's attention, Levi presented a bouquet of roses before the tombstone. He gently said, "May the two of you be as beautiful as roses in the next life." Newman's face was filled with emotion. "Thank you, Elder," Levi said. "Stay strong, young Newman." Newt and Rose lived to a ripe old age among the Fifth Circle wizards, much like Ms. Marlene. These people had peaceful temperaments, were optimistic and open-minded, and always interacted with plants, flowers, and magical creatures. As the saying goes, overwisdom can lead to one's own downfall. He once asked the couple if they wanted to become undead. They both declined, saying they had no regrets in this life. "Long time no see, Sir Levi." Garcia came with a full smile. Levi chuckled and said, "Congratulations on reaching the 7th circle. Twice in a row, breakthroughs just before their time was up. This Garcia is indeed an extraordinaire in the wizard world." Levi even began to suspect if he was the reincarnation of a legendary wizard, cultivating some secret technique that only allows breakthroughs at the end. Garcia sighed. In times like these, passing away of old age is already fortunate. Indeed. Levi deeply agreed. After exchanging pleasantries, Levi left again. In the years after refining the shadow emblem, he traversed the endless sea and the god-forsaken continent hunting demons, and his points began to soar again. Last year, he killed an 8th circle early-stage shadow demon that attempted to assassinate him, earning 50 million war merits. Shadow demons are top-level assassins among demons, and ever since the Shadow Demon Queen joined the blood battle, the visible increase in wizard losses has been significant. Thus, shadow demons' war merits come second only to the likes of mind flayers and formless demons. With the Shadow Demon Claw in hand, only the Void Treasure Pearl and Demon Dragon Grass remain in the breakthrough potion materials. His total points have now reached 1.8 billion. In 2 years, he accumulated another 150 million war merits. Over the years, the level 8 demon slaughter list has changed a lot. Last year, Destruction Realm Thunder ascended to the 8th circle with 900 million points. This means he lost the qualification to exchange for the Glorious Sun Grade Oddity limited to the 7th circle. Levi became more convinced that this person is a reincarnated legendary wizard. Because he stayed at the 7 Rings Perfect Realm, not for the sun refining artifact, but to brand more witch marks. Once finished, he promptly ascended. As a reincarnated legendary wizard, he must have prepared enough truth oddities for himself. So there was no need to waste time exchanging. In this way, the Sword of Light and Hand of Fire God, the perennial 3rd and 4th, each moved up a rank. They now hope that the Dusk Palace Master ascends to the 8th circle soon and no longer competes with us mere mortals. Spring came and went, and as the seasons changed, time in reincarnation, 24 years flew by. In the Nora calendar year 584, the 370th year of the blood battle, the Dusk Palace Master reigns at the top of the demon-slaying list, never changing. His points increase every day. Now it has reached 3 billion. This is a speed that drives despair. Hand of Fire God discovered in dismay. Even if Levi exchanged for the Shadow Emblem first, giving him a head start, he still can't catch up with that freak. It's simply mind-numbing. The second-place Sword of Light's points are less than a third of Levi's. Mind you, Levi is perpetually 3 days of fishing and 2 days of drying the nets. The wizard world has become numb, and is entirely unaware of where this man's maximum limit is. This year, Levi also turned 1,000 years old. He led the Shadow Army, slaughtering everywhere, becoming a thorn in the demon's heart. The number of MO family generals, not more nor less, is exactly 24. Gathering all the major active demon soldier species in the wizard world today. Years of slaughter have resulted in the metamorphosis of the Black Shadow Army. Among the 10,000-strong Shadow Dragon group, some have begun to advance one after another. However, at this stage, only minor realm improvements are the main focus. Only some who were originally at the peak of level 4 Shadow have advanced to level 5. As of now, the proportion of level 5 Shadows has exceeded 90%. As for level 5 advancing to level 6, and level 6 to level 7, it clearly requires time to settle. These years, the Shadow Army resided within the Shadow Emblem. Apart from normal battlefield attrition, there are no other losses. The demon side seems to have sensed something wrong, probably planning a new action. Even plans against shadows failed. That Dusk Palace Master is indeed very difficult to deal with. Imagine a one-man army with exceptionally high mobility and survival abilities, capable of hunting down an 8th Circle Spectre alone on the battlefield. It's practically an unsolvable problem. At this moment, aside from deploying a level 9, it seems there's no other way to eliminate him. Yet a level 9 demon must first get past Dragon Flame God. If the Dusk Palace Master escapes, it equates to losing a level 9 expert in vain. To the Abyss, this is no small loss either. Although the Abyss currently lacks the resolve to utilize a level 9 to kill Levi, Levi himself is always prepared to face a level 9. Chapter 2275. Within the ancient Banyan Fairyland, the Dragon Corpse Demon refining plan proceeds smoothly. The Dragon Corpse Demon devours Levi's wealth and resources like a bottomless pit. Levi's consumption is unimaginable for an ordinary 8th Circle wizard. If it weren't for the Fire Dragon Skywork and Gandalf Pharmacy as his money trees, such a plan wouldn't be sustainable at all. On the other hand, Exile Light, Absolute Ice Point, these spatial and temporal spells, have also been cultivated to the maximum. Even facing level 9, coupled with Absolute Luck and Luck Changing Coin, the success rate should not be low. The 17 7-ring spells he originally mastered have all been cultivated to the maximum over the years. So, over the years, he has learned 6 additional 7-ring spells, covering various major schools. Dripping Water Realm, from the Ocean School of Thought, also involves spatial knowledge. After casting, it can temporarily seal the enemy in any drop of water in the surrounding environment. This spell can also work on those of higher realms. After the spell fails, it does not cause any harm to the target. It's just a pure control spell. Sea as a boat, Ocean School of Thought spell, to be more colloquial, is advanced water escape technique. Like Fire Jump, it allows teleportation to appear anywhere within 10,000 miles. This elemental escape technique is different from void travel and is not restricted by void lockdown. Levi specifically learned it for convenient demon hunting in the Endless Sea. Previously, he was hunted down by a team led by a level 8 late-stage demon. The opponent came prepared, carrying rare treasures for void lockdown and divination interference. Levi went through great effort to escape. After escaping, he immediately exchanged for this spell at the Blood Battle store. Luo Sheng Illusion Realm, a School of Dreams spell. This was obtained by a pioneering team in the Nightmare World from a Nightmare Lord. That Nightmare Lord accidentally obtained some inheritance from the Dreamland Steeple. After casting, it can trap the target in a pre-woven illusion. Combined with Levi's Nightmare Dragon ability and the Nightmare Helmet, even wizards of relatively high realms could fall for it. Dia's Bright Holy Sun, a Burning and Light School spell. This spell was created by an ancient legendary wizard named Dia. He was a strong member of the Light School and once served as the Grand Council chairman. Levi couldn't find any other information. This spell can condense a giant sun of light made of holy flames with a diameter of 10 kilometers. Generally, it's a collective spell performed by the military's battle group. Casting it alone is extremely difficult and consumes a lot. However, its power is also great. An ordinary 7-circle perfect wizard cultivation limit can pose a significant threat to level 8 demons, let alone Levi. For some reason, seeing this spell reminded Levi of Eamon's Eternal Blazing Sunday. He wondered if the legendary wizard of the Bright faction and the current Grand Council chairman had any connection. He couldn't help but suspect that Eamon was Dia's reincarnation. Of course, these are just wild guesses, as there are many spells named in this format. In fact, when many spells were initially created, they had the prefix XXs. The creator's name comes first, followed by a brief description of the spell. But over time, people only remember the spell itself and gradually forget about its creator. Void Prison Room, a Space Series spell. Casting this spell requires setting up a trap cage at a void node in advance. When the spell hits the target, the enemy will be transported into the void trap. The damage is not high, also prepared by Levi for survival. The 5 spells above are all top grade. Either dual faction or involving space, all are highly difficult. Training in them is time-consuming and laborious, and ordinary primordial soul wizards shy away from them. However, their effects are outstanding and can generally be used against higher realms. But in terms of difficulty, the last one is the most heaven-defying. Unreachable, a spatial spell, also involves a bit of time knowledge. It's the most difficult because its full name is Sauron's Unreachable. After casting, a chaotic force field of time and space forms around oneself, lasting for a moment. This spell doesn't need to be cast on others but on oneself, so it's a 100% hit. The chaotic force field has a diameter of 5 kilometers, becoming more chaotic the closer it is to oneself. When you enter it, it seems like you are flying forward but actually moving backward. This is not an illusion or a mistake in perception but a strange chaotic ripple in space that pushes you back. Sometimes, you're lucky and move forward a step, but don't rejoice too soon. When you take the second step, you'll find yourself further away than before, by half. And so on, endlessly. The enemy is right in front of you, yet you can't reach them. Aside from the enemy's body, almost all types of attacks, whether spells or physical, will encounter this when entering the chaotic force field. Of course, some are unaffected, such as curse techniques. However, under normal circumstances, no one would risk cursing face to face. That's why this spell is named Unreachable. Levi can only marvel at how amazing Sauron is. Previous spells, whether Absolute Ice Point or Exile Light, couldn't be effective against level 10. But this spell works on level 10 as well, though if the realm difference is too great, its effect is minuscule, almost non-existent. For instance, if Levi, at level 7, faces off against level 10, it will undoubtedly be useless. Chapter 2276. But if he reaches level 9, it might come into effect, although the probability is still small. 6 years later. Nora year 590. Blood battle year 376. Ancient Banyan Fairyland. 100 miles around, red clouds fill the sky. On the mountain peak, endless fire elemental power surges. The black phoenix spreads its wings, feeling utterly comfortable. Mana's figure emerges from the void. Congratulations, congratulations, you've ascended to level 8. The black phoenix smiled and said. Thank you, sister. Rumble. A flash of lightning, and a handsome, semi-transparent purple figure descends from the sky. It is the Thunder Crocodile, cultivating in human form at Thunderclap Mountain. Sensing the changes in heaven and earth, it immediately flies over. Not bad, in this world, besides the Master, there's finally someone who can be compared to me, the Thunderbolt Destroyer. The Thunder Crocodile looked arrogantly, only respecting Levi. The Black Phoenix and Mana ignored it, chatting while holding hands as they left, leaving the Thunder Crocodile awkwardly behind. Upon learning that the Black Phoenix ascended to level 8, Levi was overjoyed, resisting the urge to draw blood on the spot. Since you've just ascended, take time to recover and solidify yourself. The Black Phoenix expressed gratitude. Thank you, Master. Having witnessed Levi's power, even after Levi lifted the Crimson Enslavement, it felt no rebellion. It also knew that in the outside wizard world, countless people would like nothing more than to be associated with the Master. Being part of this, in hindsight, is a blessing in disguise. Levi continued. Mana, bring a bottle of 80-degree immortal flowing liquid for Black Phoenix as a reward for ascending to level 8. Due to the limited production of immortal flowing liquid, usually the Dragon Palace members only consume diluted versions. Ordinary mixed blood dragon clan, with degrees similar to fruit beer. Sub-dragons, similar to beer. Those with great merit can drink spirits. This 80-degree one is a secret stash. Just hearing about immortal flowing liquid made Black Phoenix's mouth water. This miraculous potion is incredibly addictive for transcendent creatures like them. A sip rivals living like an earthly deity. After expressing gratitude multiple times, Black Phoenix took the immortal flowing liquid up to the banyan tree to enjoy it slowly. With the blessing of immortal flowing liquid, dragon scale fruit, spring of immortality, and other heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Plus the rich elemental power of the ancient banyan fairyland itself, Dragon Palace members all grow rapidly. Although still less than the progress of wizards in the same realm, they far exceed the dragons in the wild. The disciplined Black Lotus beast has reached the level 6 peak, unmatched among the 6th level dragon clan. Every year's Dragon Deo conference, it always ranks first in the same realm. A few years ago, the Snake King dragon ascended to level 7, reaching its complete body, stepping into the peak of its life. Just like the fire-breathing dragon, it started a life of leisure. Aside from laboring in the nightmare world, its dragon life goals seem only left to reproduce. Both the blood-sucking demon dragon and the faceless infant dragon ascended to the late stage of level 6 not long ago. The new dragon who joined the Dragon Palace decades ago, the Red Princess, also sighed that the fire-breathing dragon did not deceive it. It was already at the level 6 peak, not far from level 7. With the help of the Dragon Palace, it smoothly ascended to level 7 last year and entered its complete body. It has many pursuers in the Dragon Palace and is currently looking for a suitable dragon match. The fire-breathing dragon is most attentive, often gifting gold, silver, and jewels to it. However, the Red Princess seems most interested in the strongest sub-dragon, the Black Lotus Beast. But the Black Lotus Beast is among the few with a rather straight man personality, uninterested in the business of reproduction. Within the Dragon Palace, strange relationships were born. After several repeated rejections, the fire-breathing dragon lowered its standards and decisively gave up on the Red Princess. Moreover, it shamelessly reclaimed the gold, silver, and jewels it had given the Red Princess, unprecedented indeed. It continued pursuing the fierce scale dragon and unexpectedly succeeded. Though the fierce scale dragon had a violent temperament before, it improved considerably after the arrival of the Red Princess. Perhaps competition among the same sex prompted it to change. Anyway, the union of the two major fire dragons is a good thing for the Dragon Palace. Over time, other members of the Dragon Palace, whether dragons or other transcendent creatures, have also progressed. They have no worries about food or clothing, and they can hone their combat skills and satisfy their curiosity in the nightmare world. Compared to the dragons in the wild, they are immensely happier. With so many level 6 and 7 sub-dragons, plus the level 8 blood slaughter bat dragon, the Dragon Palace is quickly approaching the scale of top wizard organizations. And its history is less than 1,000 years. Indeed, it has proven to be an organization with infinite prospects and a bright future. When the Ash Dragon and Lopez grow up, the Dragon Palace will become a major force in the multidimensional plane. 4 years later. Nora year 594. Gundor City. Accompanied by the surging power of earth and fire elements, the tribulation clouds slowly dissipate, and a burly giant with a red beard, half-naked, holding a sledgehammer, stands imposing between heaven and earth. Toby sits cross-legged in front, feeling the wondrous changes of ascending to the primordial soul. This giant is his wizard form, called the red-bearded divine skill. After 520 years of cultivation, I've finally achieved the primordial soul, not letting down Teacher Ace's expectations. Toby withdrew the wizard form and soul artifact, disappearing amidst countless envious gazes. In the Nether capital, people couldn't help but sigh. Fire Dragon Skywork has gained another top-level talented 6-circle powerhouse. And it's a dual faction, plus the weapon making is exceptional. It's unfair, how come all the geniuses gather there? Isn't there a possibility that geniuses attract each other? Sensing his disciple's primordial soul, the Holy Infant temporarily ended the crafting of the Heavenly Star Sword formation. He came before Toby and solemnly handed over a set of weapon-making inheritance to him. This is a weapon-making inheritance entrusted to me by one of your great ancestors. Learn it, and it will benefit you for a lifetime. His name is the Fire God's Hammer. Toby's expression changed, his eyes filled with shock. Teacher, what did you say? My ancestor was the Fire God's Hammer? The 7-circle alchemy master from 600 years ago. He naturally had heard of the Fire God's Hammer's reputation in Gundor City. The Holy Infant's face showed a look of reminiscence. Yes, never forget him, never, and when you have descendants, pass down his stories and inheritance forever. After saying this, he turned and left. Having finally fulfilled his benefactor's entrustment, he felt a sense of release as well as sentiment. Toby's ascension to the primordial soul made him famous worldwide. His talents surpassed even those of the Fire God's Hammer of old, with future achievements possibly beyond the 7-circle. The benefactor may be gone, but his will of fire, like an eternal furnace, will never extinguish. God-forsaken continent. Within a shelter, Levi opened the proficiency panel. The Crimson Emperor Dragon and the Brilliant Golden Dragon had successively reached the level 7 peak. Long ago, he had foreseen this, directing the organization members to prepare materials. Plus the materials exchanged from the Blood Battle Temple, the preparations for the 2 breathing techniques to advance have been completed. Once reaching the absolute maximum, they will ascend to level 8 in one go. Chapter 2277. In the blink of an eye. Levi was already 1010 years old. In 1,000 years, both the paths of the wizard and the knight had reached the level 7 peak. Along the way, he met many people and saw many others off. Soon, he would be able to step into the level 8 realm, and level 9 would no longer be far away. Cultivation is akin to climbing a high peak. He had already surpassed most practitioners throughout history and was about to witness the scenery from a high place. Especially at this moment, he could not afford to slack off. Dawn was close at hand, he must not perish in the dark night. After reaching level 7 peak with the Crimson Emperor Dragon and brilliant Golden Dragon armor, combined with the Path of the Wizard, Levi's attack and defense were no weaker than those of a level 8 middle stage powerhouse. But most of the time, when he encountered such a demon, he chose to retreat. It's not that he couldn't win, but there was no need. Being embroiled in prolonged battles carried risks. Before becoming the strongest in the world, he could not abandon the excellent tradition of caution and steadiness. Less than 20 years remained until the next opening of the ancient tower. After a brief rest, Levi began his final push in demon hunting. With another 10 billion in war merit, he could exchange it for the Flame Emperor's sword. Once he exchanged for this oddity, he could advance to the 8th circle, bidding farewell to the 7th level demon slaying list. He would head to the 9th level demon slaying list to contend with the strongest under the 9th circle in the wizard world. Ms. Lucy was on that list, and ranked number 1. A month later, the Black Dragon Wizard, returning from a business trip in the Land of Darkness, listened to his subordinates' intel on Gonduf. What? Gonduf has become a senior 7th circle wizard. We must resolve the matter of Gonduf soon. In a few hundred years, when he reaches 7th circle perfection, even if I have a senior 8th ring cultivation, I may not be able to take him down. If he remembered correctly, Gonduf had only advanced to the 7th circle less than 200 years ago. A small realm in 200 years, such speed was explosive even among top-tier talents. Little did he know, the Gundor 3 heroes were not only extraordinarily gifted, but also had soul stones, oddities, and other heavenly materials and earthly treasures to consume. Even top-tier talents did not have such resources. Soraya, of the Mountain Giant Wizard Group, is suspected to be Gonduf's lover. Since Gonduf is holed up in the Body Refining Academy afraid to come out, we will force him out. All these years, the Council of 10,000 Clans had lessened their interference with the wizard world significantly. It's not because they had a change of heart and turned over a new leaf. Recently, several planes under the Council's jurisdiction were also invaded by demons. The organization was in chaos, preoccupied with matters. Fortunately, the demon invasions on the Council's planes were small in scale. All were ultimately resolved, but they still caused considerable losses. The Black Dragon Wizard had been called away to hunt demons. With the issue resolved, he turned his thoughts back to Gonduf. The bounty for this person's head was valued at the equivalent of 1 quasi 9th level treasure, the Netherworld King's armor. It could also be exchanged for 2 Bright Moon artifacts. It was quasi 9th level because the Netherworld King's armor was originally 9th level but was damaged due to an incident. Even so, it remained extremely powerful. Putting on this armor rendered one impervious to swords and spears. With his cultivation, as long as he didn't act recklessly, he could stride freely beneath the 9th circle. For the Black Dragon Wizard's future tribulation crossing to become a Grand Wizard, it would also be of great assistance. With this thought, the Black Dragon Wizard immediately sprang into action. Half a year later, in the strait between the ancient Dragon Continent and Giant Beast Paradise, on an uninhabited small island, a black spire pierced into the clouds. On the sea's surface, massive shadows flitted by intermittently. That was the centipede sea demon, nicknamed Eight-Legged Sea Demon. Since it took up guard here, no demons had been spotted in this maritime region. Several level 7 demons had been strangled by its tentacles. Many wizards knew that an 8th level giant demon was entrenched here and steered clear. It even had not just one level 8 guardian. The depth of the ancient dragon continent surprised even those ancient top-level organizations. Once the centipede giant demon was stationed, the Snow Mountain Dragon King who previously protected Giant Beast Paradise retired. It returned to the ancient Banyan Fairyland and, with a group of dragon generals, invaded the Nightmare World. Giant Beast Paradise itself had several 6th-level creatures and battle groups stationed. A large demon extermination shuttle base was also newly established in recent years, and safety was not an issue. Suddenly, waves surged on the sea, with powerful water elemental forces pouring into the small island from all directions. The 8-legged sea demon surfaced. Madame Triss has broken through. As a guardian, it had to protect not only the organization. The master emphasized repeatedly the need to safeguard Triss. A black-robed sorceress form with a majestic visage and dignified demeanor spanned heaven and earth. Behind the girl coiled the shadow of a massive black serpent. On either side stood two apparitions. One was a knight in blue heavy armor, wielding a shield and a great sword. The other was a king in a golden royal robe, crowned, holding a trident. To reach 7 rings perfection at over 1600 years of age, and there's hope to advance to the 8th circle before 2000. Triss mused on the many changes. The Sea Emperor's tour truly lives up to being a bright moon-level artifact, directly increasing my spiritual force by nearly 200 points. And the blessing of the Sea Emperor, this special talent, is also quite good. She was innately a water elemental child. In recent years, she had also refined several morning stars and a bright moon artifact. Her talent surpassed most top-tier geniuses. Furthermore, after the projection of the Black Queen and the accompanying spirit Blue Knight, she birthed another new accompanying spirit named the Sea King. The Black Queen excelled in using the virulently noxious exotic species water known as the Black Queen's water. Chapter 2278. Triss's innate spell and primordial soul spell set her apart from ordinary people. The Blue Knight excels in defense, providing a sense of security. This Sea King, however, is a purely aggressive companion spirit. It has a strong desire to attack, a violent temperament, like a tyrant, though only towards outsiders. A queen, a knight, a king, my companion spirits can play chess now. Triss murmured to herself. Although she doesn't have a wizard tower, with these companion spirits, she can more than protect herself, beneath the 8th circle level. Buzz buzz buzz. Space began to tremble. Triss entered a battle stance, instinctively thinking it was a demon invasion. Looking around, she saw no demons. Miss, did you feel the space tremor? The 8-legged sea demon also looked around, puzzled. Triss said. I felt it, it's an extremely powerful force, pulling at the space of this land. The 8-legged sea demon said nervously. Could it be a level 9 demon coming? Triss seemed to think of something and shook her head. No, this kind of power isn't related to individual might, it comes from Nora itself, the subdimensional portal is returning. At this moment, whether on the ancient dragon continent or in the endless sea, the land of Fanerlaw, the supreme power shook this world. In the barracks, Lucy extended her palm, and the space in front of her seemed like a pane of glass. Behind the invisible barrier was a magical dimension. The subdimensional portal. It has begun, the true Nora is back. Central Realm. Supreme Council. Edmund's gaze pierced through the subdimensional portal, looking towards the human realm. There was no longer any barrier between the wizard world and the human realm. From now on, the great era predicted by Sauron officially begins. Endless Sea. On a battlefield full of demon corpses, Levi stood still. This vast sea is trembling, this is an immense power beyond ordinary imagination, coming from Nora's will itself, filled with ambition, wanting bigger, stronger. It, like all beings in the multidimensional plane, also wants eternity, to transcend the multidimensional plane and exist, untouchable by calamity. The next day, the announcement from the Supreme Council spread quickly throughout the wizard world. The subdimensional portal will gradually integrate with the human realm over the next century. Endless Sea, Midland Continent, Realm of Crimson. Dojo of all schools, none can be exempted. By then, the terms wizard world and human world will become history. From now on, whether a wizard, a mortal, or alien races, they are all part of the Nora world. The term Nora signifies abundance, prosperity. During the integration, all beings of Nora need not worry, everything remains as usual. With the return of the subdimensional portal, most wizard settlements will appear in the form of a new world. And once the giant of the subdimensional portal, Endless Sea merges, Nora's scale will be dozens of times larger than the current human realm. In fact, this is Nora's original size, only folded by the subdimensional space. After experiencing major events such as the Dark Wave Revival, the Five Realms Expedition, Plane Convergence, the invasion of all clans, and the Abyss Blood Battle, Nora's wizards and mortals have built a high capacity of endurance. Therefore, with this subdimensional return, the public remains mostly calm. They live in a rapidly changing era, and even if the Heavenly Father descends tomorrow, it would be no surprise. Seeing the announcement from the Supreme Council, Levi feels somewhat emotional. I really came at the right time, encountering each and every update of the Wizard World's versions. Nora Year 600. Blood Battle Year 386. Body Refining Academy. Gandalf paused his research on body tempering technique. He looked at the message from Soraya with a puzzled expression. Soraya invited him, saying she wanted to meet. Not even mentioning why. Soraya has been busy with demon hunting, haven't contacted me for a long time, why suddenly invite me to meet? Could it be a surprise for me? Or is someone trying to harm me, targeting Soraya to use her against me? Gandalf pondered. No matter the situation, he indeed needs to go. Endless Sea. Still short by 700 million war merits. Levi looked at the total of 3.3 billion points. On the battlefield, the Shadow Army was slaughtering everywhere, while Levi was idling. Level 4 Shadow had become increasingly scarce, now less than 1/6 of them left. A legion capable of sweeping a medium-sized civilization is indeed formidable. He temporarily halted demon hunting and headed towards the god-forsaken continent. He had similar thoughts to Gandalf, suspecting Soraya had issues. After a period of silence, it seems like the Council of 10,000 Clans is stirring again. God-forsaken continent. Mountain Giant Wizard Group. Laplace, I need to return to Midland Continent, could you hold things here for a while? Soraya said to her cousin. Laplace said. All right, you go. Be careful. He looked at his cousin's departing figure, sighing repeatedly. Recently, after Soraya's trip to Midland Continent, she seemed a bit different. She became taciturn, always looking gloomy. He estimated it was probably due to a small conflict with Gandalf. He didn't pay much attention. In such matters, as an outsider, he couldn't say much. He knew Gandalf's character, a good person, just a bit careless. Soraya had a delicate mind, occasional friction was normal. Love is too complex, which is why Laplace has yet to settle down. The 7th circle isn't his limit, he still aspires to the 8th circle. Chapter 2279. As his father was a grand wizard and managed a large wizard family, he was not the only offspring. Therefore, there were not many expectations placed upon him. Somewhere on the god-forsaken continent. Are you sure Gandalf will come? Not sure, do you have a good plan? No. Then that's settled. Is my void god crystal ready? It's ready, just help me kill this person and it's yours. I have a question. Why do you humans talk about emotions? Isn't that a weakness for enemies? We, from the Void Spirit clan, all procreate under the guidance of the Supreme Void Emperor, entering the Void Hall. Don't ask me, I don't understand either, only foolish mortals talk about love. Two figures were hidden in the shadows, whispering. One of them wore a black robe, had an ugly face, and a sturdy build, it was the Black Dragon Wizard. The other had a blurred form, with multicolored lights swirling, and the surrounding space twisted like waves. Its name was Void Abyss, a level 8 powerhouse of the Void Spirit clan and a venerable of the Council of 10,000 Clans. On the mountain peak ahead, Soraya stood alone. It was clear that she had been controlled by the Black Dragon Wizard using special means. This was indeed a trap set for Gandalf. Earlier, when Soraya went out alone, he and Void Abyss collaborated to capture her. As an early-stage level 8 Void Spirit, Void Abyss was skilled in void techniques, making it impossible for a 7th-circle wizard to escape. Combined with the Black Dragon Wizard, an 8th-circle senior wizard, the plan went smoothly. The price for Void Abyss's help was the Void God Crystal. The energy core for the wizard's virtualization ceremony, which was a supreme treasure for the Void Spirit clan for cultivation. Looking at Soraya's back, the Black Dragon Wizard felt uncertain. Will Gandalf come? Several days later, when a figure in a white robe appeared, he knew he had bet correctly. Void Abyss, remember to seal the void to prevent these two from escaping with rare treasures. No problem. On the mountaintop, Gandalf looked at Soraya, sensing the movements around. Soraya, is there anything you need? Soraya replied. No, I just wanted to see you. Bang! Suddenly, a sharp stone spike formed and shot toward Gandalf's forehead. Gandalf sighed. It seemed that Soraya was indeed controlled, and the Council of 10,000 Clans had acted against those around him. Crack! The stone spike struck Gandalf's forehead, as if piercing into asphalt. Countless dragon god runes flickered, and divine light spread out, shattering the stone spike. Soraya, seeing that the sneak attack couldn't break Gandalf's prepared defense, without hesitation, chanted an incantation. Her face was unusually flushed. Her primordial soul emerged, exuding a dangerous aura, she was about to self-destruct. Bang! Gandalf decisively shattered the protective force field with one palm, reaching into Soray's left chest. He grasped the scorching heart, where numerous creepy worms squirmed in and out. Her heart had completely become a worm nest. This is... Gandalf crushed Soray's heart, divine light eradicated the worms. Soray's body went limp, her self-destruction was interrupted, and she collapsed into his arms, her aura quickly weakening. The control over her body was resolved, but Soray's primordial soul was still under control. The worms were directly controlling her soul, extremely vicious. With no other choice, Gandalf grasped Soray's primordial soul, setting down a spell restriction. The body is easy to handle, for a wizard, it's just a vessel, the original can heal it with the Death Ember Dragon's power. But the primordial soul seemed somewhat troublesome. Gandalf reached out to tear the void, finding it already locked. His expression remained calm, as he had clearly anticipated this. Roar! A fierce dragon's roar erupted into this world. The ferocious, terrifying, and sinister 10-winged giant dragon carried with it an endless wind disaster, emerging in the sky. Destruction domain! The black dragon wizard raised a hand, and within a radius of 150 miles, black streams of energy destroying heaven and earth prevailed. The demon-suppressing Ming King protected Gandalf, divine light reflecting upon the world, holding up a safe space. Black Dragon Wizard, so it was you. Ming King Dragon Elephant Fist. The violent fist wind swept out, a total of 20 dragon elephant phantoms charging out. The destruction domain was torn apart, the Black Dragon Wizard watching this scene in surprise. This is just a 7th-circle senior, yet with such power, if he advances to the 8th circle, how formidable could he be? This child must not be left alive, or he'll be the next Dusk Palace Master. He rode the 10-winged heavenly dragon, roaring forward. Black energy enveloped his entire body, forming armor. A hurricane raged around his right arm, an intense black shockwave swept out. Though he was a cave wizard, he cultivated the 10-winged heavenly dragon body tempering technique, practicing both magic and physical cultivation together. His true power was definitely not inferior to a regular 8th circle senior wizard. This strike, a 7th circle senior wizard wouldn't survive without serious wounds. The fist wind tore apart the earth, unstoppable. Gandalf activated the dragon god domain, overlapping storms and oceans. His figure moved like a phantom, dodging the lethal strike. Simultaneously, the black dragon wizard felt the time around him still, affecting even himself. Boom! The 20 dragon elephants roared again, influenced by the dragon god domain. The black dragon wizard couldn't dodge. The protective force field cracked, body-refining runes flickered around him, blocking the aftershock. Clearly, with his methods, Gandalf was unable to inflict substantial damage. This Gandalf actually mastered the means of the path of time. Chapter 2280. The Black Dragon Wizard was suspicious and uncertain, but fortunately, he had already anticipated that Gandalf would be difficult to deal with, so he had invited experts. Void Abyss made a move. A dignified black dragon venerable, yet reduced to such a sorry state by a senior 7th-circle wizard. Let me handle this. Gandalf's dragon god domain couldn't last for long. Once it was over, he wouldn't be able to contend with the black dragon wizard no matter what. But he wasn't flustered. He saw the constrained void seem to be struck by a heavy hammer, invisible cracks spread, and the space shattered like a mirrored surface. What? Another expert? Wasn't it said that Ace and Lord Victor were both in seclusion? The Black Dragon Wizard focused his gaze, startled. Dusk Palace Master. The black armored swordsman appeared in the void, the Red Emperor domain unfolded, and golden gravity transformed into lightning dancing from sky to earth. Generally speaking, Levi wouldn't actively hunt level 8 middle stage powerhouses. But since the other party dared to scheme against Gandalf, it had to be dealt with. Void Abyss exclaimed. Dusk Palace Master? The plan has changed, collaboration is cancelled. It transformed into a beam of light, instantly fleeing into the void, only to be brushed down by a dark light. Rumble. Lightning filled the area within 100 miles, enveloping Void Abyss within. A thunderous man stood in the void, his robes fluttered. It was the Thunder Crocodile. It's been a long time since I exercised, let's use you to test my moves. Behind the Thunder Crocodile stood several imposing figures. One stood on a wizard tower blooming with flowers, it was Elena. One silhouette showed a black snake, a knight, and a king's shadow. Triss had also arrived. There was also a woman clad in a black robe, with a pretty face, and black feathers swirling around her like secret swords. The Black Phoenix was eager to try after advancing to level 8, she hadn't had the chance to showcase her skills. Level 8 Thunder Element, Level 8 Black-robed Woman, and 2 women renowned in the wizard world. Yet that wasn't all, a stream of water flowed from the void and transformed into a towering giant ape, it was Lopez. After 200 years, drinking immortal flowing liquid every day, he had also advanced to level 7 peak, just a step away from level 8. Seeing such a luxurious lineup descend like divine arms from the heavens, the Black Dragon Wizard decisively abandoned the plan and fled in panic. A magnificent golden greatsword slashed down, unstoppable. Demon Dragon Roar. The Black Dragon Wizard struck with a palm, the black shockwave clashing with the greatsword, dispersing clouds within hundreds of miles. Levi said. Kill them all, leave none. Levi planned to personally deal with the Black Dragon Wizard while the others surrounded that Void Spirit clan. He suspected the enemy might not be simple, so he brought Triss and Elena along. As expected, there were 2 level 8s, and one was a 8-ring senior, the famous Black Dragon Wizard. He needed the Void Treasure Pearl for alchemy. This Void Spirit clan was indeed timely. To prevent their escape, he even let Elena control the chaotic Sky Demon Mirror. The Black Dragon Wizard said. Dusk Palace Master, you and I have no enmity, I don't wish to oppose you, there's no need for a life or death struggle, right? Levi replied. You've defected to the Council of 10,000 Clans and dared come to the wizard world. I ran into you, so you might as well kill yourself. The Black Dragon Wizard cursed. This is so obviously premeditated, how could it be just running into him? What's the relationship between Gandalf and the Dusk Palace Master? That they actually invited him. Boom. Another collision, the great sword knocked the Black Dragon Wizard flying, the Emperor charged aggressively. The Black Dragon Wizard was horrified, he was an 8-ring senior body refining wizard after all. Practicing one of the ancient for the body tempering technique. Among wizards of the same realm, there were few opponents. Had he not defected from the wizard civilization, the title King of Body Refining should have been his. As powerful as he was, he actually lost in strength to this Dusk Palace Master. Is the night breathing technique really that formidable? Normal breathing techniques naturally wouldn't be so absurd to fight beyond their realm. But the problem was Levi was the Crimson Emperor Dragon, mastery in extreme power. With the Red Emperor domain open, in terms of strength, under level 9, he really feared no one. The Hell Strength King, the level 8 Demon Elephant, was suppressed by him. Nevertheless, although at a disadvantage, the Black Dragon Wizard had a significant realm advantage. For the time being, Levi couldn't subdue him. He was simply waiting, as usual, for the moment when his opponent exhausted his strength. After ascending to level 7 late stage with the Heavenly King Dragon breathing skill, his endurance was extraordinary. Rumble. Black gaseous energy transformed into a fist, breaking through Levi's protective force field. But was blocked by the golden armor on his body's surface. Damn, a level 8 exotic treasure. The Black Dragon Wizard cursed inwardly. The golden wind jade armor, as the clan treasure, showcased its might. Even 8-ring senior attacks could be withstood for a period. The Black Soul Demon Tower descended, the entire battlefield was engulfed in the sinister Death Storm domain. 2 level 7 peak dark evil souls emerged, their death scythes slashing toward the Black Dragon Wizard. Wizard Tower. The Black Dragon Wizard realized for the first time his impoverishment. Aside from an 8-ring soul artifact Wind Dragon burial armor and a level 8 exotic treasure, he had nothing to boast about. In contrast, the damn rich folks on the opposite side, the more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Wind Rock. With a thought, accompanied by a clear cry, a white giant eagle with a wingspan of 3 kilometers emerged. This was his companion spiritual creature, obtained from refining the Bright Moon artifact years ago, powerful in strength. Levi remained calm. Competing with companion spiritual creatures? Silay, come out. Rumble. The sky cracked open with a vortex, terrifying thunderbolts struck down from above. The Black Dragon Wizard didn't dare to resist head-on, dodging frantically. On the cloud summit, a group of companion spiritual creatures appeared, gathered before the human-headed, serpent-bodied thunder god. Chapter 2281. In terms of the lineup of special spiritual creatures, Levi is still very confident. As the battle went on, the Black Dragon Wizard found himself surrounded by the enemy's summoned creatures. There were 4 level 7 late-stage spiritual weapons formed from mountain peaks. And level 7 late-stage wind maya. These were not considered much. 24 specters exuding a level 7 aura somehow had already formed into a combat array, surrounding the Black Dragon Wizard. Most were level 7 early stage, but there were also level 7 middle stage ones. Is this what it means to be top of the demon slaying list, with 3.3 billion points of weight? Surrounded by a sea of people, the Black Dragon Wizard had no way to escape. He became more desperate, just wanting to fight his way out. Absolute ice point. After Levi finished chanting, a ray of light entered the Black Dragon Wizard's body. He was only frozen for a moment, and then the violent attack shattered his defense. Countless body-refining runes flashed, and then dimmed one by one. His powerful body had already reached its limit. PSST. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the Emperor's sword pierced the Black Dragon Wizard's chest. The Emperor flicked downwards and split him in half. A primordial soul in armor flew out, submerged by countless attacks. Before the primordial soul was destroyed, Leon dragged it into the ancient Banyan fairyland with a web. Become my food. It was already level 7 late stage, with a greatly increased appetite. As the primordial soul disintegrated, the mark of truth faded into the void. A new tombstone stood on the earth. Death also means rebirth. After dealing with the Black Dragon Wizard, Levi collected his body. This guy was worth a bright moon artifact and 1 billion ether stones to the Congress. Seeing their teammate dead, the Void Abyss became increasingly panicked. It tried to escape several times but was returned by a crowd attack. After Levi joined the battle, it didn't take long for it to meet its end. The body of the Void Spirit clan disintegrated, returning to the Void, captured by Leon who packaged the true soul. A round and colorful bead hovered in the Void. Level 8 Void Treasure Pearl, acquired. Only the Demon Dragon Grass is left. Triss sighed with relief and laughed. The first time in my life fighting at level 8, truly thrilling. Elena said. Indeed, this battle was greatly rewarding, providing a first-hand understanding of level 8 power. Levi said. Thanks to everyone, I'll take you out of here. Returning to the ancient dragon continent, Triss resumed her calm study and cultivation. The most exciting things in her life were all done with Levi. After celebrating with Elena, Levi continued on his demon hunting journey. She was not far from the 1 billion mark in points now. A little more effort and she could continue exchanging for bright moon artifacts. Black Phoenix, Thunder Crocodile, and Lopez all received their rewards. After checking through the Black Dragon Wizard's storage bags, Levi cursed at how poor he was. This old guy barely had any ether stones to speak of. The rest of the resources were pretty mediocre, not worth Levi's time after seeing the richness of the 3 realms and 4 lands. Although the 8-ring soul artifact armor was decent. He gave it to the Holy Infant, which could be reforged with other materials in the future to integrate into Gondafa's Radiant King armor. There was also an 8-level exotic treasure called the Destruction Badge. It contained strong wind disaster power, capable of creating a level 8 black wind disaster domain. Dubbed the Destruction Domain. Levi had a better wind destruction realm bead, so wasn't interested. He dealt with it and gave it to Gondaf for protection. The most valuable thing on the Black Dragon Wizard was a Void God Crystal. This was a priceless treasure, starting at a value of tens of billions. It should be enough for one person to promote to an 8th circle. Levi already had one himself, this could be given to one of the Gundor 3 heroes or Elena. The remaining gains were just some regular cultivation resources, spell knowledge, and miscellaneous materials, nothing worth mentioning. Additionally, he healed Soraya's injuries. But her soul was still parasitized by worm, even he was powerless to help. Fortunately, Laplace's father was a Grand Wizard. After the Grand Wizard examined her, he found that Soraya was controlled by a worm born of a level 10 strongman from the Council of 10,000 Clans. Its name was Wormlord, adept at duplication and especially troublesome as it couldn't be killed. However, this worm was just a trace of energy and didn't require the action of a legendary wizard. The Grand Wizard easily dealt with it. Soraya was notably unlucky. Yet this time was a disaster beyond her control. After reviewing the Black Dragon Wizard's disc, Levi understood the sequence of events. Gondaf was a sought-after figure in the Council of 10,000 Clans, valued at a broken 9-level treasure. Of course, it was nothing compared to his Turtle King fruit. The Black Dragon Wizard saw Gondaf staying in the Body Refining Academy in Gundor City without coming out, so he devised such a plan. But he didn't expect that Gandalf was just a duplication of the Dusk Palace Master. After this incident, the Congress allowed Soraya to recuperate and temporarily didn't require her to lead a battle group. They had already arranged for a new 7-circle perfect wizard to hold the fort. Besides, this black dragon wizard previously also plotted against Levi. He even learned about Lo's actions against him. Later, maybe fearing Levi's power, he made a tactical retreat. He settled for Gandalf instead, to no avail. Levi recalled that indeed, there was a period when a strong malicious intent lingered persistently. Then that malice disappeared after he hunted Lo. Thinking about it, it must have been the Black Dragon Wizard. Furthermore, that Void Spirit clan member was also part of the Council of 10,000 Clans. But the council hadn't issued a bounty, probably because it had not appeared in the wizard world before. Chapter 2282. This time, joining the Black Dragon Wizard to hunt Gandalf was its debut, and then it met an untimely end. The Void Spirit clan is also a significant force in the Council of 10,000 Clans, specializing in assassination. Their status is equivalent to the shadow demons among other demons. In the long years that followed, Levi inevitably exchanged greetings with them. Through the memories of this Void Spirit clan, Levi gained a deeper understanding of this race. Amazingly, a powerful civilization had also arisen in this race that lives in the Void race. Their supreme and unmatched strong ones are called the Void Emperor. The Void Emperor is ambitious and also wants to get a share of the benefits in this plane convergence. Now, the Ancient One's seat in the Council of 10,000 Clans should include one for them. In this way, Levi learned of 3 Ancient Ones. They are the Amethyst Saint, the Worm Lord, and the Void Emperor. Apart from this, he suspects that there should also be wizards among the Ancient Ones. In the memory of the Black Dragon Wizard, there was vague information about the Black Sun and the Dark Sun Sovereign. The Black Sun is better known, he is the Hidden One and also the direct superior of the Black Dragon Wizard. There is relatively more information, even though it is all insignificant. However, the Dark Sun Sovereign is very vague, as if shrouded in fog. Black Sun, Dark Sun Sovereign. Land of Darkness. Boundless deep space. A dark demon dragon spanned the sky, with a wingspan of tens of thousands of meters, exuding a level 9 aura. Its entire body was covered in demonic armor, emanating an overwhelming demonic aura. In my name, I grant you rebirth. The Black Sun chanted incantations, injecting a defiant dragon soul into it. Damn, you dare to refine my corpse into a dragon corpse demon? Who are you? The dragon soul cursed, its voice gradually fading, its consciousness thoroughly erased by the Black Sunday. Only a bewildered soul remained, injected into the dragon's corpse like an artifact spirit. Moments later, the colossal dark demon dragon body stood upright with a rumbling sound. Its vast wings covered the sky, its eerie green dragon eyes gazed toward Nora, a terrifying void storm spreading. The demon dragon body I picked up in the abyss years ago can finally be put to use. The Black Sun, having finished all this, looked at the shattered soul token. The Black Dragon Wizard is dead? Wasn't he supposed to be dealing with Gandalf? Never mind, relying on these subordinates is ultimately unreliable, I have to take action myself. It's just a pity, having entered and exited the wizard world multiple times, I've been specially monitored by the updated Heart of Skynet. If I were to rashly step in now, I would certainly be targeted by the Dragon Flame God Wizard and get hit with dragon flames, which is no joke. Headache, the task on my other self is too difficult. I still have to wait for the full invasion of the abyss into Nora. At that time, it will be much more convenient to use demons as cover. According to his intelligence, forces on the abyss side are continuously increasing. Even if you, the Dusk Palace Master, are unrivaled in power, the most powerful in the same realm in 300,000 years, you are still just a mantis trying to stop a chariot in the face of a great civilization's tide. As one who has traveled through the abyss, the Black Sun has a deep understanding of the horror on that side. Compared to that, the deliberations of the Council of 10,000 Clans are simply trivial skirmishes. In fact, if the abyss were serious and more lords united, launching a full-scale attack, destroying the Sauron plane wouldn't be a problem. Of course, that's just a hypothetical scenario. Central Realm. Bounty Department. The staff stared wide-eyed at the ugly head. This really is the Black Dragon Wizard, sir, did you kill him? Levi said. I was demon hunting on the god-forsaken continent and happened to come across him bullying compatriots, so I casually killed him. Levi spoke nonchalantly, but others started to fill in the gaps in their minds. The ferocity of the Black Dragon Wizard was well known to everyone. For so many years, several battle groups of wizards had been dispatched to capture him, yet he always managed to escape. One can only say that the Dusk Palace Master deserves to be the number one on the demon-slaying list. Being a supernova, others are not even on the same level as him. He is ranked among the supernovas simply because he's supreme. Before long, a Grand Wizard personally came to the scene. Seeing Levi, he smiled. "Hello, I am Sandwalker Sanders, Bounty Minister." Levi asked. "Senior, is there anything else?" Sanders smiled and said. "I heard the news of the Black Dragon Wizard's subjugation, and I came to meet this hero. Seeing it's you, my doubts have been laid to rest." Levi modestly replied. "Senior is too kind, I was just lucky." After exchanging pleasantries, Levi added the Bounty Minister as a friend. It's good to establish a connection now since he might have interactions in the future. The other wizards were internally impressed. The Bounty Minister is mostly elusive. Now, upon the Dusk Palace Master's arrival, he personally made an appearance. Such regard from a Grand Wizard is a rare delight that ordinary people can't imagine how pleasant it is. After the procedures were completed, the staff gave Levi a list, featuring 4 oddities. They belonged to the 4 major factions of Earth, Fire, Wind, and Water, all bright moon level, for Levi to choose one from. All 4 were excellent, but he immediately chose a blue oddity in the shape of a brooch. Surrounded by a dreamy mist, it was obviously from the Ocean faction. This was the Water God's Lament, something Levi had fancied for a long time. A gift for 100 Flowers' future 1300th birthday, arranged in advance. They are old husband and wife now, and after being with Levi for so long, 100 Flowers isn't overly concerned with these things. But the necessary sense of ritual should still be there. Previously, 100 Flowers refined the Water God's Ode, also a bright moon artifact. Now, with the combination of 2 bright moon artifacts, the Water God body can advance further. In the future, after refining the Sun refining artifact tier of the Water God, the Water God body will be nearly complete. The remaining Morning Star level oddities are insignificant, though if they can be collected, all the better. Besides the bright moon artifact, the bounty also included a cash reward of 1 billion Tai Stone cash. However, due to the ongoing war, Tai Stone, as fuel for many means, was in short supply. Sanders repeatedly apologized, explaining and letting Levi choose alternatives. Levi understood naturally, as he wasn't short of money. Thus, after some selections, he took a large piece of level 8 Black Dragon Holy Gold. Its value was also about 1 billion, just right to reforge his divine weapon Indestructible Armor. To him, it was more useful than Tai Stone. Ancient Dragon Continent. The 1300th birthday of 100 Flowers is still far away. Levi couldn't wait for her birthday to give it to her, delaying her refining. He called 100 Flowers, who was demon hunting on the god-forsaken continent. "What's the matter? So urgent and hasty? I found you a very beautiful brooch, ahem, let's consider it a future birthday gift." "A brooch? Ah, the Water God's Lament? This brooch is a bit extravagant." Laughter resonated throughout the Imperial Palace. Chapter 2283. 4 years later. Nora calendar year 604. The 390th year of the Blood Battle. Tower of Summer Flowers. Having refined the Water God's Lament, Bai's spiritual force fluctuations increased significantly. 10,000 points of spiritual force, the effect of the Water God body is indeed powerful. It has been 400 years since she rose to the 7th circle. She was originally a child of the elements, her journey smooth sailing. But after reaching the primordial soul, even for her, every step was extremely difficult. Although she has refined many Morning Star and even Bright Moon artifacts, the distance to 7 rings perfection is still far away. To advance to the 8th circle, it should still take over 500 years. Around 1,000 years to complete the major realm leap of the 7th circle already belongs to a top-level genius. When she advances to the 8th circle, being over 2,000 years old, she will still have 2,000 years of lifespan. Looking at it now, the 9th circle is still hopeful. After all, a sun-refining artifact can still be exchanged in the future. This blood battle is also a cruel survival of the fittest for the wizard group. Those with enough strength and luck can progress further through oddities. In an instant, a phantom of a blue-robed woman appeared behind Bai. Her face was blurred, but the impression was that she was extremely beautiful. On her chest, there was a sapphire blue brooch. On the left ring finger, there was a similarly styled ring. Her white unblemished neck was empty. There should have been a necklace there, named Tear of the Water God, a sun-refining artifact of the Water God series. Life forms above level 9, or places with extremely dense elements. Under serendipitous circumstances, sequence artifacts may be born. Only legendary artifacts possess absolute uniqueness. But why sequence artifacts all share the same appearance, academia has no conclusions yet. The blue-robed woman behind Bai is an energy projection, named Water God. Simon's Fire God, Levi's Thunder God, are all such. Over hundreds of years of demon hunting, Bai has also undergone multiple metamorphoses. The Path of Knights has already reached level 6 mid-stage. The Path of the Energy Sect is the same. How to combine the abilities of the three has always been the direction of her study. Opening the demon slaying list, Levi already has 3.5 billion points. Looks like within 10 years he can exchange for the Flame Emperor's sword. He does need a good rest, he's almost become a demon hunting machine, it's too exhausting going on like this. On the demon hunting battlefield, Levi brewed a cup of heart-cleansing tea. Ha! He took a delightful sip, feeling refreshed and clear-headed. The fatigue from demon hunting diminished a lot. On the battlefield, the Shadow Army was battling demons. The feeling of being AFK is really nice. Levi finally experienced the joy of certain idle games from his past life. Opening the 9th level demon slaying list, the Destruction Realm Thunder has already begun exerting power, rushing into the top 50. This speed already catches up with some established 8th circle wizards. This guy is really something. Levi couldn't help but sigh. In some sense, legendary reincarnation is a cheat. Up to now, the blood battle is about to reach 400 years. There have been only over 300 8th circle wizards participating one after another. Although more than the initial stage, compared to the Abyss, it's still a despairing gap. Of course, many 8th circle wizards did not participate for various reasons. The total number of 8th circle wizards cannot be just over 300, otherwise, they couldn't support the current Congress with over 100 grand wizards. This blood battle scale far exceeds before. The disparity in forces between both sides is too great. For the wizards, their greatest support is the geographical advantage of the Nora world. Additionally, there are 12 legendary wizards. It's still not enough, those reincarnated legendary wizards should also be returning soon. Not worrying is false, Levi hopes these tall ones can hold up the sky. However, he does indeed need to be prepared with a second plan. If the wizard civilization truly falls, he certainly cannot accompany it in burial. With the ancient Banyan fairyland, he can at any time lead a batch of civilization seeds to find new worlds. Those legendary wizards with demi-planes certainly have the same thought. 10 years later. Nora calendar year 610. The 396th year of the blood battle. As a level 6 demon lord collapsed, Levi let out a long breath of relief. First place, Dusk Palace Master, 4 billion points. Second place, Light Divine Sword, 1.1 billion points. Third place, Hand of Fire God, 1 billion points. Finally released, no need for demon hunting temporarily. His current war merit can just exchange for a Flame Emperor's sword, with some left over to exchange for some materials. Apart from Levi, the total points of the top 9 on the list are about the same as Levi's. This is the gold content of being number 1 on the list, a clear first. 40 billion, pal, when will you be 8th circle? Your points could break into the top 10 of the 9th level demon slaying list. Gatling. Amazing, thumbs up, Light Divine Sword. Have a good rest for a while, Elena. Congratulations, Lucy. The 40 billion milestone achieved. Congratulations from the outside world, pouring in. This Gatling wishes I could ascend to the 8th circle sooner. Ms. Lucy always simply says congratulations, sparing words like gold. After exchanging the oddity, indeed, I need a good rest for a while. It's a pity the number of times one can exchange oddities is limited, otherwise, with a little more effort, I could probably exchange a few more sun-refining artifacts, and bright moon artifacts could be 1 or 2 a year. Central Realm. Blood Battle Temple. Dusk Palace Master is here again. Chapter 2284. The 7 rings have currently exchanged 2 non-random sun-refining artifacts, and he exchanged both of them. 1 Shadow Emblem, 1 Flame Emperor's Sword, just give me any of them, and I have confidence in promoting to the 8th circle. The blood battle is a grave for the weak, a paradise for the strong. The weaker the weak, the stronger the strong. I can't even imagine what kind of realm the Dusk Palace Master will reach if he can hold on until the end of the blood battle. If nothing unexpected happens, he should be the first among the current 7 circle wizards to be promoted to a Grand Wizard, or even to a Legendary Wizard. In the future Supreme Council, there will surely be a seat for him. Luckily, the Dusk Palace Master is on our side. If he were on the demon's side, the consequences would be unimaginable. Behind the Holy Temple. After verification, the Grand Wizard Rock King personally came to Levi. Congratulations, sir, this Flame Emperor's sword is now yours. The Rock King spoke very politely. Levi smiled and said, "Thank you, Senior." He reached out to take an object similar to a sword box. He gently opened it, and a scorching aura spread out. A long sword lay quietly inside. Levi gently touched it, and his hand sizzled, turning red from the burn. The Rock King reminded him. "Be careful, although this oddity seems to have no offensive qualities, the high temperature on its surface cannot be withstood by the defensive field of even a 7-circle wizard for long." On the back of the sword box, there was a line of writing. Flame Emperor's sword, deposited by the blazing sun god wizard Edmund. Levi asked. "Senior, this sun refining artifact was deposited by the Grand Council Chairman." The Rock King replied. "Yes, and only a legendary wizard like him could bear to deposit a sun refining artifact. The sun refining artifact is extremely precious to both Grand Wizards and Legendary Wizards. Well, I'll take my leave here. Thank you for your hospitality, Senior. You're welcome to visit the ancient dragon continent anytime for some tea." The Rock King smiled and said. "Certainly." Watching Levi's figure disappear into the distance, the Rock King's expression was full of emotion. "Too fast, he's growing too fast, reminiscent of the Frost Witch of the past. I hope he can persist until the end of the blood battle. With his multi-faction path, if he proves his legend, his strength will surpass most of the current Supreme Council. Given time, he might even touch the level of level 11 realm and become a figure like Sauron, who dominates an era. The blood battle would be nothing to fear then." Supreme Council. Grand Council Chairman's office. Edmund stood with his hands behind his back, gazing out the window. "Chairman, the Flame Emperor's sword has been exchanged. Was it the Dusk Palace Master?" "Yes. I see." 1,000 years ago, during his travels in the Land of Darkness, Edmund acquired this oddity. To someone of his realm, this sun-refining artifact was of little use, so he stored it in the council treasury. In addition, Sauron's letter to him also mentioned this oddity. It said that those who refine the Flame Emperor's sword would have unexpected opportunities in the future, related to promoting to legendary. It was advised to be left for those in need during the Great Tribulation of the Blood Battle. The specific opportunities were not elaborated by Sauron. Now that this oddity was obtained by the Dusk Palace Master, Edmund wasn't surprised. Though it seemed like fair competition, others were not even on the same starting line as the Dusk Palace Master. After all, this person might be the so-called non-rational person in Sauron's letter. And this person might be the key figure to lead Nora to the New World. Ancient Dragon Continent. Levi temporarily put away the Flame Emperor's sword. All along, he would refine the oddities he obtained immediately. But with this one, he planned to wait until after advancing to the 8th circle. Because his spiritual force had reached its limit. If this oddity didn't increase the upper limit of spiritual force but only added more spiritual force, wouldn't he lose out? The one-time spiritual force enhancement from a sun-refining artifact was worth decades of cultivation. He opened the proficiency panel. The Scarlet Dragon breathing technique was also at the late stage of level 7. Only the Nightmare Dragon and Death Ember Dragon were still in the middle stage of level 7. The Brilliant Golden Dragon and Crimson Emperor Dragon were not far from their maximum limits either. Among spells like Sea as a Boat, Dripping Water Realm, and Luo Shang Illusion Realm, even the worst ones were at level 15. Some simpler ones were already level 16. In recent years, Levi had learned 4 more spells. Hagen's Thunder Hound, Thunder Realm Descent, Flowing Wind Without Determination, Shrinking Land. The first 2 were attack spells, with Thunder Realm Descent doubling as control. The latter 2 were escape spells, with effects similar to Fire Jump and Sea as a Boat. In simple terms, they were advanced wind, earth, fire, and water escape methods. This way, under all terrain conditions, Levi could come and go freely. After the 8th circle, he could learn 3 more advanced escape methods from the Thunder, Metal, and Frost factions. Among the current 27 witch marks, most mainstream wizard factions were covered. Some less common ones were included too, such as Dream, Space, Time, and Divination. Combining attack, control, defense, and survival made for a perfect spell array. Throughout these years of demon hunting, his ease on the battlefield owed much to these. Once everything was prepared, Levi began his final push to advance to the 8th circle. A year later. Gundor City. Fire Dragon Shop. Heavenly Star Sword formation completed. Victor waved his hand, and 13 secret swords emitting starlight flew into his mind. The Holy Infant said. To hone a sword over 100 years, its frost edge yet untested, first try the sword in the nightmare world to see its practical effect. The next day. After testing, Victor woke up satisfied. Chapter 2285. Gonduf, who witnessed the entire process, looked astonished. The power of this heavenly star sword formation is too strong. It was worth nearly 200 years of refining. Ace said. Of course, with 13 secret swords, all at the top grade 7 circle level, made from 8th level blood scales, level 7 amethyst, 8th level blazing gold holy iron, and various other rare materials. The cost of this sword formation is enough to acquire a high-level wizard organization with considerable foundation. Refining the sword formation is also an enjoyable process for the Holy Infant. Immersed in it, completely oblivious to the passage of time. His weapon-making skills are much stronger than when he made the Fire God's Hammer. Ordinary 8th circle weapon makers might not even measure up to him. This is the power of passion. Gonduf was spirited. Let's go, everyone. I need to lay low and strive for the 8 environments realm. For now, let us 3 brothers shine on the level 8 demon slaughter list. After a long retreat, the 3 of them have now dropped out of the top 50 on the demon slaying list. The Holy Infant nodded. Indeed, I'm still missing quite a few materials to refine the wizard tower, so I'll need to earn more war merit. He has already acquired the Fiery Flame Wizard's wizard tower, but so far, he cannot use it. It is a treasure of Norn City, surely with corresponding restrictions on it. Thus, it must be completely transformed. First, erase the restrictions and symbols within to prevent recognition by others. Second, modify it to the ice and fire attribute to suit his dual cultivation school. Only then can its immense power be realized. Moreover, the Holy Infant has a grand vision in mind. Integrate all his currently available common wizard tools and the wizard tower together. Build the wizard tower into a multifunctional wizard tool complex. This would make fighting much more convenient. No need to activate too many wizard tools, just the wizard tower. However, the materials needed to refine the wizard tower are no less than those for the heavenly star sword formation. Especially lacking rare frost-type materials. Thankfully, he is an alchemy master and found some substitutes through demons, nightmare creatures, and black beasts. The rest are obtained through auctions and the blood battle store. Overall, the difficulty of refining the wizard tower has greatly reduced compared to the resource-rich wizard world before the blood battle. That's why the blood battle is an opportunity for the wizard world. As long as it can be overcome, the resource predicament of the wizard world can be significantly improved. Previously, Elena ran around collecting materials for the wizard tower, wasting years, and could only refine an embryonic form. In comparison, he has been much luckier. Lord Victor said energetically. Let's go, next I'll use demon blood to perform a blood sacrifice for my secret sword. God-forsaken continent. A blood moon hangs high in the sky, eerily strange. On the plain, a blue-robed figure appears quietly, with blue hair and green eyes. It is Ms. Lucy. The blood river's will is beginning to seep into Nora. This one seems impatient. Central Realm. Supreme Council. In front of the round table, there are 12 high-backed chairs. As the highest decision-making body of the Wizard Council, sitting here are all legendary wizards. One after another projections descend here, exuding vast auras. The Blazing Sun God Wizard, Thousand Mountains Immortal, Lady of Thunder, Hand of Netherworld Prison, Hand of Creation. 12 legendary wizard projections rarely sit together, certainly to discuss major events. Edmund said. The Blood River's will is invading Nora again, do any of you have a way to permanently erase it? Thousand Mountains Immortal said. The Blood River is one of the initial Nether Emperors born of the underworld Source River. It can utilize the supreme nature of the underworld source river to disregard space distance and extend its power across most of the multidimensional plane. To erase it, you must first find out where it hides. Frost Witch said. The blood river itself is not to be feared. If it dares to descend its true form into Nora, many here have the strength to take it down. We cannot let it disrupt our pace against the abyss, losing our own rhythm. It might have secretly colluded with the abyss, who knows? Edmund looked at Hand of Netherworld Prison. Lord Nyx, you are more familiar with the situation on the underworld side. What do you think? Hand of Netherworld Prison was a slim, pale-faced middle-aged man with quite a noble aura. He was once a prince of a mortal country, living a life of ease and abundance. By chance, he embarked on the path of a wizard. Hand of Netherworld Prison said. I have asked some friends from the underworld. They also don't know where the Blood River is. The Blood River has long since defected from the underworld. If it dares to invade knowing it's not our match, it's likely reaching its lifespan limit, making a last-ditch effort. After all, it was born in the ancient era, active throughout the Antiquity Age, now having experienced 300,000 years of the near-ancient times. Even as a son of the Mother River, it is on the brink of death. I speculate the purpose of Blood River's actions is similar to the goal of those old guys behind the Council of 10,000 Clans, trying to merge with Nora, to become the Lord of Nora, and ride the winds of Nora's upgrade to advance to level 11. This way, it can achieve nearly infinite lifespan without needing divine enthronement. Fully entwined in lightning, the enchantingly beautiful Lady of Thunder said. No one can become the master of Nora. That's a rule set by Sauron. We, who were born of Nora as level 10 beings, have never thought of coveting Nora. This blood river is deluding itself. Rowling said. I agree with the Frost Witch. The blood river is not the primary conflict and is not to be feared. However, we still need someone to keep an eye on the blood river situation. Currently, all the legendary ones are occupied and have no time for this. We can select some sufficiently powerful grand wizards to temporarily contend with the Blood River. Chapter 2286. The legendary wizards each expressed their own opinions. After listening to everyone, Edmund said. Let's go with Lady Rowling's suggestion, and next we still need to elect a few reliable grand wizards. Edmund was suddenly interrupted, without finishing his sentence. He smiled and said. No need to elect grand wizards, someone has reached legendary status. Let's go and congratulate the 13th seat of the Supreme Council. God-forsaken continent. Dragon God domain. A storm and the ocean overlapped, weaving a shattered world. The ancient dragon god's shadow, resembling both dragon and god, with 1,000 arms supporting the sky, stood with feet on the earth. Above its head, a level 7 peak sky anger demon raised a sword, slashing down. Rumble. A violent wave of intense chi swept through. The clouds dispersed, and 2 level 7 late-stage sky anger demons appeared in the void. Tisk tisk tisk, Gonduf, where are the other 2? Why are you alone? It's rumored that the Gundor 3 heroes together are unmatched by 10,000 men, so let us 3 brothers test that. These 3 sky anger demons have ravaged the god-forsaken continent for many years. The 3 joining forces have repeatedly escaped calmly from 8th Circle wizards. Once, they seriously injured an 8th Circle ordinary wizard. Gonduf, finding the situation unfavorable, immediately fled. The 3 brothers, leading their army, chased him, the demon mountain sweeping across the world, unstoppable. Whoosh! 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 Suddenly, 13 dazzling beams of starlight shot up to the heavens. Heavenly Star Sword Formation. Lord Victor appeared with a somewhat excited expression. Finally, a big game has arrived. Rumble. The splendid Starlight Sword realm enveloped all around, covering hundreds of miles. Enclosing the pursuing demon army within. Gather. Lord Victor chanted the sword array incantation, changing his hand gestures. The Starlight Sword realm continuously contracted, and countless demons perished in their screams. Die. Behind Lord Victor, a strong and powerful demon claw targeted his chest. Yet the level 7 peak sky anger demon, somehow, escaped the sword realm's lock. Golden Emperor. Behind Lord Victor, the imposing and graceful golden-robed woman's shadow appeared. With a wave of her hand, countless gold element sword chi formed a vortex, blocking in front of the demon claw. The demon claw, as if thrust into a blender, shattered instantly. The sky anger demon, enduring the agony, blasted away the Golden Emperor, only to be bound by a red streamer the next moment. Above Ace's head, the splendid Purgatory 9-Dragon umbrella appeared. Your opponent is me. The 9-Dragon umbrella whirled, pulling the Sky Anger Demon away from Lord Victor. Snow King. A cute-headed, yet well-built snowman appeared. The Snow King's arm swelled, like a Kylan arm, seizing the moment while the Sky Anger Demon was controlled. A punch landed, the north wind howled, snowflakes danced. The Sky Anger Demon's robust body emitted a sound of bone cracking, frost forming on its surface. This was the power of the Snow King after several evolutions. On the other side, the Starlight Sword realm cracked open. Gondalf emerged, holding the heads of 2 Sky Anger Demons. Your sword array kills too quickly. If I don't grab some heads, I'm afraid I won't earn any war merit. The 3 combined forces annihilated the Sky Anger Demon brothers, and along with other low-level demons, gained considerable war merit. Gondalf said. But compared to level 8 demons, there's still a big gap. Lord Victor said. Yes, if you want to earn war merit quickly like me, you have to hunt level 8 demons. Ace said. Contentment is happiness. At our current pace, we're already fast. Once we cooperate seamlessly, we can go to the Endless Sea battlefield to hunt level 8 bottom-dwelling fish demons, as these are relatively the weakest. Buzz buzz buzz. Suddenly, from the high heavens came the sound of swords ringing, echoing throughout the universe. Crashing sound. The sky screen parted like a waterfall, with a black-robed silhouette standing at the center. Behind him were 7 towering great swords, each exuding a different aura. Refining 7 sins, attesting to legend. This is the Black Abyss Walker. The 3 murmured to themselves. Until the black-robed figure, wielding a sword, vanished on the legendary path leading who knows where. In the barracks. Lucy smiled. This day has finally arrived, congratulations, Aaron. She was very confident in this student of hers. 2 years later. The year 617 Nora. The 403rd year of the Blood Battle. The Supreme Council announced a thrilling piece of news. From the Ocean School of Thought, the Grand Wizard, the Black Abyss Walker, Alan Blavens successfully promoted to the Legendary Realm. He became the 13th Legendary Wizard of the current era, joining the Supreme Council. Alan's legendary title is the Black Abyss Sovereign. His legendary profession is Seven Sins Swordsman. His demi-plane is the Land of Buried Demons. His legendary salutation is Walker of the Black Abyss, Traveler beyond the Seven Sins. At the same time, the Council announced that the Black Abyss Sovereign would preside over the mortal continent. The Red Moon once again descends upon the human realm, new enemies have arrived. The Blood River will stirs restlessly, and the slumbering longevity species will awaken. In the Emperor's Palace, Levi awoke from his retreat. The ancient tower was about to open, and he had to temporarily halt his cultivation. In recent years, many significant events occurred in the wizard world. What thrilled him the most, undoubtedly, was Senior Black Abyss's promotion to legend. This means that throughout the 400-year blood battle, at least 7 level 9 demons have perished at his hands. How powerful! Moreover, to be chosen by Senior Black Abyss to become part of a legendary artifact, it certainly must still be among the best of demons. At the top of the world beyond level 9, the battles are equally fierce. Chapter 2287. This time, Triss and the others have truly soared to prominence. As disciples of a legendary wizard, people will flock to curry favor with them like a school of fish. Of course, it's not all good news. The resurgence of the Blood Clan has made the already intense blood battle even more uncertain. According to the Congress report, this is not just a minor scuffle like in the early stages of the Dark Wave revival. The true ancestors of the Blood Clan, along with high-level Blood Clan members like the Venerable, will surely seize this opportunity for a large-scale invasion. Will the Venerable Blood Scales come as well, and will the source of the Blood Beast breathing technique, the Blood Beast itself, also appear? Once, Levi could only look up in awe at these giants among the Blood Clan. Now, he has the confidence to face these entities. Central Realm. The Centennial Blood Battle auction is underway. In such a grand event, Levi, Triss, and Elena are naturally present. With Gandalf Pharmacy and Fire Dragon Skywork as his money trees, Levi carries a wealth of 3 billion Thai stone cash. That's enough to buy a top-grade 8th Circle Wizard tool. Of course, his main purpose is to try his luck and see if he can buy some demon dragon grass or a bloodline crystal. Elena's main goal, needless to say, is the Truth Oddity. She still has a long way to go before advancing to the 8th circle, and there's no rush for now. Similarly, Triss is here for the oddities too. She's also wealthy, not lacking in money. Sir Golden Dragon is also here, his presence feels vast, and he has already become a grand wizard. Sir Levi, it's been a long time. Levi smiled and said. Congratulations on your further advancement, sir. Sir Golden Dragon replied. Ha ha ha, I just recently advanced, and I am hosting this auction. By the way, Mr. Magma Dragon has awakened. If you have time, feel free to visit. The elder would love to meet talented young figures like you. Levi replied. Once the auction ends, I will accompany you, sir, to pay respects to Senior Magma Dragon. The auction proceeded smoothly. There were no twists and turns, no convolutions. Levi, relying on the power of cash, made significant gains at the auction. Based on his danger perception, no ill-intentioned individuals have marked him after this auction. The Dusk Palace Master's fame is widespread, rivaling that of any Grand Wizard. Those who could defeat Levi aren't interested in what he has. And those who are interested can't defeat him. After all, he is a freak capable of hunting a plethora of level 8 demons. With such accomplishments laid out, who would dare act improperly? Ultimately, he successfully bid 1.6 billion for a level 8 bloodline crystal of the Ghost Shadow Dragon. This is a shadow creature, the most powerful among the Shadow Plane sub-dragons. It was obtained by an 8th circle wizard exploring ancient ruins. The source of the Ghost Shadow Dragon's bloodline is the Ender Dragon Levi once encountered in the Shadow World. A tremendously powerful legendary creature, ranked among the best even at level 9. This made Levi excited beyond measure. At present, collecting one more negative energy bloodline crystal should allow the Scarlet Dragon to evolve once more. The Blood River invasion has instilled a bit of urgency in Levi's heart. With his realm's advancement and an increase in knowledge, he has gained a deeper understanding of the Blood River's might. As for whether the legendary level breathing technique of the Scarlet Dragon can remain unaffected in the future, he is uncertain. Thus, advancing to the mythical level is imperative. This auction was definitely worth attending. Additionally, he acquired a level 8 Sea Wave Iron worth 700 million. Together with a level 8 Earth Sacred Iron, previously obtained by the Holy Infant at the auction. The Divine Weapon Golden Dragon Heavenly Shield can be reforged. Only the Nightmare Helmet and the Scarlet Shadow Cloak remain to be reforged. The former requires a visit to the Nightmare World to hunt an 8th level Nightmare Lord at leisure. The latter requires waiting for the right opportunity, as he plans to visit Hell soon, where he might get lucky. Sleeping Dragon Realm. That day, it welcomed a group of special guests. Welcome, Dusk Palace Master. Welcome, welcome. A group of charming dragon descendant witches gathered upon hearing that an important person had arrived. They were all stunning, with the grace of beauties and the imposing presence of the dragon clan. On their bodies, they bore more or less the traits of the dragon clan. Some had cute little dragon horns, some had long dragon tails, all exuded a myriad of charms. Holding Levi's arm, Elena gazed intently and laughed. Oh my, the Dusk Palace Master is truly impressive. Levi said. I didn't know I was this famous. This setup is so grand that people might believe a central grand wizard is visiting for inspection. Triss also followed Levi, wanting to broaden her horizons in the Sleeping Dragon realm. The Rust Dragon Wizard, in charge of reception, helplessly said. Everyone, please return. The Dusk Palace Master is already committed, don't harbor any delusions. This white-haired elder, also of the thick and thin type, unknowingly neared the 6th circle maximum level. Levi estimated that if all went well, he could break through to the 7th circle before reaching his limit. But the 7th circle should be his limit, aiming for the 8th circle would be challenging without great fortune. In a secret realm brimming with volcanoes and lakes of lava, Levi met the Magma Dragon. This was once just an ordinary secret realm until the Magma Dragon slept here. Under the powerful energy it exuded, it transformed into the Fire World. Levi meets lordly odds. The Magma Dragon glared with its bronze bell-sized eyes. The Dragon Clan bloodline in you is so peculiar, it seems both diverse and pure, confounding me. Is this the strength of the Path of Knights? Chapter 2288. As a level 9 expert, and part of the pure-blooded Dragon Clan. In the eyes of Levi, he is naturally different from others. Levi said. Perhaps so. He didn't know how to answer, so he played it coy. The Lava Dragon said. Rest assured, I have no ill intentions, just a curiosity stemming from the dragon clan. I heard your organization is dedicated to the breeding and studying of dragon creatures. Levi said. Yes. Besides the ancient Banyan fairyland, there's also a group of dragon clan in the giant beast paradise. Mainly to facilitate the cultivation of the dragon-type breathing technique knights. That's a good thing. I have a dragon descendant daughter working over at Fire Dragon Skywork. I heard you're good friends with Fire Dragon Ace, hopefully you can ask him to take care and look after Alexandra a bit. No problem. Perhaps he slept too long, or maybe he's not good at conversation. The lava dragon and Levi talked wherever their thoughts led them. Levi felt this giant dragon sir might have something on his mind, but wasn't convenient to say outright. He proactively asked. Sir, I heard that there might be demon dragon grass in the sleeping dragon realm, and I want to purchase some from here. The lava dragon said. There is indeed, but not a lot. I can only give you 7 plants at most. Levi was delighted, there really were some. He said. Thank you, sir. What kind of price do I need to pay? Refining an 8-ring breakthrough potion requires a whole plant of demon dragon grass. If the success rate is 100%, that would be 7 potions. Elena, each of the 3 avatars would get 1. If Madame Triss isn't ready, she could also get 1. The last one could be sold. Of course, that's the ideal situation. After all, demon dragon grass is just one of the materials, it requires collecting so many portions of materials, a task as hard as reaching the sky. Demon material is easy to say, but for things like Void Treasure Pearl, it's hit or miss. But the avatars have a long time before reaching the 8th circle, so there's no urgency for now. Moreover, there's Lady Spring's water from the Blood Battle store as insurance, which is also a good potion with a decent success rate. The lava dragon said. No cost needed, just a single request. Whether to do it or not depends on you. I have an enemy named Phineas, who is a dark dragon and the great lord of Abyss Layer 67, also involved in the blood battle, and I want you to kill it. Of course, with your current strength, you're obviously not its match, but I see potential in you, and I believe not too far in the future you can easily kill Phineas. When your strength reaches that level, if you remember today's favor, kill this guy effortlessly, and that's all. Levi heard and thought it was reasonable. Even if the lava dragon didn't make this request, once he's strong enough, he would also hunt down Phineas. This dragon abomination is the father of the dragon descendant giant corpse demon. He and it already had a grudge. No problem, if I truly become as strong as Sir says, killing a dragon abomination is also my duty as a member of wizard civilization. The lava dragon said. Good, such words are enough. This dragon abomination is naturally cunning, to my knowledge, it has already evaded several grand wizards' joint siege. With my strength, there's no hope for revenge. Besides, do you know how to cultivate the demon dragon grass you need? Levi said. I only heard that only by the path of magic dragon burying can there be hope for nurturing. The lava dragon said. Yes, demon dragon grass is a heavenly material and earthly treasure, generally speaking, it's impossible to cultivate it artificially. But I've been concerned about the Dragon Ruins mysterious realm for many years and have figured out some tricks. If you follow what I say to prepare, mass production may not be possible, but cultivating enough demon dragon grass for your alchemy shouldn't be a problem. Levi said gratefully. Thank you, sir. After hundreds of years of demon hunting, he had already stockpiled plenty of flame demon potion materials. Just lacking demon dragon grass, he would then be able to refine potions for profit. This is a potion that breaks through the 7th circle, selling just a few could satisfy Levi's consumption for many years. This trip to the sleeping dragon realm was worth it. Alexandra's father, this dragon can be trusted. Half a year later. Hell, the 8th level. In another capital, Levi was idly waiting for the netherworld market to open. He went to the 7th level. By Dragonfall Valley, that bright moon-grade death artifact should be ready to be harvested in 100 years. Next time he comes to Hell, he'll be able to pick it. The development of Demon Fox Tribe and Demon Elephant Tribe wasn't bad. This time he got a few soul stones, which he'll distribute to 100 Flowers and the 3 avatars when he returns to the human realm. Under the careful care of the Witch 3 Sisters and Demon Fox Main Mother, his second brother's cultivation was unprecedentedly smooth. He is also a man of great fortune. Some time ago, while conquering the 8th level, he obtained a bright moon-level body refining artifact. Its name is Wind Sea Captive Whale. After refining, his second brother's strength grew significantly. Although it had been less than 100 years since he rose to the 7th circle, and he didn't have a wizard tower or very strong top-grade wizard tool, he could solely rely on his own power to suppress level 7 middle stage enemies. Regarding his second brother's future, Levi had no worries. He had a good eye for people, his second brother's achievements won't be low. The netherworld market is opened. Clatter. Vast rivers flowed across the sky dome, like the yellow river suspended upside down. Masts and sails slowly descended. Levi's figure flickered, like a grocery-buying madam at a market opening. All treasures are good on the 8th level, he dared not slack off. Inside the ship, the netherworld market merchant had changed, one Levi hadn't seen before. It had a dog head, a slim physique, and from its bulging chest armor and some characteristics, it seemed to be female. Every time he saw a group of burly men, Levi almost thought there were no females in the underworld. The dog's aura was very strong, far surpassing any previous netherworld market merchant, likely a level 9 expert. Feeling Levi's gaze, it slowly turned around and glanced at Levi. Levi lowered his head and browsed the items on the plaza as quickly as possible. This time he brought 1.5 billion joss paper, not much since both tribes also needed development. Levi recently didn't want to start a killing spree in hell, so as not to stir too much trouble and attract attention from the 72 pillars. After a round, he didn't find the dead soil he wanted. He selected a piece of level 8 ghost skin, worth 800 million joss paper, from level 8 undead's precious materials. Suitable for refurbishing the Scarlet Shadow, after all, it's all negative energy. The rest were just some materials, 6th level treasures and the like. Levi picked some and spent 400 million. Partly for personal use and partly for reselling in the wizard world. Finally, the old rule, he bought 300,000 memory blind boxes. Not for anything else, just to feel the joy of lottery draws. Chapter 2289. Dark Ancient Tower. 6th Layer. Wind Spirit Tower. Kidman looked at the young faces behind him. They came from all over the world, full of longing for the outside world. Grandpa Kidman, is the wizard world vast? After we leave, can we come back? What exactly is a heavenly venerate? Is he a god? The slightly older Kidman smiled and said. You'll know once you go out with the heavenly venerate. He had lived in Io for over 1,000 years, traveled to many places, and met many people and things. He was also curious about what marvels might exist in the multidimensional plane. The sky slowly cracked open, and a black armored swordsman riding a majestic white giant tiger descended from the sky. Heavenly Venerate, you've arrived. Levi said. Kidman, this time you can come with me. Kidman hesitated for a moment and said. Heavenly Venerate, I wish to stay in Io. Levi asked. Don't you want to leave? Here, you can't advance to level 7. Kidman replied bitterly. If I leave, relying solely on those few young supreme archmages, they might not be able to suppress the Black Beast Tide. Levi said. You don't need to worry about that, I will grant them a trump card. Kidman's face lit up with joy, and then he gave a grand gesture of thanks. Thank you, Heavenly Venerate. Levi could tell that Kidman still wished to leave Io. With his talent, there was hope to pursue the level 7 realm. Staying in this world, there was certainly a sense of unwillingness in his heart. Through hundreds of years of tests, Kidman's character and attitude were all seen by Levi. Watching the Heavenly Venerate's departing figure, Kidman felt a surge of excitement. To a broader world, here I come. As Levi's realm and vision improved, there was nothing left on the 5th level for Levi to linger on. Even the early fungal plantation base, he no longer visited. He left these for future destined persons, as their fortune. On the 6th layer, he didn't waste much time and went to see the oddity place he had marked before. From then on, until the next grand opening of the ancient tower 9,000 years later. The mountains, rivers and resource-rich lands on the first 6 layers, most of which Levi had not yet set foot on, were left to future peoples. 7th floor. St. Roland Continent. Rune Land. Time swiftly passed by. This was the 100th year of the Tiankai era. 100 years ago, the ultimate saint emerged suddenly, resolving the suffering of the Rune Land's beings caught between fire and water. Since then, the 3 realms and 4 lands were shaken, armies pressed at the borders, forcing the ultimate saint. The ultimate saint single-handedly invaded the 3 realms and 4 lands. With supreme power, he subdued those rebellious alien races, flattening the giant beast restricted area. From then on, no alien race dared to harass Runeland again. Moreover, the Thunder Marsh clan, Flame clan, and Feathered people signed humiliating diplomatic treaties in their view. Henceforth, they exerted the power of their 3 clans to win the favor of the humans, promoting the growth of Runeland. After experiencing countless years of hardship, the humans finally had a chance to breathe. Under the guidance of the ultimate saint, they dared not slack, remaining vigilant in peace and striving hard. After all, everything now relied on the ultimate saint himself. And the day would eventually come when the saint would leave them, so should the saint depart, they must rely on themselves. Within a century, the teachers of Grey-White Academy set out from Runeland to more places, searching for traces of humans. More affordable talent test papers also began to spread. This was a technology the ultimate saint obtained from the upper realm. The test paper is a seemingly ordinary disposable white paper card, embedded with complex and mysterious runes. It only requires mortals to stick it on their forehead and focus their mind. If the paper emits a glow, it signifies talent, with an accuracy rate as high as 70%. Of course, to accurately test what kind of talent, one still needs to visit the nearby schools for verification. Overall, as long as the paper can continue to spread, the chances of missing wizard seedlings will become less likely. Factually proving that the humans of Runeland only needed a chance to develop. 100 years on, according to incomplete statistics, the number of official wizards increased by 50% compared to before. During the early reform period, numbers increased at a terrifying speed annually. It has slowed down now, but high-speed growth is still guaranteed. This is the inherent talent of humans. They may have lived a history of unchanging cycles for hundreds of thousands of years. But once the opportunity arises, they will enter a period of rapid development. Before Tiankai, Runeland was like the antiquity age of wizard civilization. Chaotic, primitive, and without order, developing slowly. After Sauron appeared, Congress was established, ending the antiquity age. Since then, the changes in wizard civilization over 300,000 years were more than in the entire antiquity age combined. This is an excellent quality not possessed by many inherently strong alien civilizations. Besides the growth in the number of wizards, the Rune Master system is also continuously optimized. Although they stem from wizards, due to isolation, lack of communication, and incomplete inheritance. Thus, the average power was about equal to that of cave wizards. The saints in the Saint Council began to improve the existing meditation art, spells, weapon making, and pharmaceutical system. They may not reach the heights of wizards, but as long as they surpass their past selves, it's enough. The past century was referred to as the Golden Century by the humans of Runeland. Everything is getting better, and many feel like they're dreaming. Because of the weakness of the humans in the past, everyone viewed the lands outside Runeland as restricted areas. Only a few warriors dared to explore beyond. Chapter 2290. And now, more and more explorers and adventurers are delving into the mountains and rivers of this continent. With the spread of the purification elixir, specialized beast hunting wizard teams have also begun to form. In the eyes of the powerful, black beasts are no longer a disaster, but a resource. A century of change, so much has altered. 4 Symbol City. This is the location of the Saint Council, and also the campus of the Grey-White Academy. The young wizards are undergoing military training on campus. Accompanied by a piercing cry that shatters the sky. A green giant eagle with a wingspan of 1,000 meters soars through the air, circling above the city. Tens of thousands of green wind blades shoot out, displaying an astonishing might. Level 7 Black Beast, Green-Winged Sky Eagle. Quick, notify all saints, there's a level 7 Black Beast leading a beast horde to attack the main city. In recent years, the security of the Runeland has improved a lot compared to before. However, occasionally flying black beasts still invade the Nether capital. Don't worry, this is the holy city of the Runeland. Even if a level 7 black beast invades, it can be blocked. The Flame Wolf Saint now possesses level 7 peak power, taking down this monster is effortless. These black beasts truly lack self-awareness. Should they accidentally disturb the ultimate saint meditating in 4 Symbol City, they're in for a rude awakening. Buzz. The 4 Gods Barrier lights up with a roar. 7-ring formation 4 Gods Barrier. The wind blade strikes, creating ripples on the barrier. The barrier shakes slightly, clearly not something that can be easily shattered. The green giant eagle, unwilling to give up, transforms into a green light, crashing into the barrier, sparking golden stars, dizzy and dazed. At some point, the water dragon saint arrived, sneering. This is a 7-ring formation personally left by the ultimate saint, how could a beast like you break it? Ever since the more advanced city protection formation barriers began to be widely adopted in Runeland, the losses brought by the black beast tides have decreased more and more. The water dragon saint recalls a century ago, when a similar black beast invasion caused heavy losses to the Runeland. This is the strength of the heavenly venerate, not just possessing unfathomably high strength, but also having a heart that cares for the world. He flew out, leading several level 6 saints to form an array, enclosing the green giant eagle. At the same time, the city guards flew out, battling against the avian black beasts. The corpses of the black beasts fell like rain, quickly cleaned up. A group of young wizards from the Grey-White Academy also surged out, full of youthful spirit. Dazzling spells intertwined between heaven and earth. The green-winged sky eagle screeched, shooting out countless feather blades, breaking through the defense circle. This beast. The water dragon saint looked at the giant eagle flying away, somewhat helpless. It's a bit difficult to capture it, after all, it's also a level 7 mid-stage black beast. In the Runeland, only the flame wolf saint could manage it. Yet in the void, a furry gigantic hand appeared, directly grabbing the neck of the sky eagle. Bang! The giant hand easily smashed the sky eagle to the ground, revealing its form. It was a giant ape 3,000 meters tall, reaching the clouds. Its gaze was sharp, its might intimidating, holding the sky eagle. Hiss, is this the fierce ape that wreaked havoc on the merfolk a century ago? The water dragon saint's face changed dramatically. This fierce ape, with its powerful strength and high talent, even the merfolk king couldn't take it down. If it were to invade the Runeland, even all the saints combined might struggle against it. Just as he was about to call for help, a vigorous voice came through. Lopez, bring that bird over. This familiar voice filled the water dragon saint's heart with joy. Heavenly venerate. The figure of the black-armored swordsman appeared, none other than Levi. What luck, to have caught a level 7 extraordinary giant eagle, take it back and tame it as a mount for the Blood Knight. As the vice-commander of the Dusk Holy Temple, a level 6 mount is just not enough prestige. He muttered inwardly. The same extraordinary creature, Lopez at level 7 peak, utterly crushed the sky eagle. The realm difference was one thing, but mainly because Lopez, as a legendary level creature, had exceedingly high aptitude and potential. In the same realm, its combat power was unbeatable. Many of the top 7 circle talents in the wizard world couldn't compare to Lopez. Levi grew more and more eager for Lopez to advance to level 8. Saint Council meeting. At the round table, the saints reported their respective responsibilities and tasks to Levi. The progress over this past century left Levi very satisfied. He presented meditation, cultivation, medicine and other cultivation resources as rewards. To him, these were trivial things. Yet the saints treated them like supreme treasures, expressing their immense gratitude to Levi, smiles wide on their faces. Levi also noticed that the Flame Wolf Saint had reached level 7 peak, estimating that in a few hundred years, they could advance to level 8. Provided the advancement is successful. By then, the situation for humans would improve greatly. Even without Levi's protection, alien races wouldn't dare invade lightly. The seats in the Saint Council have now increased to 18. In the past century, several new saints have emerged. In a millennium, if luck permits, 1 or 2 more level 8 saints might be born, solidifying the ceiling of human power in Runeland. Later, if exceptionally talented individuals advance to level 8 late stage or peak, Levi can take them away. In this world, the level cap is level 8, to reach level 9, one must go outside. Of course, such individuals capable of advancing to level 9 are incredibly rare finds. Given the population base of Runeland, producing one in several thousand years would be fortunate. Within this century, Grey-White Academy recruited nearly 100 wizard seedlings from across the region. Most are of tri-class, dual-class affinity, or possess special talent. Chapter 2291. The children of the elements also number 3, one of earth, one of storm, and one of lightning. Levi devised a small trial to select the best among the good, and chose some to take with him. The rest would remain in Runeland for development. Of course, not being taken by Levi doesn't mean lacking in talent. Levi also needed to leave some good seeds for Runeland. Moreover, some people might lack talent but have great fortune. Such people, Levi couldn't take with him either. After all, tests can only measure talent, not fortune. The Ice Realm, one of the 3 realms. Have you heard? The ultimate saint has appeared again. What? It's a good thing we didn't send out our troops. This ultimate saint is so cunning, pretending to disappear to lure us into a trap. Sigh, from now on, we can only keep a low profile. Our White Bear tribe has never been this humiliated before. A group of brawny White Bear tribesmen draped in frost armor were discussing in the council hall. The White Bear tribe, with strong bodies, could also command the power of frost and snow. They had bear heads and human bodies, with fierce appearances that were not to be trifled with. This was a fierce people, with not so good relations with the feathered people. What are we afraid of? No matter how strong the ultimate saint is, he's only one person. Our White Bear tribe has roamed the St. Roland continent for so long. There were once stronger races than us, and in the end, weren't we the ones who laughed last? At most, we could isolate ourselves for 3,000 years. After 3,000 years, that ultimate saint might not even be around unless he advances to the 9th level realm. That makes sense. These White Bear tribe powerhouses debated fiercely. Big trouble, the ultimate saint is here. What? A White Bear tribe member, exuding an 8th level aura and towering 100 meters tall, widened his eyes. His name was Aud, nicknamed the White King. Where has he reached? As soon as he finished speaking, there was a loud boom, and the grand doors of the council hall collapsed with a crash. A black armored swordsman arrived with sword in hand, countless shadows like evil spirits trailing behind him. The menacing aura seemed to warp the void itself. Seems you all were discussing me. Levi said with a smile. In the council hall, the White Bears were silent as the grave. No. No. The ultimate saint has come from afar, please, take a seat. Even the White King put on a smile. What brings the ultimate saint to our barren land? Levi replied. I'm here to demand compensation. The White King asked. Why does the saint say so? Levi stabbed Excalibur into the ground. Previously, what did you Ice Realm folks do in our rune land? Haven't you forgotten? Don't play dumb. He tossed a contract and said. Check the contents above, and if there's no issue, swear on my sword. The White King forcefully held back his anger and picked up the contents of the contract. After reading it, he felt his vitality surge, almost losing his temper on the spot. Suddenly, a hand pulled him back. It was a mother White Bear, with a child still in her arms. She said. Fine, I'll sign this treaty. Not long after, the Ice Realm also issued a statement. Its content was not much different from that of the lightning pool earlier. Both required offering sufficient resources and allowing humans to venture into the Ice Realm once every 100 years for exploration and training. Besides that, in the event of a major crisis in Rune Land, they were obligated to offer aid. The 4th major power also declared submission. With the previously subdued giant beast restricted area, 5 of the 7 clans had been pacified. In the face of absolute power, everything is empty. Under the threat of death, nothing can't be compromised. In the heart of the Ice Realm, there is a cold cave. An unending chill wind emanated from here. Legend has it, there is a monster here. Named Red King Typhon. He was once the top genius of the White Bear tribe and also the White King's younger brother. The White Bear tribe always had white fur since ancient times. Only he was born with ominous red fur, red as blood. The tribe's elders all said this was a bad omen that would bring misfortune to the clan, suggesting execution. But the Red King had extraordinary talent, and the White King didn't want to kill his own brother. 2,000 years later, the Red King ascended rapidly to the 8th level realm. This was among the White Bear tribe an unparalleled genius of monstrous talent. Equivalent in status to today's Levi. The White Bear tribe was delighted, and the White King was pleased. The seer's prophecy of misfortune had not come to pass. The Red King grew up healthy and caused no calamity to the White Bear tribe. They even dreamed of the Red King leading the White Bear tribe to greatness again. But unexpectedly, not long after reaching the 8th level, one night, the Red King lost his mind and frantically attacked everything around. That day, the Ice Realm flowed with rivers of blood. The entire tribe struggled greatly, and the White King's father, an 8th level powerhouse, sacrificed his life to suppress and imprison the Red King in this cold cave, sealed with extreme cold power. They initially wanted to kill the Red King. But the seer said it was too late to kill him now. It's better to spare the Red King's life. If in the future the White Bear tribe faces a great tribulation, he might be of use. Soon after, the seer passed away. This is the story Levi heard from the White King. After signing the treaty, he searched for opportunities in the Ice Realm. Jin led him to this place. This indicated that there should be a treasure inside. But he sensed a certain danger below and inquired with the White King. The White King initially wanted to conceal this, luring the ultimate saint inside. Maybe he could use the sealed Red King to kill him. Chapter 2292. But he was also afraid that the ultimate saint might escape and retaliate against the White Bear clan. After much struggle, he decided to tell the truth. Feeling the cold becoming more intense, Levi saw the source of the danger. On the empty extreme cold square, a giant beast lay dormant. It was massive, not inferior to Lopez, and completely different from the rest of the White Bear clan. Its face resembled both a bear and an ape, somewhat strange, with long arms and sharp claws. Ice pillars pierced its limbs, nailing it in place. A ferocious aura emanated from it, clearly not an ordinary creature. Is this a white bear? Levi couldn't imagine how the White King's parents gave birth to such a genetically mutated monster. The White King said. When it was young, it looked similar to us white bears, except for the fur color, but as it grew, it became weirder. Levi pondered for a moment, then swung his sword, shattering the pillars pinning the Red King. The giant beast, dormant for a millennium, was suddenly awakened. It opened its violent red eyes. The White King's expression changed. My brother is incredibly strong, ordinary level 8 is no match. Sir, be careful. If you get hurt, don't say I didn't warn you. Levi replied. Of course, I won't blame you. The last seal was lifted. Rumble. The Red King stood upright, roaring at Levi, a foul stench spreading. At the same time, the temperature inside the cold cave suddenly rose significantly. The Red King raised its palm, swatting at the tiny human. Blazing flames swept in. Levi stood still, his right arm muscles bulging, golden light shining brightly. Boom! With a punch, the fiery giant palm shattered. The Red King's form was unstable, thrown sideways by the mighty force's residual waves. Behind Levi, the nine-colored emperor appeared, wielding a sword to attack the Red King. Innate spells and primordial soul spells bombarded in succession. Half a day later, the Red King lay on the ground, panting, unable to fight any longer. Having been sealed for 1,000 years, its essence was greatly depleted, unable to replenish itself. How could it be Levi's match? The White King, seeing the Red King being easily dealt with, let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, I didn't act impulsively, otherwise, acting in bravado could have doomed the entire White Bear clan, harming everyone. Levi had the Emperor break the Red King's limbs and had Leon inject venom. He also used spell restrictions to completely seal the Red King's powers. The Black Soul Demon Tower flew out, capturing the Red King inside. Inside the tower was a terrifying grand array composed of countless undead powers. Under heavy restraints, this Red King wouldn't escape for a long time. Even with Levi's knowledge, he couldn't identify what kind of monster this was. But what was certain was that the current Red King was definitely not of the White Bear clan. Regardless, Levi planned to take it back for thorough research. Seeing his brother being taken away, the White King asked. Sir, what do you plan to do with it? Levi replied. Rest assured, I don't intend to take its life, I'm here to redeem it. The White King hesitated for a moment, then said. All right, if my brother can still be saved, I hope, sir, you save his life. After interacting for some time, he felt that this ultimate saint wasn't as vicious as the outside world rumored. At the very least, he was indeed someone who kept his promises. Those alien races who signed contracts, as long as they didn't violate the terms, he truly didn't cause any more trouble later on. On the principle of equality, Levi also took some treasures from the White Bear clan. Then he hurried to the Golden Ruins realm. He still had places to be. This Red King was just an unexpected gain. Golden Ruins realm. Living here were the Golden Emperor clan. This was a powerful humanoid alien race naturally adept at manipulating metals. The clan leader was actually a woman, slim and curvaceous. Her body was covered with luxurious golden scales, shining with metallic texture. That day, she and numerous clansmen were already waiting at the entrance of the Golden Ruins realm. According to information, the White Bear clan had recently submitted to, forming an unequal treaty. 1 subdued, 4 captured. It highlighted the Ultimate Saint's formidable power. She was mentally prepared, having prepared gifts. Soon after, the black-armored swordsman calmly descended. It seems everyone has been waiting for some time. The Golden Ruins clan leader respectfully said. I'm Tifana, the current master of the Golden Ruins realm. We are willing to forge an eternal alliance with Runeland, to look after each other from now on, for generations to come. Levi smiled and said. Thank you, clan leader. Indeed, with strength, everything is easier. Not having to resort to force is naturally best. After finishing business matters, Tifana smiled lightly and said. The Ultimate Saint has been traveling a lot, you must be tired. Why not come inside for a moment, let us give you a warm welcome. The beauties of our Golden Emperor clan, in your human eyes, should also be of exceptional beauty. Levi replied. That won't be necessary, I still have things to attend to, I won't impose. He glanced at the gift Tifana prepared, which was very sincere and mainly what he needed. It seemed this woman had done her homework in advance, she was indeed meticulous. Heart C. Merfolk Palace. Aside from us, the other 5 have surrendered. Yes, Your Majesty. This group has no backbone, they usually act so proud, but when they encounter danger, they all surrender. Exactly. Report. The Ultimate Saint has arrived. What? On the throne, the Merfolk King jumped up. He adjusted his crown, casually grabbing the double trident beside him embedded in the floor. In the square, a figure gazed at the towering blue pillar, it was Levi. Behind him, a giant ape as tall as a mountain stood, it was Lopez. Chapter 2293. The Merfolk King's heart skipped a beat. Isn't that the fierce ape? It had spent a lot of effort but hadn't captured it. Unexpectedly, it was already subdued by the Ultimate Saint. Ultimate Saint, what brings you to our Merfolk Palace? Levi asked. This pillar looks nice, what if I pull it out? The Merfolk King was initially stunned, then laughed. If you feel confident, go ahead and pull. After speaking, it felt a bit nervous inside. Could this guy really pull it out? This pillar was left by the god of creation. If it's pulled out, the Merfolk Palace might have to relocate. I'm just kidding, come on, sign the treaty, and I'll leave immediately. Levi laughed. He probably couldn't pull it out right now, better to wait until the Crimson Emperor Dragon reaches level 8 before trying again. Otherwise, it would be quite embarrassing in front of this group of alien races. The Merfolk King said. Alright, I'll sign. The members of the Merfolk Palace were dumbfounded. No. King, didn't you just say the other 5 were humiliating? How did you just flip and surrender yourself? Watching the figure of the black-armored swordsman fade into the distance, the Merfolk King felt helpless. The 3 realms and 4 lands, the great fate has ended. These old beings standing at the peak of the St. Roland continent, prided themselves as the pinnacle of the era. But this human, with his long sword, ruthlessly shattered their illusion. This era is called. Hey, by the way, does anyone know what the Ultimate Saint is called? No idea, it's not in the information. Only then did the Merfolk King realize that from beginning to end, no one knew the name of the Ultimate Saint. He seemed to appear out of thin air, like a mechanical divine descent. No build-up, no prelude. As soon as he appeared, he swept everything away. 1 month later, Golden Ruins and Merfolk Palace successively released announcements, declaring an alliance with Runeland. In the 100th year of Tiankai, Runeland fully turned the tables. From now, the 3 realms and 4 lands have become a thing of the past. An era belonging to the humans has already arrived. And the man who overturned it all disappeared once more from people's sight. Countless years later, whether they're the alien races or humans, those born in the new era might find it hard to believe. The nameless and faceless Ultimate Saint profoundly changed this page of the age history book. After resolving the 3 realms and 4 lands, there was still half a year to spare. Levi and Jin embarked on a lonely treasure hunt. He rode a white tiger, galloping across the heaven and earth of the St. Roland continent. Half a year later, Ancient Dragon Continent. At the back mountain of the Dusk Holy Temple, the violent wind elemental power surged, covering dozens of miles around. Layer upon layer of dark clouds pressed in, seemingly hiding a gigantic entity within. In the distance, Fire Dragon Knight, Black Knight, and other level 6 knights rushed over to protect the Blood Knight during his tribulation. Even the Flower Knight, while hunting demons on the god-forsaken continent, started a projection live stream for everyone to remotely watch the battle. She wasn't far from the late stage of level 6, better to experience it in advance, just in case. Today was destined to be a day of significant importance. Besides the commander, who couldn't be judged by common sense, the second level 7 expert from the Dusk Holy Temple might be born. It must succeed. Don't worry, the Blood Knight is always steady and doesn't take on unsure tasks, we have to trust him. Is everything being recorded? Previously watching the commander ascend, they were in a haze. Because of the commander's hexagonal attributes, he prevailed with sheer force over all. It seemed instructive, yet not very applicable. Watching the Blood Knight, they got a clearer understanding. This is how a normal person's tribulation is supposed to be. Soon, within the dark clouds, a golden hast eagle's phantom began to appear. The Blood Knight wielded a cyan-colored shark-tooth-shaped sword, his blood chi surged wildly. His form resembled a hast eagle, fighting the giant eagle in the sky. The eagle divine scripture and other combat techniques, he had cultivated to perfection, reaching the transformation realm. And this bloodline divine weapon was crafted with level 7 elemental metal. Nurtured for hundreds of years, it had achieved man and sword as one, easily maneuvered. Each move and form was perfect. The Fire Dragon Knight commented. The Blood Knight didn't show off intentionally, but his true strength is indeed formidable. If he goes all out, breaking into the top 30 of the 7th level demon slaying list isn't an issue. The Divine Light Knight said. Indeed, but his sense of responsibility is too strong, he gives too much to our organization, often overshadowing his own brilliance. Even though he and I are of the same realm, the feeling facing the Blood Knight is just like when I first joined the Knights, meeting this elder for the first time. The Black Knight reminisced. Before I became famous, the Blood Knight was already a quasi-knight ranger admired by thousands in the mortal world, legends of him are everywhere. It's hard to imagine how he, as a mere mortal rookie, managed to hold onto his true heart under the erosion of Blood Clan power. As the second eldest of the Dusk Holy Temple, he knew the Blood Knight the longest, and they had a great relationship. It didn't take long before the Blood Knight defeated me. When he advanced to level 6, he had already fought me, so he was experienced. Thus, the first stage didn't take much effort. Next, he would face beings with great endurance, beings that tested stamina, resilience, and will. Sky Messenger Swallow, Heavenly Horse, Sky Patrol Hound. The phantom of the 3 legendary giant beasts appeared one after another. The Blood Knight, with a resolute expression, gasped for breath, then charged again. The watching knights couldn't help but break into a sweat. Their emotions rose and fell with the Blood Knight's battle situation. They could feel that the Heavenly Horse seemed to be the strongest. Chapter 2294. The Heavenly Horse is a proud creature, adorned with a silver horn on its forehead, and covered with pure white scales all over its body. It is said that the gods of the astral world love to capture heavenly horses as their mounts, to travel across the realms, symbolizing their unrivaled valor. At the beginning, the Heavenly Horse completely dominated the Blood Knight in battle. Its iron hooves struck down, sending the Blood Knight flying repeatedly, spitting blood, already significantly injured. The Blood Knight's eyes were blurred, his whole body covered in blood, and his momentum uncertain. Victory is near, hold on, Blood Knight. Go for it. Whoosh. With the final sword swing, the Sky Patrol Hound howled, and finally shattered. The blood tribulation, completely passed. Everyone was thrilled. As long as the dark tribulation is past, it will be enough. The Blood Knight gently stroked the slightly cracked divine weapon. He drank a potion that rapidly healed severe wounds and restored a large amount of stamina in a short time. This was jointly developed by the Dusk Holy Temple and the Tower of Dawn and was quite expensive. Even for him, a nearly level 7 expert, it allowed a quick recovery. Normally, it is only taken during a tribulation or life and death crisis. Suddenly, the Thousand Illusion Knight and the Fire Dragon Knight, both slashed a sword into the void. Who is sneaking around, hiding there? Crack! The sword chi swept across, tearing open the void. A slightly embarrassed figure appeared. There's actually a secondary Blood Clan aura in this place. A noble man, wearing a tailcoat, with his hands clasped behind his back, and a pale face appeared. The Blood River Will had massively infiltrated Nora, awakening many slumbering Blood Clan powerhouses. It was called Dracula, having descended upon Nora ages ago, once a level 7 Blood Clan powerhouse. As the leader of the Nora Blood Clan at that time, it was defeated by a saint of the Church of the Seven Nations. After the Blood Clan's defeat, it went into a deep slumber in the abyss of the outer sea, sealing its life force, and entered hibernation. Who knows how long it slept? In any case, when it woke up, the sea and field had changed dramatically. Passing by this place, it sensed a trace of Blood Clan aura, and with ghostly manipulation, came over to check. Unexpectedly, it saw a secondary Blood Clan member, surprisingly having level 7 strength. It even thought it had suddenly gotten strong, or seeing things. It remembered that even a level 1 wasn't considered for a secondary Blood Clan. And what was up with all these people dressed as knights, several with level 6 strength? What year is it today? Dracula, upon being discovered, wasn't panicked either. With its strength, if it wanted to leave, they couldn't keep it. It extended a hand, politely saying, "Sir, the Blood God has returned, and the Blood River Will is about to sweep this land, join us." The Fire Dragon Knight said coldly. "Should we kill this Blood Clan?" He wasn't afraid of level 7 Blood Clan, but worried it would affect the Blood Knight's tribulation. From the current situation, it seemed the Blood Knight's dark tribulation, coincidentally, was this passing Blood Clan. The Black Knight shook his head, he sighed and said, "All things have their trajectory. This is the Blood Knight's own tribulation, believe in him, he also needs to completely sever the last ties from now on." The Blood Knight laughed and said, "Sir, you've mistaken. I'm human." He wasn't in a hurry to act, but planned to take this opportunity to recover some strength. Dracula sneered. It drew a blood-red longsword, transforming into a blood light, and suddenly attacked the Blood Knight. The Blood Knight took a deep breath, his unyielding fighting spirit burning, undeterred. After a fierce battle, Dracula sensed something was wrong. This person is so strong. It seemed he had just advanced, his realm not yet stabilized, yet was steadily suppressing its attacks. Especially as this person actually had powerful level 7 treasures protecting him. Dracula's speed advantage was entirely negated. It wasn't foolish, planning to escape. Yet found the Blood Knight took out another level 7 treasure, a golden rope like the binding immortal rope. This was a treasure collected by Levi across the 3 realms and 4 lands, left for the knights during tribulation. During the previous Blood Tribulation, for a perfect pass, the Blood Knight had not even used it. The Dark Tribulation, he didn't care about. Ultimately, Dracula, who came to watch, inexplicably became a stepping stone for the Blood Knight's tribulation, meeting his end. In its death, it couldn't understand why it would ghostly manipulate itself into joining this chaos. The Blood Knight opened his eyes, feeling the changes within his body. Is this the power of the mythical level breathing method? I can understand the commanders bit by bit now. No wonder there are 2 supernovas in this era, one is the commander, and the other is others, for he has several mythical breathing skills as well as wizard cultivation. The Blood Knight transformed, becoming a giant beast with an eagle's head, a swan's neck, a horse's body, and the feet of a hound. The golden wings with a wingspan of 1,000 meters spread out, majestic and dignified, scales shimmering with luster, white as jade. Even the 1,000 Illusion Knight was stunned. Such a handsome mythical creature. The Fire Dragon Knight said. I wonder what name the Blood Knight will give it. The Black Knight excitedly asked. Have you finished your tribulation? I want to go over to hug you. You're so strong. The Blood Knight laughed heartily. I have successfully ascended to level 7, this breathing method, let's name it Jade Kylan breathing method. The Golden Lion Knight thoughtfully said. Kylan. Is it the auspicious beast the commander dreamed of before and introduced to us? It doesn't look much like it, but its temperament and character do suit you. Jade Kylan Anderson, haha, that's what we'll call you from now on. Emperor Mew shouted. Whether Jade Kylan or Iron Kylan, if it can fight, that's all that matters, let's go, such a great event, deserves a celebration. Soon after, Levi returned from the ancient tower, laden with rewards. He had already learned of this great event through the round table. Good, good, keep up the effort. Jade Kylan, hey? The name is okay too. The name gave him a strong sense of déjà vu, always making him dream back to the song Hero's Song from his past life. As the first one to ascend to level 7, there were naturally rewards. Levi produced a piece of silver armor, a level 7 treasure from the Dragon King's treasury, the silver wind armor. Moreover, after the green-winged sky eagle among others were purified, they would be tamed as mounts for the Blood Knight. The Blood Knight expressed gratitude. "Thank you, Commander, for the gift," Levi said. "You've also reached level 7, I think you can consider finding a companion." The Blood Knight smiled and said, "I will consider it. I have finally carved out a path of mythical bloodline, I must leave something behind for future generations, so that my descendants can start at a higher point in their cultivation years later." Since the moment he created this bloodline, Jade Kylan existed in the world. The descendants of the Blood Knight wouldn't have to endure the grueling path he had, or undergo countless dark tribulations. He was the guide and pioneer of this path of the bloodline. Levi said, "I think so too, our generation has endured so much hardship, it would be a pity if we can't pass it on. Only having the old with no newcomers, the Dusk Holy Temple wouldn't last long either." Chapter 2295. Ancient Banyan Fairyland. Levi released the Black Soul Demon Tower. The Red King was sleeping inside, Leon's venom was potent. During this period, he extracted some of the Red King's bloodline. After a series of comparative analysis experiments, he found the bloodline relation between the Red King and the White Bear clan to be very distant. One could say they are two different species. How strange! Currently it seems that the Red King is indeed born of White Bear clan parents, no signs of infidelity, really unexpected. Returning from training in the nightmare world, Lopez woke up to find the Master still researching the Red King. "Master, I don't know if it's my imagination, but I feel a sense of closeness to this creature." Levi nodded. "Indeed, it possesses a certain legendary giant ape bloodline factor in its body with a considerable concentration, but it doesn't match any discovered legendary giant apes in the wizard world, and it's an offspring of 2 White Bear clan members, it shouldn't have giant ape bloodline." Lopez whispered. "I recall hearing of a type of giant ape that is also of the fire element, but I'm not sure if it's the Red King." Levi looked at Lopez. "Tell me about it." Lopez then recounted a legend he heard in his childhood. Within the giant apes, there exists an extremely mysterious being known as the Calamity Fire Demon Ape. This demon ape is extremely powerful even among legendary creatures. It controls the ominous fire of calamity, and those who come into contact with this flame become unfortunate. The Calamity Fire Demon Ape grows extremely fast, possessing abilities beyond comprehension. But it seems cursed, living at most for 10,000 years. After 10,000 years, it will die. It should be noted that legendary creatures, being extremely rare, are mostly longevity species. The lifespan of the giant ape clan certainly cannot compare to the dragon clan, let alone the turtle clan or the shell clan. But living for 10,000 years is extremely short-lived. After all, even level 9 experts of the short-lived human race can live approximately 6,000 years. Some grand wizards, if they master life extension methods, can live even longer. Thus, the demon ape appears quite anomalous. It lives for at most 10,000 years, and upon reaching the time limit, it inevitably dies. However, the demon ape doesn't truly die, it is reborn in another form. In a certain sense, it possesses immortality capabilities, similar to the ash dragon. However, it is born from within another living being. Based on your description, it seems possible. Brings calamity? I'll have to test whether my fortune is stronger or its calamity. Such vague legends cannot be fully trusted. Before knowing Lopez, many also claimed that the water disaster giant ape would bring calamity. The result? Levi was completely unaffected. On the contrary, he felt his fortune has grown stronger over the years. This demon ape's rebirth appearing in the body of another species. The White King once said that the Red King in its youth appeared as a normal White Bear clan. As time progressed, it grew more peculiar, eventually resembling something between a bear and an ape. Levi estimated that once it grows to level 9, it will again change to the form of a demon ape. In the multidimensional plane, truly anything exists, such peculiar means of reproduction also exist. This Red King, unlike Lopez, cannot communicate normally. Levi plans to suppress it for now and use the Scarlet Dragon breathing technique to enslave it once he reaches level 8. A pleasant surprise, I've abducted another legendary creature. Water Disaster Giant Ape, Calamity Fire Demon Ape, and Emperor Muse Holy Giant Ape. Among the 4 major factions of Earth, Fire, Wind, and Water, I've collected 3 types of legendary giant apes. It seems the land of darkness, which nurtures life, also prefers neatness. There's likely to be wind apes, thunder apes, ice apes, golden apes, but they are unfortunately rare and hard to come by. Not long after, Levi completed the inventory of this ancient tower expedition's gains. The basic ores, herbs, and materials, essential for cultivation, need not be mentioned, they are quite abundant. For the high-level items, he kept them for his own use. The relatively ordinary ones were stored in the various organizations' treasuries for members to exchange. For his current realm, there weren't many treasures worth mentioning. From the White Bear clan, he obtained a considerable number of frost element ores. Level 6 frost iron, level 7 frost iron, and level 8 extreme cold holy gold. Everything was available. They conveniently saved a lot of costs as the Holy Infant was collecting frost heavenly materials and earthly treasures for refining the Wizard Tower. Once the Holy Infant's Ice and Fire Tower is renovated, its combat power will not be inferior to that of Lord Victor, who possesses the Heavenly Star Sword formation. The alluring woman from the Golden Emperor clan gifted Levi with a level 8 exotic treasure. It was named Night Cloak and had 3 functions. First, the ability to travel through the void over long distances, capable of instant teleportation 20,000 miles away. Second, the ability to conceal the user's aura and form. Even level 8 Peak's perception wouldn't notice it without a careful search. Third, when used at night, it slightly enhances the user's physical attributes in all aspects. Overall, this is an excellent treasure for escape and ambush. Levi already mastered various terrain escape methods and owned a silver carriage, hermit runes, and other means. This cloak wasn't very useful to him. With the previous example of Soraya, Levi had some concerns about 100 flowers. He planned to give this treasure to 100 flowers. This way, 100 flowers' life-preserving ability in demon hunting on the God-forsaken continent would be significantly enhanced. There were many good things at the Merfolk Palace, just like at the Dragon Palace of the Eastern Sea. Besides sending a level 7 exotic treasure for the Blood Knight, there were more than 10 level 6 exotic treasures. Chapter 2296. These were all collected by the Merfolk Palace from the Heartsea or the St. Roland continent. The rare treasures were all used to enrich the treasure vaults of various major organizations. Additionally, Levi acquired a special piece of metal. What appeared was a fist-sized irregular blue meteorite floating in the air. It was surrounded by anomalies, with space vaguely distorted, suggesting its extraordinary nature. Like rest soil, this was also a 9th level material. It is called Hyger's Gold. It was discovered by a grand wizard named Hyger. Despite its small size, it weighs 10,000 tons. It is an excellent material for refining a divine soul artifact. However, its level is too high, and Levi, with his current methods, cannot handle it yet. In the sea near the ancient dragon continent, he also hit a 9th level blood angel feather. On him, there are also 2 pieces of 9th level demon dragon scales, obtained from the key to the dragon ruins mysterious realm, all 9th level materials. Finally, from the 3 major alien races, he collectively acquired 126 truth oddities, encompassing most sects. Among which, 112 are Earth and Sky grade oddities. Additionally, 13 are Morning Star level oddities, with only 1 Bright Moon artifact. These 2 hauls by Levi also caused the 3 realms and 4 lands to bleed extensively. Earth oddities need not be mentioned, as they are not of much use to Levi or his 3 avatars. He only had everyone pick a few that might birth a promising special spiritual creature, hoping for luck. All others were stored in the treasury. Moving forward for quite a period, the organization doesn't need to worry about not having good items for exchange for its members. An organization with no background cannot attract individuals. Among the Sky-grade oddities, there are some relatively special oddities. They are Cold King's Beard, Cold King's Breath, Flame King's Eyes, Wind King's Call. All are part of the King-level sequence artifacts that the Holy Infant and Gandalf have already refined. According to the Illustrated Guide of Strange Items, both the Cold King and Flame King series consist of 5 parts. Once refined, the Holy Infant's Flame King and Cold King sequences would each be complete with just 1 more sequence oddity. The Cold King series still lacks Heart of Cold King, a Morning Star level oddity. The Flame King series still lacks Flame King's Ring, a Sky grade oddity. Similarly, Gandalf's Wind King series is also missing 1. For sequence oddities, once the main higher level items are exchanged for, their function is nearly complete. However, for those with obsessive tendencies, they can deliberately collect them all. Anyway, regarding their realm, these aren't very advanced or expensive oddities. There's not much to say about the Morning Star level oddities. Levi chose Water God's song and gifted it to 100 flowers. This is a sapphire truth oddity in the shape of earrings, obtained from the Merfolk Palace. Previously, Water God's ode was a ring, and Water God's lament was a brooch. Upon refining, it can also enhance 100 flowers Water God body. The bright moon artifact is a jet black bead. It exudes a thick aura of negative energy, dark and sinister. The truth runes on its surface form clusters of twinkling eyes, densely packed. Similar to the previous immortal dream butterfly, this too is an oddity beyond the illustrated guide of strange items scope. Levi searched through all the documents in the wizard world but couldn't identify what it was. He could only ascertain it as an extremely rare dark faction oddity. Levi previously refined negative energy oddities from the shadow or death factions. Oddities like darkness, blood, or nightmare, he had never encountered before. In the Wizard Council's War Merit store, such faction oddities were not available at all. He thinks that on one hand, these kinds of oddities are very rarely produced. On the other hand, the Congress probably perceives these factions to have more or less inherent issues. Especially the Dark faction, which was once a big faction producing legendary wizards. Like the Bright faction, it gradually declined with historical developments. The most crucial reason traces back to the Asta Rebellion event a long time ago. Asta, the so-called Dark Wizard Emperor, who claimed himself son of Chaos, Chaos City Lord. He was a legendary wizard of the Dark faction, who betrayed the Wizard Council to pursue eternal life. He joined the Lord of Chaos camp, ignited the divine fire, reshaped his body, becoming one of the evil gods under its banner. He was part of the previous 5-sector expedition. Not only did he defect himself, but he led a large group of Dark faction wizards to switch allegiance together. Many wizards abandoned their pursuit of truth, which they had strived for hundreds of years, in a moment. They chose to believe in the Lord of Chaos and entered the divine realm. That incident had a significant impact, bringing many direct and indirect influences. Therefore, when Levi arrived in this world, he discovered that the Bright and Dark factions, which he thought to be very powerful, were actually just third-rate. By the way, the currently prominent Black Sun Atom is also dual cultivating in Burning and Dark factions. So whether or not to refine this oddity, Levi hesitated a bit. He himself practiced Dark faction spells and didn't find any problems. Forget it, consider it after the 8th circle, refining it now seems wasteful. The Bright Moon artifact can also greatly enhance spiritual force, but Levi has reached his upper limit. In the final blind box session, Levi gained several 6th circle spells and combat techniques. Plus a 7th level combat skill named Dawn Battle Manual. This skill is a legacy combat skill from the Golden Pheasant clan. Levi felt it suitable for the Pheasant Knight, so he had him go study it. The fact proved that his luck was as dependable as ever, performing consistently. Chapter 2297. Even with Calamity Fire Demon Ape, it had no impact. Time flew by. 3 years later. Nora 620, Blood Battle 406. The talents Levi brought from the Dark Ancient Tower have gradually acclimated to the new world. Kidman also joined the Tower of Dawn, becoming a professor. Though he follows the Supreme Archmage path, he shares the same origin as the wizard. High above, guiding that group of children is not an issue. Recently, the Tower of Dawn has birthed a primordial soul wizard named Heartmoon Spirit Witch Natasha. Levi is somewhat unfamiliar with her, as she wasn't one of the talents from the children of the elements he nurtured, nor did she possess any special talent. Natasha is merely ordinary with double affinity, relatively unremarkable. She is one of the original elder members of the Tower of Dawn still living today. At the age of 800, she finally broke through to primordial soul. To Levi's surprise, Natasha cultivates the School of Dreams. Due to owning Nightmare World and part of the Dreamland Steeple's inheritance, he has always supported the development of the School of Dreams. But no primordial soul wizard had been born from it. In fact, not just the ancient dragon continent. The entire wizard world lacks many primordial soul wizards from the School of Dreams. Many high-level members know of the tragic plight of Dreamland Steeple. Regarding Nightmare World, they have always maintained a respectful distance. Even the legendary wizards are particularly cautious. There's nothing to be done, Nightmare World is too overpowering. It's a terrifying place that rivals the Abyss. Consider the blood battle, the Abyss sent only part of its forces, yet it made Nora suffer considerably. Imagine if Nightmare World accidentally emerged, wouldn't that be bringing disaster upon oneself? Levi himself, due to the proficiency panel, by chance acquired the formidable abilities of the Nightmare Lord. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to mingle in Nightmare World. Now, the Heart Moon Spirit Witch's promotion to Primordial Soul is indeed good news. Levi called her alone for a conversation. Heart Moon Spirit Witch is a mature, charismatic middle-aged beauty. She felt somewhat nervous inside, placing her hands on her slender beautiful legs, and her floral long skirt gently cascaded to the ground. Being so close to a legendary figure in the wizard world for the first time made her heart race. Lord, I believe that now the research in the School of Dreams mostly focuses on illusions, memory, and less on practical combat. Since the Shadow School of Thought can summon shadow creatures, the School of Death can summon hell creatures, perhaps our School of Dreams can also pursue summoning, call forth those nightmare creatures to fight for us. Levi gestured for her to drink tea. Heart Moon Spirit Witch was flattered and took a sip of heart-cleansing tea. Thank you, Lord. Wow, what is this tea? After drinking, she felt refreshed, her thoughts efficiently processed, and couldn't resist contemplating a meditation. The whole person was translucent, incredible. Levi replied calmly. What you said, I've also considered, it is indeed a direction, but Nightmare World is different from the Shadow World and Hell, it's deeper and filled with the unknown. This aspect of research worries me a bit, like Dreamland Steeple inadvertently opening a magic box, bringing danger to the wizard world. Heart Moon Spirit Witch said. Indeed. I am also hesitating about this. Levi replied. Of course, if you can find a way to make the summoning range more precise, for example, summoning our own nightmare creatures from the Black Dragon territory, then this issue wouldn't exist. Levi himself can bring some nightmare creatures into reality, but he can't do this all day. Therefore, if it's possible for ordinary wizards of the School of Dreams to summon creatures from Black Dragon territory for the ancient dragon continent, it would indeed be worthwhile. Currently, Black Dragon territory is a dominant power in the Blood Rain realm. So far, there hasn't been any warfare. Those nightmare creatures are idle, too. Moreover, with the production of nightmare mother trees, there's no fear of these wizards exterminating nightmare creatures. Natasha's eyes shone with delight and excitement. Yes, I understand. I now have a direction for my research. Natasha stood up, finished the tea, bid farewell to Levi, and hurriedly left. She's quite a talent, I can focus on and invest in her next. It's best to find a way to set her up with one of the bachelors among the 18 riders. Maybe it could result in more excellent offspring. That Blood Knight cannot be alone forever. In the future, when conditions allow, hold some networking gatherings. After finishing the tea, Levi opened the proficiency panel. The Crimson Emperor Dragon breathing technique is coming closer to the maximum. Those witch marks which have not reached perfection are continually being polished. The last spells he learned, especially the unreachable, are extremely difficult. To achieve complete perfection of 27 witch marks, he estimated it would require another 60 years. Thus, in recent years, he started focusing on the Crimson Emperor Dragon. First, advance this most important breathing technique to level 8. Of course, he must also start preparing the breakthrough potion. This time, he can't rely on Triss. The Black Abyss Walker is a legendary wizard, bothering such a significant figure for a small fry like Kara isn't right. After much consideration, he could only go to Ms. Lucy. Ancient Banyan Fairyland. A valley entirely surrounded by arrays. Below lay 3 level 6 demon dragon skeletons and a plethora of bizarre materials. The demon dragon grass cultivation method provided by the lava dragon to Levi earlier, he also started attempting. Chapter 2298. For this, he auctioned off some demon dragon skeletons at a high price on the black market. These bones were already stripped of flesh, likely having had their bloodline crystals extracted. However, for cultivating demon dragon grass, having the demon dragon bones is sufficient. Although these bones are also decent material for weapons refinement, compared to the value of demon dragon grass, they are negligible. According to the lava dragon's statement, such items as demon dragon grass can be relatively easily found in the abyss. To avoid being choked by the scarcity of demon dragon grass, I will independently cultivate some, while also having the succubus help me find it in the abyss. Over the years, under Levi's relentless nurturing, the growth of the mind flayers and succubus has been rapid. They have both reached level 6 peak power, not far from level 7. Actually, he could directly enslave more advanced demons, but those two have been with him for so long, there's a bit of nostalgia. Anyway, they don't need to execute any arduous tasks, and their cultivation requirements are not high. Nurturing them himself is also a kind of joy. Next, he wandered through other cave heaven-blessed lands. With 80 and long, both flourishing remarkably well. Even the slowest growing iron tree has unknowingly reached 40 jong high. Under normal circumstances, iron tree grows a jong every 100 years, which takes 4,000 years of growth. And it has been less than 1,000 years following Levi. When the iron tree blooms and bears fruit, the body refining sect of the Tower of Dawn will usher in a takeoff. Rumble. Before leaving the fairyland, there suddenly came a fluctuation of elemental power in the direction of the quicksand sea. Bo Gang. Levi's heart lifted with joy, and he flashed over. There he saw an earth-toned giant several hundred meters tall, holding a great sword, rare treasure, fighting against a nameless god's shadow hidden behind the calamity clouds, indeed Bo Gang. He had been following Levi for nearly 1,000 years, finally reaching level 6. As a genuine mountain giant, his journey was smooth, only the timeline was a bit long. Still, it's much faster than something like the dragon turtle. Purebred giants, although unlike purebred dragons that surely reach level 9 in maturity. The average standard is above level 6. Giants are gregarious creatures, they are more numerous than dragons. Some dragons never meet their kind in a lifetime. Bo Gang himself is also a rare giant wizard, with a pretty good elemental affinity talent. However, this time he's going through the giant's tribulation. In such a cave heaven-blessed land, his growth speed is already much better than his wild kin. Bo Gang easily crossed the tribulation and advanced to a level 6 giant. Accompanied by the dense elemental power reshaping his body swelled visibly, reaching a kilometer in height. Under the giant true form, it possessed the power of 10,000 June, moving mountains and shifting peaks, all easily. Congratulations, Bo Gang. Levi laughed. Bo Gang responded clumsily. Thank you, Master, finally living up to expectations, reaching level 6. Levi said. Not bad, after getting through the soul calamity, it'll be much easier. Go to Mana Supervisor to get some immortal flowing liquid. Levi first nervously sent a message to Lucy, asking if Ms. Lucy could help him refine potions. Certainly, come to the God-forsaken continent to find me. So easy. Levi found it hard to believe. Being able to meet these benefactors truly was an extreme fortune. The God-forsaken continent, Wizard Tower. Lucy put away the crystal ball for meditation, laughing. Looks like you're about to advance to 9th circle, hey, congratulations in advance. Levi said. Then I also congratulate the lady in advance for advancing to 9th circle. Lucy said. Thank you, but I don't have any plans to advance to 9th circle for now. Take out all your materials, just wait here for a few days, I've refined this potion many times, it shouldn't be a problem. Levi mused. Judging by Ms. Lucy's tone, advancing to 9th circle, must be easily manageable. Such confidence. Very well, probably another legendary reincarnation. Who is it? Deep Blue Sage? Probably not, Deep Blue Sage is male, reincarnating as female? Levi felt a little strange. Anyway, in his thinking, reincarnation should also be as a male. Madam, what price do I need to pay? Let me think, I don't seem to lack anything, so let's waive it. Oh yes, in the northwest of the continent, the 9th battle zone has a demon army, the great commander there is a level 8 early stage steel bone demon. If you have time, you can go support that battle group, consider it helping me out. Alright. Getting something for nothing felt unsettling for Levi, hearing this, he felt more at ease and promptly rushed over. Steel bone demon is a type of demon newly added to the battlefield these years. The body, especially the bones, is extremely tough. When he arrived on the battlefield, a battle group was engaged in a fierce fight. Levi said nothing, directly ordered the commander to form a siege outside. He transformed into a ferocious beast, activated the Red Emperor domain, and started fighting with the Steel Bone Demon. Now with the Crimson Emperor Dragon approaching its limit, Levi also wanted to test his own strength. Red flames, golden light, storm, thunder, and other anomalies surrounded Levi. Without deploying the 9-colored Emperor and spells, simply relying on his body and combat techniques, he suppressed the arrogant Steel Bone Demon. Seeing it was no match, the Steel Bone Demon tried to retreat with its troops. Levi went all out, quickly finishing the battle. The essence of the steel bone demon is all in its bones, top-grade material for weapon refinement. After collecting the spoils, he left on his own accord, leaving the wizard group members in stunned silence, unsure of what to say. Chapter 2299. So effortlessly traversing through thousands of troops, taking the enemy's head, this is the true strength of the Dusk Palace Master. Seeing once is better than hearing 100 times, I've truly gained insight today. Your potion. In Lucy's hand was a colorless and odorless potion, like pure water. Levi knew that this was the top-grade breakthrough potion he had refined at great cost. He smiled. Thank you, madam. The steel bone demon has been dealt with, and the remnants are being cleaned up by the battle group over there. Lucy said. Very efficient, go back now, don't delay your cultivation. I also have matters to handle here. After thanking repeatedly, Levi left contentedly. Ms. Lucy is quite easy to deal with. Along the way, he met all sorts of people. Levi found that the higher the realm the wizard, the less they put on airs. In contrast, those wizards with mediocre cultivation like to consider themselves highly. Perhaps this is the difference between the big shots and rookies. Returning to the ancient dragon continent, he continued his seclusion. Now all preparations are complete, only the advancement remains. In the blink of an eye, 10 years have passed. The year 630 of Nora, the 416th year of the Blood Battle. After Black Abyss Sovereign Alan became the 13th seat of the Supreme Council, chain reactions gradually commenced. The Ocean School of Thought had been lacking in morale due to the fall of the Deep Blue Sage, suffering from low confidence. Now, the ocean has regained its spirit. At the same time, the Blood Clan also began more frequent activities in the wizard world. And this time, they were all Blood Clan elites. After the Blood Moon descended, it never faded away. Some aberrant creatures began to emerge in regions of Nora. Fortunately, after countless disaster version updates, even mortals have become used to it. Many people embraced the mindset of let it destroy, I'm tired. The Black Abyss Sovereign had just ascended to legendary status and was entrusted with heavy responsibilities. To confront an ancient monster like Blood River that's been alive for unknown ages. Of course, he didn't have to battle Blood River's true form. The current Blood River didn't dare to manifest its true form in Nora. It only incited panic and chaos by awakening hidden Blood Clan members and descending incarnations of evil gods. It can be said that the Abyss Blood Battle gave it an opportunity. This made the already chaotic situation in Nora even more turbulent. There was also good news, the undead army wreaking havoc in the human realm was entirely annihilated. They were either recruited as summoned creatures by the School of Death or transformed into resources for cultivation. Hell's invasion of the wizard world didn't even spark a flicker. As the underworld merchant said, Hell didn't genuinely seek invasion, they merely needed to balance their overpopulation. Now, the attitude of the 4 superworlds towards the wizard world is also intriguing. Astral World. Lofty and disdainful of wizards, once attempted to restrict wizard development, repelled by Sauron. They are currently troubled by the insect disaster and have entered the Dusk of the Gods version. Abyss. No need to say more, indiscriminately hostile to all worlds, considering everyone inferior. Based on the information Levi currently possesses, the Abyss even invaded Astral World, Nightmare, and the Underworld, causing considerable chaos. Nightmare. Another version of the Astral World, with little interaction with the wizard world presently, also enjoys invading other worlds, though less frenzied than the Abyss. It's very deep, but the outside world knows very little about it. Underworld. The true master of Hell, the controllers of life and death reincarnation, relatively neutral, has a decent attitude towards the wizard world, possibly due to Sauron's past journey in the underworld, providing resources as support for the wizard civilization. Maybe hoping to weaken the madman Abyss through wizards. Surviving among these 4 giants, the wizard world's path is long. God-forsaken continent. After the Gundor 3 heroes re-emerged, they began crazily farming points by clinging to Victor's strong support. In 10 years, their ranking skyrocketed, now already in the top 30, with points nearing 1 billion. Next, the plan for the 3 avatars is the same as Elena's. First, exchange for the designated Bright Moon artifact restricted by 7 circles. Once the attempts are used up, save up points to exchange for the 5 billion random sun refining artifact. Random artifacts offer only one chance for everyone, any realm can exchange, so there's no hurry. As for the designated sun refining artifact restricted by 7 circles, they basically have no chance. Those in the top 10 of the rankings are quite monstrous, only overshadowed by the brilliance of the main body that surpasses the ages. If not for the bug-level existence of the main body, anyone from the top 10 would dominate any era. Figures like Simon aren't even worthy to carry their shoes. Though the Gundor 3 heroes are strong, they started late, and surpassing them in a short time isn't realistic. After obtaining the Night Cloak, Elena thrived in the God-forsaken continent. Her ranking has risen to 15th, beyond which are old monsters either at 7-circle perfection or maximum. Her current primary goal is to complete the Water God series artifact to obtain the complete Water God body. Based on the illustrated guide of strange items, she still needs 1 bright moon, 1 radiant sun, and several morning star levels to achieve her goal. Through countless battle trials, her Knight and Chi sect cultivation has been steadily improving. She has also gained many insights from using the combination of 3 extraordinary paths. Similarly dazzling is the supernova Link. Not long ago, with 6th ring senior cultivation, he broke into the top 10 of the 7th level demon slaying list, creating a moderate myth. Dawn Divine Sword Victor commented this way. Chapter 2300. Give Link enough time, and the wizard world will have another grand wizard, even a legendary wizard. The competition among 6th circle wizards on the demon slaying list is unimaginably fierce. Link has perfectly combined the energy sex shattered invisible sword chi and secret sword formation in real combat, just like Lord Victor, unstoppable against any obstacle. Currently, he has already broken into the top 10 rankings, neck and neck with the Fire Dragon Knight, this monster. And he himself is not far from 6th circle perfection. Not to mention, his charming aura and heroic appearance are only slightly inferior to Lord Victor. The admirers of the Demon Tier's divine sword are as numerous as carp crossing the river. However, Link is enamored with the sword, adhering to the supreme realm of with no women in his heart, the sword draws naturally divine. For the time being, he has no interest in the gentle allure. He takes Lord Victor as his goal, chasing after the shadow of this first of the secret sword. Like the relentless Kwafu chasing the sun, never resting. In the waves of the blood battle, everyone is struggling desperately to survive. Because of its strong security capacity. To many mortals and low-level wizards, the ancient dragon continent has already become a symbol of the safe zone. If a family's child with high talent goes to the ancient dragon continent, it's a matter of great pride and honor. Some even attempt to smuggle into the ancient dragon continent. With more and more new continents, the ancient dragon continent has smoothly acquired some surrounding areas. On one hand, building specialized military bases and arsenals for the mechanical school. On the other hand, expanding the scale of the giant beast paradise and the mortal gathering area. For those mortal refugees who lost their shelter due to the downfall of wizard organizations, the ancient dragon continent also accepts them. Although this increases some costs, during war, population is the most important resource. Not enough food? Then increase production through wizard knowledge, it's no issue for wizards. It's just about whether they are willing to promote the transformation of mortal productivity. Now it's no longer the era of the 7 gods church's rule, traditional things are destined to be eliminated. The ancient dragon continent even has a specialized civilian school, led by the mechanical school, combined with other schools. Dedicated to enhancing mortal productivity from all aspects. And then letting mortals repay wizards. The blood battle is endless, fresh blood must always be injected. Among these people, in the future, a child with the potential to be one of the children of the elements could be born, which is immensely valuable. This act of charity has elevated the reputation and influence of the ancient dragon continent in Nora to a higher level. Especially among mortals and regular nomadic wizards. Public opinion is an immense invisible force, seemingly weak. When gathered, it becomes an unstoppable torrent of steel. On this day, off the coast of the ancient dragon continent, on a small island, red clouds converged, and under the extreme heat, the earth instantly became scorched. The seawater turned into white mist, rising and covering a radius of hundreds of miles, like a volcanic eruption. Such apocalyptic scenery frightened countless marine creatures to flee. Upon sensing the commotion, a fully armed battle group swiftly arrived. They had already turned this area into a forbidden zone. The Fire Dragon Knight said, "Keep an eye out, watch for demons trying to create chaos." Under normal circumstances, in the wizard world, nobody would interfere with someone else's tribulation. That might bring trouble upon themselves, paying with their life on the spot. However, demons don't care about this, they are madmen. During the blood battle, incidents of wizards being ambushed by demons during their tribulations happen from time to time. This time, Levi is advancing in his level 8 tribulation, and the momentum is bound to be huge. So he didn't dare to conduct it within the ancient Banyan fairyland, fearing it would impact its ecological environment. The four corners of the world have 5 powerful auras hidden. Namely, the 8-legged sea demon, Black Phoenix, Thunder Crocodile, Elena, and Triss. This luxurious lineup is there to protect Levi during his advancement. Rumble. In the sky, the blood tribulation reappears. Those powerful legendary and mythical creature shadows appear once again, awesomely. Bang! A swordsman's figure appears, precisely Levi. He's bare-chested, holding the crimson dragon slash, with his broad back interwoven with dragon-like muscles. A perfect body full of strength yet not exaggerated, like an epic hero statue dreamt by mortals. The overwhelming red flame sword energy swept out, mercilessly shredding these giants into pieces, turning them to nothing. With the disappearance of the strongest red lotus dragon phantom, the last blood tribulation master is extinguished. Yet Levi's expression did not relax. Roar! A domineering dragon roar echoed through the universe. The previously disappeared blood tribulation masters reappeared once more. They converged into colorful lights coming together. A red giant dragon with a wingspan of over 6,000 meters, emitting endless majesty, emerged into the air. Even just the emitted might made Elena feel her breathing heavy. She was internally shaken. The true level 8 early stage demon couldn't match half of this dragon phantom. Levi, upon entering level 8, has to face such a formidable opponent. Is this the price of his repeated evolutions? Triss was filled with emotions. It was her first time watching Levi undergo a tribulation, and it's a level 8 tribulation that others won't experience. She also understood why Levi is such a monster. To confront these terrifying existences, how could one not be a monster? The 8-legged sea demon and Black Phoenix were even more dumbfounded. In the face of such super mythical creature phantoms. Although they aren't Dragon Clan, they also felt a compelling majesty they couldn't resist. This is a supreme power above all living things. A sense of insignificance arose spontaneously, such thoughts unconsciously emerged in their minds. Abandon resistance. Levi felt an intense fighting spirit rising. The enemy before him was enough to demand his full attention. His path of knights having such strength, the super-mythical Crimson Emperor Dragon played a significant role. The Crimson Emperor Dragon's wings stirred, gathering fire elemental power from 200 miles around like rivers returning to the sea. Flames. Endless flames formed a tide, sweeping over the sea. Where they passed, even a 1,000-foot deep sea was completely dried, forming a scorched path without water. Boom! Levi fearlessly rushed into the tide, his long sword slicing toward the Crimson Emperor Dragon. Even a steel-hearted man like the Fire Dragon Knight couldn't help but be internally shaken. When I advanced to the legendary level breathing technique, compared to this, it was nothing more than an insignificant infant. Mythical level, I must become a mythical level existence. His resolve strengthened, having seen the vastness of the sky, he no longer cared for the still beauty within a well. One man and one dragon battled amidst the vast heavens and earth. The island where Levi secluded himself had long turned to nothingness. Every time he advanced, he destroyed an island. The strength of the Crimson Emperor Dragon Phantom was such that Levi found it harder to fight than facing a true level 8 demon. One of his greatest supports, the opponent also had. But he was absolutely confident that he could defeat the opponent. Because what the opponent lacked, he still possessed. This is the meaning of being a 6-dimensional warrior. Any difficulty in the knight's tribulation, he would crush with his absolute attributes. Failure was not an option. After hundreds of rounds, the Crimson Emperor Dragon Phantom was riddled with wounds, sword chi leaving countless ghastly scars upon it. In contrast, Levi remained relatively unscathed. Sorry, I admit you're strong, but I am stronger. He took a deep breath, activating the Dragon Whale Path, unleashing his strongest sword strike. The sword chi split the Crimson Emperor Dragon in two, continued its momentum, flattening islands, parting seas, extending thousands of miles beyond. The Crimson Emperor Dragon, defeated. For more audiobooks, support me in Patreon. The link in the description.